Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 467 to Chapter 521. As Lin Sun's identity was revealed, the audience fell into a great shock. Practitioners of Tao Insight Realm had been killed by this ferocious young man, and even the Fierce Blade was subdued by him. How could he be the king of Sea Spirit Realm? He clearly had the power to fight against those in Tao Insight Realm. It turns out to be him. No wonder, but, who is he? When did such a freak appear in the ancient spirit world? The audience was in an uproar. On the battlefield, Ling Xinyuo, Tai Qianhan, and Yun Ke also changed their faces slightly. They had also heard some stories about the ferocious young man. But they didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of them was him. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He didn't belong to the ancient spirit world, so he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Even if the world was turned upside down and blood flowed like a river, he wouldn't care. With the broken blade in his hand, he used Ice Dragon steps to break the void and conquer the audience. He was like a peerless sharpness that 5 people could resist. Puff, in the twinkling of an eye, a successor of an ancient sect was killed, Han Zhongpu, the successor of the Eastern Pole Sword sect. This was another genius who died tragically on the spot after Lu Ping. The audience was shocked. Was this ferocious young man going to kill all the geniuses today? Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Every genius was not easy to cultivate. They were the hearts of the ancient orthodoxies. The death of one was equivalent to a heavy blow. All the practitioners of the ancient orthodoxies were shocked, and their faces were livid. Today, they suffered such a humiliation, but they couldn't do anything to the ferocious young man. For so many years, their forces had occupied the ancient spirit world, watching the ups and downs of the world. No one dared to provoke them, let alone be bullied. But today, a young man killed so many people that they couldn't stop him. This scene deeply shocked everyone. Many onlookers were speechless. They hadn't seen such a brave young man for many years. His style could be called unparalleled in the world. How dare you, young man? In the distance, Chu Lindian from the Eastern Pole Sword sect roared like thunder. His face was full of anger, and his eyes were about to split. He rushed to Lin Sun. Xinyuo, come back. This guy is too arrogant. Let us old guys deal with him. This kid can't be allowed to live. A majestic voice sounded in the field, and the strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm from the ancient orthodoxies all took action. They realized the problem and couldn't tolerate Lin Sun's violence anymore. Otherwise, they would lose even more descendants. For a time, under the vast sky, the figures of the great cultivators in the Tao Insight Realm appeared, like a rising sun, and their monstrous power oppressed the mountains and rivers, causing everyone to be shocked. At the same time, although Ling Xinyuo, Tai Qianhan, Yun Ke, and other disciples were extremely unwilling, they also knew that Lin Sun was too ferocious and could not be defeated by force, so they chose to dodge. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. However, at this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of the coming danger. He was still arrogant and domineering. Holding the broken sword in his hand, he splashed the silver brilliance of the Milky Way and covered the 2 disciples who couldn't dodge in time. They let out blood-curdling screams, unable to struggle, and were burned to death on the spot. Little bastard, you're bound to die today. Chu Lindian roared as he swooped down. His terrifying aura transformed into a black ray of light that crushed down. This was not the precious blood plane, so the cultivation of the Tao Insight Realm was no longer suppressed. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. Young man, your killing intent is too heavy, and you provoked public anger. Just accept your death. Obediently. Don't struggle needlessly anymore. On the other side, an old man in a white robe rose into the air, and a silver ice wheel appeared behind him. There was Tao rime in it, as if there was a great way steaming in it. In addition, there were several other strong cultivators in the Tao Insight Realm attacking. All of them mastered the wonders of the Tao Insight Realm. Their figures blended with heaven and earth, and their power was monstrous. The practitioners in the distance all dodged, trembling with fear. How could it be ordinary for a practitioner in the Tao Insight Realm to attack? At this time, Lin Sun also felt an extremely dangerous aura, and the pressure suddenly increased. This was not 1 or 2 great cultivators in the Tao Insight Realm, but a group of them. However, he was still not afraid. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he laughed out loud. A group of old dogs, bullying me because I'm young, and you still have so many bullshit reasons. Ridiculous. As he spoke, the broken sword glowed and was urged to the extreme, and he slashed out with the reaching for the stars. Boom, the black glow released by Chu Lintian was crushed into powder and turned into a rain of light. But Lin Sun was unscathed. What a monster. The whole audience was in an uproar. Based on this alone, the ferocious young man could dominate all the talents, and his sharpness could not be concealed. Young man, your killing intent is too heavy. You should be killed. The old man in a white robe attacked with a silver ice wheel, which contained the Great Way. It suppressed the sky and rumbled with terrible momentum. It's ridiculous. You want to kill me and seize my treasure, but you hit me instead. Don't you have any shame? Lin Sun was strong. The broken sword swept through the air, and stars floated in the silver light, showing endless strange phenomena. It had to be said that the broken sword was extremely shocking and fierce. When Lin Sun used the reaching for the stars, it burst out with unimaginable power. Bang, the ice wheel exploded, and the aftermath spread in all directions. Lin Sun's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. He couldn't help but be moved, realizing that the strength of the old man in a white robe was not to be underestimated. The old man in a white robe was even more surprised. His attack could easily kill a Sea Spirit Realm practitioner, but it was blocked by the young man, which was incredible. Sharp-tongued and reckless. On the other side, several strong practitioners in Tao Insight Realm came again. Each of them manipulated the power of the Great Way, and the brilliant light soared into the sky, suppressing this area. It was too strong. That kind of attack was about to smash the void into pieces. Many practitioners in the distance were so scared that their scalps were numb. They retreated again and again for fear of being affected. Lin Sun, who was in the center of the battlefield, was also in danger. No matter how powerful he was only one person after all, and there was a big realm gap between him and his opponent. How could he resist so many great practitioners? Go to hell. Chu Lintian, the old man in a white robe, and other great practitioners in Tao Insight Realm all looked cold and regarded Lin Sun as a dead thing. Even the people in the distance could see that Lin Sun was doomed, but at this moment, Lin Sun showed a mocking smile. He didn't dodge, and his black eyes glanced at those great practitioners in Tao Insight Realm. At the same time, he crushed a jade talisman in his palm. Buzz, a strange wave suddenly emerged and shrouded Lin Sun's whole body. The terrible attack performed by a great practitioner in Tao Insight Realm swept over, but it couldn't break the strange wave at all. What is this? All the people were surprised. The strange wave was like a ripple. Although it was soft, it was filled with an indescribable aura, which covered Lin Sun's whole body. Those grotto heavens! If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The strong practitioners in Tao Insight Realm were all horrified and retreated one after another. They could smell a fatal threat from that aura, which made them all terrified. If I have a chance to come back in the future, I will kill you old dogs one by one. Lin Sun laughed and was in high spirits. This was a kind of disdain and arrogance. He regarded them as nothing. A group of great practitioners in Tao Insight Realm was furious. Their faces were red and their blood was boiling. They felt a kind of unspeakable shame. How dare the young man threaten them like this? However, with a buzz, the young man suddenly disappeared in the laughter. He was taken away by the strange force as if he had evaporated from the world. Damn it! Chu Lintian roared to the sky. He was so angry that he went crazy. A young man dared to be arrogant and domineering in front of him, humiliating him again and again. Moreover, he had once killed a genius of their sect. How could he not be angry? The other great practitioners in Tao Insight Realm also looked ugly. So many people attacked, but in the end they couldn't stop the young man. This was simply a disgrace. It's over. The Luoho secret method was also taken away. Yunka's expression was gloomy. The other geniuses were also silent. Their hearts were surging. Lin Sun's arrogant attitude before had deeply shocked them. When we meet next time, I will unlock the seal in my body and use my real strength to fight with you. Ling Xinhua was silent. As a proud woman, she was famous all over the world. She had never been defeated and was respected by countless people. But today, she couldn't do anything to Lin's son, which made her unable to calm down. However, no one knew that the power she had displayed before was not even 1/10 of her real strength. The crowd of practitioners in the field couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the end of the battle in this way. If this cruel young man doesn't die, with his heaven-defying talent, he will definitely reach the peak of the Tao in the future. Someone sighed softly. It is said that the peak of Sea Spirit Realm is the road to supremacy. This cruel young man is so heaven-defying. I'm afraid he is the legendary Supreme Sea Spirit Realm. Hearing these discussions, the faces of many ancient orthodoxies became even uglier. Obviously, everyone thought that they had suffered a setback. In less than a day, this battle will definitely spread throughout the ancient spirit world, and the name of the cruel young man will rise like the sun in the sky and shake the world. This was the intuition of many people, because this battle was too unusual. It could be said to be earth-shattering and unprecedented. Who on earth is he? However, until the end, no one knew who the cruel young man was and where he came from. Perhaps, Xianxia knows. Didn't she act with the cruel young man before? Many people thought that if they wanted to find clues about Lin's son, they only needed to find Xianxia. We must catch this demoness and force her to tell us the whereabouts of the young man. Yes, this demoness must be the young man's accomplice. Those ancient orthodoxies also coveted Xianxia. If Xianxia knew that she tricked Lin's son and got herself into trouble in the end, what would she think, in the heaven-accessing place? With a strange wave, Lin's son appeared on the green cloud avenue, which made him a little absent-minded. Everything he had experienced in the ancient spirit world was like a dream. Now that he came back, it was hard for him to calm down. The 5th pass of the heaven-accessing place is Tao Fusion. Next time, you need to reach Tao Insight Realm. It wasn't long before the voice that was chilly and icy cold resounded. Tao Melting, this was the name of the 5th level of Green Cloud Path. In the quiet room on the 3rd floor of Heart Cleansing Hall, Lin's son woke up slowly. And the cold voice still resounded in his mind. Looking at the silent and empty hall, Lin's son breathed out a long sigh of relief. He was back. This challenge lasted for more than a month. Lin's son experienced life and death in the Luoho mountain of the ancient spirit world. Now he returned to Heart Cleansing Peak and his familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. If those old things knew that I didn't belong to the ancient spirit world, I don't know how angry they would be. Lin's son remembered the exasperated look of those strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm when he left, and he couldn't help but smile. Soon, he collected his thoughts and began to summarize the gains of this challenge. Whoosh! 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 His sea of consciousness tumbled. Suddenly, a sharp black light as thin as a cow's hair gushed out from his nostrils. If one looked carefully, they would notice that they were actually insects that were shaped like needles, completely pitch black, and emanated an extremely cold and terrifying aura. They were smaller than rice grains, illusory and inconspicuous, but they had a name that could frighten any strong practitioner: spirit-eating insects. A total of 73 insects were sealed by Lin's son's soul power. At this moment, they were taken out and put into a mutton fat jade bottle. In the forbidden area of the Blood Wilderness ancient land, Lin's son was suddenly attacked and killed by the spirit-eating insects. Xianxia thought that he would definitely die. But Xianxia didn't know that when these terrible insects entered Lin's son's sea of consciousness, they were suppressed and sealed by the star circulation which had reached the consummate level. This was the peculiar magical effect of meditating magic. It was not only as simple as enhancing perception and comprehension, but also had an incredible magical effect in soul attack. It had helped Lin's son resolve dangers many times. This is a good treasure. Even practitioners of Tao Insight Realm can't resist it. A single one of them can hurt the soul of a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm and cause terrible consequences. Lin's son carefully hid the sealed spirit-eating insects. They could be used as a trump card in the future and would definitely have a miraculous effect. He'd once heard from Xianxia that even during the ancient times, the god-devourer insects were a group of terrifying insects that had once devoured the souls of gods. They were extremely terrifying. In the ancient spirit world, the god-devouring insects had already gone extinct. Xianxia had not expected to encounter such a fierce ancient insect in the forbidden area of the ancient blood desolation land. Thinking of Lian Die, who was as cunning as a fox and full of tricks, Lin Sun felt a tightness in his chest. He tried his best to guard against her, but he was still cheated by her. And the reason she had set him up was because he had once refused to cooperate with her. The more beautiful a woman is, the more vengeful she is. Lin Sun didn't believe it at all. This woman's original form is a 5-colored lotus. If I have the chance to meet her again, I must refine her into a medicinal pill. Lin Sun grinded his teeth secretly. He had been besieged by so many talents before, and even a group of Tao Insight Realm strongmen were eyeing him covetously. If he didn't have the means to escape, he would have been killed. All of this was thanks to Lian Die. Hula. Before long, Lin Sun took out a lustrous white horn, a pitch-black broken blade, and a crimson gourd. These were his biggest gains after entering the ancient spirit world this time. The lustrous white horn was rumored to belong to the ancient Raha Demon King, and it was believed to contain the supreme inheritance of the Raha Demon King. However, Lin Sun had already learned from Lian Die that the horn wasn't a Raha's secret method, but a mysterious treasure map. At this moment, Lin Sun held the horn in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was only half a foot long, and it was lustrous white. The bone patterns were enshrouded in ancient Tao, and it had a terrifying aura of vicissitudes. The Great Way was engraved on it, and time hadn't eroded it. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell how extraordinary this horn was. When Lin Sun's perception power entered it, he saw a boundless world with blue seas and blue skies. Divine light fell from the sky, and rosy clouds rose. There were fierce birds flying in the sky, and there were strange beasts moving between mountains and rivers. It was magnificent and boundless, and it was filled with an ancient and primitive aura. On a lofty divine mountain, old vines hung down, ancient trees towered into the sky, divine herbs glowed, and multicolored lights flowed everywhere while the aura of treasures rose. It was like an immortal paradise. An emaciated figure sat upright before a stone house. His figure was enveloped in divine radiance, and he seemed dreamlike and illusory. Moreover, he held a treasure map in his hand. Is the bloody wilderness a place to bury the Tao or a place to attain the Tao? The appearance of the stellar map has caused a great change to descend. Should I go or not? In his days, a sigh resounded, and it was filled with struggle, desolation, and bewilderment. After that, all the illusions exploded into pieces and transformed into a treasure map. The treasure map was inscribed with the ancient and strange characters stellar map, and there were dense, crisscrossing, and glistening cloud markings on it. It seemed to be a map of a mysterious area. As expected, there's only a treasure map within this horn. Lin Sun withdrew his perception while he felt slightly strange in his heart. Everything he saw earlier was truly too magnificent and shocking. Immortal mountains, flying beasts, divine herbs. Everything seemed to be extraordinary, whereas the emaciated old man was probably the ancient Raha Demon King. When his emotions returned to calm, Lin Sun quickly deduced that this treasure map called Stellar Map was probably related to the ancient blood desolation that he'd entered in the past, or perhaps, the Raha Demon King had relied on this map to head to the ancient blood desolation, but he unfortunately perished there in the end. For no rhyme or reason, Lin Sun recalled everything in the ancient blood desolation. He recalled the river of blood that flowed silently, the numerous ancient corpses that floated in the river of blood, a lone tomb, and a broken tablet. He recalled the sword chi that charged out from the surging mist of blood, the ceaselessly surging war drums, and the tattered and fluttering war flags before he left. That was the bloody wilderness forbidden area, but what exactly had happened there? Had the gods really been buried there and caused Raha Demon King to bleed there? Lin Sun stared blankly for a short while, and then he shook his head in the end and put away the horn of Rahu. If he had the chance to head to the ancient spirit world in the future, then perhaps he would go explore it. But not now. Lin Sun picked up the crimson gourd. This treasure was called Refining Spirit Gourd, which was equally marvelous. It might come from an ancient orthodoxy called Tai Pure Land. There was a drop of purple blood sealed in it, which contained the cultivation left by a great figure in the ancient times. The breath of that drop of blood was too powerful. At that time, Lin Sun used all his means, but he only got some vague information. He knew that the owner of this drop of purple blood had once mastered the truth of 3,000 Tao, and his strength was almost unparalleled. But in the end, he was schemed against and died tragically. 3,000 drops of blood essence in his heart were gouged out, and each drop of blood essence contained a kind of cultivation. The purple blood sealed in the refining spirit gourd was one of them. Lin Sun once tried to refine this drop of purple blood to perceive and master the cultivation contained in it, but the result was that he almost got into trouble. The reason was that the power of the purple blood was too overbearing and terrifying. Although it was only a drop, it seemed to have an inviolable power. A slight touch would cause a terrible thunderbolt. That power was not something that Lin Sun could refine at present. It's a pity that I can't use this treasure for the time being. Lin Sun was helpless. The refining spirit gourd must be extraordinary, but in order to seal the purple blood, it was destined not to be used by Lin Sun. Unless he could refine that drop of purple blood one day. Fortunately, I still have this fierce blade. Lin Sun's eyes fell on the broken blade, which was dark all over. He didn't know what it was made of, but it was as heavy as tens of thousands of kilograms. Its hilt was stained with dark red blood stains, which had not faded after years of erosion. It seemed that it had killed a god and was stained with the blood of a god, giving off a heart-palpitating breath. On the surface of the blade, it was engraved with ancient patterns, which were extremely obscure, not like spiritual tattoos or Tao runes, so it was impossible to see what they were. But the more it was like this, the more mysterious it seemed. Lin Sun still remembered that when he saw this broken blade for the first time, it roared under the sky, steaming with bright silver starlight, like a galaxy dancing in the sky, and killed countless practitioners and made them flee for their lives. No one could subdue it at all, and this was just a broken blade. No one wielded it, no one controlled it, yet it was as if it had a mind of its own. Its ferocious might shook the world, and one could well imagine how terrifying it was when it was complete. Lin Sun was almost killed on the spot in the fierce battle with it. Fortunately, his spiritual vein transformed successfully in the end, so he could suppress it in one fell swoop. But Lin Sun knew that he hadn't completely controlled this blade, because in the battle, the broken blade struggled frequently as if it had intelligence, trying to break free from Lin Sun's control. Otherwise, the power it exerted would definitely be stronger. Lin Sun held the broken blade in his hand and stimulated the power. The surface of the broken blade was overflowing with bright and blazing starlight, and the whole quiet room was dyed with a layer of magnificent silver, as illusory as the starlight. The ancient times are really unfathomable, with incredible legends and power. I don't know who made this broken blade, but it could have such power. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. As a spiritual tattoo master, he was also proficient in refining spiritual weapons, but he couldn't tell the material, grade, and origin of this broken blade at all. It was like a natural masterpiece, which could be called a creation of heaven and earth. The broken blade was still struggling, as if it was unruly and unwilling to submit. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile, thinking that one day, he would make it obediently bow down to him. Putting away the broken blade, Lin Sun counted some other gains, such as a spiritual crystal obtained from killing the greenwood monster, a storage ring obtained from Xianxia, a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm, and some spiritual materials such as fur, bones, and teeth of monsters. In the ancient spirits world, it might not be a big deal. But in Ziyao Empire, the spiritual materials from the demonic beasts were rare treasures with amazing value. However, there were gains and losses. His spiritual treasure, Purple Soul Saber, was destroyed by the broken blade. Similarly, in order to stabilize the spiritual vein, he consumed all the elixirs and more than 10 monster cores he collected. But compared with the gains, these consumption were nothing at all in this trip to the ancient spirit world. I haven't seen you for more than a month. I wonder how the outside world is. Finally, Lin Sun stood up, pushed the door and walked out of the quiet room. It was early in the morning. When Lin Sun walked out of Heart Cleansing Hall, he saw the clouds were steaming and the morning sun was shining. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees, which was refreshing. The familiar environment made Lin Sun feel very secure. But to Lin Sun's surprise, he didn't see anyone along the way. Even Lin Zhong was missing. "Ah, young master, are you out?" Before long, a maidservant hurried by. When she saw Lin Sun, she couldn't help being stunned and immediately saluted. "Where are Grandad Zhong and others?" Lin Sun asked. "They all went to Baiguang Pavilion." The maidservant said nervously, I heard that a young master of our Lin family was beaten." Lin Sun was stunned. What exactly happened? The maidservant stammered, "I don't know. I only heard that it seems to be related to those people who blocked outside heart-cleansing peak. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Who dare to block outside heart-cleansing peak? Who are they and what are they going to do? The maidservant became more and more flustered. She couldn't tell the reason for a long time. This made Lin Sun frown. He turned around and hurried to the mountainside. It had been less than 2 months since he left, but many things had happened on heart-cleansing peak during this period. Baiguang Pavilion. At this time, a group of Northlight Lin clan members who moved back gathered together. They looked sad and indignant and were shouting excitedly. That's too much. That's too much. The children of Swa family and Qin family almost ran into heart-cleansing peak and made trouble. The most annoying ones are the children of Westbrook family, Floating Cloud family, and Flying Peak family. They even helped the evildoers to come here to show off and hurt cousin Yunwen. It's a disgrace to our Lin family. They are a group of traitors. I don't think they are still members of our Lin family. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw the scene in a mess. They were filled with indignation and hatred. Was it related to Swa family and Qin family? Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly. Without hesitation, he went to the main hall of Baiguang Pavilion. He had already sensed that Lin Zhong, Vulture, and Young Ku were all in Baiguang Pavilion at the moment. Hey, Lin Sun has come out of the closed-door training. Someone recognized Lin Sun, which immediately caused an uproar. Those disciples of Northlight Lin seemed to have found their backbone and shouted with grief and indignation. Cousin Lin Sun, you finally showed up. Heart-cleansing peak has been bullied by others now. That's right. You have to make a decision for everyone. We've been so stifled these past few days. Woo-woo, cousin Lin Sun is finally back. It's great. A teenage girl actually choked with emotion. Just by looking at this situation, it could be known that something must have happened on heart-cleansing peak during this period, which made everyone resentful and aggrieved. Everyone, once I understand the situation, I will make a decision. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said in a low voice. After that, he turned around and walked into the main hall of Baiguang Pavilion. In the large hall, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. A youth was lying on the ground, covered in blood and unconscious. Xianxia was treating the youth's injury. Xianxia was a medical practitioner in the battlefield and an excellent pharmacist himself. Seeing that even Xianxia was called here, it could be imagined that the youth's injury must be extremely serious. Around them, Vulture, Young Ku, Lin Zhong and some high-level figures of Northlight Lin were all gloomy and talking about something. What happened? Lin Sun saw such a scene when he came in. Young master, you're back. Lin Zhong was surprised. Vulture, Young Ku, and others also turned their heads with joy. Lin Sun had been in closed-door training for nearly 2 months this time. It was not a long time, but a lot of things happened during this period, which made it difficult for them to make a decision. Naturally, they also hoped that Lin Sun would show up earlier. Well, what's going on? Lin Sun frowned and asked. He was not in the mood to talk about the old days. What he saw just now made him realize that something must have happened during this period. Lin Zhong sighed with some resentment and helplessness on his face. It seemed that he didn't know where to start. Let me tell you. Vulture, sitting in the wheelchair, said calmly with clear eyes. It turned out that after the last birthday banquet of the queen, Lin Sun forced Marquis Ling Tian, Zhao Jingyin to kneel down in the duel, which caused a sensation in the whole Forbidden City. Many people thought that Lin Sun's action was too fierce and had caused a great disaster. He had completely offended the royal family of the empire. In addition, they thought that at that time, Lin Sun blindly showed off his fierceness, ignored the opposition of a group of nobles, and spoke arrogantly. He was extremely disrespectful to those nobles, which meant that he had indirectly offended a lot of aristocratic families. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was destined to be suppressed and retaliated. The most intuitive proof was that at the birthday banquet of the queen, Bai Lingshi, Yu Qizhe, and Song Yi performed so well that they were chosen as disciples by the unworldly masters and went to a mysterious orthodoxy to cultivate. Lin Sun's performance was extremely powerful, but he was not selected in the end. Many people thought that it was a punishment for Lin Sun by the queen, depriving him of a chance that should have belonged to him. When the news that Lin Sun left the imperial palace that day, he asked for leave from Green Deer School and returned to Heart Cleansing Peak for closed-door cultivation was spread out. Most people in the Forbidden City thought that Lin Sun must have realized the serious consequences and dared not to be arrogant anymore. Under such circumstances, Swa family and Qin family took the lead in retaliating against Heart Cleansing Peak. During the period when Lin Sun was in closed-door cultivation, the two superior forces, in the name of washing the shame of the royal family of the empire, said that if Lin Sun didn't take the initiative to apologize and atone, they would expel Lin family from Heart Cleansing Peak. Moreover, they secretly instructed the three collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Heart Cleansing Peak. The first to suffer was Northlight Lin. Almost all their industries were taken away by Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Floating Peak. Their vitality was greatly damaged. Most of those industries had been returned to Heart Cleansing Peak. This was no different from taking away the industries of Heart Cleansing Peak. Fortunately, under the arrangement of Vulture, most of the forces of Northlight Lin had moved to Heart Cleansing Peak, so there was no serious loss of personnel. Why not fight back? When Lin Sun heard this, he felt depressed. His black eyes surged with cold current. He couldn't help asking. With the support of Swa family and Qin family, it's not easy to have a head-on conflict with them. Otherwise, the loss will only be more serious. Young Ku explained next to him. Lin Sun also understood this, but the anger in his heart was hard to suppress. Before closed-door cultivation, he made great efforts to open a good situation for Heart Cleansing Peak. But now, Northlight Lin suffered a great loss, which was equivalent to a blow to Heart Cleansing Peak. How could Lin Sun bear it? If that's all, it's not a big deal. The most troublesome thing is that they have sent many forces to block Heart Cleansing Peak in turn during this period of time. They threaten to make you show up and go to the royal family of the empire to atone for your crimes. Otherwise, they will launch forces to remove Heart Cleansing Peak. Vulture also sighed softly. Remove Lin family from Heart Cleansing Peak? Suddenly, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold to the extreme, and his whole body was full of uncontrollable killing intent. Lin Zhong, Young Ku, Vulture, and others narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Sun with a little surprise. In less than 2 months, Lin Sun's breath was more than twice as strong as before. His breath made Young Ku feel a little depressed. She had reached Sea Spirit Realm for many years, and as Lin Sun's instructor, she had seen him grow up with her own eyes. But now, Lin Sun's breath was so strong that it made her heart palpitate. It seemed that Lin Sun had gained a lot in this closed-door cultivation. Not only Young Ku, but also Lin Zhong, Vulture, and others were shocked. Lin Sun had changed completely. There was an indescribable power in his breath, like a big abyss. When it was dormant, it didn't show up, but once it broke out, it had the power to swallow the sky. What's going on here? Lin Sun took a deep breath and restrained his killing intent. He looked at the seriously injured and unconscious boy on the ground. If he remembered correctly, the boy was his cousin, Lin Yunwen, who was only 14 years old. He was injured by the people who blocked outside. Lin Zhong looked ashamed and said, "These days, there were people blocking outside every day. As long as they saw people coming out of Heart Cleansing Peak, they would humiliate and provoke them repeatedly. Yunwen was young and didn't know how to endure. When he fought with them, he was injured by them. It's my fault that I didn't take good care of them, which led to this disaster." Vulture sighed, "It's not your fault. I didn't think it through. In order to avoid conflict, I always endured it. But I didn't expect that they became more and more lawless." Lin Sun only felt that his chest was blocked and he couldn't breathe well. In front of his own door, he was provoked, humiliated, and beaten by others. This was more than arrogance. It was simply riding on Lin Sun's head to show off. "How is Yunwen?" Lin Sun asked. Ci Shue frowned and shook his head, "Not good. Even if he can recover, it will take him 3 or 5 years to restore his previous cultivation." 3 or 5 years, for a young man, if he delayed healing for 3 to 5 years, his cultivation would fall far behind his peers for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Lin Sun only felt a burst of anger in his chest like lava. He took a deep breath, turned his head and walked out of the hall. "Lin Sun, where are you going?" Young Ku couldn't help asking. "I'm going to have a look outside Heart Cleansing Peak." Lin Sun said without looking back. Young master, you can't be impulsive at this time. Lin Zhong said anxiously. Others also spoke to dissuade Lin Sun. Lin Sun stopped in front of the hall, turned his head, and showed a bright smile. Don't worry, everyone. Someone once told me that if I have the ability, I can even turn the Forbidden City upside down. I was too kind before, but from now on, I'll show them what I can do. The smile was brilliant, but there was no temperature in his black eyes. They were as cold as ice. After that, he turned around and left. Everyone's heart trembled and they hurriedly followed him. Outside Heart-Cleansing Peak. In the lush woods, a young man with bronzed skin was meditating. As he breathed, the weeds on the ground around him rose and fell with his breath. The scene was mysterious. A man was inhaling and exhaling, and his chi affected the rhythm of the surrounding grass and trees. Obviously, he had reached the profound level of sea spirit realm. There was no doubt that this young man must be an extremely powerful character in the Forbidden City. He could be regarded as one of the best among his peers. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, around the young man, weeds rose from the ground and floated in the void. Then they were broken into powder as if they were struck by lightning. This was not intentional. It was just caused by the powerful oppression caused by a person's breathing. I've made progress. Sui Yang suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out from his eyes. The spiritual energy around his body surged and overflowed from his skin. It surrounded him like a big furnace, surging with spiritual energy. This was the embodiment of a strong cultivation foundation to a certain extent. Child is really a genius of the generation. In just a few months, you have reached the 7th level of Great Skyburning Method. You have been reborn. Compared with the past, you are like a different person. A middle-aged man came and praised Sui Yang. He was telling the truth. In the Zhua clan, Sui Yang was also a genius with superior aptitude. Few of his peers could match him. Sui Yang stood up and said indifferently, "It's a pity that I missed the birthday banquet of the Empress last time because I was in closed-door practice." The middle-aged man couldn't help sighing. Child's cultivation is not inferior to Bai Lingshi, Yu Qizhe, and Song Yi. But you don't need to worry about it. There will be opportunities to go to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation in the future. You attended the birthday banquet at that time. How do you think I compare with Lin Sun? Sui Yang's eyes were like lightning, with a trace of wildness and arrogance. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, and then he sneered, "How can Lin Sun compare with you?" Lin Sun offended the royal family of the empire and angered the upper echelons of the empire. He will die sooner or later. But he defeated Marquis Ling Tian. Sui Yang looked at Heart-Cleansing Peak in the distance and said indifferently, "The reason why I came here is to try whether Lin Sun is worthy of his reputation." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. He has been hiding in Heart-Cleansing Peak. Obviously, he is afraid of being beaten." Sui Yang frowned and said coldly, "I don't have the patience to wait. As long as someone comes out of Heart-Cleansing Peak, we should capture him immediately and hang him in front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak. I don't believe we can't force Lin Sun to come out." The middle-aged man's heart shook, and he accepted the order and left. In another area, a burly young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Around him were more than 10 attendants wielding sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, surrounding him and attacking him. Clang clang clang, the young man didn't move in the slightest, but his body seemed to be forged from fine steel. When the swords and sabers slashed over, a string of sparks sprayed out, yet they couldn't injure him in the slightest. He did not deliberately circulate his strength. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to make it difficult for blades and swords to hurt him. A bunch of trash. Don't you have any strength? The young man frowned and berated. His voice was like a clap of thunder. The attendants' bodies trembled, and they used all their strength to attack unceasingly. Sparks splashed around the young man's body, dazzling and blazing. Surprisingly, under such attacks, he was still unscathed. There were only white marks left on his skin. Child Xianxia, you're really good. Among your peers, I'm afraid that few people in the Forbidden City can compare with you in terms of physical strength. Someone came not far away. It was a young woman. Xianxia, a genius of the young generation of Qin family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families, was famous. He had the talent attribute of golden bone body. His potential was terrible. Lin Ji, I heard that you injured a young man? If I guess right, the young man is a descendant of Northlight Lin. He is also a blood relative of yours. Qin Xing waved his hand and dispersed the attendants. The young girl named Lin Ji chuckled and said, haha, since Northlight Lin betrayed us and joined Heart Cleansing Peak, I don't think they are my clansmen anymore. Qin Xing laughed and said, you have a good consciousness. With the support of our Qin family in the future, your Westbrook Lin will benefit a lot. Lin Ji said with a smile, I don't deserve a reward if I don't do it. I want to completely irritate Heart Cleansing Peak and force Lin Sun to stand up for me, so that you can show your power and kill him. Qin Xing laughed again and said, is there any response from Heart Cleansing Peak? Lin Ji said proudly, I almost destroyed Lin Yunwen this time. They can't bear it. Don't you worry that others will accuse you of killing your own blood relatives? Qin Xing was surprised. Lin Ji raised her lips slightly and said with a smile, I'm eradicating the scourge for Lin family. Who is Lin Sun? I don't know where he comes from. It's ridiculous that he wants to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. It's ridiculous that he dares to occupy Heart Cleansing Peak. I dare to kill all the people related to him. Qin Xing couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was so cruel at such a young age. He ordered, go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. Lin Ji bowed slightly and took her leave. Before long, Lin Ji returned to Heart Cleansing Peak. There were a group of men and women stationed here. They all came from the 3 branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. During this period of time, they had been blocking here. As long as they saw someone coming out of Heart Cleansing Peak, they would provoke and humiliate him to the extreme in order to force Lin Sun to show up. Of course, this was just the superficial purpose. The real intention was to take this opportunity to provoke a war. As long as Heart Cleansing Peak dared to resist, it would inevitably be suppressed by Qin family and Sui family. Cousin. A young man came up. His name was Lin Wenbao. He came from Floating Cloud Lin. He looked at Lin Ji with a trace of respect. Is there any situation? Lin Ji asked casually. Not yet. Lin Wenbao said and then hesitated, cousin, is it too cruel for us to do this? After all, Lin Yunwen is from the same clan as us. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Ji unhappily, as I said, they are all traitors. We must use the cruelest means to suppress them. Lin Wenbao immediately shut up. Lin Ji smiled and said leisurely, cousin, this time, with the help of Qin family and Sui family, we will be able to recapture Heart Cleansing Peak. This is a mountain of aristocratic families, which represents supreme glory and status. Only we are qualified to live in it. A touch of disgust appeared between her eyebrows. As for Lin Sun and Northlight Lin, they should all be killed. Lin Wenbao sighed in his heart. It was too cruel to kill one's own clan. During this period of time, the whole Forbidden City knew that Lin family was in civil strife. Many people were watching them as a joke. This made Lin Wenbao very uncomfortable. It was too shameful to kill one's own clan, but now there was no turning back. Unless they could kill Lin Sun and recapture Heart Cleansing Peak, a great bloody conflict was inevitable. Lin Sun also knew that the conservative strategy adopted by Vulture was undoubtedly correct. At present, Heart Cleansing Peak did not have the power to fight against Sui family and Qin family at all. But Lin Sun also knew that enduring would only make the situation of Heart Cleansing Peak worse. He had seen before that Vulture must be waiting for him to come out and plan how to change the current situation in the long run. But Lin Sun didn't want to wait anymore. Others were riding on Heart Cleansing Peak and swaggering around. If Lin Sun continued to endure, he would really be a coward. Hey, someone is coming out. Ha ha ha, it seems that those traitors on Heart Cleansing Peak can't sit still after I beat Lin Yunwen. You all get out of the way. Let me do it first this time. I didn't get the chance to beat Lin Yunwen before. When Lin Sun walked out of Heart Cleansing Peak, there was a noise. Not far away, a group of cultivators stood there. There were both men and women, and all of them wore mocking and excited expressions. They rubbed their palms together and looked extremely arrogant. Boy, why are you alone? A young man in brocade rushed out and sneered, it's disappointing. Do you come out to die like Lin Yunwen? Others laughed. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and smiled brightly, showing his snow-white teeth, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the murderer who hurt Lin Yunwen and kneel down to apologize. I can spare you once. Those people were from the 3 branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. Because of the support of Zuen Qin, they were used to being lawless these days. Moreover, they didn't suffer any harm these days, which made them more and more satisfied. So when they heard Lin Sun's words, they couldn't help being stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Kneel down. The young man in brocade had been ready to take action for a long time. When he saw a teenager came out alone and dared to be so arrogant, he couldn't help but jump forward and slap Lin Sun. Get out! Lin Sun's shout made the void buzz. An invisible power gushed out like a mountain. With a bang, the young man in brocade robe screamed miserably. He flew up and smashed heavily more than 30 meters away, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Boom! Moreover, there was a hidden force colliding in the body of the young man in brocade, which made him suppressed there. His mouth and nose were bleeding and he was in a mess. Ah! He screamed and struggled to get up. His face was red, his hair was disheveled, and his face was distorted. He roared, You're courting death. Hurry up and kill him. Obviously, he was used to being arrogant. Now he suffered such a big loss, he couldn't bear it and wanted to kill Lin Sun. People nearby were shocked and looked at each other. The young man's power was so amazing that he suppressed the young man in brocade with his momentum alone. It was really terrible. Reckless. Boom, it was just power, but it was like a surging tide, oppressing the young man in brocade. Break it! The young man in brocade screamed. He held his hands in a circle, exerted a secret method, and ran all his strength to resist. However, it was too late. The power seemed invisible, but it could shake mountains. All of it was oppressed on him. Suddenly, the young man in brocade seemed to be hit by a giant hammer. He screamed and was suppressed to the ground again. Bang! A pit was smashed on the ground, and the rocks were shattered. The young man in brocade twitched. Many bones in his body were broken. His mouth and nose were bleeding. He was extremely miserable. You're courting death. How dare you act violently? You don't want to live. The nearby cultivators were enraged and berated sternly. They were used to being domineering these days. They couldn't believe that a young man who came out of heart-cleansing peak dared to be so cruel. However, they were also smart. They could see that Lin Sun's breath was extremely terrible. It was obvious that he was a strong man in sea spirit realm. Ordinary people couldn't do this. Therefore, although they were angry, they didn't dare to act rashly. Little guy, you're causing trouble for your heart-cleansing peak. If you don't give an explanation today, all the people in heart-cleansing peak will suffer. Someone shouted loudly. You're nothing. Lin Sun's eyes were as cold as lightning. When he spoke, he patted in the void. With a bang, the blazing light cyan light surged and turned into a big hand. With a puff, the man was directly patted to the ground like a fly. He foamed at the mouth, turned his eyes, and fainted directly. Other practitioners were suddenly shocked. This young man was too ferocious. He had no scruples at all and his fighting power was terrible. Do you know what you're doing? Someone tried to sound tough but was actually a coward. As a result, when Lin Sun looked at him, he shivered all over and his face turned pale with fright. He stepped back several steps. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with contempt, but the anger in his heart was burning more and more. How dare such a group of people stop in front of heart-cleansing peak? Don't try to be violent. Do you know what kind of price you'll have to pay? Young man, I advise you not to let your emotions affect your decisions. Otherwise, when the true calamity comes, you're bound to suffer a calamity. Those practitioners were obviously very unwilling, but they didn't dare to confront Lin Sun face to face, so they shouted and threatened him. Hee, it seems that you didn't hear what I said just now. Alright, I will personally help you recall it. With a bright smile, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared. Not good, the complexion of those practitioners changed abruptly. Realizing the danger, they scampered away, wanting to flee. However, he was obviously a step too late. An expanse of dazzling light green divine light flowed, and it flickered through the surroundings at an inconceivable speed like a ghost. That was the ice dragon steps. Lin Sun, who was furious, would not be polite at all. His figure moved up and down, and his palms and fingers were flying. It was just a casual strike, but it was unstoppable and unstoppable. Bang! 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 In the field, people and horses were thrown off their feet. The practitioners screamed as they were suppressed and fell to the ground. The scene was extremely frightening. Some people wanted to fight back with their spiritual weapons, but they were smashed by Lin Sun with one palm and the whole person was blown away. In just a few breaths, all the practitioners in the field had fallen to the ground in disorder, crying for their parents. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't show any mercy. He was really angry. He could easily suppress these despicable people before his closed-door training, not to mention now. But they dared to run wild in front of Heart-Cleansing Peak, which was intolerable to Lin Sun. Although Lin Sun also knew that these practitioners were just minions with the support of big figures, he still didn't intend to let them go. Stop. In the distance, a delicate reproach sounded. Lin Ji jumped to him. There was no anger on her pretty face, but a trace of complacency. After seriously injuring Lin Yunwen before, she had already guessed that those guys on Heart-Cleansing Peak couldn't help it. Now the scene confirmed her guess and proved that she did the right thing. Those guys on Heart-Cleansing Peak couldn't help it. Sister Lin Ji, you finally came. Hurry up, kill this little bastard. He is too arrogant. He dares to commit murder. He doesn't put us in his eyes. Seeing Lin Ji's arrival, those practitioners who hadn't fallen down in the field shouted and looked excited as if they had found their backbone. But Lin Sun didn't seem to notice them. His figure was like an ice puppet, crisscrossing. With a burst of sounds, all those practitioners were suppressed to the ground. Some were bleeding from their mouths and noses, some were broken, some were convulsing and moaning, and some fainted directly. You're courting death. Lin Ji's face suddenly darkened when she saw that the boy didn't restrain himself. Instead, he became more aggressive and committed murder under her eyes. At this time, Lin Sun raised his eyes. All the practitioners in the field had been suppressed, so he naturally had to find a new target. You are Lin Sun? Suddenly, Lin Ji seemed to find something. She narrowed her eyes and was ecstatic in her heart. This guy was finally forced to show up. The purpose of them blocking here was to kill Lin Sun. What? This guy is the bastard Lin Sun? Hurry up, kill him. Kill him and we can take back Heart-Cleansing Peak. Those practitioners who were suppressed to the ground finally reacted at this time and couldn't help shouting. Boom! Lin Sun's figure stood there without moving, but a terrible momentum emerged all over his body, covering the area and making those shouting practitioners faint. The scene suddenly became much quieter. Lin Yunwen was hurt by you? Lin Sun looked at Lin Ji in the distance. This woman was just over 10 years old. Her chin was slightly pointed and slightly raised, which made her very conceited and arrogant. Obviously, she was a bossy person. Yes. Lin Ji smiled and said leisurely, he was not as good as me, but he dared to speak against me. I had no choice but to give him a little pain. A little pain? Lin Sun's black eyes were as cold as ice. Lin Yunwen's cultivation was almost destroyed. Even if it was restored, it would take 3 to 5 years. This was a big blow to a teenager, but in the eyes of this woman, it was a little pain. Haha, he offended me. It's kind of you not to kill him. Is it worth being so surprised? Lin Ji smiled. Lin Sun, since you showed up, it couldn't be better. Tell me, do you want to be captured by yourself or let us do it? Beside her, there were a group of men and women, including servants, descendants of the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. The smile on Lin Sun's face disappeared. He looked at Lin Ji calmly. Are you also a member of Lin family? Yes, but we're not the descendants of the Lin family that you're from. Lin Ji corrected him seriously with a touch of pride on her face. As for you and Northlight Lin, you are regarded as traitors and don't deserve to be surnamed Lin anymore. Traitor, Lin Sun only felt that a killing intent in his heart was almost uncontrollable. He was the direct descendant of Lin family, who was in charge of heart-cleansing Peak and devoted himself to restoring the glory of Lin family, but now he was regarded as a traitor by these collateral descendants. He didn't deserve to be surnamed Lin. It's really rebellious, Lin Sun murmured. Two abysses loomed in his black eyes, surging with the breath of a storm. He was indeed extremely angry. Lin Ji obviously noticed that Lin Sun's breath was a little wrong. She couldn't help but step back and ordered, "Uncle Hong Kuan, go and catch him." While speaking, she stepped back again. Although she was conceited, she also knew how terrible Lin Sun's fighting capacity was. He was a young talent who had defeated Hua Wuyao and Qi Songfeng and forced Marquis Ling Tianhao to kneel down. Naturally, she would not be stupid to do it herself. "Leave it to me." A middle-aged man stood out with a cold look. He was tall and strong. He was also a very powerful guest deacon in Westbrook Lynn. He rushed out without hesitation, and then burst out with a thunderous roar. He raised his hand and took out a broadsword and chopped down. The sound rumbled and shook the wind and clouds. Lin Sun stood still and looked at all this indifferently. Even when the blade swept over, he didn't move at all. He just reached out his hand and grabbed the handle. Hong Kuan's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that this young man dared to block his blow with one hand. It was too arrogant. "Die!" He shouted and exerted all his strength. The blade surged with light and attacked Lin Sun fiercely. He wanted to kill Lin Sun on the spot. Crack, an ear-piercing cracking sound resounded, and the saber that was at the level of an earth-rank spirit artifact had actually been fiercely shattered. At the same time, a horrible force hit Hong Kuan fiercely like a vast sea hitting the ninth heaven. Boom! Hong Kuan's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He couldn't believe it. With a livid face, he roared again and rushed forward to kill Lin Sun. He exerted all his strength to the extreme and pressed down like a mountain. Lin Sun's body didn't move at all. His palm and fingers turned into a fist. The bright fist power crushed the void and collided with Hong Kuan. Boom! After the earth-shattering noise, Hong Kuan screamed like a beast under the horrified gaze of the crowd. Half of his body exploded, and the scarlet blood spurted out. Plop! When he fell to the ground, his eyes turned over and he died on the spot. The injury was so serious that his internal organs were smashed into pieces by this punch. All the people present gasped. Lin Ji and the others all changed their expressions. Hong Kuan was a strong practitioner in the fulfillment of Sea Spirit Realm, a powerful figure of the older generation. But now, he was killed on the spot in a flash. Many of them had already known that Lin Sun had defeated Qi Songfeng and Marquis Ling Tian at the birthday party of the Empress. But they still didn't expect that an older practitioner in Sea Spirit Realm was killed like a piece of paper in the first encounter. It was too horrible. At this time, they all looked at Lin Sun differently. Lin Sun stood there with his black eyes cold. He said to Lin Ji, "Now, it's your turn. Who do you think you are? Do you want to settle accounts with me?" Lin Ji took a deep breath and sneered. Lin Sun was indeed very strong. He belonged to the younger generation and was famous in the Forbidden City. However, she didn't come here alone this time. Boom! Lin Sun didn't say anything and strode forward. Around his body, a light cyan light rose up like a great abyss and rushed straight to the sky. The light was so bright that it illuminated the mountains and rivers. This was the reflection of the Sea of Qi in the body after reaching the mastery of Sea Spirit Realm. It was not intentional, but natural. Everyone gasped and their faces changed again. There was no need to think too much. Lin Sun's cultivation had reached the peak of Sea Spirit Realm. Whoosh! 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 At this time, 4 or 5 figures rushed out from Lin Ji. They were all Sea Spirit Realm practitioners from Westbrook, Floating Cloud Lin and Flying Peak Lin. Different from the talents of the younger generation, these people belonged to the older generation. They had been immersed in Sea Spirit Realm for many years. Perhaps their talent was not as good as that of the younger generation, but their foundation was extremely strong. Kill! A quaint bronze plate swept out and turned into a light curtain, sealing the space within a radius of 30 meters. It wanted to imprison Lin Sun in it and kill him. Lin Sun rushed up with his black hair flying and his eyes like lightning. A bright fist power burst out like a sweeping thunderbolt with the power to suppress the universe. the light curtain of 30 meters suddenly burst into pieces. The quaint bronze plate whined and was swept away by the fist power. "Let's go together." Several others shouted and took out their spiritual weapons at the same time. Swords and sabers rang at the same time, shining with cold light. Boom! Lin Sun strode forward without dodging. His body was like an ice dragon soaring into the sky with a gust of wind, making the sand and stones fly and the wind and clouds change. At the same time, he performed the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. His fist power overlapped like a rising sun, killing in all directions. For a while, the area was in a state of vibration. Spiritual weapons flashed, and the light flowed, crushing the void and surging turbulence. Many practitioners nearby retreated and held their breath for fear of being affected. It's incredible that he has reached the mastery of Sea Spirit Realm in this closed-door meditation. In front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak, Young Ku, Vulture, Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan had all arrived and were paying attention to this place. At this time, in their eyes, Lin Sun was surrounded by a light cyan glow. His figure was like an ice dragon, and his every movement was full of divine power. Even though they were besieged by several Sea of Soul Realm experts of the older generation, they were still being continuously attacked by him, unable to be suppressed at all. This surprised Young Ku and the others. They realized that Lin Sun must have undergone a complete transformation during this period of closed-door cultivation. Boom! A spiritual sword was smashed away, whining loudly. Lin Sun's fist strength suppressed the universe and rushed towards an old man. How can he be so strong? The old man's expression suddenly changed. Although they had already seen Lin Sun's battle just now, it was another thing to experience it personally. In particular, they still couldn't suppress Lin Sun when they attacked together. Bang! In the end, although the old man managed to avoid the attack, the force of the fist had shattered a huge rock beside him into pieces. Some of the stones smashed into his body, causing him to feel a piercing pain all over his body. "Ah!" someone shouted. It was a middle-aged man on the other side. His defense was broken by Lin Sun's fist strength. His shoulder was broken, and he flew backward with a scream. In the distance, Lin Ji and others all changed their expressions. Lin Sun was so strong that even several seniors couldn't suppress his ferocity. It was incredible. In the eyes of Young Ku and Vulture, Lin Sun was like a young demon at this time. He was unstoppable and invincible, which shocked them and made their hearts tremble. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous clear light rushed up. This was just Lin Sun's fist light. It was like a lightning across the sky, overbearing and unparalleled. It was so brilliant, a middle-aged man resisted and exerted all his strength. But in the end, his chest was smashed by Lin Sun's fist, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. He died on the spot. This was a senior in the late stage of Sea Spirit Realm. He had been immersed in martial arts for decades, but he was killed like a chicken or a pottery dog. Many people were chilled. Lin Sun's fist strength was so strong that it could easily crush Earth-grade spiritual weapons and blow up Sea of Soul Realm experts. Its power was unstoppable. And this was just the 5th superposition of 9 strikes for shaking heaven. With a swish, a light flashed. Lin Sun's clothes fluttered. His black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his body was shrouded in blazing light. He attacked another old man again. Whoosh! The old man roared and took out a jade ruler, which was like a red glow in the sky. This jade ruler was actually a spiritual treasure, with mysterious patterns flowing and glittering, flashing a terrible breath. At the same time, a beautiful middle-aged woman on the other side also moved. Her palm was gushing with light, and a long purple whip swept out to tie Lin Sun. This was another spirit treasure called the soul-grasping whip. Once it was bound, even one's soul would be imprisoned. It was a great weapon of mass destruction. Boom! Around Lin Sun, endless brilliance rose like a clear sea, illuminating the sky and blocking the jade ruler. At the same time, he grabbed the soul whip with his bare hands. Between his palms and fingers, there was an unpredictable power, as if the sun, the moon, and the galaxy were running inside. In an instant, the area rumbled, the clouds collapsed, the nearby rocks and vegetation were all powdered, and the earth cracked. The battle between Sea Spirit Realm experts could destroy the 9 heavens and the mountains and rivers. How could the power of the battle be compared with ordinary people, Puff, soon, the old man holding the jade ruler was injured and coughed up blood. He looked horrified. This boy was only in his teens, but he was so strong. What would happen when he grew up in the future? In front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak, many disciples of Northlight Lin also appeared. Seeing this scene, they all shouted with excitement. During this period of time, they had suffered a lot of grievances and humiliation. Now Lin Sun appeared and fought for them, which made their blood boil with excitement. On the other side, Lin Ji's face had become gloomy. Lin Sun's strength was beyond her imagination, which made her feel cold. She couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Sun would be if he was given a few more years to grow up. Fortunately, Lin Sun was doomed to be killed this time, because Lin Ji knew that neither they, Zhou family nor Qin family would miss this opportunity to kill Lin Sun. Boom, in the field, the fierce battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Sun was like a demon. He punched directly on the jade ruler and shook it away. The old man was like being pushed by a mountain. His bones were instantly shattered by the terrible punch. His internal organs were bleeding. He screamed and fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. His cultivation was shattered under this punch. He was seriously injured and dying. Even if he was lucky enough to survive in the future, he was no different from a disabled person. Whoosh, Lin Sun's fingers were like lightning. He grabbed the soul-leading whip like a dragon's claw from the clouds and shook it fiercely. An indescribable terrible force like a landslide and tsunami suddenly exploded along the soul-leading whip and spread toward the middle-aged beautiful woman. With a bang, like an electric shock, the middle-aged beautiful woman screamed. Her whole right arm was smashed, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Her hair was disheveled, and she was scared out of her wits. She was completely shocked and frightened. She turned around and fled. This young man was too terrifying. He was clearly only a little over 10 years of age, yet his cultivation was already formidable to an unprecedented extent. He was simply like a king that couldn't be shaken. "You've come here. Do you want to leave?" Lin Sun drew a line with his fingers, and a bright light swept out, tearing the void and shooting away. Puff, the middle-aged beautiful woman was running in a panic. Before she could dodge, her back was pierced. She let out a hysterical scream and then fell to the ground. So far, 3 Sea Spirit Realm practitioners of the older generation were killed, and the other one was still struggling. Yangku, Vulture, and others were surprised. When Lin Sun first took charge of Heart-Cleansing Peak, he was only a teenager in Heaven Gang Realm. But now, he had reached the peak of Sea Spirit Realm. He was like a young eagle spreading its wings and a young phoenix crying. Those disciples of Northlight Lin were also very excited. Lin Sun showed his great power and suppressed all the enemies, making them dazzled and unable to control themselves. On Lin Ji's side, a group of men and women were frightened. Many of them were trembling. Lin Sun was invincible with his bare hands. He killed the Sea Spirit Realm practitioners of the older generation as easily as cutting chives. This bloody picture was too frightening. Lin Ji's heart was bleeding. The loss was too serious. She didn't expect that Lin Sun alone could defeat them. While Lin Ji and others were shocked, there was a scream in the field. It was the last practitioner. He was directly punched on the top of his head by Lin Sun. His body exploded, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. He was directly killed. This scene was too bloody and violent, causing many people to shiver all over. "Are Zui Yang and Qin Xing both here?" Lin Ji screamed. At this moment, she was really scared. Even the talent couldn't be so strong. All the Sea Spirit Realm practitioners of the older generation were slaughtered by Lin Sun together. How could Lin Ji not be shocked and frightened? She no longer had her previous conceit and arrogance. Her mean and cold look was replaced by fear. Indeed, Lin Ji didn't expect that. Lin Sun dared to kill as soon as he appeared. It was completely different from the forbearance and concession shown by those people of Heart-Cleansing Peak before. Boom, Lin Sun didn't hesitate at all. He flashed and swooped down like an ice dragon towards Lin Ji. He hated this woman so much. She hurt Lin Yunwen and even boasted that she would take back Heart-Cleansing Peak. She was so arrogant and ugly. "Little guy, it's not good to kill too much." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded through the field. A Tao Insight Realm practitioner, as soon as the voice sounded, a black light emerged, covering the sky and the earth. It turned into a big hand and slapped at Lin Sun across the air. In an instant, Young Ku, Vulture, Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan in the distance all narrowed their eyes. Lin Ji showed a touch of ecstasy. It was finally here. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Lin Sun didn't dodge at all. His cold eyes glowed and he shouted to the sky. In his hand, 6 layers of heaven-shaking punches swept up like a galaxy, bright and terrible, and collided with the big hand. Rumble! This area was like a volcanic eruption, causing great turbulence. The sound shook the sky. In the turbulence, a skinny old man with sunken eye sockets appeared in the field. His whole body was surging with the aura of the Tao Insight realm. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Lin Sun's figure appeared. His clothes were fluttering, his black hair was flying, and his handsome face was indifferent. He was unscathed. Hiss! There was a sound of gasping in the field. Even the blow of a strong practitioner of Tao Insight realm was blocked by this young man? Looking at the entire Forbidden City, there might not be many people who could do this. I underestimated you. The skinny old man's eyes also flashed a strange color. He sneered and jumped forward to continue to kill Lin Sun. How dare you? Lin Zhong rushed out. He looked mediocre and honest before. But as soon as he appeared, he seemed to become another person. His back was straight and his eyes were shining. He seemed to overlook the 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and his prestige was soaring to the sky. Tan White Horse Shin Jingluan, Vulture's eyes brightened. This guy finally made a move. Those disciples of Northlight Lin were all shocked. They didn't expect that the old attendant who had been guarding Heart Cleansing Peak was a strong practitioner of Tao Insight realm. You want to kill my young master? Lin Zhong walked in the void, and his figure released white divine light. He did change. His demeanor was arrogant, and there was a kind of unstoppable peerless style. A long time ago, he was the third in the nation test and was praised by the current emperor. Now, after so many years, he was like a dormant dragon that reappeared in the world today. The skinny old man's face suddenly changed. He was surprised and said, You didn't die. I dare not die without revenge. Lin Zhong's voice was bleak, and there was an imperceptible sadness in his eyes. He confronted the skinny old man from a distance. Grandad Zhong, I'll leave him to you. Kill him if he dares to attack me. As Lin Sun spoke, he performed the ice drake steps and continued to rush toward Lin Ji, appearing to be extremely powerful. Little thing, how dare you act violently? You're courting death. The skinny old man was furious. He stretched out his hand and grasped. The void burst. A palm wind emerged, and the wind and thunder were surging, filled with the power of Tao Insight realm. Humph. At practically the exact same time, Lin Zhong moved as well. He didn't seem to move at all, but strand after strand of sharp sword chi charged into the sky, and they were brilliant like divine rainbows as they covered this expanse of heaven and earth. Instantly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle that caused the world to darken and the sun and moon to lose their light. Don't you dare! At the same time, Lin Ji screamed and her face turned pale. She didn't expect that even a Tao Insight realm master couldn't scare Lin Sun. Moreover, he seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed her, and this caused Lin Ji to be terrified and uneasy. Hee, you're just a small remnant of the Lin family. You don't even know that you're facing imminent disaster. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, another shocking sneer resounded out, and it rumbled like thunder, causing the ears of many cultivators in the surroundings to drone while their souls trembled, and they were extremely astounded. Another Tao Insight realm cultivator, it was a black-robed man with sharp eyes. As soon as he appeared, a horrible power pressed towards Lin Sun. Senior Chinan. Lin Ji was overjoyed at once. This was a Tao Insight realm master of the Qin family. He had been at the top for many years, and now he followed Qin Xing to protect Qin Xing. Lin Sun, you're dead. Lin Ji scolded harshly and returned to her mean appearance. However, Lin Sun didn't retreat at all. He still rushed towards her, but he ordered, Zhu Laosan, it's your turn. Don't hold back. Kill anyone who stands in your way. Boom, Zhu Laosan didn't say a word. His majestic and towering figure flashed and rushed into the arena like a god of slaughter fighting in purgatory. Bang, bang, bang. With his appearance, the void was shattered and collapsed, as if it couldn't bear the bloody murderous spirit from him. The horrible power made people in the distance feel numb and tremble. Lin Sun was too strong. Huh? The black-robed man, Qinan, couldn't help narrowing his eyes and feeling surprised in his heart. What a strong murderous spirit, boom, Zhu Laosan didn't talk nonsense at all. A blood-red divine rainbow rushed up and turned into a sky full of saber shadows. It crossed the void and attacked Lin Sun. He was serious and expressionless, with an indescribable solemnity. Lin Ji was complacent, thinking that she had finally escaped, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed again, which made her a little confused. At this time, Lin Sun had already arrived. Boom, it had to be said that Lin Ji was also a tough character. She was in danger, but she didn't escape. Instead, she gritted her teeth and attacked first. A big golden seal emerged, full of spiritual light. Vaguely, the figure of a fierce beast emerged and rushed to Lin Sun. Bian beast seal, it was also a kind of rare treasure. It was said that it was a famous ancient treasure in ancient times. With one blow, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun and the moon shattered, and the universe collapsed. Its power was monstrous. However, the seal in Lin Ji's hand was naturally not the real Bian beast seal, but a replica. It was slightly stronger than a spiritual weapon and almost the same as a spiritual treasure. This was naturally not a problem for Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun waved his fist, which resonated with the void, and smashed at the fierce shadow of Bian. With a loud bang, a rain of light scattered, and the fierce shadow exploded into pieces before it could show its power. Many people were astounded and completely dumbstruck. Just how great of a power did one have to possess to accomplish this? At the same time, Lin Sun rushed to Lin Ji. "I'll kill you." Lin Ji screamed and used her secret method. Among the young people of this generation of Lin family, she could be regarded as a leading figure. She had excellent means and extraordinary talent, and had already reached Sea Spirit Realm. Unfortunately, she met Lin Sun. Bang, Lin Sun shattered her secret method with one kick, and she coughed up blood. Lin Ji exerted all her strength to struggle and resist, but under Lin Sun's attack, it was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In just a moment, she screamed and had to dodge. Swish, Lin Sun's fingers swept out like a dragon's claw, wrapped in green light. Although Lin Ji tried her best to dodge, a large piece of her clothes was torn off, and one of her arms was exposed. There were 5 bloody scratches on her skin, which were deep to the bone and dripping with blood. Lin Ji screamed in pain. She was horrified and terrified. She could feel a fatal threat looming over her. Bang, unfortunately, it was too late for her to dodge. Lin Sun grabbed her neck and lifted her up directly. "How dare you bring people to show off in front of Heart-Cleansing Peak?" Lin Sun's voice was cold, which slapped Lin Ji's face like a whip, which made her feel pain and endless shame. Many people were shocked. All these changes happened too fast. The skinny old man and Qinan, 2 strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm, appeared one after another, but they failed to suppress Lin Sun. On the contrary, Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan fought fiercely with Lin Sun. At the same time, Lin Sun made a strong attack and captured Lin Ji in one fell swoop. How could people not be shocked? Lin Ji was a strong and conceited person in the past. Many people in the collateral generation of Lin family dared not to provoke her. But now, she was suppressed by Lin Sun. Her hair was disheveled and she was held by Lin Sun like a chicken. There was no doubt that this was a great shame for her. Being held by Lin Sun in front of so many people was more uncomfortable than being killed. God, Lin Sun is too strong. On the side of Northlight Lin, many people shouted excitedly with their eyes wide open and their hearts full of joy. Cough, 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 Lin Ji coughed violently. It was very uncomfortable to be held by Lin Sun. She wanted to scream, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that she was suffocated. Bang, Lin Sun threw her to the ground. Lin Ji twitched in pain and her face twisted. At the same time, she was extremely angry. When had she been treated like this? "Kill me if you dare." Lin Ji could finally make a sound and screamed resentfully. Lin Sun looked down at her and said indifferently, "Even if you don't ask me to kill you, I will kill you. You are a disgrace to Lin family." A sharp cold light emerged from Lin Sun's fingertips. Seeing this, many people's faces changed. Was Lin Sun really going to kill them? Even young Ko frowned. If he did so, it would be tantamount to tearing off all pretenses at once. Next, Heart-Cleansing Peak would have a head-on war with the collateral forces of Lin family. You! How dare you! Lin Ji was shocked. She screamed and trembled all over. Was this guy really not afraid of fighting with them? Wasn't he afraid of being suppressed by Zhou family and Qin family? Puff, without hesitation, no mercy, and even without a frown, a cold light fell and cut off Lin Ji's throat. You, actually, really, dared. Before dying, Lin Ji opened her eyes wide and looked at the indifferent and calm face of the young man in front of her, full of unwillingness and confusion. She didn't understand where Lin Sun got the confidence to do so. On the side of Northlight, Lin and some other disciples of Lin family, who had already escaped far away, were all shocked and dull at this moment. Killed, Lin Sun actually killed Lin Ji. According to the seniority of Lin family, he should call Lin Ji his cousin. But now, Lin Ji died in his hands. Most importantly, Lin Ji's identity was not simple. Killing her was tantamount to tearing off all pretenses. If the collateral forces of Lin family knew it, it was bound to lead to a head-on conflict. This result was too unexpected. Such a rebellious person who deceives his master and kills his ancestors. If I don't kill him, I will be ashamed of the ancestors of Lin family. Lin Sun looked indifferent, and there was an oppressive majesty on his handsome face. His voice resounded through the whole audience. From now on, anyone who doesn't repent and blindly becomes the enemy of Heart-Cleansing Peak, no matter who he is or what his identity is, must pay the price of blood. His voice was sonorous and resounding, and it was filled with a killing intent that struck directly at the heart, causing many people to be unable to help but shudder. Lin Sun's words were not only for Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak Lin to hear, but also for Northlight Lin to understand that he could never tolerate this kind of thing. This was the bottom line that no one could touch. Above the void, several strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm were still fighting fiercely. On the ground, people's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Sun. No one dared to treat him as a young man anymore. His decisive means made them fully realize that this young man was now the head of Lin family and the ruler of Heart-Cleansing Peak. Good means. You even dare to kill your own clansman. Now I finally understand why you dare to force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel down. At this time, a proud and indifferent voice sounded in the field. With the voice, a young man in purple robe paced with his hands behind his back. The young man wore a violet robe, had a heroic bearing, and an extraordinary bearing. The imposing aura around his body seemed to be seething, and he was like a blazing furnace that was extremely terrifying. That was the manifestation of his blood and qi being refined to a terrifying level. A group of attendants, both male and female, followed behind the young man like stars surrounding the moon, which made him more extraordinary. Sui Yang, in an instant, many people in the field recognized the identity of the young man in a purple robe. He was a dazzling genius of the young generation of Sui clan with outstanding talent. There was no doubt that the attendants behind Sui Yang were all from Sui clan. Sui clan was one of the 7 top aristocratic families with great power and deep foundation. There was still a life-death realm king in Sui clan. Seeing them appear, Young Ku, Vulture and the others all showed a touch of seriousness. The mastermind hiding behind the scenes had come. 6th uncle, stop for the time being. As soon as Sui Yang arrived, he looked up at the sky and gave an order. Boom, the skinny old man who was fighting fiercely with Lin Zhong suddenly roared and got out of the battle. With a flash, he returned to the young man in a purple robe. Obviously, the skinny old man was Sui Yang's 6th uncle. Chinan, you come back too. On the other side, a voice as heavy as iron suddenly sounded. With the voice, a dignified young man in black clothes with gray hair also strode over. He was surrounded by dense metal-like breath. His eyes were shining like stars, and he walked like a dragon and a tiger, with a kind of calm demeanor. Like Sui Yang, the young man was also followed by a group of attendants. Qin Xing, he was the descendant of Qin clan, a famous genius in the Forbidden City. He had the talent property of golden bone physique, and his potential was unfathomable. Vulture and Young Ko looked more dignified. It seemed that there was bound to be a big storm today since the power of Qin clan also appeared. Granddad Zhong, Zhu Laosan, you come back too. Lin Sun said calmly. He didn't know Zhui Yang and Qin Xing, but he could judge that they must be from Zhui clan and Qin clan. After the battle in the void, Zhu Laosan and Lin Zhong stood behind Lin Sun. Lin Zhong looked worried. Zhu Laosan remained silent. On the other hand, the group from the Zhui clan and the group from the Qin clan had arrived, causing the situation to become like a tripartite confrontation. But everyone knew that the Zhui family and the Qin family were allies, and they were going to target Lin Sun, Young Ku, Vulture, and the Northlight Lin clansmen all realized the seriousness of the problem and knew that the real threat was coming. Previously, Lin Ji and the group of Lin family collateral relatives were just a group of small fries. If they were killed, then so be it. It was a conflict within the Lin family. The appearance of the Zhui family and the Qin family meant that this internal conflict had escalated to the point where they were fighting against external enemies. The Zhui and Qin families, they were all ranked in the ranks of the 7 top aristocratic clans. Their background was monstrous, and they had countless masters. Their forces dominated the Forbidden City, like a behemoth that deterred the empire. But now, Heart-Cleansing Peak was not even a low-class aristocratic family. Just such a comparison made people feel desperate and cold. Are you Lin Sun? I thought you hid in Heart-Cleansing Peak and dared not show your face. I didn't expect that as soon as you appeared, you would kill the clansmen of your Lin family. It's really an eye-opener for me. Zhui Yang said with his hands behind his back. There was a touch of conceit in his calm face. His voice was playful and sarcastic. This is the internal affairs of Lin family. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? You dare to intervene in the affairs of Lin family. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Lin Sun asked back. His expression was indifferent and his words were even more impolite. This shocked Young Ku and Vulture. They realized that Lin Sun was really desperate today. He didn't care about anything and just wanted to vent his anger. Is it okay? Young Ku couldn't help asking. We have been in a desperate situation before. Now Lin Sun wants to break the situation by force. It's not a bad way, but it's a little risky. Vulture looked calm, and his clear eyes were surging with wisdom. How dare you? How dare you be rude to our young master? Apologize quickly. Are you really tired of living? When they heard Lin Sun's words, the attendants behind Zhui Yang were furious and shouted. This was the territory of Lin family before Heart-Cleansing Peak. But these attendants dared to teach Lin Sun a lesson, which showed how arrogant Zhui family was. You are just a group of dog slaves. If you dare to bark again, you can't leave today. Lin Sun's words made the attendants angry. This boy was so arrogant. Didn't he have eyes? Couldn't he see the situation clearly? Junior, you are courting death. Zhui Yang's 6th uncle was also enraged. Old dog, it's you who is courting death. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. How dare you intervene in the internal affairs of Lin family and shout in front of me? Believe it or not, I will cut off your tongue. Hiss, many people gasped. The skinny old man, named Zhui Xingjin, was the 6th uncle of Zhui Yang, a senior in Tao Insight realm. But Lin Sun was not afraid of him at all. He scolded the old dog and wanted to cut off his tongue. Zhui Xingjin was so angry that he laughed. Little guy, you are really not afraid of death. Do you think you dare to challenge our Zhui family with the little power of Heart-Cleansing Peak? Immediately, he looked cold and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that it won't take long for your Lin family to be exterminated. Old dog, do you only know how to shout? Lin Sun squinted at him without fear. The clansmen of Northlight Lin were all shocked. Although they had heard that Lin Sun forced Marquis Ling Tian to kneel down, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Now, they finally saw Lin Sun's arrogance and strength. Zhui Xingjin was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Who could bear this boy calling him old dog? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter on the other side. It was a group of practitioners of Qin family who were watching the fun. They couldn't help laughing. This made the practitioners of Zhui family more and more embarrassed. They couldn't wait to eat Lin Sun alive and burn his bones to ashes. Zhui Xingjin was just about to say something, but he was stopped by Zhui Yang, 6th uncle. Leave Lin Sun to me. As he spoke, he strode out with a cold look. His whole body was like a burning stove, steaming with terrible spiritual light. Yang was really extraordinary. He could release such power by running his breath naturally. He was absolutely a top figure in sea spirit realm. Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He had to admit that as one of the top aristocratic families, the Zhou family could cultivate such a brilliant figure as Yang. Lin Sun, do you dare to fight with me? Yang opened his mouth. His eyes were like sharp blades. He locked on Lin Sun and his voice was like thunder. Do you want to fight with me? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Yes. Yang's eyes were sharp and aggressive. I heard that you once defeated Xianxia and forced Marquis Ling Tian to kneel. I'm curious whether the rumor is true, so I want to try it myself. Undoubtedly, Yang was proud. He wanted to suppress Lin Sun with his own strength, which fully proved that he had absolute confidence in his strength. Many people on Heart Cleansing Peak changed their faces slightly. Yang obviously came prepared, but Lin Sun shook his head and said, "No, you are not qualified." His voice was casual as if he was talking about a trivial matter. All the people present were stunned. Yang was a talent who had been famous in the Forbidden City for a long time. How dazzling he was. But Lin Sun thought that Yang was not qualified to challenge him. Brat, could it be that you're afraid? Don't you dare to fight with my young master? A servant of Zhou family shouted. I think this guy is only good at talking. What a coward. Those people of Zhou family also spoke out, making all kinds of sarcasm and humiliation to Lin Sun. Oh, you guys are really shameless. Lin Sun dared to force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel at the birthday banquet of the Empress. Who dares? On the side of Northlight Lin, someone couldn't help shouting, want to fight with Lin Sun? Your young master is really not qualified. Zhou family was speechless. Now everyone in the Forbidden City knew that Marquis Ling Tian was forced to kneel. If Lin Sun was a coward, how dare he do this? Humph, Marquis Ling Tian is Ling Tianho. My young master is my young master. Lin Sun, if you are afraid, just take the initiative to admit defeat. The man of Zhou family shouted. Seeing the noise here like a farce, the people of Qin family couldn't help but laugh. The dignified Zhou family quarreled with a kid like a shrew. It's shameful. Hey, I didn't expect that this generation of Zhou family was so unbearable to be humiliated by Lin Sun. What a joke. Yang's face suddenly became gloomy. Everyone around him also looked at Qin family angrily. These guys dared to fan the fire. It was really hateful. Well, I'll deal with Lin Sun. Qin Xing walked out with a smile. His figure was dignified and full of metal-like sharpness. He walked like a dragon and a tiger with outstanding grace. Lin Sun is my opponent. Yang looked cold. At the same time, a scorching and terrible burning breath spread from his body and confronted Qin Xing. What a joke. You can't stop me from doing what I want to do. Qin Xing's face also became cold, full of absolute conceit. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field changed. No one expected that Qin Xing, who had been watching on the sidelines, couldn't help intervening. The scene became silent for a while. Both Yang and Qin Xing were outstanding geniuses, and the forces behind them were monstrous. How could people not be surprised that such influential figures were competing for the opportunity to fight with Lin Sun? I see. No matter who defeats Lin Sun, he will undoubtedly surpass Hua Wuyo, Qi Zongfeng, and Marquis Ling Tian. After all, these people were defeated by Lin Sun. Someone of Northlight Lin whispered. They want to step on Lin Sun and become famous in one fell swoop. All of a sudden, many people also understood that Lin Sun was like a peak of the younger generation. Whoever could step on him would definitely become famous in the empire. As a prodigy from a superior clan, he had no lack of cultivation resources. However, it was not as easy as it seemed to say that he wanted to prove himself and gain the reputation that he deserved. After all, experts were as numerous as the clouds in the world, and there would never be a lack of monstrous geniuses. It was truly not easy to make a name for oneself in a crowd of experts. But if one seized the opportunity, he could become famous. For example, Lin Sun defeated Hua Wuyo, which made him famous in the Forbidden City. He defeated Qi Zongfeng and forced Marquis Ling Tianhao to kneel, which made him the most famous figure in the young generation. Both Sui Yang and Qin Xing had been famous for a long time. But for some reason, they missed the birthday banquet of the empress, so they naturally missed the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Now in the Forbidden City, anyone would think that Sui Yang and Qin Xing were not as good as Bai Lingshi, Song Yi, and Yu Qizhe. This was the influence of fame. Even if Sui Yang and Qin Xing were confident that they were not inferior to any of the top talents, it was difficult for them to find an opportunity to prove it. But now the opportunity came. As long as they defeated Lin Sun, it would be enough to make their reputation skyrocket, because Lin Sun had participated in the birthday banquet of the empress and defeated Hua Wuyo, Qi Tsongfeng, and Marquis Ling Tianhao. If they could defeat Lin Sun, it undoubtedly proved that their strength was superior to these top talents, therefore, Sui Yang and Qin Xing would not miss this opportunity. Undoubtedly, in their hearts, they had regarded Lin Sun as prey and a stepping stone to make a name for themselves. Qin Xing, you are so aggressive and want to snatch my prey. Don't you worry about causing a conflict between our families? Sui Yang threatened Qin Xing with a cold look. What a joke. Can you represent your Sui family? I'm telling you, it's definitely me who will defeat Lin Sun today, not you. Qin Xing laughed unwantonly. Now, all the people of Sui family and Qin family changed their faces. They didn't expect that the top talents of the two families would quarrel first at this time. Even the clansmen of Northlight Lin in front of the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak in the distance couldn't help but look at each other. These two guys were really arrogant. It was too arrogant to regard Lin Sun as prey without Lin's consent from beginning to end. Why don't the two of you fight first? Whoever wins will have the qualifications to challenge me. How about it? However, Lin Sun was not angry at all. Instead, he showed a bright smile and made a proposal. How dare you? Shut up. Sui Yang and Qin Xing were furious and scolded Lin Sun. Sui Yang, if you take a step back this time, I can defeat Lin Sun first, and then give you a chance to challenge me to decide the winner between us. What do you think? Qin Xing took a deep breath. If you take a step back, I can also give you a chance to challenge me. Sui Yang's eyes were aggressive and he refused to budge. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more tense, Lin Sun smiled more brilliantly and said, "It seems that you have to fight first. Let's fight then. I promise I won't interfere and give you a chance to perform freely." You're courting death. Sui Yang was furious. Do you have the right to butt in here? Wait there obediently. This young master will personally take care of you later. Qin Xing's voice was cold. Obviously, in their minds, Lin Sun had no choice at all. He was regarded as prey and could only wait for death. Lin Sun stopped smiling, put his hands behind his back, and said in a low voice, "Well, since you two are eager to die, why don't you fight together? In this way, you are almost qualified to fight with me." All the people present were shocked. Originally, Sui Yang and Qin Xing's performance was arrogant enough, but Lin Sun's words were more aggressive than theirs. He actually wanted to fight against them alone. Damn it, this guy deserves to die. The clansmen of Sui and Qin families all shouted angrily and glared at Lin Sun. I'll kill you. At this moment, Sui Yang couldn't bear it any longer. He attacked first. Whoosh, Sui Yang's figure disappeared directly like a dreamy shadow, and then suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sun. Boom, he raised his right hand, which was blazing and turned into a big bloody millstone, rumbling like a real dragon. This was Blood Dragon's seal, one of the famous ancient secret skills of Sui family. As soon as he attacked, the void exploded and the whole area shook violently. Although they already knew that Sui Yang was not simple, they were still shocked when they saw this scene. This kind of power was too strong, and the murderous spirit was soaring to the sky. Blood Dragon's seal seemed to be a simple attack, but if it were any other practitioner, they would definitely be smashed into ashes, and their bones would be ground into ashes, Sui Yang sneered. Blood Dragon's seal was mysterious. He had defeated many talents with it and was invincible. Of course, he also knew that Lin Sun was very strong, otherwise it would be impossible for him to defeat Marquis Ling Tian. But Sui Yang was very confident that Lin Sun was doomed to be defeated by him, but Lin Sun just smiled brightly and casually punched out. Arrogant. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. Yang sneered, thinking that Lin Sun was extremely arrogant and obviously courting death. He shouted, and the palm that had turned into a bloody millstone became brighter and brighter. Faint dragon roars resounded, threatening to shock the universe. Obviously, Yang wanted to end the battle with one blow. He wanted to establish his power here and not give Xianxia any chance to intervene. Therefore, he forcibly operated his power and did not hesitate to use his potential. He was cautious, knowing that Lin Sun was strong and could not be underestimated. Lin Sun's careless and frivolous attitude filled him with confidence, thinking that Lin Sun would be defeated because of his carelessness. Boom, it was too fast. In an instant, the place shook violently, and the blood light scattered in all directions, accompanied by the rumbling sound of an explosion. A figure flew out with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Originally, seeing Yang rush out and attack first, Xianxia was furious and also attacked from the side. He did not want to give the chance to defeat Lin Sun to Yang. But when he saw this scene, Xianxia's body froze, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. He felt pain for Yang. Because Yang was directly blown away by a punch, as if he was swatting a fly. The unparalleled power made people's hearts tremble. Ah! Yang screamed and hit a rock in the distance. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. He felt pain all over his body, and he was a little dazed. What was going on? It felt like he was hit by an ancient bull. His muscles and bones were almost broken, and his chest was stuffy. He wanted to cough up blood. How could this be? How could the blood dragon seal be broken so easily? Everyone present was stunned. Originally, the Zhou family was going to cheer for their young master, but they never thought that such a scene would happen as soon as the fight began. Yang was the pride of the young generation of the Zhou family. He used the secret method of the blood dragon seal, and his momentum was overwhelming. How could he be blown away by a punch? Not to mention Yang, even the others present were a little dazed. On the other side, Xianxia, who was originally charging forward, retreated. He realized that something was wrong and decided to watch from the side. He wanted to use Yang to test Lin Sun's real strength. Perhaps this would lose the opportunity to defeat Lin Sun in one fell swoop, but there was no doubt that it was the wisest way. I told you, you're not qualified. Lin Sun smiled brightly, but in the eyes of the Zhou family, his smile was indescribably hateful. They gritted their teeth in hatred. Come on, too. Don't hide, or I'll look down on you. Lin Sun squinted at Xianxia's face was gloomy. This boy was too arrogant, but in the end, he restrained himself. He felt that Lin Sun dared to do this because he must have a trump card. Ah, at this time, Yang roared. His blood and qi were boiling as if they were burning. He stood up in front of the rock, and his momentum was even stronger. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He realized that he had been careless just now, and at this time, he did not intend to give Lin Sun any chance. Boom, his body was like a furnace, and his bones crackled. His blood and qi were like divine rainbows that shot into the sky. He operated the power of the complete sea spirit realm to the extreme. Lin Sun, you will lose today. You are destined to be a stepping stone on the road of my rise. Yang's long hair fluttered in the wind. Around him, his blood and qi were surging like smoke, and had developed a terrifying power of incineration. The great sky-burning art, the clansmen of the Zhou clan were all excited. This was the inheritance of the Zhou clan, and non-core disciples had no chance to come into contact with it. Cut the crap. Do you only know how to talk big? Lin Sun scolded. Kill. Yang was so angry that his eyes turned red. He used his trump card and was humiliated in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? Rumble layers of bloody light shot out like furnaces. They floated around Yang, and the flames were boiling as if they were going to burn the sky. Even the void was distorted. This scene was very shocking. It actually contained the power of an artistic conception, which was unprecedented. It was enough to show how terrifying the great sky-burning art was. It was worthy of being the ultimate technique of the Zhou clan. Lin Sun's eyes were overflowing with cold light. He felt the power of an artistic conception, which belonged to the Tao of Fire. It was extremely terrifying. Go to hell. Yang shot into the sky, and the furnaces suppressed the void one after another. They poured out waves of fire, like a collapsing volcano, and were going to melt the entire area. So this guy has become so powerful. No wonder he dared to fight with me. On the other side, Xianxia's eyes flickered. But Lin Sun smiled slightly, and then a punch burst out. Boom, a dazzling light green light was like a dragon from the depths of the abyss. It illuminated the mountains and rivers, and it was dazzling and blazing. It was the 9 strikes of shaking heaven superimposed with the 6 forces. When he was in the ancient spirit world, even a Tao Insight realm cultivator had been shaken by this punch. It could be said to be peerless. For a time, light collided, strong wind swept, and brilliant spiritual light poured down and covered the furnaces. This scene was too shocking. It shocked everyone and made their hearts palpitate. Soon, a scream sounded out. Xianxia was blasted away. He was seriously injured this time. His whole body was bleeding, and his skin was cracked. His body twitched because of the pain. He used the secret of the great sky-burning art, which was his strongest technique. He thought he could suppress Lin Sun, but he didn't expect that his power would be shattered in just a moment, and his body was almost killed. Plop, Xianxia fell to the ground and coughed up blood in the process. It was just a punch, but he seemed to be seriously injured and couldn't stand up again. All the people present were stiff and couldn't believe it. Great sky-burning method, this was the unique skill of Xue family. Xianxia, who was at the peak of cultivation, was defeated and suppressed in a single blow. Who could believe it? All the clansmen of Xue family were dumbfounded. It was so embarrassing that Xianxia was defeated at the first blow. The clansmen of Qin family were shocked. They had all seen that it was not that Xianxia was not strong enough, but that Lin Sun had reached a terrible level in Sea Spirit Realm. If their young master Qin Xing had taken the initiative to attack just now. Thinking of this, the faces of the clansmen of Qin family changed and they didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this time even Yang Ku, Vulture, Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan were surprised. After Lin Sun came out of the closed-door practice, he had changed a lot. He was so extraordinary that his fighting capacity was much stronger than before. I told you that you are not qualified to challenge me, but you didn't believe me. Are you satisfied now? Lin Sun's figure flashed and fell beside Xianxia. He picked him up and smiled brightly. But the smile was so dazzling in Xianxia's eyes that he was about to go crazy. He roared and struggled to fight again. But as soon as he moved, he coughed up blood again and again. His eyes were dim. Obviously, the injury he suffered just now was so serious that he was unable to struggle. Lin Sun, don't be complacent. Xianxia screamed and his hair was disheveled. He was arrogant and conceited before, but now he was covered with blood, seriously injured, and imprisoned by Lin Sun. Compared with him, he looked extremely pitiful and couldn't help sighing. How dare you? Let go of my young master. Young man, don't make a mistake. You did win this battle. Let go of Xianxia, or not only you but the whole heart-cleansing peak will be destroyed. Those practitioners of Xue family shouted angrily. They were worried that Xianxia would be killed by Lin Sun, so they threatened Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled and threw Xianxia to Lin Zhong like throwing garbage. He said, keep an eye on him. Whoever dares to kill him first. Rest assured, young master. Lin Zhong lifted Xianxia up like a chicken. He was a Tao Insight realm cultivator. It was conceivable that he could easily kill Xianxia with just a little force. You're courting death. The clansmen of the Xue clan were enraged to the point that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Never had they expected that Lin Sun would be so fearless as to detain Xianxia and even threaten them with Xianxia's life. He deserved to be hacked into pieces. Lin Sun, do you know what you are doing? The skinny old man's Xingjing's expression was cold. His tone was threatening and murderous. If young Master Xianxia is in trouble, none of you will be able to withstand the thunderous anger of the Xue family. Old dog, you still dare to threaten me at this time? Lin Sun frowned. Grandad Zhong, I think it's better to kill Xianxia first. No dash. Xianxia screamed in fear. He was really scared. Lin Sun was an unscrupulous person. Even Marquis Ling Tian was forced to kneel down by him. What else did he not dare to do, especially just now? Xianxia saw with his own eyes that Lin Sun even killed Lin Ji, who was his cousin, under such circumstances, Zhuiyang was really scared. Don't mess around. At this time, Zhuixingjin had to give in. His face was livid and his teeth were almost broken. As long as you let young Master Zhuiyang go, everything is negotiable. Oh, let's keep him alive first. Lin Sun said casually. He looked at Qin Xing on the other side and smiled. Have you seen enough? Let's get started. Qin Xing trembled all over. At this moment, the fighting intent in his heart had long been washed away and replaced by a sense of fear. He dared not fight again. Zhuiyang was a powerful figure who could compete with him, but now he was defeated by Lin Sun with one punch. No matter how conceited Qin Xing was, he knew that he could not be Lin Sun's opponent even if he risked his life. However, just when he wanted to retreat, he saw Lin Sun's figure flashed and rushed to him. Come on, let's fight. Don't you want to defeat me and become famous? I'll give you a chance. With a loud shout, Lin Sun's figure rose into the air like an ice dragon and suddenly arrived. His fist force was like a landslide and a tsunami, rumbling and crushing the void. How dare you? Qin Xing was shocked and angry. He originally wanted to retreat, but Lin Sun took the initiative to rush out and capture him, which made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It was too arrogant. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. For a split second, Qin Xing really wanted to fight with everything he had. But in the end, out of instinct, he chose to avoid the attack. Whoosh, his figure flashed and rushed to the Qin clansman at high speed. But it was obvious that Lin Sun had been guarding against all this. He moved with ice dragon steps and stood in front of Qin Xing like a ghost. Get out of my way! Qin Xing roared. Golden light surged all over his body, and he exerted all his strength to shake Lin Sun back. He used the secret ancestral method, Golden Bone Dharma Body, and his figure seemed to be cast in gold, with a majestic momentum. He moved horizontally like a golden mountain, crushing the void and oppressing the airflow. His momentum was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Sun's fist was invincible. It smashed the golden light all over Qin Xing's body, and the horrible fist force shook him out of control and made him fly out directly. All the people present felt numb and opened their eyes wide. Even Qin Xing was defeated in one blow. What kind of punching skill was this? It was too amazing. With a plop, Qin Xing fell in front of Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong caught him in his hands and imprisoned him. Little bastard, I'll kill you. With a bang, Qin, a strong practitioner in Tao Insight Realm, attacked. His figure was incredibly fast, and he suddenly came to Lin Sun. He wanted to capture Lin Sun, reverse the situation, and save Qin Xing. However, although Qin was fast, there was someone faster than him. Whoosh, a majestic figure stood in front of Lin Sun, and his palm and fingers roared. With a loud bang, Qin was shaken back severely. It was Zhu Laosan. Although he stood there indifferently before, he always paid attention to the situation. At this time, he attacked without Lin Sun's command. He defeated Qin in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun flashed back to Lin Zhong's side safely. Little bastard! Let go of my young master! The people of Qin family also roared angrily. All this happened too fast. Who could imagine that not only Zhuiyang was defeated, but also Qin Xing couldn't resist Lin Sun's one move? It was really incredible. The two famous talents of the young generation in the Forbidden City were easily suppressed in a twinkling of an eye. The power Lin Sun showed made the practitioners of Zhue and Qin families have no time to react. It was too fast. Now, both Zhuiyang and Qin Xing were captured, which made the people of Zhue and Qin families afraid to take action. They could only curse and threaten angrily. Lin Sun, you are courting death. You will bring disaster to Heart Cleansing Peak. Puppy, I'll give you a chance to let go of my young master, and we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you can't bear the consequences at all. Let them go. Those people roared angrily. Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and slapped Zhuiyang and Qin Xing hard on their cheeks. They screamed angrily and their cheeks were red and swollen with blood. It was a shame, being imprisoned and slapped by Lin Sun under the watchful eyes of the public. The two shivered with hatred and were about to go crazy. They were born in aristocratic families, had a high status, and were highly valued by their clans. They were respected wherever they went. How could they suffer such a blow? You're courting death. One day, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. You wait. Zhuiyang and Xianxia roared. Their clansmen were also livid with anger and their chests heaved up and down. Lin Sun had gone too far. If you shout again, I will cripple you first and then torture you well. Don't worry, I have plenty of patience. I will definitely let you know what real torture and humiliation is. Lin Sun smiled brightly. However, his voice and smile were chilling. Zhuiyang and Xianxia both shut up and looked at Lin Sun with resentment. In fact, they were worried that Lin Sun would do something out of line again. Young Ku, Vulture, and all the clansmen of Northlight Lin were also frightened. Lin Sun was too strong and fearless. It seemed that he would not hesitate to kill Zhuiyang and Xianxia as long as he was willing. What on earth do you want? Zhu Xingjin said coldly on the side of Zhu family. His old face was livid and gloomy. On the other side, Qinan also stood out and stared at Lin Sun with sharp eyes. Now, you finally stop barking and are willing to listen to me? Lin Sun turned around with a smile and glanced at the practitioners of the Zhu and Qin families. His expression was indifferent. He looked fearless and at ease. But the more he acted like this, the more chilled those practitioners were. This boy was too evil. He didn't play by common sense at all. If it were other practitioners, who dared to treat Zhu family and Qin family like this, but Lin Sun did it, and he was fearless and unscrupulous, this made them finally understand why Lin Sun dared to kill Hua Wuyo at all costs, and why he dared to force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel in the depths of the imperial palace. This guy was simply a monster. He despised the rules, ignored threats, ignored the consequences, and was not afraid of threats. Come on, put forward your conditions. Our patience is limited. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Xingjin said word by word with cold eyes. The audience was silent. All eyes fell on Lin Sun. If I ask all the clansmen of Zhu and Qin family to commit suicide, will you agree? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Lin Sun, let me remind you for the last time. Don't make a mistake. Blue veins stood out on Zhu Xingjin's forehead, and his face was extremely gloomy. He almost couldn't bear the killing intent and anger in his heart. The others present were the same. Stimulated by Lin Sun's arrogant words, their faces were livid and gloomy. For a while, the whole world was filled with killing intent. Lin Sun didn't seem to feel the change of the atmosphere. He said with a smile, of course, I know you won't agree, so I have no conditions. I just want these two childs to stay in heart-cleansing peak for a few days. As for when to let them go, it depends on my mood. In the end, the people of Zhu clan and Qin clan left with hatred. They had no choice. Zhuiyang and Xianxia were too important. They were the direct descendants of Zhu clan. Now, they were captured and brought back to heart-cleansing peak. They could only return to their clan first, report the matter, and then listen to the decision of the big shots. On heart-cleansing peak, the young people were cheering and excited. Some time ago, the enemy blocked the gate of heart-cleansing peak, provoking and humiliating them frequently, which made them aggrieved and angry. They could only grit their teeth and bear it. Yet today, Lin Sun had come out from his seclusion like a god of death. He'd forcefully crushed Lin Ji and a few dozen others, and then he'd captured Zhuiyang and Xianxia in one go. His straightforward and domineering methods made those young people shout with delight, and it was equivalent to helping them vent their anger. Only some big shots were worried. They knew that they might be happy now, but the situation of heart-cleansing peak had become dangerous and serious. Heart-cleansing Hualyang Ku, Vulture, Lin Zhong, Zhu Laosan and a group of high-level people from Northlight Lin gathered here at this time. Alas, it's a little troublesome. We detained Zhuiyang and Qin Xing. They are doomed to not give up. A middle-aged man from Northlight Lin sighed softly. Lin Ji died tragically and all the practitioners around her were killed. If the three branches of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak know it, the consequences will be unimaginable. What should we do? Lin Sun is still too impulsive. As the saying goes, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. What he did is tantamount to piercing the sky. Those big shots of Northlight Lin also spoke one after another with a worried and heavy look on their faces. Young Ku, Vulture, Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan were all silent. However, they all knew that these people of Northlight Lin were obviously dissatisfied with Lin Sun's practice and were complaining. The most serious thing is that Lin Sun offended the royal forces and some high-level people of the empire at the birthday party of the empress. Now, we have completely fallen out with the Zhua and Qin families. This situation is too serious. If we are not careful, we will end up in pieces. A man with long black hair and a dignified bearing said. His name was Lin Huiran. He was the younger brother of Lin Huiyuan, the leader of Northlight Lin. He had always been prestigious. Now he was arranged to manage the affairs of Northlight Lin on Heart Cleansing Peak. What should we do? The clansmen of the Northlight Lin clan sighed again. Everyone, I believe that young master is not acting on impulse. Perhaps he has other intentions that we are unaware of. Lin Zhong could not help but ask. Another motive? Lin Huiran was stunned and looked at Vulture. Vulture no longer kept silent and said calmly, Lin Sun will come later. We'll know once we ask them. Humph, he has just come out of seclusion and doesn't understand the situation, yet he has already caused so much trouble. How could he have any plans? In my opinion, Lin Sun is just fooling around. Someone snorted coldly. It was a white-haired old man named Lin Zifeng. He was old and could be regarded as an elder of Northlight Lin. Although his cultivation was only at Sea Spirit Realm, he was very qualified. Lin Zhong, Vulture and the others frowned when they saw him scolding and criticizing Lin Sun, but they didn't refute him in the end. In my opinion, when Lin Sun comes later, we must give him a good beating. If he continues to make trouble like this, Heart Cleansing Peak will fall sooner or later. Lin Zifeng said sternly. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Sun's behavior. This, Lin Zhong said, it doesn't seem right, does it? Lin Zifeng's face darkened. Lin Zhong, you are also an elder of Lin family. Don't you know the current situation? Lin Sun is fooling around like this, but you still want to defend him. What's the difference between you and harming him? Before the others could speak, Lin Zifeng said angrily, if we had known that this boy was useless, Northlight Lin would never have supported him. But now, because of his mistake, Northlight Lin is implicated. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Lin Huiyuan and other clansmen of Northlight Lin had different expressions in their eyes. Young Ku, Vulture and Lin Zhong frowned at the same time. They didn't expect that Lin Zifeng would say such words at such a critical moment. When Heart Cleansing Peak rose, you moved back happily. Now, just because something bad happened, you complain like this. Don't you think it's too much? Young Ku couldn't help saying coldly. How dare you? How can you, an outsider, intervene in the internal affairs of Lin family? Lin Zifeng scolded harshly. Young Ku, don't say more. Vulture tried to dissuade him. In the past, Young Ku would definitely listen to Vulture. But today, she couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Zifeng took advantage of his seniority. When he encountered something, he didn't think about how to solve it. Instead, he just blamed Lin Sun. You still know that this is your Lin family's business? But I don't see that you really regard Lin family as the master of Lin family. Young Ku retorted coldly. Lin Zifeng's face turned livid with anger. Little girl, how dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I will expel you from Heart Cleansing Peak immediately. Expel me? A cold smile appeared on Young Ku's lips. However, when she was about to say something, she was stopped by Vulture. Don't argue, but Lin Zifeng seemed to be extremely tough at this moment. Before Vulture finished, he interrupted in a deep voice, Heart Cleansing Peak is passed down by the ancestors of Lin family. It's not your territory. If you don't apologize to me today, you will immediately get out of Heart Cleansing Peak. As soon as this was said, Vulture's face became indifferent. Young Ku's eyes turned cold. Lin Zhong's eyebrows showed a touch of anger. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely tense. Sixth uncle, don't be angry. Young Ku was invited by Lin Sun. She has done a lot for Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Huiran was keenly aware of the change in the atmosphere and persuaded. He knew very well that Young Ku's status in Heart Cleansing Peak was very important, which was no less than that of Vulture and Lin Zhong. Lin Zifang looked as if he would not let the matter rest. He sneered, in that case, shouldn't this old man apologize to her? I don't think Lin Sun dares to make me do this. Everyone looked at each other. At this time, Lin Sun's voice sounded in the hall, sorry, I'm afraid I'll let you down. With the voice, Lin Sun walked out from one side of the hall. As soon as he appeared, a pair of black eyes swept coldly to Lin Zifang. You keep saying that you want to teach me a lesson. You said that I implicated Northlight Lin. Now you want to expel my people. Who gave you the courage to do this? Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Obviously, Lin Sun had heard the dialogue just now. Otherwise, his words would not be so tough and coercive. According to the seniority, Lin Sun should call Lin Zifang great uncle. But the relationship was a little distant. Now, Lin Sun scolded and questioned Lin Zifang in front of everyone. If this was seen by others, it would be a little disrespectful. Are you talking to me? Sure enough, Lin Zifang was so angry that he couldn't believe his ears. You heard me right. I'm talking about you. Why? Is it fun to take advantage of your seniority? Lin Sun said coldly. There was a kind of unspeakable disgust in his heart. Lin Zifang, as an elder, didn't think about how to solve the problem. Instead, he jumped out to make trouble. How could Lin Sun respect him? You said I take advantage of my seniority? Lin Zifang trembled all over. Obviously, he was furious. In his view, Lin Sun was just a junior. But Lin Sun humiliated him in public, which was treason. Others were also shocked. Lin Sun was too domineering. According to the etiquette of the clan, the most taboo was to offend one's superiors. If it was spread out, he would become a big laughingstock. Lin Sun, that's enough. Let's forget about it. Vulture said. Yeah, let's all take a step back. Don't be laughed at by others. Others also spoke. Impossible. Lin Zifang roared. In front of so many people, Lin Sun, a junior, embarrassed him. How could he bear it? Even when your grandfather was alive, he didn't dare to treat me like this. You're just a kid, but you disregard the etiquette and offend your superiors. If you don't kneel down to apologize and punish me, I will never forgive you. He stood up angrily, and his saliva almost sprayed on Lin Sun's face. Lin Sun looked at Lin Zifang coldly. Looking at the old guy who didn't know when to retreat, he finally took a deep breath and said, Granddad Zhong, take him to the ancestral land of heart-cleansing peak for self-reflection. As soon as his words came out, all the people present were shocked. Lin Sun didn't intend to argue at all. He just wanted to imprison Lin Zifang directly. Lin Sun. It's not good to do this, is it? Lin Huiran frowned. Other clansmen of Northlight Lin were also shocked. In their view, Lin Sun's action was no different from treason. Wasn't he worried about being cursed? Young master, this, Lin Zhong couldn't help but worry. Go. Lin Sun spat out a word softly. His attitude was decisive and indisputable. You, how dare you? You're betraying your master. That's treason. Lin Zifang was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He roared. But deep in his heart, he was already a little frightened. At this time, Lin Zhong stepped forward. An invisible force gushed out and imprisoned Lin Zifang in an instant. Then Lin Zhong invited him out. Lin Sun. You. Lin Huiran couldn't bear it at this time. He stood up angrily. Lin Zifang was from Northlight Lin. Lin Sun's action was no different from slapping their faces. I will apologize to Lin family when I solve the internal and external problems of Lin family. But now, whoever dares to disturb heart-cleansing peak will be severely punished. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent, with a kind of compelling majesty. Now the situation is full of internal and external problems. We should work together to deal with the external problems. Vulture said in a warm voice, I believe you don't want to see anything happen to heart-cleansing peak, do you? Alas. Lin Huiran sighed and sat down again. His expression was gloomy. Other clansmen of Northlight Lin also looked gloomy. Lin Sun's strength and ruthlessness were beyond all their expectations. The clansmen of Northlight Lin didn't stay for a long time. They left under the leadership of Lin Huiran. It seemed that they knew it was meaningless to stay any longer. Lin Sun didn't ask them to stay. He watched them leave and said, "Grandad Zhong, keep an eye on these guys for me in the next period of time. As long as you find any abnormality, capture them immediately." Lin Zhong nodded. He also knew that the situation of Heart Cleansing Peak was extremely dangerous at present. If the internal stability couldn't be maintained, the consequences would be absolutely serious. "Lin Sun, what's your plan?" Vulture asked. "From today on, Heart Cleansing Peak will be closed. You can stay here for a while and live a secluded life. As for the outside affairs, I'll solve them alone." Lin Sun looked indifferent. It was obvious that he had already thought it over. His black eyes were clear and his tone was calm. "You alone?" Vulture, Young Ke, and Lin Zhong were all surprised. Even Zhu Laosan, who had been silent, couldn't help looking at Lin Sun. They all knew that if Lin Sun did this, it meant that he would fight against the two top forces of Zue and Qin alone, as well as the three collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. Could Lin Sun do it? Even Vulture couldn't help but doubt that it was not as simple as he said. In the end, Lin Sun didn't disclose the reason for his decision because he didn't want them to worry. Although Vulture and others were surprised, they could see that Lin Sun was determined and finally agreed. On the same day, Lin Sun left Heart Cleansing Peak accompanied by Zhu Laosan and Lin Zhong. It was also on this day that Heart Cleansing Peak was completely closed and isolated from the outside world. As one of the 72 peaks of aristocratic families, Heart Cleansing Peak was also protected by a mysterious formation. Even if a life-death realm king came, it would be difficult to break in. Therefore, Lin Sun didn't worry that Zue and Qin Xing could attack Heart Cleansing Peak for revenge. What's more, now that Zue Yang and Qin Xing were detained on Heart Cleansing Peak, they had to weigh the consequences if they wanted to retaliate. "Young master, are you going to Green Deer School for help?" Lin Zhong suddenly asked in the chariot. "It's better to rely on myself than others." Lin Sun shook his head with deep eyes and said indifferently, "Grandad Zhong, do you believe that it won't be long before many people come to help me?" Lin Zhong was shocked. Staring at Lin Sun's handsome face, he said firmly after a long time, "I believe you." Lin Sun was speechless. "Grandad Zhong, don't you doubt it?" Lin Zhong said with a simple and honest smile, "Young master, you have never made a wrong decision." Speaking of this, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, no matter what happens, even if Heart Cleansing Peak is lost in the end, you must live well." Lin Sun nodded and closed his eyes, lost in thought. As early as the birthday banquet of the current empress, Zhao Tailai, the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianwu Arena, had specially looked for him and told him some extremely secretive things. Within 5 years, the mysterious figure in the palace could guarantee that Yun Qingbai of the Heavenly Sword sect would not appear. So far, Lin Sun still clearly remembered what Zhao Tailai said at that time, "You can make as much noise as you want, especially in Green Deer School. It's better to make the dean of Green Deer School pay attention to you, which is good for your situation. The empire will not ignore the real talent. The premise is that you have to have the strength worthy of the empire's attention. The more excellent you are, the more valuable you will be to the empire. When a disaster comes one day, the empire will leave a way for you." These words were extremely simple and easy to understand. This was also the reason why Lin Sun dared to face all the crises alone this time. However, Lin Sun would not pin all his hopes on others. He had his own arrangements and plans. As he said to Lin Zhong before, it was better to rely on himself than others. When he was strong enough, who dared to act wildly in the world. After a trip to the ancient spirit world, Lin Sun's vision was broadened. He saw a broader and more vast world. It also made him understand that compared with the ancient Desolation realm, the vast Zhou Empire could only be regarded as a vassal land. If he couldn't even solve these problems in front of him, how could he go to the ancient Desolation realm and avenge his dead relatives? Suddenly, Lin Sun opened his eyes and said, "Grandad Zhong, remember to send a message to the three collateral forces of Westbrook, Floating Cloud and Flying Peak. The 3-year agreement I promised them remains unchanged. However, since they have chosen to betray Heart Cleansing Peak and cooperate with Zue and Qin, they must pay a greater price." Speaking of this, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with coldness. "Tell them to cut off the relationship with Zue and Qin within half a year." Otherwise, I will tell them how heavy the price of betrayal is. Lin Zhong was shocked and nodded solemnly. Green Deer School. It was noon and the students had finished their classes. In the quiet and ancient campus, there were energetic young boys and girls everywhere. They were wearing the same school uniform. They were young, energetic, and full of energy. They were like the rising sun with a bright future ahead of them. A chariot stopped. Lin Sun got off and waved goodbye to Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan. Then he turned around, took a deep breath and stepped into Green Deer School, which he hadn't seen for nearly 2 months. Hey, that person looks familiar. Lin Sun. No, it's Coach Lin. He finally showed up. When Lin Sun appeared, he was quickly recognized and caused an uproar. Very quickly, this news spread to the Hidden Dragon Institute, the Martial Dao Courtyard, the True Martial Courtyard, the Spiritual Inscription Courtyard, and the Divine Strategy Courtyard at an inconceivable speed. What? How dare Lin Sun show up? Doesn't he know how many people want to defeat him and wash away the shame of the imperial family? I remember that heart-cleansing peak has been besieged by Zue and Qin and is in a precarious situation. Why does Lin Sun come to Green Deer School? Is he here for help? Lin Sun's return made Green Deer School lively. People were talking about him everywhere. It couldn't be helped. Lin Sun was too famous. He was a legendary young talent. He made one sensational thing after another in the Forbidden City. Each thing could cause a great disturbance and be discussed by countless people. Look at his title, the Master of Heart-Cleansing Peak, the leader of Lin family, the young spiritual tattoo master jointly hired by Green Deer School, Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire and the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists. Who could imagine that he was just a 16-year-old boy under these glorious halos? If the sensational things he had done were counted in detail, it would be even more amazing. He suppressed Hua Wuyo, beat the descendants of the Song family, caused the vision of 9 dragons chant and repaired the most precious treasure of the Empress, Sword of Tianqi. Chu Haidong, one of the 3 families of spiritual tattoos, was labeled as a fool and became the laughingstock of the Forbidden City because he offended Lin Sun. Chu Shanhe, Chu Haidong's elder and the deputy dean of the Yard of Spiritual Tattoos, wanted to deal with Lin Sun, but he was defeated and had to live in seclusion for the time being. It was said that the Birth of Talent song, which was widely spread in the world now, had a lot to do with Lin Sun. It could be said that Lin Sun was a monster in the past, which brought too much uproar and shock to the Forbidden City. But the good times didn't last long. At the birthday party of the Empress some time ago, he acted recklessly. He defeated Qi Songfeng and forced Marquis Ling Tian to kneel down. He offended the royal family of the empire and the big shots of the upper class of the empire. In the end, he lost a rare opportunity to go to the mysterious territory for cultivation. It was also because of this incident that the Forbidden City was in a state of shock. Many people thought that Lin Sun was doomed to die and his fate was worrying. Lin Sun's closed-door practice in heart-cleansing peak was also considered by most people in the outside world. Lin Sun knew that a disaster was coming, so he had to hide. Now, after a lapse of 2 months, Lin Sun, a controversial figure, suddenly appeared in Green Deer School, which naturally attracted all kinds of attention. This guy still dares to show up. Now there will be a good show. I remember that Zui Yujing, who ranked 3rd on the Sea Spirit Gold list, threatened to make Lin Sun bear the consequences if he dared to show up. Not only Zui Yujing, I heard that those geniuses in martial arts yard are waiting to teach Lin Sun a lesson to wash away the shame of the royal family of the empire. Alas, it's a pity that Lin Sun, such an outstanding talent, caused so many troubles. On this day, Lin Sun set off a storm in Green Deer School because of his appearance. At this time, Lin Sun was talking with Shen Tua. Lin Sun, don't worry. This is Green Deer School. No one dares to mess around here. You just need to focus on teaching and don't pay attention to the outside world. Shen Tua said in a warm voice. He was very pleased to see Lin Sun return. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. He originally thought that some things in the outside world would make Shen Tua have some opinions on him. Obviously, he was worried too much. Even knowing that Lin Sun had offended the royal family and a group of nobles, Shen Tua dared to guarantee his safety. From this, it could be seen that Green Deer School was indeed powerful. However, this time Lin Sun did not come to Green Deer School to take refuge. I want to borrow the 9th floor of the spiritual tower for a period of time. Lin Sun stated his purpose. Sure. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Then he seemed to think of something. His eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "What did you just say? Use the 9th floor of the spiritual tower?" Lin Sun nodded. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun incredulously and said, You want to refine a suit of spiritual tattoos, don't you? The 9th floor of the spiritual tower was specially prepared for refining a suit of spiritual tattoos. This was well known in Green Deer School. Naturally, Xianxia was shocked that Lin Sun asked to borrow the 9th floor of the spiritual tower. Yes. Lin Sun had nothing to hide, so he nodded frankly. After getting a positive answer, Xianxia, a senior spiritual tattooist, couldn't calm down at all. His lips were trembling. If he remembered correctly, Lin Sun seemed to be only 16 years old this year, and he had just become a spiritual tattooist less than half a year ago. But now he said he wanted to refine a suit of spiritual tattoos. This was simply armor with spiritual tattoos. It was a kind of unfathomable spiritual treasure. Only spiritual tattooists who had the attainment of spirit nurturing were qualified to explore and refine this treasure. Of course, this was merely the qualification. When it came to refining it, it would be even more difficult. Xianxia was an experienced spiritual tattooist and had the attainment of spirit nurturing. But until now, even he had not refined a complete set of armor with spiritual tattoos by himself. Therefore, he knew better than others how difficult it was to refine armor with spiritual tattoos. First of all, refining this treasure required a lot of rare spiritual materials. If measured by imperial gold coins, it would take at least 50 million gold coins to barely gather all the spiritual materials needed. This alone was enough to baffle most spiritual tattooists. After all, 50 million gold coins were enough to buy a large imperial battleship. It was an astronomical figure. Secondly, the refining of the armor with spiritual tattoos involved many ancient and obscure spiritual tattoo formations, which might lead to catastrophe. Even a slight mistake would cause all previous efforts to be in vain. Xianxia once worked hard with several masters of spiritual tattoos in the yard to refine a suit of armor with spiritual tattoos for several years. However, because of a slight mistake in the process of refining, all the spiritual materials were destroyed and they failed completely. The most terrible thing was that one of the spiritual tattooists even suffered a backfire when he failed because he had invested too much energy and effort. More than half of his cultivation was destroyed. This experience made Xianxia very clear that such a peerless treasure as the armor with spiritual tattoos could not be refined by anyone who wanted to. In today's empire, only the old monsters at the level of spiritual tattooist had the ability to successfully refine armor with spiritual tattoos. However, the number of such old monsters was extremely small, and they could be counted with one's fingers. The most famous spiritual tattooists were now in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, the Yard of Spiritual Tattooists, and the three major families of spiritual tattoos. Therefore, when Xianxia was sure that Lin borrowed the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower to refine armor with spiritual tattoos, he was so shocked. You are not kidding? Xianxia took several deep breaths, barely suppressing his inner shock, and couldn't help but want to confirm further. Yes. Lin nodded. Of course, he wouldn't joke. How confident are you? Xianxia's eyes were burning. If someone else said this, he would have treated him as a lunatic, but Lin Sun was different. Even though the young man before him was only 16 years old, he had caused the roar of the 9 dragons phenomenon back then, creating an unprecedented miracle. Moreover, the Sword of Apocalypse, the spiritual tattoo armor of the Empress, had long been seriously damaged, and there was almost no hope of recovery. But in the end, it was miraculously repaired by Lin Sun. With this knowledge, Xianxia began to believe that Lin Sun might have really decided to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos. Lin Sun shrugged. I have a general idea, but I'm not sure how sure I am. Xianxia was startled. The excitement in his heart subsided by more than half, and his mind became much calmer. He had already realized that he had gotten excited a little too early. Lin Sun had no experience in refining armors with spiritual tattoos before, so it was impossible for him to know how difficult it was to achieve this step. He decided to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos this time. Perhaps it was just a trial. What kind of armor with spiritual tattoos are you going to refine? Have you prepared all the spiritual materials? Xianxia asked. A spear. Lin Sun said without hesitation. He prepared it for Lin Zhong. In this world, there were not many people who could be completely trusted by him, but there was no doubt that Lin Zhong must be one of them. As for the spiritual materials, speaking of this, Lin Sun felt a little helpless. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Lin Sun didn't hide it and said frankly, I still lack 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual materials, such as ancient star iron of 5 chi, cloud light sea soul silk, divine black gold and chalcedony. Xianxia was stunned and felt that he really got excited too early. These spiritual materials were not only rare but also hard to come by. For example, ancient star iron of 5 chi contained the essence of the 5 elements. A thumb-sized piece of it was worth tens of millions of gold coins. It was a treasure among the heaven-rank spiritual materials. Another example was divine black gold and chalcedony, which had long been extinct in the world. Today, almost all of the preserved ones were hidden in the imperial royal families and ancient aristocratic families. Its value was immeasurable. Boy, it's hard to do. Xianxia sighed. At this moment, he even suspected whether Lin Sun was joking. How could he refine the armor with spiritual tattoos without so many peerless spiritual materials? There was no way. That's why I came to see you. Lin Sun smiled. Me? Xianxia immediately smiled bitterly. Boy, you think too highly of me. I know some clues about the spiritual materials you lack, but it's too difficult to get them. As long as there are clues, I can exchange these spiritual materials for them. Lin Sun's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a piece of silver light as bright as stars appeared on the ground, gorgeous and dazzling. At first, Xianxia didn't believe it and thought Lin Sun was joking. Those spiritual materials were peerless. What could he exchange for them? However, when he saw the dazzling glow of the treasure, he was instantly stunned on the spot. The silver luster was like stars all over the sky, swaying and like a miniature waterfall rushing and sweeping. The scene was more than spectacular, it could be called spiritual and divine. It was so beautiful, Xianxia's mind was instantly shocked. He'd already discerned that those were numerous silver-colored spirit herbs. Their stems were straight and sharp like swords and halberds, and their entire bodies were bright silver like stars. As they stood towering there, they were like numerous peerless divine swords that seemed capable of piercing through the sky. What moved Xianxia most was that around the silver spiritual materials, there was a pure and vigorous spiritual qi, which was ethereal, fragrant and cold, as if it was about to penetrate into the depths of the soul. The leaves are like swords, the spirit is like stars, and the light is like a dream, like a flash of lightning in his mind. Xianxia suddenly remembered something. He was stiff all over and cried out involuntarily, "Is this the silver frost sword grass?" Lin Sun was surprised. He didn't expect that Xianxia could recognize it at once. He nodded and said, "Yes. These silver frost sword grass were all obtained from the ancient relics in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. When he first arrived at the Forbidden City, he gave Keystone Business 6 or 7 kinds of spiritual herbs, including 9 twists red core iron, spirit flower of purity and nihility, green evil dragon sleeping wood, white meteorite iron, and red shadow grass with tear stains, because he was in urgent need of money. Now, in addition to hundreds of silver frost sword grass, there were 7 or 8 kinds of treasures, such as true yan dragon marrow fruit and purple spirit iron, which had been extinct for a long time and were invaluable. It's really this ancient medicine. It still exists in the world. Xianxia looked excited with a trace of fanaticism. Even in ancient times, this treasure was called a rare treasure. It could be regarded as a first-class medicine in the world. It could bring the dead back to life. Even the great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm would fight for it. Even the kings of life and death realm would be jealous of it. Lin Sun was surprised again. What Xianxia said was exactly the same as what Green Turtle King had said before. They both pointed out the magic of the silver frost swordgrass. This treasure has long been annihilated in the world. I thought it was just a legend. I never thought I could see it today. It's incredible. Xianxia exclaimed again and again. It could be seen that the appearance of the silver frost sword grass had a great impact on his heart. Lin Sun just wanted to say something, but Xianxia screamed again, God, 10. Isn't it said that once you touch it, you will die and burn it? As long as you touch it, you will immediately disappear? Standing on one side, Lin Sun looked at the solemn and dignified senior spiritual tattooist in the past, but now he kept shouting as if he had never seen the world. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. This was the temptation of spiritual materials. No practitioner could resist it no matter who it was. After a long time, Xianxia calmed down a little. He looked at Lin Sun with a complicated look and said, It seems that you have been ready for a long time. Lin Sun cupped his hand seriously, Thank you for your help. Are you really going to exchange these silver frost sword grass for spiritual materials? Xianxia asked. Lin Sun nodded. Well, leave it to me. I believe that with these silver frost sword grass, no one will refuse to exchange spiritual materials for it. Xianxia agreed readily, I remember that some old guys in our Green Deer School have some spiritual materials you need. Well, the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire should also have some. It was obvious that he was already thinking about who he should exchange these 10 silverfrost sword grasses for. Lin Sun said on one side, Senior, one of these silver frost sword grass is for you. Don't exchange it out. Xianxia was shocked and immediately understood that Lin Sun was repaying him. He couldn't help patting Lin Sun's shoulder with emotion, You still don't understand the value of silver frost sword grass. I only need to release a bit of news to attract all kinds of immortals to come and beg me to give them a chance to exchange for silver frost sword grass. He continued with a smile, In this way, I can also do them a favor. There are many benefits. Lin Sun was stunned and immediately sighed with admiration. Sure enough, the older, the wiser. By the way. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and said with a frown, There is a type of spiritual material that cannot be exchanged. As far as I know, in the current empire, only our Green Deer Academy's Xianxia treasury has a piece. What? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Xianxia said, The horn of Kuei ox. Lin Sun was shocked. This was the core material for him to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos. Without it, everything would be nonsense. How can I get it if I can't exchange for it? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Xianxia said casually, The method is very simple, but it's too difficult. There are many conditions and restrictions. First of all, you must have 5,000 points, and then you are qualified to go to the martial school to take the most rigorous celestial ladder assessment. Only by passing the celestial ladder assessment can you go to the Xianxia treasury to exchange for this treasure. 5,000 points, this condition alone gave Lin Sun a headache. The value of the points in Green Deer School was extremely high. Lin Sun earned a total of 1,000 points after teaching for a month. Among them, the points he got after repairing the Sword of Apocalypse for the Empress were also included. It was conceivable how difficult it was to get 5,000 points in a short time. In addition, there was the Celestial Ladder Test. Although Lin Sun didn't know what the Celestial Ladder Test meant, he knew how terrible it was when he knew that only those who had 5,000 points were qualified to take part in it. The horn of the one-legged ox can no longer be described as a spiritual material, but a magic material. It was born in ancient times and has long been extinct. It is said that the Dean got it in a secret realm by chance when he traveled in the Soul Oblivion Sea. Xianxia said slowly, Because this treasure is very special, the Dean ordered that only those who pass the Celestial Ladder Test can have it. What is the Celestial Ladder Test? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. It's a kind of test for cultivators. Xianxia said, I don't know the details. It is said that every disciple of martial arts school will take part in the test. But only a few people have succeeded in thousands of years. In short, only the most talented and peerless top figures have the ability to take part in the Celestial Ladder Test. Even if others go, they are doomed to fail. I remember that only 2 people have passed the Celestial Ladder Test in recent hundreds of years. One is Qin Zihen, and the other is Cai Qingyu. Both of them are outstanding in the world. It is said that Cai Qingyu has gone to the mysterious Holy Land of Extraterritorial Area for cultivation, and Qin Zihen is now practicing in martial arts school. It is said that he will also set off for a mysterious orthodoxy in the extraterritorial area before long. After talking for a long time, Xianxia left with 10 silver star swordgrass. He needed to exchange the spiritual materials for Lin Sun. He had promised Lin Sun that he would not disclose the fact that Lin Sun was going to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos before he got all the spiritual materials, so as to avoid any accidents. Lin Sun thought for a long time and finally sighed softly. The horn of the one-legged ox couldn't be replaced. If he couldn't collect it, he couldn't refine the armor with spiritual tattoos he had conceived before. It seems that I have to hurry to earn points. A touch of firmness flashed through Lin Sun's black eyes. Before leaving, Xianxia told Lin many ways to earn points, such as giving lectures, going out for training, taking tests. Anyone who could make contributions to the school would be rewarded with corresponding points. After thinking for a while, Lin decided to go to the Hall of Spiritual Affairs. The Spiritual Affairs Hall's job was to issue various assignments and coordinate the various miscellaneous affairs of the academy. Simply speaking, it was a place to manage miscellaneous affairs. Instructor Kobayashi, you are back. That's great. We've been waiting for you for a long time. When Lin Sun walked out of the teacher's dormitory, he saw a group of young boys and girls already crowded there. When they saw Lin Sun, they all cheered with excitement and joy. Lin Sun was stunned and soon recognized that most of them were students of Class 9, such as little fatty Lu Hui, Fan Jiqiu, Yang Jingyao, and so on. Instructor Kobayashi, you won't be leaving this time, right? Teacher Little Lin, I heard that you have offended the imperial family of the empire. Many people want to harm you, but Teacher Xianxia said that as long as you are in Green Deer Academy, no one would dare to harm you. Instructor Kobayashi, when are you going to continue your lessons? We're all looking forward to your return. Those students chattered non-stop. Although it was noisy, hearing their heartfelt words of concern still warmed Lin Sun's heart. At this moment, he even thought that if it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to do, it would be good to be a teacher who stood aloof from worldly affairs for the rest of his life. Hurry up and go to class. Don't you see that Instructor Kobayashi still has a lot of things to do? Little fatty Lu Hui shouted loudly. Lin Sun suddenly became speechless and said, You all go back to class first. I definitely won't leave the academy during this period of time. Just as he said this, a sharp voice like a broken gong sounded in the distance. Lin Sun? Where is Lin Sun? Come out quickly. Damn it, who's so rude? Little fatty Lu Hui was instantly annoyed. Looking up, he saw a large group of figures coming from afar aggressively. They were a group of men and women wearing light cyan uniforms with a picture of a green deer riding on clouds embroidered on their shoulders. This was the symbol of Martial Arts Academy. Hey, why are they here? Little fatty Lu Hui was a little surprised. The other people present also changed their expressions. They recognized that it was a group of students from Martial Arts Academy. In Green Deer Academy, Hidden Dragon Academy took in the most students. It was a gathering place for new students. This could be seen from the two words Hidden Dragon. On the other hand, the Martial Dao Courtyard was different. Those that were able to enter the Martial Dao Courtyard to cultivate were all elite figures that had been carefully selected. They were top figures in the Spirit Ocean realm, and there was no lack of geniuses and geniuses within the Martial Dao Courtyard. For example, the top 100 students on Sea Spirit Golden List were now cultivating in Martial Arts Academy. As for Zhenwu Academy, it was a place for Tao Insight Realm powerhouses to cultivate. It was more transcendent and mysterious. Usually, it was rare to see them. Spiritual Tattoo Academy and Strategy Academy were places for spiritual tattooists and tacticians to cultivate. This also determined that even if they all cultivated in Green Deer Academy, the students of Spiritual Tattoo Academy and Martial Arts Academy would rarely interact with each other because of their different cultivation paths. But today was very special. A group of elites from Martial Arts Academy came to Spiritual Tattoo Academy aggressively and threatened to find Lin Sun. It was obvious that they were here to make trouble. Even if little fatty Lu Hui and the others were slow, they had heard that many people in the academy now threatened to teach Lin Sun a lesson to wash away the shame of the empress and the royal family. Over there. Soon, the broken gong-like voice sounded again. It was a young man with narrow cheeks, small eyes, and a black mole at the corner of his mouth. He was called Li Xiaofei, and he could be considered to be a famous person in the Martial Dao Courtyard. It wasn't because his cultivation was formidable, but because the mole at the corner of his mouth was too unique and extremely striking, so he had a resounding nickname, a mole. Along with the voice, the eyes of the students of Martial Arts Academy all looked over. Almost at once, they locked their eyes on Lin Sun. You must be Lin Sun. You finally showed up. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiaofei took 2 steps forward, raised his chin, looked at Lin Sun arrogantly, and sneered. The black mole at the corner of his mouth was even more eye-catching. Judging from his tone, they must be here to make trouble, which made little fatty Lu Hui and the other students of Spiritual Tattoo Academy frown. What do you want? This is Spiritual Tattoo Academy, not a place where students of Martial Arts Academy can behave atrociously. Lu Hui shouted. Little fatty, what are you talking about? Get out of the way. It's none of your business. You'd better not talk too much, or you'll get into trouble. Li Xiaofei squinted at Lu Hui disdainfully, then looked at Lin Sun and said, Lin Sun, you know why we're here. Be sensible and come with us quickly. His overbearing words made Lu Hui and the others furious. This guy was too arrogant. Lin Sun was an instructor. How could a student scold and order him? One mole, don't be so arrogant. If you dare to make trouble again, we'll report to the school leaders and punish you severely. Yang Jingyao shouted. She looked gentle and delicate, but now she looked very shrewish, staring at Li Xiaofei fiercely with her almond-shaped eyes. Obviously, she knew Li Xiaofei's background, so she called him by his nickname confidently. Heir. It's the 9th Miss of Yang family. Sure enough, Li Xiaofei's expression froze. He recognized Yang Jingyao's origin and immediately felt embarrassed and fearful. This surprised Lin Sun. He didn't see that Yang Jingyao's origin seemed to be so great. But it made sense. This was the first school of the empire, and no one who could cultivate here was simple. Yang Xiaojiao, you'd better stay aside. We're not here to make trouble, but for Lin Sun. Suddenly, a woman from Martial Arts Academy spoke. She had starry eyes, red lips, and a delicate face. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall, revealing a snow-white goose neck. She was extremely beautiful. However, her expression was too cold, and her eyebrows were full of arrogance, like a mountain of ice and snow. She seemed to be undisturbed by strangers. Shui Yun, are you also here to make trouble for Instructor Lin? Yang Jingyao frowned, seeming to be a little afraid of this beautiful woman named Shui Yun. Shui Yun, on the other hand, when the others heard this name, their bodies instantly trembled as they recalled that this young woman was shockingly a genius of the martial Dao courtyard. She came from an aristocratic family with a respected status and outstanding talent. Now she was ranked 19th on Spirit Sea Golden List, which was extremely prominent. The scene seemed to be silent for a while. Shui Yun glanced at Yang Jingyao coldly and ignored her. She looked at Lin Sun and said, Come with us. Since you've shown up, you should pay for some mistakes you've made. From the beginning until the end, he had a cold and aloof appearance, and his words didn't have any overbearing intent, yet they were filled with a feeling of supremacy. Lin Sun didn't speak. He had vaguely guessed what they were going to do, but he still felt strange and asked, What mistakes? Hey, Lin Sun, do you still want to deny it? Now everyone knows that you are arrogant and rude. You forced Marquis Ling Tian to kneel down and desecrated the dignity of the imperial family. You have committed a heinous crime. Li Xiaofei sneered and scolded Lin Sun. Lin Sun immediately laughed. What does it have to do with you if I offend the imperial family? Are you also a member of the imperial family? Look at you, with a protruding mouth and sneaky eyes. If you are a member of the imperial family, God must be blind to make you look like this. Fatty Lu Hui and others couldn't help laughing. They felt that Lin Sun's description of a mole was too appropriate. Instructor Lin, is it a little impolite to call others ugly? Yang Jingyao asked in a low voice. Humph, it's this guy who provoked first. Instructor Lin is just telling the truth. How can it be impolite? Fatty Lu Hui retorted. The others all agreed. This mole was too arrogant, so it looked extraordinarily ugly. You, how dare you? Lin Sun didn't get angry at Li Xiaofei's scolding. He just smiled and said, Young man, if you're ugly, you should cultivate more. Otherwise, you'll be looked down upon and won't be able to find a wife in the future. That'll be very sad. Some girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Xiaofei was so angry that his lips trembled. He was able to enter Green Deer School and enter the martial courtyard. It was a powerful performance in itself, but in Lin Sun's words, he was ridiculed to such an extent. It was too infuriating. I want to duel with you. Li Xiaofei yelled, his eyes wide open. That's enough. You can leave first. Shui Yun frowned. She felt that Li Xiaofei was losing his cool. Li Xiaofei's expression was gloomy. In the end, he glared at Lin Sun and didn't say anything else. Lin Sun, what do you think? Shui Yun's eyes were cold. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, and her temperament was as cold as ice. She was born with a noble aura, but she seemed a little too arrogant. The people who came with Shui Yun also looked at Lin Sun. You're also a member of the royal family? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Shui Yun immediately frowned and a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. Lin Sun, you dared to force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel. Why are you so timid now? Could it be that you're afraid too? A young man walked up and said disdainfully. His name was Shi Yunpeng, an expert in the martial courtyard and an outstanding talent of the younger generation. When you can force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel, then you can ask me if I'm afraid or not. Lin Sun glanced at Shi Yunpeng, implying that he wasn't qualified to say such words to him. Shi Yunpeng was infuriated as well. Lin Sun was too arrogant and actually dared to look down on him. After all, Shi Yunpeng, could be considered as an influential figure in the martial Dao courtyard. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? Lin Sun, I forgot to tell you. Lin Xiafeng is your cousin, right? He's now a street rat in the Hidden Dragon Institute. At this moment, another young man walked up with a smile and said leisurely, oh, right. Just a few days ago, he wanted to challenge me. You know the result. He's too weak. I accidentally injured him and he seems to be recuperating now. Lin Xiafeng, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally had some different reactions. Lin Xiafeng was the heir of Northlight Lin and the first elder brother who surrendered to Lin Sun. But Lin Sun didn't expect that because of him, Lin Xiafeng was also affected and bullied in Green Deer School. Undoubtedly, this had touched Lin Sun's bottom line. What's your name? Lin Sun looked at the young man with indifferent eyes. Jinju Lu. The young man was still smiling, and the space between his brows was filled with arrogance. Instantly, Lu Hui, Yang Jingyao, and the others nearby became restless and revealed surprised and bewildered expressions. It's actually him. Jinju Lu was an extraordinary genius that was ranked 9th on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings. His name shook the entire martial Dao courtyard, and he was extremely dazzling. He had many glorious achievements that caused people to take delight in talking about him. It could be said that Jinju Lu was even more famous than Shui Yun and Shi Yunpeng. Lin Sun, let me ask you again. Have you made up your mind? Shui Yun took a deep breath and said coldly. Her patience was almost worn out. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes swept over Shui Yun, Shi Yunpeng, Jinju Lu, Li Xiaofei, and others one by one. Finally, he smiled brightly and said, it seems that if I don't agree today, you will definitely not let it go. No one spoke, which was a tacit agreement. In that case, I'm curious about how you want to avenge Marquis Ling Tian. Lin Sun asked. It's not to avenge Marquis Ling Tian, but to wash away the shame of the imperial family and let you atone for your crimes. Shi Yunpeng said coldly. Fight? Lin Sun said. Yes. Shi Yunpeng nodded. Okay. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun actually agreed readily, and this caused Shui Yun and the others to be slightly surprised. Fatty Lu Hui, Yang Jingyao, and the others all showed a touch of worry and tried to dissuade him. Coach Lin, don't be angry with them. They must have already thought of a way to deal with you since they dare to say so. Yes, as long as you stay in Spiritual Tattoo Yard, no one dares to do anything to you. These students were all well-intentioned, but Lin Sun shook his head and motioned them not to say more. Let's go. Lin Sun glanced at Shui Yun and walked away with his hands behind his back. Although this guy is a little wordy, he is quite courageous. Li Xiaofei murmured. Humph, isn't it better? Go and inform brother Zhao Jingguan and Zui Yujing that Lin Sun has been forced out by us. Shi Yunpeng ordered in a cold voice. Shui Yun and others all followed Lin Sun to leave, as if they were escorting prisoners. Let's go too. If they dare to embarrass Coach Lin, we will never agree. The little fatty roared with righteous indignation. Yes, let's go together. Immediately, the students of Class 9 set out together. Martial Arts Yard. Ancient buildings stood in great numbers, towering and solemn. What? Lin Sun dares to come? Let's go and have a look. Hee, this is going to be interesting. This day was destined to be turbulent, especially in Martial Arts Yard. When they learned that Lin Sun had come, it immediately caused a great sensation. When Lin Sun just walked into Martial Arts Yard, he was stopped by a group of people. You are Lin Sun? Why aren't you a coward? Those people sneered. Lin Sun ignored them and walked forward. He felt very strange in his heart. He offended the royal family of the empire. What did it have to do with these students? Could it be that someone was secretly instigating them to humiliate him with the power of these students? Humph, how dare you be so arrogant at such a time? Let me tell you, if you dare to step into Martial Arts Yard today, you must atone for your crimes. Those people were annoyed. Lin Sun still ignored them and walked forward under the lead of Shui Yun and others. However, on the way, more and more figures appeared. They were all students of Martial Arts Yard. There were men and women, and each of them was extraordinary. They were the top figures in Sea Spirit Realm. However, their attitude towards Lin Sun was quite bad. Along the way, they pointed at Lin Sun and there was no lack of sarcasm and humiliation. This made Lin Sun more and more certain that there must be someone behind this deliberately targeting him. Who could it be? Zhou family, Qin family? Or the royal family of the empire? Lin Sun, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? On the way, a white-haired young man shouted. His eyes were fierce and full of wildness. Lin Sun had been ignoring him, which made him sullen. Lin Sun glanced at Shui Yun and said, Who is this white-haired boy? He's so naggy. Is he prematurely aging? His mouth is also trembling? The scene immediately became silent. Everyone was stunned, including Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, and Shi Yunpeng. They were all speechless. After a while, someone in the distance couldn't help laughing. Did I hear it wrong? This guy actually dared to call Lan Yu white hair and said he is prematurely aging? Haha. Everyone nearby looked strange, but they didn't dare to laugh. Lan Yu was a fierce man ranked 5th in Sea Spirit Gold list. Lan Yu's ancestors were related to the royal family by marriage, so he could be regarded as half a member of the royal family. With outstanding aptitude and fierce temperament, few people in martial school dared to offend him. On the one hand, it was because of his special identity. On the other hand, it was because Lan Yu's strength was really abnormal. In martial school where geniuses gathered, Lan Yu could be regarded as a top existence. White hair, Lan Yu was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Who in the world dared to call him that? At the same time, the most hateful thing was the irony of prematurely aging. It was so vicious. He was a talent in his prime with a promising future, but someone dared to humiliate him like this. This was courting death. Lin Sun, it seems that you are really tired of living. Lan Yu's face was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth. White hair, if you take good care of your body, you may live longer. You are so young, but you are prematurely aging. Alas, what a pity. Lin Sun sighed and shook his head. Lan Yu was really angry. He was really angry. Lin Sun's pitiful sigh, coupled with his extremely vicious words, almost made Lan Yu unable to bear it. It was so hateful. Do you want to die? Lan Yu's killing intent suddenly appeared. Lin Sun glanced at him, still looking pitiful. Child Lan Yu, don't care about him. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him when we go to martial arts practice field. Beside him, Li Xiaofei showed a flattering expression. Humph. Lan Yu stared at Lin Sun with cold eyes. Do you dare to fight with me in martial arts practice field? Martial arts practice field, Lin Sun realized that those who wanted to make trouble for him today must be dealt with in the so-called martial arts practice field. Sure, but you have to wait. Lin Sun smiled. Do I have to wait? Are you afraid? Lan Yu was disdainful. You misunderstood. I mean, there are many people who want to fight with me. You have to wait in line. After I deal with them, I can play with you. Lin Sun's light words made Lan Yu tremble with anger. This guy was so arrogant that he dared to look down on him like this. Even Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, and Shi Yunpeng looked a little gloomy. Lin Sun's words obviously meant that he could defeat all of them at any time. Of course. Suddenly, Lin Sun said, not everyone is qualified to challenge me. If you want to fight with me, you have to at least come up with some stakes. Stakes? Many people present were stunned. This guy not only didn't lower his head after coming to martial arts practice field, but also wanted to bet. This was too arrogant. Lan Yu was also stunned. After a long time, he said, what do you want to bet? Lin Sun smiled slightly, school points. Whoever wants to challenge me, take out all the points you have. The minimum should be no less than 1,000. 1,000 points? Good luck. Everyone was speechless. What did this guy think of points? 1,000 points. That was much more valuable than 10 million gold coins. Why don't you go to hell? Why are you so impulsive? I thought you had a lot of points, but it turns out that you were just a pauper. A trace of contempt appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. Lan Yu was so angry that he wanted to slap Lin Sun to death. He gritted his teeth and said, do you know what 1,000 points mean? How dare you ask for such an exorbitant price? Lin Sun said, you should have at least 800 points, right? Blue veins stood out on Lan Yu's forehead. What did this guy think the school points were? Cabbages? 500 points? Lin Sun's eyes became more and more contemptuous. If you don't even have these points, you'd better work hard to earn points first. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to teach Lin Sun a lesson, but in the end, he held back, took a deep breath, and said with a livid face, okay, 500 points, I promise you. Lin Sun immediately smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, good, you can line up to challenge me. Seeing Lin Sun's confident look, Lan Yu's face turned green with anger. He almost couldn't restrain himself. Oh, by the way, if you want to challenge me, remember to prepare your points. I won't embarrass you. When you lose, just give me all your points. Lin Sun glanced at Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, Shi Yunpeng and others, which made their faces gloomy all of a sudden. Arrogant, too arrogant, the other students present also widened their eyes. Lin Sun was so unscrupulous. Wasn't he afraid of retribution? You can also inform others that if you want to fight with me, you can. Come and line up with your points. Lin Sun's words made all the nearby students of martial arts courtyard angry. What did this guy think they were? Lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Lin Sun, don't be complacent. You will suffer later. I'm so angry. This guy is so hateful. Senior brothers and sisters, don't be polite to him. Lin Sun, you are so arrogant. Do you really think our martial arts courtyard is a decoration? There was a burst of shouting, accusing and scolding Lin Sun. The scene was extremely lively. This was martial arts courtyard. The noise here soon attracted a lot of onlookers. Many students even quickly went to inform others and invited them to come. I've informed senior brother Yu Ruhua. If he knows that Lin Sun is so arrogant, he will definitely take action. Hey, I've told some disciples of aristocratic families in the school who have enmity with Lin, such as Hua family, Song family, Qi family, and so on. The onlookers didn't mind making things bigger. This time, Lin Sun's arrival was destined to stir up a storm. Lin Sun ignored these words and asked Li Xiaofei, ugly, where is the martial arts arena? Li Xiaofei was furious, who are you calling ugly? Lin Sun said, a mole, where is the martial arts arena? Li Xiaofei was so angry that he wanted to tear Lin's mouth. It's right in front. At this moment, Shui Yun spoke coldly. Lin Sun looked up and saw a large field not far away. There was an ancient stone platform in the field. It was dark and stained with blood, with obscure spiritual tattoos faintly flowing on it. This was the martial practice grounds, and it was a place where the disciples of the martial Dao courtyard fought for supremacy. For the past few thousands of years, there had been countless geniuses and influential figures that fought for supremacy there, and unparalleled battles were played out one after another. At this time, many figures had already gathered around the martial arts arena. Obviously, they heard that Lin Sun was coming and was about to fight here. Moreover, many students were coming from other places one after another. Come on, Lin Sun, let me teach you a lesson today. I'll wash away the shame of the imperial family and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Lan Yu shouted. Originally, he wouldn't be the first to jump out, but he was so angry with Lin Sun on the way that he couldn't help it. White hair, didn't I tell you to line up? Wash your neck first and wait aside. Lin Sun waved his hand unhappily. When the surrounding people heard this, they all wanted to laugh yet didn't dare, and they had strange expressions on their faces. White hair. Lin Sun dared to call Lan Yu like this. Lin Sun, wait and see. Lan Yu's face was extremely ugly. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to him. He walked into the martial arts arena and stood on the stone platform. Then he looked at Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, and Shi Yunpeng and said, "You called me here. Now, who's going to fight first?" "I'll go first." Shi Yunpeng strode out with a murderous look. "Wait." Lin Sun frowned, "Don't you know the rules?" Shi Yunpeng was stunned and shouted, "What tricks do you want to play at this time?" Lin Sun said unhappily, "Give me your identity nameplate first." "I'm afraid you won't get any points if you lose." Shi Yunpeng was so angry that he took out his student nameplate with a gloomy face and threw it to the side of the martial arts arena. Seeing this, Lin Sun nodded, "Come on." With a swish, Shi Yunpeng jumped onto the stone platform and shouted without hesitation, "Lin Sun, go to hell." With a bang, the power around him suddenly changed. Wind and thunder surged and clouds rose. He slapped forward fiercely. Red clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He used all his strength and used a unique martial art at the beginning. His palm moved like thunder and wind, extremely frightening. Small wind and thunder skill, many people's eyes lit up. This was an ancient secret skill of Shi family. Shi Yunpeng himself was not simple either. He was a first-class figure in martial arts courtyard. He had reached the fulfillment of Sea Spirit realm and was ranked in the top 50 of Sea Spirit Golden List. At this moment, many people couldn't help but be excited when they saw Shi Yunpeng's thunderous strike. Boom, Lin Sun punched out and broke the attack, saying, "That's all? It's not enough." Many people were speechless. This guy's mouth was really unforgiving. "Give me your life." Shi Yunpeng roared and fought with Lin Sun. He ran small wind and thunder skill to the extreme. Red clouds rolled and thunder roared, extremely overbearing and fierce. "You're so loud. I thought you were powerful, but you're only SOSO. Young man, you can't be so boastful." Lin Sun didn't stop talking as he fought. "Kill." Shi Yunpeng's eyes were red. Spiritual light surged around him and shot into the sky. A terrifying thunder and lightning aura shot out in all directions. This battle was very exciting. The two fought on the stone platform, each displaying their power. The wind and clouds surged and the rays of light roared. It was very dazzling. Outside the stage, many people couldn't help but nod and cheer for Shi Yunpeng. Some people were very disdainful of Lin Sun. They thought that the rumors were exaggerated and that Lin Sun was only SOSO. They even started to doubt how a peerless expert like Marquis Ling Tianhao could lose to Lin Sun. It was too disappointing. No matter what, this Lin Sun is not bad. He is much stronger than the new students of Hidden Dragon Institute. However, in our martial arts courtyard, he is clearly not good enough. Jin Zhulu said slowly. Indeed, he doesn't live up to his name. Shui Yun said indifferently. Others also thought so. Originally, they were all prepared and didn't underestimate Lin Sun. But when they saw that he couldn't even defeat Shi Yunpeng, they couldn't help but feel relaxed. They thought that the rumors outside were too exaggerated and Lin Sun was not so powerful. There were also a small number of people in the field with strange expressions and quite complicated feelings. They found the abnormality at the first time. How could Lin Sun, such a ferocious man, fight like this? This small number of people had attended the birthday banquet of the emperor and queen. They had seen how Lin Sun suppressed Qi Tsongfeng and defeated Marquis Ling Tianhao. Qi Tsongmei was also in the field. She had a deeper understanding of Lin Sun and knew how terrible he was. She could even see at a glance that Lin Sun deliberately held back his strength. Obviously, he was worried that his performance would be too eye-catching and scare away others. Then he would lose some good luck. This guy is really a jerk. He has a belly full of bad ideas to cheat others. Chitsongmei sighed in her heart, but she didn't expose it. Her younger brother Chitsongfeng was defeated by Lin Sun, and he was still laughed at and looked down upon by many people. Under such circumstances, she hoped that more people would jump into the pit dug by Lin Sun and taste the feeling of being suppressed by Lin Sun. On the other side, Hua Wuyo stood in the field with a cold look. She also hated Lin Sun because she was almost killed by Lin Sun if she hadn't been rescued in time by the masters of her clan. At this time, seeing that Lin Sun was forced to come to the duel, she naturally hoped that someone could teach Lin Sun a hard lesson. It was better to destroy him. However, she obviously saw that Lin Sun's performance today was too strange. If he was so weak, how could he defeat Hua Wuyo? This guy absolutely did it on purpose. Wuyo, is he the one who defeated you? I don't think he is so powerful. A pretty girl next to her giggled. Hua Wuyo was a little angry in her heart, but she said calmly, Princess Xianxia, you and Marquis Ling Tian are both members of the royal family. Why don't you take this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun and avenge Marquis Ling Tian? The pretty girl called Princess Xianxia was stunned, and then she said proudly, he is too weak to be worthy of my help. Hua Wuyo said no more, but she sneered in her heart. Even Marquis Ling Tian was forced to kneel down by Lin Sun. How could he be called weak? How ignorant he was. In the martial arts field, the battle was extremely fierce. When Lin Sun and Shi Yunpeng fought for 500 rounds, Shi Yunpeng finally lost and was slapped away by Lin Sun. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground outside the stone platform. There was an uproar in the field. The battle was so fierce at this time, but they didn't see clearly how Shi Yunpeng was defeated at the last moment. Young man, go back and practice for a few more years. You and I are not at the same level at all. If I didn't show mercy, I would have suppressed you long ago. Lin Sun stood there, sweating on his forehead and panting slightly. But his words were extremely high-key, showing that he looked down on Shi Yunpeng. Hush! There was a burst of hissing in the field. They had fought for 500 rounds, and the battle was so fierce. It was not easy for Lin Sun to defeat Shi Yunpeng. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Shi Yunpeng was so angry that the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He was defeated by this shameless guy in public, which made him feel aggrieved and ashamed. Let's fight again if you have the guts. Shi Yunpeng roared. He was unwilling to give up. In the previous duel with Lin Sun, he fought fiercely for 500 rounds. He thought he could win. But in the end, he was inexplicably slapped out of the arena. He was still in a daze and didn't understand the situation. At this time, Lin Sun had taken the nameplate left by Shi Yunpeng. He glanced at it and found that there were only more than 300 points. Your points are not enough. If you want to fight with me again, get at least another 500 points. Otherwise, I won't be in the mood to guide you. Lin Sun said unhappily. Shi Yunpeng trembled with anger and gritted his teeth. Lin Sun was so irritating. Many people in the arena booed and booed. They thought it was contemptible for Lin Sun to be so arrogant after he finally won. You don't accept it? Okay, take your points and line up. I promise to accompany you to the end. Lin Sun smiled brightly. Lin Sun, don't be so arrogant. Those students were furious and scolded Lin Sun. A real man doesn't talk nonsense. If you have the guts, come at me. Those who only know how to talk nonsense, get out of the way. Lin Sun's face was calm, which made many people's noses almost crooked with anger. I'll fight you. Lan Yu shouted like thunder. He couldn't stand it anymore. White hair, line up obediently. It's not your turn yet. Lin Sun squinted at him with a disdainful look. White hair again, Lan Yu's eyes were red with anger. He was a dazzling talent ranked in the top 5 on the Sea Spirit Gold list. His ancestors were related to the imperial royal family by marriage. He was respected wherever he went. When had he ever been humiliated by others as white hair? I'll make you die a horrible death later. Lan Yu said one word at a time, showing his killing intent. Lin Sun rolled his eyes and didn't want to look at him again. His arrogant attitude made those students in Martial Courtyard almost unable to bear it. This was Martial Courtyard, who dared to be so impudent here. But today, Lin Sun, who was insufferably arrogant and condescending, had come. He was extremely hateful. Lin Sun didn't care about this. On the first day after he came out, a group of people blocked the gate of Heart-Cleansing Peak. All kinds of demons and ghosts came out to make trouble. After dealing with these demons and ghosts, he arrived at Green Deer Academy. He thought that he could focus on his weapon forging plan, but who would have thought that he would be harassed and provoked by the students of the Martial Dao Courtyard, and Lin Sun could roughly conclude that there must be someone instigating and supporting all this. Even if he bowed his head and bore it silently, it was impossible for him to avoid the storm. This made Lin really angry. If he didn't make a big fuss, there would only be more clowns in the future. "I'll fight you." Shui Yun stepped forward with a cold and indifferent expression, like a proud and aloof snowy mountain. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that Shui Yun couldn't stand Lin Sun's arrogance. Immediately, they became excited. Shui Yun, she was a famous genius in the Martial Dao Courtyard. She was ranked 19th on the Spirit Sea Golden ranking. Moreover, she came from an aristocratic family. Her appearance was exquisite and beautiful. She was extremely popular in the academy and was admired by many young disciples. Seeing that she chose to fight second, the crowd was boiling. "Senior sister Shui Yun, you must teach this boy a hard lesson. Let him know the power of our Martial Dao Courtyard." Some male students roared to cheer for Shui Yun. Only a small group of people who knew Lin Sun, such as Qi Tsangmei and Hua Wuyo, looked strange. Another girl jumped into the pit, and it was a dazzling girl. "Princess Xianxia, have you ever heard that a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken?" Hua Wuyo suddenly asked. What did you say?" The pretty girl next to her was stunned. "Nothing." Hua Wuyo didn't want to explain more. In her mind, Shui Yun was about to become a phoenix without feathers. "Wait a minute, have you brought your points? I won't relax my requirements for the challenger just because a woman challenges me." In the arena, Lin Sun looked at Shui Yun with a smile. Some people were dumbfounded. How dare this guy be so disrespectful to senior sister Shui Yun? Didn't he know how to be tender to the fairer sex? This kind of person's eyes are fixed on points. "Sisters, don't look for such a man in the future." A female student shouted angrily, which aroused a lot of echoes. "Don't be arrogant." Shui Yun's eyes were cold. She threw out her identity nameplate. Then, her figure flashed and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She came to the arena and said indifferently, "Lin Sun, if you lose, you should atone for your mistakes and apologize to the royal family." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Defeat me first." Boom, Shui Yun didn't say anything more. In an instant, thousands of bright purple clouds shot out from her body, which turned into rainbow blades and shrouded Lin Sun. "Interesting." Lin Sun went up to her. The battle broke out, which was more wonderful than the fierce battle with Shi Yunpeng just now. Waves of cheers came from the arena. Of course, they were all cheering for Shui Yun. Her white clothes fluttered, her beautiful hair danced, her watery eyes seemed to be covered with ice mist, and her skin was as clear as jade. She gave people a kind of beauty that was as cold as snow and graceful. During the battle, the purple clouds danced, which made her look like a dream. Lin Sun was suppressed and had to dodge from time to time, which made her look even more extraordinary. Some of the male students in the arena were fascinated. Even some of the female students had to admit that Shui Yun was indeed a rare and dazzling girl. Senior sister Shui Yun is like the fairy of ninth heaven, graceful and extraordinary, while Lin Sun is a clown. He won't be able to jump around for long. A young man said slowly, full of admiration and praise. Yes, senior sister Shui Yun's control of the purple light Rui skill is getting more and more profound. I'm afraid it won't be long before she can step into the Tao Insight realm and enter the Zhen Wu side courtyard to cultivate. Many people echoed. In their eyes, Lin Sun was completely suppressed by Shui Yun. He was as embarrassing as a clown. It was extremely ridiculous. Soon, the battle went on for 500 rounds. Clap, suddenly, a resounding slap resounded. People who were impressed by Shui Yun's demeanor and cheered for her felt dizzy. In the arena, Shui Yun's figure staggered and stepped back more than 10 steps. On her white and beautiful face, there was a red palm print, which soon swelled up. The most terrible thing was that Shui Yun couldn't control her figure in the end. She staggered and fell outside the arena in an embarrassing posture. The cheers of the audience stopped abruptly. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. What the hell just happened? Shui Yun was slapped out of the arena by that boy. How could this be possible? Many people were stunned there as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Sun was suppressed in the fierce battle just now. How could he become like this in a twinkling of an eye? The arena was silent for a while. Well, I'm sorry. I used too much force just now and couldn't hold it back. It's on my face. I'm sorry. Although Lin Sun's words were apologetic, his expression was very perfunctory. Seeing this, everyone present was burning with anger and gnashing their teeth. It was too abominable. Shui Yun was the goddess in their hearts. How dazzling she was. But now, she was slapped in the face by this abominable guy in public. This was outrageous and deserved to be punished by God. Shui Yun was stunned. It seemed that she was stunned by the slap. After a while, she came to her senses and looked at Lin Sun with resentment. She couldn't control her anger any longer and screamed, "I'll kill you." How precious was her identity. She was like a proud genius, and she was surrounded by stars wherever she went. How could she have imagined that she would be slapped on the face by someone one day? She was completely furious and wanted to kill Lin Sun at all costs. What? You can't afford to lose? This makes me very disappointed in martial arts courtyard. It's just a slap. Take it as a lesson. Don't be so arrogant in the future, okay? Lin Sun scolded unhappily. Shui Yun, bear with it for a while. Let me deal with this boy. Jin Julu stepped forward and persuaded Shui Yun, who was about to lose her temper, to take her away. Staying here would only make Shui Yun more embarrassed. At this time, all the people in the field came to their senses. Shui Yun was defeated by a slap. For a while, the crowd was angry and they all accused Lin Sun. Lin Sun, are you still a man? Is this how you treat women? What a jerk. Bah. It's shameful for you to be so cruel to women. Don't stop me. I'm going to avenge Sister Shui Yun and kill this lawless bastard. Lin Sun stood alone in the martial arts field, panting, pale and soaked in cold sweat. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer. But he still looked lonely inside. The world is like a chess game, but it's hard to meet an opponent. I'm lonely at the top. A group of people were speechless. He was so tired, but it was still hard to meet an opponent. Could he not be so hypocritical and shameless? Chi Tsungmei sighed inwardly that this guy was really good at arousing hatred. One sentence aroused public anger and was condemned by thousands of people. Is this what you mean by a phoenix without feathers is not as good as a chicken? Princess Xianxia seemed to understand. I didn't mean Shui Yun. Hua Wuyo replied expressionlessly. Princess Xianxia was thoughtful. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Lin Sun. Just over 200 points. I thought it was great. On the martial arts field, Lin Sun put away Shui Yun's identity nameplate and couldn't help muttering. Some people with sharp ears heard it and shouted angrily. But soon, Lin Sun figured it out. It was very difficult to accumulate points in the school. Most of the students' cultivation was closely related to points, such as exchanging elixirs, reading ancient books in the Sutras Pavilion, and going out to practice. Lin Sun, I'll fight with you. At this time, Jin Julu appeared. His eyes were as cold as lightning with a murderous look. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's black eyes. This guy finally jumped out. Jin Julu had personally said that he had seriously injured Lin Xiafeng, causing Lin Xiafeng to be still recuperating. Jin Julu, ranked 9th on the spiritual sea gold list, he was famous in the martial arts yard and had many glorious achievements that were talked about. His bearing was slender and handsome, and every single move he made revealed an oppressive and fierce imposing aura. It was an aura that could only be tempered through long periods of battle. Crack, without any nonsense, Jin Julu threw out his identity nameplate and went straight to the martial arts field. His figure was like a spear, with wisps of light steaming out of his body, which made him look elegant. All the people present were excited at once. Now Jin Zhulu showed up, which gave them the hope to defeat Lin Sun and completely beat him down to the mortal world. Attrition warfare? Well, let me have a rest first. Even a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm can't bear 2 battles in a row. Lin Sun said and sat down on the ground. Everyone despised him immediately. This guy was so thick-skinned that a practitioner of Tao Insight Realm couldn't bear it. A practitioner at that level wouldn't be tired even if he fought for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. I'll give you a chance. Do you need spiritual medicine? Jin Zhulu said coldly with no expression. No, what if it's poisonous? I've heard that there are many poisons in the world that can make people lose their strength silently. Lin Sun said with a smile. Jin Zhulu's face was cold. After a while, he said, later, I'll let you have a taste of your cousin Lin Xiafeng's miserable defeat. This was obviously a provocation, but Lin Sun just smiled and said nothing. After a while, Lin Sun got up and said generously, come on. Humph. Jin Zhulu snorted coldly. Like a thunder, he took out a spear and attacked fiercely like a god of war on the battlefield. Rumbled a void in the martial arts field, wailed, and the wind and clouds changed, which was all caused by Jin Zhulu. Needless to say, this person was extremely formidable indeed. His spear was suffused with a brilliant glow of spirit energy as it pointed towards the heavens and the earth, and its might was ferocious. He seemed to possess an arrogant bearing of killing gods and Buddhas that obstructed his path. As expected of an extraordinary figure that was ranked at the 9th position on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings. This shocked many students in the field. Qi Tsangmei, Hua Wuyo, and others also looked serious. Jin Zhulu's fighting capacity was obvious to all. He was not weaker than any talent. Especially when it came to a real battle, Jin Zhulu's divine bravery was unparalleled, and the combat strength he displayed was even stronger. Compared to Marquis Lingtian, Zhao Jingyin, he was not much inferior. Kill. The battlefield was filled with Jin Zhulu's explosive shout that surged with killing intent, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the 9 heavens. His black hair fluttered in the wind while his spear shot out explosively, and his killing intent swept through the battlefield and caused waves of exclamations of shock. Lin Sun, on the other hand, looked much dimmer. He was suppressed so much that he couldn't even raise his head. Soon, he showed signs of defeat and was almost blasted out of the arena several times. At some point in time, many more people had appeared in the field. Sui Yujing, who was ranked 3rd on the Spiritual Sea Gold leaderboard, and Zhao Jingguan, a disciple of the imperial family with the most noble status. There was no lack of students from the Spiritual Rune Courtyard, the Divine Strategies Courtyard, and the Hidden Dragon Institute. There were even a few instructors who had been alarmed and had come to watch the battle. Ning Meng, Shiyu, Yi Qi, Gong Ming. Lin Sun's old friends had also come. They were now cultivating in the Hidden Dragon Institute. They were all very surprised that Lin Sun was fighting in the martial arts courtyard. They had thought that he was still in closed-door cultivation on Heart Cleansing Peak. They didn't expect that he not only came out of closed-door cultivation, but also came to Green Deer School and made a scene, attracting the attention of all. The situation is not good. Yi Qi, who was as round and fat as a ball, opened his eyes wide. Hey, hey, hey. Hearing this, Shiyu and Ning Meng couldn't help but laugh mysteriously. What are you doing? Don't you see that Lin Sun is being suppressed? He is almost beaten to the ground. Yi Qi glared at them. Alas, you still don't know Lin Sun. This guy looks harmless, but he has more bad ideas than anyone else. He is very insidious. Ning Meng patted Yi Qi's shoulder as if he had been through this. Jin Zhulu is going to suffer. Shiyu said slowly. Yi Qi was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. It's like he is pretending to be weak to eat a tiger. Gong Ming, who had been silent all the time, commented. When Yi Qi was about to say something, there was an uproar in the field. In the martial arts field, Jin Zhulu was punched on the shoulder by Lin Sun and flew out. No one could see clearly what happened. Just now, Lin Sun was obviously dodging and was about to be defeated. But in a moment, Jin Zhulu was beaten back. All the people present were surprised and felt something was wrong. Yi Qi's lips twitched fiercely. He finally understood that Lin Sun was pretending to be weak before. Kill. Jin Julu shouted. He was also surprised and confused by Lin Sun's one punch. He didn't expect that Lin Sun could still fight back. But soon, Lin Sun flashed like a ghost, broke through the heavy attacks and kicked Jin Julio's lower abdomen. Because the speed was too fast, everyone felt their vision blur again. Jin Julu let out a miserable cry and fell face first onto the ground. All the people present were dumbfounded. Jin Julu was so domineering and brave before, but why he suddenly couldn't suppress Lin Sun? The revenge begins. At this time, Qi Tsangmei and Hua Wuyo also knew that Jin Julu couldn't hold on anymore. They were all surprised. Lin Sun disappeared for 2 months, but now he seemed to be stronger, which made people unable to figure out how strong he was. Go to hell. Jin Julu obviously didn't believe it. His face was livid and his hair was disheveled. He held the spear and waved it. His whole body was full of brilliant light and terrible power. Ho ho. Lin Sun smiled brightly without saying a word. But his smile became a kind of provocation and humiliation in Jin Julio's eyes. For all the people watching the battle, Lin Sun's smile was also very dazzling. It was an ugly look of a villain intoxicated by success, but very quickly, Jin Julio's forehead was slapped, and there were 5 blood-red fingerprints on his smooth forehead. Everyone present couldn't help but feel horrified, and they felt that something was off. His forehead is really hard. It's not broken. Lin Sun muttered. You're courting death. Jin Julu couldn't keep calm anymore. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was livid. He roared like thunder and attacked crazily. Rumble on the martial arts practice field, the void was chaotic and the divine light was rolling. The dazzling light made people dare not look at it directly. You can't do it. Why don't you admit defeat now? I have to fight with others later. I can't waste time on you. When Lin Sun's voice sounded, Jin Julio's face was punched hard. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and many teeth flew out. Jin Julu screamed miserably. All the people present felt the pain. This punch was really fierce. Some experienced people had already keenly noticed that Lin Sun's previous performance was obviously showing weakness on purpose. I'll kill you. With a roar, Jin Julu rushed out again. His hair was disheveled, and his cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head. He looked very miserable. He didn't have the elegant demeanor he had before. Instead, he was like an enraged beast, flustered and exasperated. He was really furious. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was first punched flying by Lin Sun, then kicked in the abdomen and slapped on the forehead. At this moment, even his cheeks were almost smashed by Lin Sun's punch. How could he endure this? The most hateful thing was that Lin Sun had been smiling brilliantly all the time, and what he said was even more infuriating. How could he possibly keep calm? This guy did it on purpose. He must have shown weakness on purpose when he fought with Shi Yunpeng and Shui Yun. He's been deceiving them all the time. At this moment, even the slowest people came to an understanding, and their expressions became interesting. There was surprise, embarrassment, resentment, and shock. This fact was difficult for them to accept, and they were extremely disappointed. They thought that Lin Sun would have to coil up like a dragon in the martial arts courtyard, but they never expected that he hadn't used his true strength at all from the beginning to the end. What made them feel ashamed and resentful was that they didn't understand it until now. It was so hateful. You've already seen it? Princess Xianxia was a little displeased. How could a person who could defeat Marquis Ling Tian be so simple? Hua Wuyo was expressionless. At this time, Ning Meng, Shi Yu, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming were all laughing. As they expected, Lin Sun had deceived another ignorant guy. Boom! In the martial arts practice field, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. In the smoke and dust, Jin Julu was suppressed to the ground. Lin Sun stepped on him with one foot, making him unable to struggle to get up. When this scene appeared, everyone was speechless and deathly silent. Many people were stupefied, unable to believe their own eyes. Compared with Shi Yunpeng and Shui Yun, Jin Julu was defeated so miserably that people couldn't bear to see it. How could Jin Julu, who ranked 9th on the Spiritual Sea Golden List, be suppressed like this? They couldn't accept this result. In the field, Lan Yu's expression was the most interesting. He was so angry that he almost coughed up blood when Lin Sun called him white hair. He wanted to fight on the stage several times but failed, which made him extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was worried that if Lin Sun was defeated by Jin Zhulu, he would have nowhere to vent his anger. But when he saw this scene, he suddenly stiffened and looked uncertain. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could see that Lin Sun didn't use his real skills before. And Jin Zhulio's crushing defeat made him feel a little scared. How could this hateful guy be so strong? Not only Lan Yu, but also the others present couldn't figure it out. Alas, 3 wins in a row. Lin Sun sighed. As he spoke, he kicked Jin Zhulu out of the martial arts practice field. Jin Zhulu fell hard to the ground and fainted directly. He used his real strength to seriously injure Jin Zhulu. It was not easy for Jin Zhulu to recover. There was no other way. This was Green Deer School, where killing was forbidden. Otherwise, Lin Sun wouldn't mind ending Jin Zhulio's life. Jin Zhulu was defeated. Everyone realized Lin Sun's strength. When they heard his sigh, they didn't feel as angry as before, but their faces were still very ugly. Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. He looked down on their martial arts school. How hateful. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Lin Sun's words were not imposing at all. It seemed very perfunctory and light. But it was this careless attitude that made the students of martial arts courtyard very angry. Arrogant, too arrogant, however, even though they were angry and aggrieved, no one dared to step onto the martial arts field to fight with Lin Sun for a while. They all understood that the reason why Lin Sun dared to be so arrogant was not arrogance, but his strength could not be underestimated. The defeat of Shi Yunpeng, Shui Yun and Jin Zhulu had already proved this. At this time, anyone who looked down on Lin Sun was absolutely stupid. Many people were also shocked. Shi Yunpeng and the other 2 were all first-class figures in martial arts courtyard. They were ranked on the Sea Spirit Golden List and were famous. Even they were no match for Lin Sun. It could be imagined how powerful Lin Sun's cultivation was now. If they didn't send out peerless figures, it would be difficult to suppress him. Qi Tsangmei, Hua Wuyo, and other people who had enmity with Lin Sun felt quite complicated at this moment. After only 2 months, Lin Sun seemed to have been reborn and became more and more unpredictable. They still remembered that when Lin Sun defeated Marquis Ling Tian at the birthday banquet of Empress Emperor, he was only at the middle stage of Sea Spirit Realm. But now Lin Sun was at the peak of Sea Spirit Realm. Alas, the trick of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger has been seen through. Now even fools know not to jump into the pit. Shi Yu sighed in the distance. Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming also deeply agreed, and from the bottom of their hearts, they were also shocked by Lin Sun's current strength. This guy was becoming more and more abnormal. He advanced by leaps and bounds on the road of cultivation and was far ahead of them, which made them feel that it was difficult to catch up with him. In the martial arts field, Lin Sun saw everything and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He knew that it was impossible to cheat people like just now. Suddenly, he looked at Li Xiaofei in the field and couldn't help but smile. He immediately shouted, "Ugly, it's your turn." Li Xiaofei's face suddenly became embarrassed and he roared, "Lin Sun, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think there is no one in martial arts courtyard?" Lin Sun frowned and said, "In this case, why not come up and fight?" Li Xiaofei looked uncertain. If it were in the past, he would have already rushed out, but now even Shi Yunpeng, Shui Yun and Jin Zhulu were defeated. How could he have the courage to fight with Lin Sun? Oh, this is the successor of martial arts courtyard? What a disappointment. Lin Sun. This infuriated the students who were present, and they all started shouting loudly. "A mole, what's wrong with you? You don't even dare to accept the challenge? Quick, go up and kill him. Didn't you hear him call you ugly? Even if we lose, we have to lose fair and square. How can we be afraid of fighting?" Jean. Li Usli, Sun, he not. Li Chin. Li Sun, Li said. Li. And. Li Lin. Finally, Lin's eyes fell on Lan Yu, the white-haired young man. "White hair, you must be impatient. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Come up and fight with me." Lin Sun smiled brightly. Lan Yu's face changed. Obviously, he was struggling in his heart. Previously, he was so angry that he couldn't wait to be the first one to kill Lin Sun. But after witnessing the battles just now, he had already calmed down and realized that Lin Sun was extraordinary. He knew that if he fought and failed in the end, he would lose a lot of face. Therefore, although he was angry, he wanted to retreat. He didn't want to have a fierce conflict with Lin Sun at this time. But he didn't expect that Lin Sun would call his name at this moment. White hair. This humiliating way of addressing him made Lan Yu so angry that he was about to go crazy. What's wrong? Are you scared just like that mole? Lin Sun frowned. Since you want to die, I'll help you. Lan Yu was completely enraged, and he roared loudly before flashing into the practice grounds. He'd already disregarded everything, and if he continued to shrink back, then it wouldn't be long before he would become the laughingstock of the martial Dao courtyard. The audience burst into cheers. Lan Yu, a stunning figure ranked in the top 5 on Spirit Sea Golden List, was going to fight angrily. It was bound to be a peak duel, but different from before, many people in the field were a little worried. If Lan Yu was also defeated, what should they do? Seeing this, Shiryu and Ning Meng laughed again. They looked at Lin as if he was a pig that was about to be slaughtered. On the martial arts field, the battle broke out. This time, Lin Sun didn't intend to hide it, because he couldn't hide it at all. Boom, Lin Sun straightened his back, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He stepped on ice dragon steps, as if walking in the clouds, surrounded by a light cyan glow. In a trance, people only felt that Lin Sun had changed. He had a kind of ethereal temperament. His black eyes were deep, and his appearance was delicate. He was like a clear spring in the deep mountain or a wisp of breeze in the pure land, without a trace of worldly aura. Even his attack was simple, natural, and illusory, but it gave people a feeling of perfection, harmony with heaven and earth, and harmony with all things. It was as perfect as the moon, natural and full, returning to nature. Is this his real skill? Someone whispered in a trembling voice. Many students of martial arts yard in the field were also shocked. At this moment, Lin Sun had an indescribable style, which made people afraid. It was a kind of invisible power, perfect and ethereal, shocking people's mind. Some instructors who were watching the battle in the distance couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Their cultivation was so high that they could naturally see that Lin Sun had reached the peak of Sea Spirit Realm. He was like a king who could defeat most of his peers. How on earth did he cultivate? Shiryu and Ning Meng also showed a solemn expression. They were amazed by Lin Sun's style. Even those students of martial arts yard who hated and despised Lin Sun before had to admit that when Lin Sun really showed his strength, it was too extraordinary, just for a moment. Lan Yu took the initiative to admit defeat. He didn't look angry, but a little bitter and absent-minded. When fighting with Lin Sun, he finally understood how powerful Lin Sun was. No matter how many secret methods and means he used, they were easily resolved by Lin Sun, and he couldn't struggle at all. He knew that it wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that his opponent was too strong and had already stood at the top of all peaks. Unless the opponent had the same cultivation as him, he was doomed to lose, therefore, Lan Yu admitted defeat without hesitation. Lin Sun didn't make things difficult for him. On the contrary, because Lan Yu took the initiative to admit defeat, Lin Sun thought highly of him. Lan Yu admitted defeat. Seeing this, the whole field was silent. The way they looked at Lin Sun also changed from disdain, anger, and hatred to fear, surprise, and shock. No one expected that a teenager in his teens could have such a terrible achievement in cultivation. Now everyone understood that Shi Yunpeng, Shui Yun, and Jin Zhulu didn't lose. Even in the martial arts courtyard, it was difficult to find someone like Lin Sun who could be on par with and contend with him. This kid is extraordinary. His vital energy is smooth, perfect, and flawless. He's already stepped foot into the peak of the Sea of Soul realm, and every single move he makes faintly shows signs of breaking open the Grand Tao and soaring upwards. In the distance, a young man in a jade robe sighed. He wasn't very handsome, but he had a kind of awe-inspiring heroic spirit. His eyes were like stars, and a pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted to the temples. Standing there with his hands behind his back, he gave people a kind of independent momentum. His name was Zhao Jingguan, a descendant of the imperial royal family with noble blood. His Grandfather was the blood brother of the current emperor. In the martial Dao courtyard, Zhao Jingguan was similarly an existence that was like a blazing sun. His natural talent was peerless, and his talent and knowledge shocked the world. He was ranked first on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings. I'll meet him later. Next to him, a man with thin cheeks, a broad forehead, and a dignified appearance said softly. His eyes were flowing with light, like a peerless sword, disdainfully and frighteningly. He was Zui Yujing, a descendant of the Zhou clan, a superior aristocratic family. He was ranked third in Sea Spirit Gold list. Forget it. There are not many chances to suppress him this time. It's not appropriate to fight with him again. After all, he has fought 4 battles in a row. Even if he wins, it's an unfair victory. Zhao Jingguan sighed. Just let it go? Zui Yujing frowned. Don't worry. The reason why I deal with him this time is just to test how much ability he has. Now it seems that he deserves his reputation. Zhao Jingguan's eyes were deep, and he seemed to be thinking, most importantly, it's impossible to kill him in Green Deer School. There will be many obstacles, and even I can't act rashly. In this case, it's better to avoid for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Zui Yujing seemed to be unwilling. It's just a remnant of a ruined clan. If I kill him, then I kill him. Why go to so much trouble? You don't understand. If he was so easy to kill, he would have been wiped out long ago after he forced my elder brother Marquis Ling Tian to kneel. Let's go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let him jump around for a while. Zhao Jingguan said and turned to leave. Zui Yujing was stunned. She glanced coldly at Lin Sun in the distance. Finally, she took a deep breath and left with Zhao Jingguan. At the same time, Lin Sun in the martial arts practice field sensed something and looked over. When he caught a glimpse of Zui Yujing and Zhao Jingguan, he immediately frowned. 2 masters, at least they were more powerful than Lan Yu. This was Lin Sun's evaluation. Even though he was now at the peak of Sea Spirit Realm, he still felt a trace of danger. At this moment, Lin Sun dared not underestimate martial arts yard. As a gathering place of talents in Green Deer School, there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Soon, Lin Sun collected his thoughts. After defeating Lan Yu, he still didn't intend to stop. He wanted to continue fighting. He really wanted to know who instigated all this. After all, Lin Sun offended the royal family of the empire. He had nothing to do with these students in Green Deer School. However, on the first day he came out of closed-door training, they provoked him fiercely. As long as he was not a fool, he would know it was not simple. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was stopped before he could continue fighting. A senior instructor of martial arts yard appeared and scolded the students to disperse and clear the field. Although the students of martial arts yard were unwilling to give up, they also knew that if they continued fighting, Lin Sun would win without any suspense if no peerless figure appeared. Lin Sun, you are a teacher of spiritual tattoo yard. How could you have a conflict with the students of martial arts yard? You are guilty. The senior instructor frowned. His name was Wang Qingtian, a great practitioner of Tao Insight Realm. Senior, do you believe that I was set up? You saw it just now. These students wanted to suppress me and force me to apologize to the royal family of the empire. Lin Sun shrugged. Wang Qingtian was stunned. He seemed to think of something and sighed, don't worry. At least in Green Deer School, no one dares to hurt you. Lin Sun smiled brightly, I hope so. Wang Qingtian obviously understood something, but he didn't want to get involved in this dispute, so he left in a hurry. Good boy, you are getting more and more powerful now. Ning Meng strode over, patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, and laughed. Indeed, what happened today will cause a sensation in the whole Green Deer School soon. After all, you are a spiritual tattoo master of spiritual tattoo yard, but now you have defeated so many influential figures in martial arts yard. It's hard not to be noticed. Yi Qi sighed with emotion. No matter where Lin Sun was, he would not be unknown. He had just come out of closed-door training and made such a big disturbance in Green Deer School. Are you praising me or making sarcastic remarks? Lin Sun was speechless for a while, but he was very happy in his heart. When he first became a teacher of Green Deer School, Yu and others were taken out for training. They didn't meet each other in the end. Now that they met again, he was naturally happy. Speaking of which, since he entered the Forbidden City, his friends were Shiryu, Ningmeng, Yiqi, and Gongming. Tell me honestly, did you eat some sort of immortal medicine? How did your cultivation suddenly advance by leaps and bounds and become so ferocious? Ningmeng said fiercely. Lin Sun was surprised. Did I make rapid progress in cultivation? I thought you had already surpassed me in cultivation after practicing in Green Deer School. They were speechless. The road of cultivation was full of dangers. It was not easy to go further. Only through experience could one understand how difficult this road was. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Yiqi rolled his eyes. Yeah, when you first entered the Forbidden City, you were only at the Heavenly Dipper realm, not even the Sea of Soul realm. But now, in less than a year, you have already stepped into the Sea of Soul realm. Who can compare with this kind of shocking advancement speed? Gongming couldn't help murmuring. Lin Sun, you are in a bad situation now. Sure, you said. Lin Sun nodded and briefly told them about the current situation of Heart Cleansing Peak. There was nothing to hide. Damn it, the Zhou family and the Qin family are going too far. Ningmeng swore. Yiqi and Gongming also frowned. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be in so much trouble this time. Not only the Qin family and the Zhou family. Shiryu shook his head. Obviously, he had known something before. He said, what happened today must be instigated by someone. Otherwise, it would not have made such a big noise. Speaking of this, Shiryu's expression became serious. More importantly, you are now a spiritual tattooist, teaching in the School of Spiritual Tattoos, and specially employed by the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists and the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. You once helped the Empress repair the Sword of Apocalypse. Under such circumstances, no one dares to offend you without instigation. As soon as these words came out, Ningmeng and the others also reacted. Indeed, with Lin Sun's current status and his identity as a young spiritual tattooist, ordinary people didn't dare to offend him at all. After all, offending Lin Sun was equal to offending the School of Spiritual Tattoos, the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists and the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, and these three forces represented the most unique group, spiritual tattooists. If you offended a spiritual tattooist, who would refine spiritual weapons for you in the future? It should be noted that the higher your cultivation was, the more picky you would be about spiritual weapons. The common goods on the market couldn't meet your needs at all. Under such circumstances, you needed to find a special spiritual tattooist to refine spiritual weapons for you. From this, you knew that once you offended a spiritual tattooist, you couldn't count on their help. Of course, things were not so absolute. Lin Sun alone couldn't represent the whole spiritual tattooist community. However, a young spiritual tattooist like him was rare. When he grew up, his influence would only be greater and greater. In this way, anyone who wanted to offend Lin Sun would have to think about the consequences, unless he was a real enemy. Do you know something? Lin Sun asked. Among these friends, Shiryu was the most well-informed and resourceful one. Shiryu didn't hide it and said, if I guess right, it should have something to do with Zhao Jingwen. Zhao Jingwen, Ningmeng, Yiqi, and Gongming were all taken aback. This guy was second to none in the martial arts yard. He had occupied the first place on the Sea of Spirit Gold list for many years and had never been shaken by anyone. Moreover, he was a descendant of the royal family of the Imperial Palace. He had a noble bloodline and a high status. If he was behind all this, it would be easy to understand. Because now everyone knew that Lin Sun had offended the royal family of the empire. As a member of the royal family, Zhao Jingwen naturally had a reason to target Lin Sun. Zhao Jingwen is not simple. Although Marquis Ling Tian, Zhao Jingyin is his cousin, his status in the royal family is far lower than his. Shiryu's eyes were calm, and he analyzed quickly, if Zhao Jingwen is really against you, you will be in big trouble. At least you have Zhao Jingwen as your enemy in addition to the Zhou and Qin families. Although Zhao Jingwen can't represent the whole royal family alone, the power he has is absolutely not to be underestimated. Then what should we do? Ningmeng cried. Don't worry, as long as we know who is behind it. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Have you already made a plan? Sure, you suddenly asked. He found that Lin Sun was calmer than he thought. Lin Sun nodded and said, "You will understand in the future." He didn't want to say more, because he didn't want Shiryu and others to get involved in this storm. After all, the enemy was different, and it was too dangerous. "Damn, do you still think we are brothers?" Ning Meng shouted, very dissatisfied. "When I need it in the future, I will naturally ask you for help, but it's not necessary now." Lin Sun explained. "So what are you going to do now?" Shiryu asked. Lin Sun looked into the distance, where a golden stone tablet, tens of meters high, emerged in the smoke and clouds. It stood there, towering and eye-catching. That was the Sea Spirit Golden List. It listed the names of the 100 most outstanding Sea Spirit Realm students of Green Deer School. "I heard that as long as your name appears on the Sea Spirit Golden List, you can get corresponding points as a reward?" Lin Sun said. "Yes." Shiryu nodded and immediately reacted, "Are you going to challenge the list?" Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming were also stunned and looked at Lin Sun. "I have no choice. I am in urgent need of points now, so I have to give it a try." Lin Sun sighed. Everyone was speechless. All the students of Green Deer School regarded the Sea Spirit Golden List as a sacred place. If their names could be on it, it was absolutely a rare glory. But Lin Sun regarded it as a way to earn points, which was too vulgar. The Spiritual Sea Golden List was located on a mountain in Martial Courtyard. The mountain was thousands of feet high and covered with jagged rocks. It was called Spiritual Sea Peak. After Lin Sun made the decision, he immediately walked over there. This guy really wants to get on the list. Seeing this, Shiryu and Ning Meng finally realized that Lin Sun was not joking, so they hurriedly followed him. They were also curious about Lin Sun's ranking on Spirit Sea Golden List with his current foundation and strength. Most importantly, there were two ways to leave one's name on the Spiritual Sea Golden List. The first method was common knowledge. The Martial Dao Courtyard would hold a competition every year to change the name list of the Spirit Sea Gold rankings. This was the most common way. The second method was to charge into the Ascension rankings alone. However, one would have to pay a considerable amount of points. Moreover, when one charged into the Ascension rankings, one had to be very particular about it, and the test was extremely harsh. Generally speaking, few students would choose the second way. One reason was that it required too many points, and the second was that the test was too difficult. Not to mention ordinary students, even some top talents wouldn't choose the second way rashly. Obviously, Lin Sun was going to use the second way to get on the list. "Hey, isn't that Lin Sun? He hasn't left yet. Is he going to the Spiritual Sea Peak to get on the list?" On the way, some students of Martial Courtyard were surprised to see Lin Sun approaching the area where the Spiritual Sea Golden List was located. "This guy is really restless. He's in the limelight just now. Now he wants to get on the list again. What's he doing? Damn it. He's too arrogant. Didn't he enjoy himself in the martial arts practice field just now? He still wants to get on the Spiritual Sea Golden List. He doesn't take our Martial Courtyard seriously." "You can't say that." Lan Yu, who ranked 5th on the Spiritual Sea Golden List, was defeated by him. So, he must have a place on the Spiritual Sea Golden List. But the test conditions for him to get on the list alone are so harsh. Maybe it's difficult for him to get on the list. Let's go and have a look. Discussions broke out everywhere, causing a commotion. Many students were attracted by the commotion, rushing towards the Spirit Ocean Peak. After the previous duels in the martial arts practice field, these students' attitudes towards Lin Sun had changed a lot. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, they had to admit that Lin Sun was indeed a martial arts genius with unimaginable combat effectiveness. Even in the Martial Dao Courtyard, he was one of the top figures. However, they didn't agree with Lin Sun's character. They thought that Lin Sun was too arrogant, unscrupulous, unreasonable, arrogant and domineering, and his moral quality was worrying. Therefore, when they realized that Lin Sun was going to challenge the rankings, these students felt provoked again and followed him with complex hostility. They would like to see when Lin Sun would act tough. Spirit Sea Peak. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun felt an ancient aura assaulting his face. This peak wasn't high or beautiful, but it was full of traces of the vicissitudes of time, as if it had stood here for countless years. According to rumor, this peak had indeed existed since the ancient times, and it contained a mysterious and unfathomable energy. The current dean had utilized supreme ability to refine it and teleport it here. On the peak stood a stone tablet, which was dozens of meters high, completely black and filled with brilliant golden light. It was magnificent and majestic, dyeing the void golden, holy, and glorious. On the stone tablet, the names of the top 100 students on the Spirit Sea Golden List were imprinted, and each name represented a talent in the Martial Dao Courtyard. For the students of the Martial Dao Courtyard, it was undoubtedly a great honor to have a place on the Spirit Sea Golden List. It represented a kind of identity, fame and status. Climbing up the mountain, Lin Sun soon came to the ancient stone tablet. I heard that this stone tablet is the most precious treasure of an ancient orthodoxy in the ancient times, which can detect the combat effectiveness, talent and potential of practitioners. It's extremely magical. Since the establishment of Green Deer School for thousands of years, countless peerless talents have left their names here. Sure, you sighed for a while. It could be imagined how extraordinary the origin of this stone tablet was, since the ancient times was the most precious treasure. Why is someone here in advance? Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that a man in white was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet. He faced the stone tablet with his back to the crowd, only showing his back. His black hair hung down softly, his back was ramrod straight, and his entire body was bathed in a layer of dreamy and illusory light golden sheen that resonated with the golden sheen that suffused the stone tablet. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice his existence. Someone chose to challenge the Spirit Sea Golden List alone before Lin Sun. Sure, Yu, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming couldn't help but be stunned, especially when they looked at the back of the man in white. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but a spiritual body that was integrated with heaven and earth. Such an indescribable momentum made their hearts palpitate. Who was this guy? Their pupils suddenly shrank. His aura is perfect and in harmony with all transformations. Moreover, he has faintly emerged the power of the Great Way. This guy is not simple. Lin Sun was also shocked. He could perceive that this man in white had stepped into the perfection of sea spirit realm like himself. He was absolutely a peerless genius. The unique and transcendent aura was stronger than that of the top figures of the younger generation that Lin Sun had met before. Who was he? There was such a figure in the martial arts courtyard. My God! Am I mistaken? It's Senior Brother Gu Yanting. Is it really him? Isn't Senior Brother Gu Yanting in closed-door cultivation? Why is he here? Does he also want to challenge the Spirit Sea Golden List? An uproar resounded out, and it was caused by the group of Martial Dao Courtyard students that followed Lin Sun here. They'd originally come to watch Lin Sun's show, but when they saw the figure of the white-cloaked man, all of them revealed shocked expressions. Many students even showed admiration and fanaticism, especially some female students, who were dumbfounded. Gu Yanting? Lin Sun couldn't help asking in a low voice. Sure, Yu quietly pointed at the stone tablet in the distance and transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. Look at the position of the second place. Lin Sun's gaze swept over and instantly noticed that the name at the second place was shockingly written with 3 golden words, Gu Yanting. This fellow Gu Yanting isn't simple. Rumor has it that when he was born, a golden auspicious light descended from the sky and transformed into a flame that fused into his body. In the end, it developed into the golden body of Dao Flame. This is a terrifying innate attribute that was renowned in the ancient times, and it's rare in the world. Sure, Yu transmitted his voice swiftly, and his voice couldn't help but carry a trace of emotion. He was brought into Green Deer Academy to cultivate since he was young, and he was personally taught by an old freak in the academy. He'd always lived in seclusion and had almost no contact with the outside world, causing him to seem extremely mysterious. But there's no doubt that he's absolutely a unique and transcendent peerless figure in the younger generation. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard this. Sure enough, there's no lack of monstrous geniuses in this world, and Gu Yanting was undoubtedly one of them. Even Lin Sun had heard of Gu Yanting's talent of golden body of Dao Flame, because this talent was really too powerful and world-shattering. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, the body would be as solid and indestructible as if it was made of the essence of the Great Way. Moreover, one could control the Dao Flame and exert an incredible and terrifying power. Lin Sun's gaze fell on the first place on the stone tablet, and he couldn't help but be startled. Because just now, he and Yu were still discussing this name, Zhao Jingguan. Is Zhao Jingguan stronger than Gu Yanting? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. This is only Gu Yanting's ranking 5 years ago. During these 5 years, he's been in closed-door training and hasn't broken through again. It was also last year that Zhao Jingguan made a counterattack and pushed Gu Yanting's ranking from the first place to the second. Yu had obviously heard many things about Gu Yanting, and he answered fluently. You can imagine that in the past 5 years, Gu Yanting has been in closed-door training, but only Zhao Jingguan can shake his position. From this, you can see how nature-defying Gu Yanting is. So that's how it is. Lin Sun understood now, and when he looked at Gu Yanting's figure again, he couldn't help but have a trace of surprise in his eyes. Golden body of Tao flame, what great of innate attribute is this? Compared to his devouring abyss, which one was better? After that, Lin Sun shook his head. As far as Lin Sun was concerned, innate attributes were innate attributes in the end. Moreover, every innate attribute had its own wonders, just like plums, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums. Each had its own advantages, and they were bound to not be lumped together. The true strength of an innate attribute still depended on one's combat strength in the end. Senior brother Gu Yanting's cultivation has obviously become even more unfathomable after coming out of closed-door training this time. He's obviously coming to the spiritual sea gold rankings to retake the first place. Yeah, he disappeared in closed-door training for 5 years, and now he's come out of nowhere. He's bound to shine brilliantly. What a pity. According to senior brother Gu Yanting's resources, if he participated in the Empress birthday banquet, he'd probably have been selected by those unworldly experts at the first possible moment to cultivate in a mysterious ancient orthodoxy. Hee, there's a show to watch now. Doesn't Lin Sun want to charge through the rankings as well? He's bound to be completely suppressed by senior brother Gu Yanting. Numerous students of the Martial Dao courtyard arrived successively nearby. At this moment, all of them discussed in low voices with excited expressions, and their topics revolved around Gu Yanting. This obviously showed how extraordinary Gu Yanting's status in the Martial Dao courtyard was, and he was absolutely an existence that attracted the attention of all. Who does Lin Sun think he is? How can he be compared to senior brother Gu Yanting? This is a form of humiliation to senior brother Gu Yanting. Right, what sort of figure is senior brother Gu Yanting? Lin Sun is only an extremely arrogant clown before him. There were also some students that sneered and compared Lin Sun with Gu Yanting, and their words were filled with provocation and criticism. Yu, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming frowned and were about to refute. Meanwhile, the white-clothed man that sat silently before the stone tablet, Gu Yanting, stood up, and his entire body was suffused with a dreamlike golden light, causing him to possess an extraordinary bearing. Gu Yanting stood up. His slender figure was like an exiled immortal that was coiled with a dreamlike and illusory golden sheen, and his soft black long hair fluttered in the wind, causing him to carry a graceful bearing. He wore white clothes and had his hands behind his back as he slightly raised his head to look at the stone tablet, and he emanated an indescribable imposing manner. Without a doubt, this was absolutely a peerless figure. The gazes of everyone present were drawn over, especially the students of the Martial Dao courtyard. All of them revealed expressions of anticipation and reverence. After 5 years of closed-door cultivation, Gu Yanting was bound to retake the first position on the spiritual sea gold rankings. Amidst the silent atmosphere, Gu Yanting moved. He took a step forward, causing numerous golden flames to surge out from the ground and emit a dazzling radiance. He stretched out a fair and slender palm and lightly knocked on the surface of the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, the ancient stone tablet emitted a strange fluctuation, and then a brilliant rain of light drifted down and enveloped Gu Yanting's entire body. Bang! On the stone tablet, rays of light seethed and produced a vast and boundless fluctuation, and the blazing luster surged like the ocean and was extremely dazzling. The first. In an instant, he'd already retaken the first position. Senior brother Gu Yanting is too strong. A young girl screamed, her face flushed with excitement, and her eyes were bright and filled with infatuation and fanaticism. The others were shocked as well. They saw with a single glance that Gu Yanting's name was like a blazing sun as it soared up to ascend to the first position. Lin Sun's deep eyes were suffused with a trace of a strange expression. Even he had to admit that Gu Yanting had indeed attained a peak in the spiritual sea realm. The most shocking thing was that he was still very young, like a blazing sun that had just risen. Such a person was bound to shine brilliantly on the path of the Great Way. But to everyone's surprise, all of this actually didn't end, rumble. It was like the sonorous sound of the Great Way resounding out, shocking the mind, whereas the ancient stone tablet actually started to transform abruptly, and the names were all drowned out. After that, numerous unfamiliar names floated up into appearance, completely different from before. These newly revealed names were all resplendent like blazing suns, and they were like numerous symbols of the Great Way that bloomed with an eternal luster. Everyone present gasped and opened their eyes wide, but no matter how hard they tried, they were actually unable to clearly see the names on the surface of the stone tablet. Those names seemed to be enveloped by an obscure force that flickered with blazing light, and they were utterly unable to be seen through. What's going on? Most of the people present were disciples of the Martial Dao courtyard, but it was the first time they'd seen such an unusual change to the Spirit Sea Gold rankings. 100 names on the list had disappeared, and then another 100 brilliant names that couldn't be seen had appeared. This was too mysterious and shocking. What did this mean? Could this be the legendary Spiritual Sea ranking? Someone said with a trembling voice. The Spiritual Sea Master list. When they heard this name, most of the students present seemed as if they were struck by lightning. They suddenly recalled that there was an even more mysterious ranking on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings, and the names that were able to be ranked on it were the most outstanding figures in the past few thousand years. Every single one of them could be said to be the best in the world, stunning a region. In short, the Spirit Sea ranking was the most outstanding 100 names in the thousands of years since the founding of Green Deer Academy. For thousands of years, no one knew how many talented students had been born in Green Deer Academy, but only 100 people were able to leave their names on the Spiritual Sea ranking list. From this, it could be imagined how difficult it was to be ranked on the Spiritual Sea ranking list. At least in Green Deer Academy before today, none of the 100 names on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings could be ranked on the Spiritual Sea Master list. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the entire academy. But today, Gu Yanting's appearance had caused a change in the Spirit Sea Gold rankings, and the Spiritual Sea Master list had appeared. Did this mean that according to Gu Yanting's current foundation, he could already be ranked on the Spiritual Sea Master list and stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding 100 talents in the past few thousand years? All the people present were shocked, and the students of the Martial Dao courtyard were all excited as if they'd witnessed a miracle being born in front of them. Another monster. Sure, you muttered. Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming also deeply agreed. Gu Yanting was too strong, and he was simply in defiance of the natural order. If he could leave his name on the Spiritual Sea Master list, he would absolutely cause a stir in Green Deer Academy, and his name would spread far and wide within a day. Spiritual Sea Master list. Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the stone tablet that was emitting golden light. Even he found it difficult to see who those unfamiliar names represented. At this moment, Gu Yanting's whole body was covered by a rain of light, and he seemed divine and transcendent. After an unknown period of time, a sound that was like the sound of nature came out from the stone tablet. It was deafening, like the morning bell and evening drum of ancient times, and it crossed the long river of time and resounded in Green Deer Academy today. Swish swish. At this moment, Lin Sun's whole body stiffened, and he keenly sensed that a stream of terrifying thoughts swept over from all directions. There was no doubt that the terrifying thoughts were released by the old monsters of the academy, and they were also alarmed. In the past 139 years, the sound of the Great Way has reappeared on the stone tablet. Yanting, this child, is really extraordinary. After 5 years of closed-door cultivation, he ascended to the Spiritual Sea Master list and stood shoulder to shoulder with all the geniuses of the past and present. Amazing! An ancient sigh resounded between heaven and earth. All the people present were shocked again, and many people were dumbfounded. They all realized that Gu Yanting had succeeded. He had successfully ascended to the Spiritual Sea Master list. It wasn't long before the golden light on the stone tablet fell silent and stopped surging. The rain of light on Gu Yanting's body vanished to reveal his ramrod straight and slender figure. His white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, and he seemed like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He turned around and seemed to intend to leave. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun saw Gu Yanting's appearance clearly. This was a handsome and delicate young man with eyes that were clear and bright like the stars in the sky, and he wore clothes that were whiter than snow. He was accompanied by the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth since he was born, and he possessed the natural talent of the golden body of Tao flame. Now, as he stood there casually, others could discern with a single glance that he was a dragon among men, a peerless genius. Senior Brother Gu. Greetings, Senior Brother Gu. All the students of the martial Tao courtyard spoke with a tone that carried reverence and reverence. Gu Yanting only nodded with a tranquil expression, and he floated away. From the beginning until the end, he didn't say a single word. It seemed as if no one or anything present here was capable of arousing his attention. This was an aloof attitude, but Gu Yanting did indeed possess the qualifications to be arrogant. Even after Gu Yanting's figure vanished, the atmosphere in the surroundings was still slightly silent, and many people hadn't recovered from the shock from before. That kid is really arrogant. Ning Meng muttered. That's because he has the ability to be arrogant. If you're unconvinced, then go charge up the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings as well. I guarantee that I'll be the first to prostrate myself before you. Sure, you ridiculed Ning Meng. Lin Sun paid no attention to all this as his gaze was drawn by the stone stele. He noticed that even if Gu Yanting had left, the name on the surface of the stone stele was still dazzling and radiant, and it was impossible to see through. Obviously, it was the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings, and it hadn't recovered to the golden Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings from before. The Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings hasn't vanished. Someone noticed this as well, and a single sentence instantly drew the gazes of everyone present. The spirits of many seniors were excited, and they were burning with eagerness as they wanted to give it a try and leave a name that belonged to them. Of course, this was purely a type of longing. Let me give it a try. A young man walked forward and took a deep breath before circulating the cultivation in his entire body, and then he pressed his palm onto the surface of the stone stele. Along with a rumble, the stone stele glowed. How is it? With a face full of hope, the young man looked up and quickly searched for his name. But soon, he was disappointed. Until the stone stele returned to silence, he still hadn't found anything. Dude, you can't even make it to the top 100 of the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings. How dare you think about leaving your name on the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings? You're really bold. Ning Meng snorted with laughter. The young man suddenly blushed and turned away from the stone stele angrily. At this time, other students regained their composure and dispelled the unrealistic fantasies in their hearts. That was the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings, which was indeed not something they could climb. And they had found that the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings gradually disappeared, and the top 100 of the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings appeared again. The first place was still Zhao Jingguan, but Gu Yanting's name could no longer be found. Obviously, he had entered the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings and transcended from the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings. This made many students present sigh with emotion again. Lin Sun, don't you also want to make it to the Immortal rankings this time? Why don't you take action? Was he scared into shrinking back by senior apprentice brother Gu Yanting? Suddenly, someone spoke and called out Lin Sun's name in a provocative manner. Yeah, why don't you go up and give it a try? Maybe you can create a miracle. But obviously, with your strength, you're destined to be unable to compare with senior brother Gu Yanting. How many times have I said, don't compare him with senior brother Gu Yanting? He doesn't deserve it. Those students were obviously deliberately provoking and sarcastic to goad Lin Sun. In their opinion, perhaps Lin Sun could enter the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings today, but it was impossible for him to take advantage of this to show off. Because with Gu Yanting there, no matter how outstanding Lin Sun's performance was, it was impossible for him to enter the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings, even to the extent that he couldn't compare with Zhao Jingguan and Zui Yujing, who were ranked first and second on the Spiritual Ocean Immortal rankings. Of course, this was the opinion of those martial arts courtyard students. Lin Sun, these guys have eyes but fail to see. They're deliberately slandering you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Ning Meng cried out. I'm here to earn points, not to prove to others. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Earn points, those students were dumbfounded. The spiritual ocean immortal rankings were so glorious and sacred, but this fellow actually came to earn points. This was simply an insult to the spiritual ocean immortal rankings, and it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Sun, do you still have the dignity of a cultivator? You're simply vulgar and despicable. Those students shouted angrily. Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these fellows, and he pondered for a moment before asking Shiryu and the others, if my name is able to enter the spiritual ocean immortal rankings, will I be able to obtain more points? At this moment, Shiryu, Ning Meng, and the others were stunned. Truthfully speaking, they didn't know either because the spiritual ocean immortal rankings were too aloof, and it hadn't appeared for many years. No one was able to determine if one's name would be able to obtain the corresponding points. On the other hand, those martial arts courtyard students couldn't help but be furious. That was the spiritual ocean immortal rankings. It was a supreme glory that was sacred and inviolable. How could it be linked to points? This Lin Sun was simply too hateful. The faces of the students of martial arts courtyard became gloomy. If Lin Sun hadn't shown extremely fierce fighting capacity in the martial arts practice field, they would have already taught Lin Sun a lesson. They had never seen such an arrogant and vulgar person before. Lin Sun ignored them and stood in front of the stone tablet, calculating in his heart. Previously, when he defeated Shi Yunpeng, Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, and Lan Yu, he had obtained 4 nameplates, which added up to about 1,500 points, which was far from his goal of 5,000 points. That was to say, he needed to earn at least 3,500 points to take the stairway assessment. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. It was really troublesome. Although I don't know whether I can get points by entering the Spiritual Sea Master list, I know that if I can rank first on the Spiritual Sea Gold list, I can get 2,000 points as a reward. Shiryu said. Indeed. Lin Sun, why don't you try to rank first and get some powder as a reward first? Then you can consider whether to continue to enter the Spiritual Sea Master list. Ning Meng suggested carelessly. Lin Sun's heart moved. 2,000 points was indeed a large number. Arrogant. What do you think the first on the Spiritual Sea Gold list is? Is it something that anyone can casually climb? A student of martial arts courtyard shouted. You madman, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The other students also shouted. They were too angry. Lin Sun was arrogant enough, but Shiryu and Ning Meng's words were also so arrogant, as if winning the first on the Spiritual Sea Gold list was a piece of cake. If you don't agree, how about betting with me? If I can do it, you will give me all your points. If I lose, my points will be yours. Lin Sun said with a smile, looking at those students. Shiryu and Ning Meng were all stunned. In order to earn points, this guy was crazy enough to bet with others. What on earth was he going to do? The students of martial arts courtyard were completely angry. When Lin Sun was in the martial arts practice field, he was like a profiteer, cheating points with his life. Now, he was going to bet to earn points. What was he if not a profiteer? They wondered how Lin Sun became a spiritual tattoo master and how he achieved what he had today. In addition to wealth, did he not care about face, dignity, and strength of character? I'll bet with you. A student stood up and angrily took out his identity nameplate. I want to see if you can rank first. Me too. How could I miss out on such a good thing? Soon, another 5 or 6 students stood out. They gnashed their teeth and wanted to bet with Lin Sun. Most importantly, they didn't believe that Lin Sun could win the first place. Why don't you look at who's ranked first? It was Zhao Jingguan. A legendary descendant of the royal family, a dazzling figure like the blazing sun, a vulgar and arrogant man like Lin Sun was destined to be a grain of rice, unable to compete with the sun and the moon. Other students calmed down a lot. Even Lan Yu, who ranked 5th on the Sea Spirit Gold list, was defeated by Lin Sun, which was enough to prove how powerful Lin Sun was. Therefore, they didn't dare to get involved. Don't you guys want to play together? Lin Sun's delicate face was full of smiles, warm and kind, looking at those students. Unfortunately, although these students were angry, they were not fooled. On the contrary, seeing Lin Sun so calm and confident, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. What a pity, Lin Sun murmured to himself. He took a deep breath and looked at the steel with his black eyes, his expression becoming solemn and serious. At this moment, he seemed to have become another person, calm and composed, with a faint disdainful demeanor. Shiryu, Ning Meng and others couldn't help but calm down and focus on the steel. Although they were talking and laughing, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous when Lin Sun was really going to enter the list. After all, the steel not only tested one's fighting strength, but also his talent and potential. As far as they knew, Lin Sun suffered a great disaster when he was born, and his unique talent attribute, Devouring Abyss, was taken away. This also meant that at least in terms of talent, Lin Sun was at a disadvantage and couldn't be compared with Gu Yanting, who had golden body of Tao fire. Humph, pretentious. Seeing Lin Sun become serious, those students of martial arts courtyard all sneered. They were all waiting to see Lin Sun's performance. Buzz, Lin Sun stretched out his right hand and pressed it lightly on the surface of the steel. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the pitch-black steel was suffused with an obscure and strange fluctuation, and a dazzling golden light rose and fell like a tide. A wisp of extremely dazzling light suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the steel and rushed straight up. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the top 10 area. Those students were horrified. Isn't the speed of entering the list too fast? Shiryu, Ning Meng and the others secretly gasped. Although it wasn't the general list of Spiritual Sea, the golden list of Spiritual Sea was extremely extraordinary. Those who were able to leave their names on it were all the top students of martial arts courtyard, and there were only 100 seats. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun was able to make his name soar up and rush into the top 10 area. This undoubtedly seemed to be very strong and eye-catching, and it was shocking. Don't worry. The top 10 is a hurdle every step, especially the top 3 places, which are like 3 majestic mountains. It's not so easy to climb them. A student analyzed calmly. Lin Sun once defeated Lan Yu, so it's normal for him to be able to do this. Next, let's see if he has the ability to enter the top 3. In this way, the other students also found that the light representing Lin Sun's result really rose slowly after reaching the top 10 area. This made them feel slightly relieved. 9th, 8th, 7th. As Lin Sun's result rose step by step, whether it was Shiryu or the other students of martial arts courtyard, they all became more and more nervous. When they saw Lin Sun's result surpass the 5th place and reached the 4th place, the faces of those students who participated in the bet changed. But they didn't feel depressed and admit defeat because the real difficulty lay in the top 3. In the top 3 places, the first was Zhao Jingguan, the second was Sui Yujing, and the third was a girl named Yu Ruhua. Originally, Gu Yanting had been ranked second, but because he had been too heaven-defying and transcendent, he had directly crushed Zhao Jingguan, who was ranked first, and ascended to the top of the Spiritual Sea Gold Roll. His ranking had also subsequently disappeared from the Spiritual Sea Gold Roll. Zhao Jingguan, Sui Yujing, and Yu Ruhua, who had been ranked behind him, had also risen by 1 place. But no matter what, whether it was Zhao Jingguan, Sui Yujing, or Yu Ruhua, they were absolutely the giants among the younger generation of martial arts courtyard. They were like overlords that couldn't be shaken by anyone at all. Now that Lin Sun's result had reached the 4th place, could he still rise strongly and reach the top in one fell swoop? Everyone was paying attention to it. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A sound like the sound of nature resounded, ancient and distant, as if it had crossed the river of time. At the same time, brilliant rays of divine light soared into the sky, resonating with the ancient tablet, and flowers of Tao fell one after another, shimmering with dazzling light, drowning the stone tablet, Lin Sun, and even the world. This, Shiryu, Ning Meng, and the others stared their eyes wide open, and they were shocked in both mind and body. This phenomenon was even more magnificent than the one Gu Yanting had caused earlier, and there were flowers of Tao falling as well. That was the true energy of concept. Could it be that Lin Sun would unveil the Spiritual Sea General List and ascend into it? How could this be possible? The students of the martial arts courtyard cried out involuntarily in shock as well, and they were shocked by this magnificent phenomenon that appeared abruptly, causing their hearts to tremble. Gu Yanting had once caused a phenomenon earlier, and could it be that Lin Sun would follow closely behind him and ascend into the Spiritual Sea General List now? But in next to no time, someone noticed that even though the phenomenon was extremely magnificent and miraculous, the surface of the stone tablet was still the Spiritual Sea Golden List, and the Spiritual Sea General List hadn't appeared. The thing that caused those students to be most excited was that after Lin Sun's result arrived at the fourth place, it suddenly stopped there and didn't rise anymore. Ha ha ha, I really thought a miracle would occur. So this Lin Sun is nothing great. Wishful thinking of ascending to the first place? Dream on. He won. Ha ha ha, he won. The heavens have eyes. Those students couldn't help but shout loudly with wild joy, and all of them held their heads high and were indescribably complacent. Xianxia and the others were stunned as well. How could such a magnificent and miraculous phenomenon become like this? Dong. Meanwhile, another Tao tune that was like the sound of nature resounded out, and golden rays of light formed into a flower of the grand Tao on the ancient tablet that shot up into the 9 heavens and fell down to the ground, completely drowning that place. It was too dazzling and divine, and even Lin Sun's figure couldn't be seen clearly. The hearts of everyone present trembled. The phenomenon is actually still occurring. Could it be that everything has only just begun? But when they saw the surface of the stone tablet was still the spiritual sea golden rankings and Lin Sun's result hadn't changed, all the students of the martial arts courtyard heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, and their expressions were filled with sneers and complacency. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others frowned instead, and they were slightly unable to figure it out. It's too strange, and it's completely different from the phenomenon caused by Guyanting. What exactly is going on? Swish swish, they didn't notice that at the same time the Tao tune resounded out, numerous terrifying thoughts gushed out from different areas of Azure Deer Academy, and they instantly enveloped this place. Another student is going to ascend into the spiritual sea general list? Who's this kid? I can't see through him. His figure is enveloped by the energy of grand Tao concepts, and it's impossible to estimate. The situation seems to be slightly off. Everyone, look. Even though this phenomenon is extremely magnificent, the spiritual sea general list hasn't appeared. Has something like this happened in the past? It seems to have, but it's too blurry. The matters of the past have been covered up by someone, and all descriptions have been erased, causing others to be unable to find out the truth. Those terrifying thoughts were communicating, and all of them were slightly shocked as they were unable to see through the profundities within it. This ancient tablet had a mysterious origin, and it was passed down from an ancient orthodoxy during the ancient times. Even if it was refined all those years ago and moved within Azure Deer Academy for a few thousand years, no one was able to see through all the secrets of the stone tablet. Those numerous terrifying thoughts represented the numerous old fellows that were lying dormant in Azure Deer Academy. Earlier, when Gu Yenting ascended into the Spirit Ocean Immortal rankings, it had alarmed them, yet never had they imagined that not long after, the ancient stone tablet would actually produce a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth once more. Moreover, the phenomenon this time was extremely special, and it hadn't been described in a few thousands of years, causing them to be surprised and bewildered. The grand Tao flower descended while golden rays of light shot into the heavens and the earth. What exactly did this represent? Dong. Suddenly, the ancient sound of the Tao that was like the sound of nature resounded once more from the ancient stone tablet, and it was filled with the aura of time and was mysterious and unfathomable. Rays of light seethed while divine radiance enshrouded the area, and it was like a waterfall of the grand Tao was descending from the stone tablet. Every single wave contained a profound and unfathomable aura. It's the third time. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth is becoming more and more magnificent. Why have I never heard of such an incident occurring in the past? Strange, the Spirit Ocean Gold rankings still appear on the stone tablet, and there's no trace of the immortal rankings. Those terrifying thoughts were shocked, and they were even more unable to figure it out. As for Xianxia, Ning Meng, and the others, as well as the disciples of the martial Tao courtyard, all of them were stunned on the spot at this moment. They were awed by the sound of the Tao, causing their minds to go blank. At this moment, the sound of nature that was filled with an ancient aura reverberated in the sky above the entire martial Tao courtyard, and it caused a great uproar and shock. All the instructors and students stopped what they were doing as they felt their hearts tremble, and they were unable to maintain their calm as they raised their eyes to look at the same place, Spirit Ocean Peak. Golden rays of light dyed the sky there, and the aura of the grand Tao transformed into a waterfall of divine radiance that descended into the world. It was like a divine paradise, and it was shocking. What's going on? Many people were bewildered. Dong. Not long after, the fourth sound of the Tao resounded out, and it resonated with the ancient stone tablet. Faintly, one could even see the phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky, divine light fluttering about, golden lotuses gushing out from the ground, and sages chanting scriptures. It was too blazing and grand, and it caused those terrifying thoughts to fall into silence and be unable to understand it. At this moment, it wasn't just the Martial Dao Courtyard, the Hidden Dragon Institute, the True Martial Courtyard, the Spirit Inscription Courtyard, the Divine Strategy Courtyard, and some other even more mysterious areas were reverberating with the sound of the Dao. It was like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a phoenix, and an auspicious aura suffused the sky. On a limestone path, Gu Yunting, who wore white clothes and was otherworldly like a banished immortal, had suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around to look towards the distance. His eyes that were brilliant like stars shot out a dazzling light violently, and he seemed to want to see through everything. Then, he was stunned. It was the position of the Spiritual Sea Golden List. Could it be that there was someone else who was also trying to break through the Spiritual Sea Master List after him? Gu Yunting was silent for a moment, and then his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. The tune of the Dao is resounding, and the grand Dao concepts are numerous. Could it be that something shocking is about to occur? The entire Green Deer Academy was alarmed, and there was an uproar everywhere. At the foot of the Spirit Ocean Peak, a skinny old man appeared out of nowhere. He looked extremely ordinary, and his hands were behind his back as he walked up the stairs. You don't want to leave your name?" The old man raised his head. His face was thin, his eyes were muddy, and the corners of his eyes were filled with wrinkles, causing him to emanate an aura of age. But when he raised his eyes to look at the ancient stone stele, his muddy eyes suddenly became deep like a pair of black holes. Mysterious markings of the Grand Tao surged within them, and they even penetrated space and seemed to be capable of seeing through the world. "I can't allow this to continue." After a short while, the skinny old man frowned and flicked his sleeve. It was a casual movement, yet a gust of violent wind suddenly arose in the sky, and it blew away the layer of clouds in the surroundings. The surging golden light and descending divine radiance seemed as if they were wiped away by a shapeless hand, and they instantly vanished into thin air as if they'd never appeared. Swish, at the same time, a shapeless force enveloped down and covered this area. Instantly, all sound vanished. The azure blue sky was silent, and the ancient stone stele was still suffused with golden light, yet it wasn't as grand as it was before. Who's making a move? This? What? You've been alarmed as well? Those terrifying consciousnesses had always been paying attention to this area, and when they noticed all these changes, it caused them to be astounded. Especially when they noticed the figure of the skinny old man, those terrifying consciousnesses seemed to feel disbelief and fell into shock. "All of you can leave. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." The skinny old man sighed lightly. His words were spoken in a casual manner, yet it was like an order that couldn't be disobeyed, and it caused those terrifying consciousnesses to withdraw their consciousnesses without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, the skinny old man arrived at the top of the mountain, and he saw Shiryu and the others who'd fallen into a dumbstruck state, as well as the students of the Martial Dao Courtyard. In the end, his gaze descended onto Lin Sun, who stood before the stone stele. "So it's this little fellow." At this moment, Lin Sun's state was extremely strange. It was as if his soul had left his body and arrived at a river of time. The numerous waves seemed to be floating and sinking from ancient times until now, and they flowed along an unfathomable path towards an unknown distance. Lin Sun stood towering on one of the waves and moved against the current, and his gaze seemed as if it was looking back in time and wanted to recall the history of the past. He saw many figures, each of which was as bright as the blazing sun, floating and sinking on the waves. Each of them was so eye-catching that they illuminated a part of the world. When Lin Sun's gaze fell on the nearest figure, he immediately saw that the golden light on the other's body faded away, and a burly and majestic figure appeared. It was a young man with broad eyebrows and purple light in his eyes. He was born with a strange phenomenon, and he had an iron-blooded and unyielding momentum. In an instant, Lin Sun came to a realization in his heart. Xianxia, ranked 100th on the Spiritual Sea General List 149 years ago. This young man turned out to be a talent from 149 years ago. Until now, his mark was still on the Spiritual Sea General List and hadn't faded. Lin Sun was shocked. He moved his gaze and looked at the figure in front of Xianxia. In an instant, the image of a beautiful woman appeared. She wore plain clothes and green shoes, and her black hair was coiled into a bun. Her face was beautiful, and she carried a snow-white silver sword on her back, looking valiant and formidable. Su Yao, ranked 99th on the spiritual sea general list 399 years ago. Lin Sun finally understood that the place where he stood was an illusion derived from the spiritual sea general list. The figures that appeared in the river of time were the peerless figures on the spiritual sea general list. Even after thousands of years, their rankings were still there and had never been shaken. In other words, they were the 100 most outstanding talents in the sea spirit realm of Green Deer School in the past thousands of years. No, Gu Yanting has already entered, and the ranking of the spiritual sea general list has been shaken and has undergone subtle changes. But I don't know where he is at this time? Lin Sun was lost in thought. He continued to look down. As his eyes met, the figure that was originally shrouded in bright golden light and could not be looked at directly showed its true face one after another. Qin Wuyang, ranked 98th on the spiritual sea general list 477 years ago. Song Qingqi, ranked 654 years ago. Hua Linyuan, ranked 813 years ago. Zhao Yunqi. Looking at them one by one, Lin Sun's emotions fluctuated. Those figures all represented the most dazzling talents in a certain period in the past. Each of them had their own power. Some were heroic, some were elegant, some were violent and powerful. If Lin Sun didn't guess wrong, most of the figures he saw were from the imperial family and the 7 top aristocratic forces of the empire through their surnames. This made Lin Sun sigh with emotion. This was the foundation of the big forces. Soon, Lin Sun saw a familiar figure, Gu Yanting. Ranked 64th on the spiritual sea general list. This guy is really abnormal. It's absolutely not easy for him to rank 64th among the 100 talents born in thousands of years. Lin Sun was sighing with emotion in his heart when he suddenly found a problem. He couldn't see the figure in front of Gu Yanting clearly. The figure was filled with golden light, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see its face. At the same time, Lin Sun also found that those figures he had seen through were now flowing away with the waves and falling behind him. Did this mean that with his current combat strength, foundation, and talent, he could rank 63rd on the spiritual sea general list? Dong! Suddenly, a sound like the sound of nature rang out, making Lin Sun's mind tremble. At the same time, an obscure and strange force poured into his body and began to spread, as if it was perceiving everything in his body. Inexplicably, Lin Sun felt a touch of resistance in his heart, as if an invisible eye was peeping into his inner secrets. In particular, when this force was about to touch the vicinity of the heart vessel, Lin Sun became agitated, and the spiritual vein in the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel was no longer silent, but became extremely hot. Lin Sun was shocked and realized something was wrong. But right at this moment, the door to heaven that stood towering in his sea of consciousness emanated a fluctuation that swiftly spread out. In an instant, it collided with the mysterious force that poured into his body. Boom! Lin Sun only felt that his body was about to explode, like 2 volcanoes colliding, but he was unable to control all this. Whether it was the mysterious force that poured into his body or the power from the gate to heaven, they were all too mysterious. At this moment, they chose his body as the battlefield and collided violently with each other like enemies meeting each other. What was going on? Lin Sun was shocked. The gate to heaven had been in silence since it was suspended in the sea of consciousness, and Lin Sun had always regarded it as a passage to the heaven accessing place, so he didn't pay any attention to it. But who would have thought that it would act strangely today? In just a moment, the mysterious force was dispelled, but before Lin Sun could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a bang. The sound like the sound of nature rang out again. At the same time, the mysterious force appeared again and poured into his body, which was much more powerful than before. The gate to heaven seemed to feel that it was provoked, and began to tremble frequently, releasing waves after waves to fight. Boom! Lin Sun only felt that his body was about to explode. The confrontation between the 2 forces made his soul tremble, and his whole body seemed to collapse. What the hell was going on? Bang! 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 Soon, Lin Sun couldn't care about anything else. The battlefield in his body was so terrible that his meridians, acupoints, muscles, bones, flesh and blood were like glass that could not withstand heavy blows, making a cracking sound. Clouds of blood mist burst out one after another, and a section of meridians broke down one after another. The unspeakable pain almost made Lin Sun faint. He didn't expect that he would suddenly encounter such a disaster when he was just trying to get on the list. It even wanted to destroy his body. All this happened so suddenly that Lin Sun couldn't help being a little absent-minded at the moment, even though he was as firm as a rock. Was he going to die inexplicably today? It was ridiculous. He didn't have time to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos, kill the enemies of Lin family, or avenge his parents. How could he die like this? Lin Sun was unwilling. His spiritual vein was dug out when he was a child. It was not easy for him to survive. How could he die in such a hurry? After endless hardships, he rebuilt his spiritual vein, reached the unprecedented extreme of sea spirit realm, and had his own way of cultivation. Now, did he have to stop here? Lin Sun was so unwilling. He struggled desperately to resist, but he was powerless to find that his body was like a battlefield occupied and controlled by two magical forces. They rushed and killed each other, which made him unable to change at all. Bang! 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 The insides of his body were like beans being fried, cracking sounds coming from inside his body. Even his internal organs were starting to crumble. When his body was about to collapse completely, the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness began to move and suppress a crystal-clear bead, that was Amrita's Saint Pearl, the sacred treasure of Water Barbarian in the 9 branches of Voodoo Barbarian. When Lin Sun was practicing in the bloodthirsty camp, he killed an assassin from Water Barbarian and accidentally got this bead. It had been silent in his sea of consciousness. On the way to the Forbidden City, Lin Sun was swept away by the underwater whirlpool and passed through the black hole in the void. Then Amrita's Saint Pearl played its magical role and made Lin Sun appear in an ancient relic in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was also there that Lin Sun took Green Tortoise Turtle, who had been trapped in the relic for many years, away safely with this Amrita's Saint Pearl. Lin Sun had thought that this bead was a treasure for traveling through the void and was destined to be of great use in the future. But he never thought that the gate to heaven would make a move and suppress the Amrita's Saint Pearl when his body was on the verge of collapse. Boom! If Lin hadn't perfected his star circulation and made his sea of consciousness extremely strong, this blow alone would have been enough to destroy his sea of consciousness. Even so, Lin Sun still had a splitting headache and his divine soul almost collapsed. But soon, Lin Sun noticed that a cool and warm power flowed out of his sea of consciousness like a clear spring and spread to every inch of his body. At this instant, the meridians, apertures, tendons, and bones that had collapsed inch by inch, the internal organs, flesh, and skin that were on the verge of collapsing seemed as if they'd consumed a peerless divine medicine, and they were repaired at an unbelievable speed and glowed with peerlessly terrifying vitality. The vitality was like a vast ocean, bright like the sun, nourishing the body. Wherever it passed, everything was transforming. In an instant, the boundless pain was replaced by an indescribable comfort. It was like bathing in the hot spring of magic medicine, cleansing oneself and sublimating the body. Lin Sun almost couldn't help moaning. He felt that he was in hell a moment ago, and the next moment, he was in the sky and wanted to become an immortal. It was indescribably wonderful and comfortable. At this time, Lin Sun finally knew the reason. The Amrita's Saint Pearl in his sea of consciousness was suppressed by the gate to heaven. The cool power-like spring came from the Amrita's Saint Pearl. Does this treasure have the magical effect of reviving the dead? Lin Sun was surprised. And he found that at this time, his meridians, acupoints, flesh and blood, bones, internal organs and other areas were not only restored to their original state, but also undergoing transformation. Strands of miraculous vitality enshrouded him, causing his tendons and bones to become clean and shiny, causing his meridians and acupoints to become brilliant, causing his flesh and skin to seem as if they'd been cleansed and improved, and they carried a strand of dense and exuberant vitality that was burning like a furnace. Incredible. Was this a blessing in disguise? Lin Sun was excited and had a feeling of being reborn. He noticed that the mysterious energy that had surged into his body had been defeated once more and swept away completely. Everything was transforming in a good direction. Dong, but God seemed to deliberately oppose Lin Sun. Before he could carefully perceive the changes in himself, another ancient sound like the sound of nature rang out. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling numb. It came again, without giving him a chance to refuse. A mysterious energy that was even more powerful than before surged into his body, rampaging through his body. And the gate to heaven seemed to be irritated. It buzzed constantly, released rolling waves, and rushed at Lin Sun again. The battle in his body replayed, and it was more intense than the previous 2 times. In just a moment, Lin Sun's body, which had been restored to its original state and become stronger, was once again like a glass bottle, full of cracks and about to collapse completely. The sharp pain made Lin Sun fall into the dark purgatory again, as if he was suffering cruel torture. The wonderful thing was that at the moment when his body was about to collapse and be completely destroyed, the Amrita Saint Pearl was ruthlessly suppressed again, releasing the magical essence power and began to repair Lin Sun's body, so Lin Sun returned to heaven from hell, but Lin Sun couldn't be happy anymore. All this was too dangerous, making him suffer a lot. If it continued, he was worried that he would be tortured to the point of collapse. All this was like a reincarnation. Hell and heaven exchanged, destruction and rebirth alternated, and life and death lingered here. If he didn't experience it himself, he would never be able to understand it. Dong, dong, dong. In the following time, the ancient sound of nature kept ringing. Every time it rang, there would be a mysterious force pouring into Lin Sun's body. At the same time, the gate to heaven was constantly fighting with the mysterious force, as if it regarded Lin Sun's body as a forbidden area and couldn't tolerate the mysterious force. And every time Lin Sun's body was on the verge of destruction, it was repaired by the power of the Amrita Saint Pearl. Again and again, like forging iron, it made his physical strength transform and sublimate again and again. In the process, Lin Sun didn't notice that behind him, the eyes of the skinny old man had been watching him. It was a pair of eyes as deep as black holes, intertwined with mysterious patterns of Tao, as if they were about to see through all the principles of the world. Is it a blessing in disguise? It seems that I don't have to do it. After a long time, the skinny old man was lost in thought. Lin Sun didn't know how long it had been, which seemed to be as long as a century, or like a battle of life and death. The ancient sound disappeared and no longer rang. In the sea of consciousness, the gate to heaven also returned to silence, majestic and mysterious. Only the Amrita Saint Pearl was missing. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he remembered that in the previous encounter, which was like a reincarnation, the Amrita Saint Pearl seemed to be completely ground up and became the nourishment of his body. This shocked Lin Sun. It was the sacred weapon of the water barbarian branch. It was of great importance and had the incredible power to travel through the void. How could it be obliterated? Didn't this mean that the power of the Amrita Saint Pearl had been completely integrated into his body? Lin Sun hurriedly checked his body. He saw that his body was shrouded by the bright vitality. The meridians, acupoints, blood, flesh, viscera, bones, and tendons were crystal clear, dust-free, like magnificent and holy works of art. His skin was also shining with crystal luster, and the power of life was flowing slowly. It was like going through a baptism of rebirth, so that everything in the body had an amazing transformation. The bones were as white as crystal jade, and the bones were incredibly hard. There was no trace of impurities in the viscera after the infiltration. They were like divine weapons, full of vitality and luster. The meridians and acupoints seemed to be glowing, pure and tough. As he breathed, the viscera, flesh, and chi in his body moved with the rhythm, making a sonorous sound, which was too wonderful for words. This was not a transformation in cultivation, but a comprehensive sublimation of his own body. It was like a treasured sword that had been tempered 100 times. It was spotless, bright, and radiant, and it possessed unimaginable vitality and intelligence. After being destroyed and repaired many times, and consuming a sacred weapon, the Amrita Saint Pearl, I built my current body. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He could feel that although his cultivation had not broken through again, with the sublimation of his body, soul, and cultivation all reached a perfect state. Little guy, you really surprised me. Suddenly, an old voice rang in his ears. For a moment, Lin Sun felt in a trance. The next moment, he appeared on the river of time again, standing on the top of the waves. Lin Sun's face suddenly became gloomy. It was not easy for him to get out of trouble before. Did he have to go through the same experience again? Don't be nervous. The power of the Tao Spirit Tablet has been silent and will not appear again. The old voice sounded again, and then Lin Sun saw a skinny old man beside him. He looked thin and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. He stood there casually without any power, but Lin Sun seemed to see a mountain, standing between heaven and earth, unshakable since ancient times. Suddenly, Lin Sun was shocked and realized that this old man was definitely an old monster with unfathomable strength. Senior, why did you bring me here again? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Aren't you curious about what happened just now? The skinny old man's voice was flat, but it immediately attracted Lin Sun's attention. Yes, he just wanted to get on the list. Why did he cause so many incredible changes? The old man was skinny, with his hands behind his back, standing on the river of time. His turbid eyes seemed to be able to see the mystery at the end of the river. Since the ancient times, so long as one is able to witness this place, then all of them are geniuses that possess the greatest natural talent in attaining the Tao in a certain period of time. Just like those silhouettes you're seeing now. They're the 100 most renowned and formidable young people in the past few thousands of years. The old man spoke slowly, his voice ancient. Their names are engraved here. Only a heaven's favorite that is stronger than any of them can shake their results and remove their names from the spiritual C ranking. Lin Sun listened quietly, looking into the distance. On the waves, the figures were flickering, overflowing with golden light, like the sun. He had already guessed all this before, but he didn't know why he would encounter that life and death experience just now. When you can clearly see the name represented by a figure, it means that your current achievements are more outstanding than this genius in the past. If you can't see it clearly, it means that your ranking can only stop here. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that he had just seen the figure and name of Gu Yanting, and knew that he was ranked 64th. But he couldn't see who the figure in front of Gu Yanting was. According to the old man, didn't this mean that he could be ranked 64th on the spiritual C general list? In this way, Gu Yanting's ranking was pushed down to 65th by him? But you are different from them. Suddenly, the old man changed the topic, and looked at Lin Sun with his turbid eyes. At that moment, Lin Sun felt that all the secrets in his heart seemed to be seen through, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Please give me some advice, senior. Lin Sun took a deep breath. According to your talent and potential, if you are completely sensed by the power of the ancient Tao spirit steel, your ranking will definitely not stop here. The old man withdrew his gaze, but, your body is rejecting the power of the ancient Tao spirit steel, and you don't want it to perceive all your talent and foundation. His words were earth-shattering. Lin Sun's body stiffened, and he suddenly understood that the mysterious power that poured into his body just now came from the ancient Tao spirit steel. As for the so-called ancient Tao spirit tablet, it was easy to guess that it was the stone tablet that was imprinted with the Spirit C Golden ranking and the Spirit C General ranking. It was rumored that this tablet was passed down from an ancient sect in the ancient times. It was a mysterious treasure that was later refined by the headmaster of Green Deer Academy with his supreme magical power and moved it to this place. What Lin Sun couldn't figure out was why the gate to heaven would resist the power of the ancient Tao spirit tablet. Perhaps, this is fate. The old man muttered to himself and said something strange. Lin Sun was surprised, but he didn't say anything. He wouldn't reveal the secret of the gate to heaven. You probably don't know this, but as long as you can make it to the ranking of spiritual C and leave your name here, you'll get a chance to enter the realm of ancient desolation and become a core disciple of a mysterious Taoist sect. The old man revealed a secret that caused Lin Sun's heart to tremble. This was indeed a rare opportunity, and to cultivators, it was no less than obtaining a path that was filled with hope. According to what the old man said, the geniuses that had been ranked on the spiritual C general ranking for thousands of years might have already gone to cultivate in that mysterious Taoist sect. Moreover, it was the treatment of a core disciple. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, senior, which mysterious Taoist sect did they go to?" Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. The old man said a name with a strange expression. Even in the realm of ancient desolation, this Taoist sect can be said to be aloof from the world and extremely famous. Rumor has it that a true immortal was born in this Taoist sect, one that shines as brightly as the sun and moon, lives as long as the ages, and is immortal and brilliant. Immortal, Lin Sun gasped in his heart. Cultivating until now, he gradually understood how difficult and ethereal the path of the great Tao was. As for immortality, it was even more unreal, like a dream, and no one could see it. But in the realm of ancient desolation, in the holy ground of heaven's pivot, there were actually rumors about immortals, and this was too shocking. Even if it was merely a rumor, it was sufficient to prove how strong the holy ground of heaven's pivot was. Unfortunately, your great Tao is destined to have no fate with the holy ground of heaven's pivot. Although the old man said this, there wasn't a trace of regret in his tone. This caused Lin Sun to be stunned, and he acutely noticed that the old man seemed to be very gratified to see an anomaly like him appear. The old man was silent for a long time, and then he suddenly sighed softly. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "Little fellow, you have too many secrets, and even I can't see through them. It's difficult to predict whether it's a blessing or a curse. But one thing can be foreseen: if you have a chance to enter the realm of ancient desolation one day, remember not to come into contact with the people of the holy ground of heaven's pivot, because it'll absolutely be a great disaster for you." Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. A great disaster? Could it be related to the rejection of the ancient tablet of Tao spirit by the gate to heaven? Lin Sun vaguely felt that his guess was definitely correct, but he couldn't figure out the reason because he didn't know what all this meant. "You'll understand when the time comes. But in Xiao Empire, you don't have to worry about it for the time being." The old man seemed to see through Lin Sun's doubts, so he couldn't help smiling and his voice became gentle. "Thank you for your advice, senior." Lin Sun cupped his hands. "Remember, don't mention what happened today to others. No matter how many questions you have, you can't reveal a word. Be sure to keep it in mind," the old man exhorted. Lin Sun promised seriously, and then suddenly asked, "May I know your name, senior?" The old man stared at Lin Sun with deep eyes. "You've already guessed it, so why ask again?" Lin Sun was finally moved, and his black eyes were full of surprise. He did guess it, but he didn't expect that on the first day of his return to Green Deer School, he would alarm the mysterious old man, the dean of Green Deer School. When Lin Sun woke up, he felt like he had a dream, and stood there in a daze. It was just a test, but he inadvertently learned many secrets and saw the true face of the dean of Green Deer School. This made Lin Sun realize that he had indeed made a big noise today. At least he didn't expect that the rejection of the perception of the ancient tablet of Tao spirit by the gate to heaven would cause so many things. Heaven's pivot holy land. In the end, Lin Sun firmly remembered the name of this mysterious orthodoxy. The so-called catastrophe of the dean made Lin Sun instinctively vigilant. Huh? The vision disappeared? What on earth happened just now? A wave of surprised and bewildered voices sounded out, and it was the nearby Shiyu, Ning Meng, and the others, as well as the Martial Tao courtyard disciples that had awoken from their blank state of mind. Everyone was a little confused. Obviously, they didn't notice what happened just now. This must be the trick of the dean. Haha, look, this guy is still ranked 4th on the Spirit Sea Golden List. Someone laughed and found that the golden light representing Lin Sun's result on the Spirit Sea Golden List was still at the 4th place. Sure enough, we won the bet. Lin Sun, how can you be so arrogant? I told you earlier that you couldn't make it, but you still talked nonsense about being ranked 1st on the Spirit Sea Golden List. Now what do you have to say? You lost, quickly take out your points. The disciples of martial arts courtyard shouted excitedly. They were very happy to see Lin Sun lose the bet and make a fool of himself in public. Shiyu, Ning Meng, and the others' faces were a little ugly. They couldn't figure out why the vision was so grand and why Lin Sun's ranking remained at the same level. It was simply inexplicable. Could it be that something happened? You guys, what's there to be proud of? Didn't you see that Lin Sun's ranking has already reached the 4th place? Is such a result something you can mock? Ning Meng shouted loudly. Indeed, to be ranked 4th on the Spirit Sea Golden List, one could be said to be one of the top existences in martial arts courtyard. Not everyone could have such a result. Humph, what a joke. Lin Sun isn't ranked 1st. He has already lost. This is the truth. Are we wrong? Someone snorted coldly. Cut the crap. You were so arrogant just now, but now you can't afford to lose? Shame. The others also shouted loudly. Ning Meng, Shiyu, and the others were angry, but they couldn't refute it. Indeed, according to the agreement between Lin Sun and them, he had already lost. But at this moment, Lin Sun turned his head and asked with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not over yet. I remember there are still many friends who haven't joined the bet, right? Now that you think I will lose, why don't you join in? Don't worry, if I really lose, I promise I won't go back on my word." Ning Meng, Shiyu, and the others' eyes lit up. They realized that Lin Sun might still have a backup plan. This was something they were looking forward to. The disciples of martial arts courtyard were also stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would still be so fearless at this time. This surprised them, but when they saw the ranking on the stone tablet didn't change, they were relieved. You're deliberately mystifying. I'll bet with you. Immediately, a young man stood out and took out his identity nameplate with a sneer. Me too. Some other students also joined in the bet. It was no wonder that they were so confident. After so long, Lin Sun's ranking hadn't changed. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Seeing this, Lin Sun's smile became more and more brilliant. Without another word, he pressed his right hand on the stone tablet again. Don't you want to give up? Do you want to try again? Ridiculous. A student roared with laughter. But before his voice died away, he saw the golden light that represented Lin Sun's result flashed lightly, and then, he reached the top in one leap. The speed was so fast that it was like a flash of golden light. Zhao Jingguan, who was originally in the first place, fell to the second place. Sui Yujing, who was originally in the second place, fell to the third place. The students of martial arts courtyard were dumbfounded. They were all eager to fight and thinking about how to divide the spoils of winning from Lin Sun. Who would have thought that the ranking would change dramatically with a flash in front of them? Some students even couldn't believe it and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. But the result was cruel. The first place was indeed occupied by Lin Sun's result. Shiyu and Ning Meng also gasped. Lin Sun was too ruthless. Had he been holding back his strength just now and waited for all the fish to take the bait before he started to exert his strength? How insidious! They looked at Lin Sun with a strange look in their eyes. In order to get points, Lin Sun was really black-hearted. However, they had wronged Lin Sun. He really didn't dig a pit this time. He just took advantage of the situation. What was even weirder was that those students of martial arts courtyard foolishly jumped in. Who could be blamed for that? It's impossible. Someone shouted angrily. What? Can't afford to lose? Lin Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense and began to collect the identity nameplates. If you dare to run, don't blame me for getting angry. A student in the distance, who intended to slip away, was shocked by Lin Sun's words. His face suddenly darkened and he reluctantly handed over his identity nameplate. You cheated. Someone was still unwilling to give up and screamed. Those points were accumulated with painstaking efforts. Now they had to give them away. How could they be reconciled? Cut the crap. Let me see if you have the guts. Lin Sun snatched the identity nameplate, which made the latter tremble with anger. He wanted to fight back, but he held back in the end. Even the top figures like Lan Yu and Jin Zhulu were no match for Lin Sun. How could he dare to challenge Lin Sun? In the end, Lin Sun got more than 10 identity nameplates. Adding up all the identity nameplates he won from Lan Yu and Jin Zhulu, he had nearly 4,000 points. Lin Sun was a little surprised by the abundant harvest. According to his calculation, now that he was ranked first on Spiritual Sea Golden List, he could also get 2,000 points as a reward. In total, he had more than 6,000 points, which was more than enough to take the stairway assessment. Thanks a lot, everyone. In the end, Lin Sun waved his hand with a smile and left Spiritual Sea Peak with Shiyu and Ning Meng. Those students of martial arts courtyard were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Whoosh, not long after, a man in white came to Spiritual Sea Peak. He was tall and slender, like an exiled immortal, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Gu Yanting. He stared fixedly at the name that was ranked first on the Spirit Sea Gold rankings, and he couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to be slightly puzzled. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth from before was so grand and profound, yet why wasn't this person able to leave his name on the Spirit Sea Immortal rankings? After a moment of silence, Gu Yanting turned around and left swiftly. Not long after, many people arrived at the Spirit Sea Peak. There were teachers of Green Deer School and many students. When they saw the name of the first place on the Spirit Sea Gold list, they couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Sun, it was actually him. Today, Green Deer Academy was destined to not be peaceful. After disappearing for 2 months, Lin Sun had returned in a domineering manner and defeated Shi Yunpeng, Shui Yun, Jin Zhulu, Lan Yu, and the others in the training field. causing a sensation among the teachers and students of the martial Dao courtyard. His unbridled attitude, his insidious fighting methods of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but at the same time, they were secretly shocked and fearful. This fellow is black-hearted and sinister, purposely pretending to be a pig to trick others. He's simply shameless. Awesome. Even Lan Yu took the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Sun has already surpassed most of the top talents in terms of martial cultivation. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Sun. Those who hated him scolded him for being insidious, too black-hearted, and not having the demeanor of a top talent at all. And those who admired him were generous in their praise and extremely revered his strength. But this was not the end. When everyone was speculating how powerful Lin Sun's fighting capacity was, an explosive news once again swept across Green Deer School. Lin Sun had climbed to the top of the Spirit Sea Gold list in one fell swoop, suppressing all the top talents. This was too terrifying. The Spirit Sea Gold rankings represented a supreme honor, and the names that were able to be ranked on it represented the 100 most outstanding geniuses in the martial Dao courtyard. But now, Lin Sun, a young spiritual tattooist of the spiritual tattoo courtyard, had appeared in a domineering manner and set foot on the first place of the Spirit Sea Gold list. How could people not be shocked? Who could imagine that Lin Sun's martial cultivation had already stood at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? Damn it. Lin Sun is not even a student of the martial Dao courtyard, but now he ranks first on the Spirit Sea Gold list. Isn't he bullying our martial Dao courtyard? The students of the martial Dao courtyard couldn't sit still, and they were extremely sad and indignant. Lin Sun is extraordinary. Since ancient times, who in the other courtyards dared to be like Lin Sun and directly occupy the first place of the Spirit Sea Gold list after violently beating up the top talents of the martial Dao courtyard? How can the students of the martial Dao courtyard endure this? Those talents of the martial Dao courtyard are all extremely arrogant and haughty. After this lesson, perhaps they can turn over a new leaf. In the other courtyards, some students were excited. They thought Lin Sun was simply an incomparably ferocious person. Only when the news that Gu Yunting had set foot on the Spirit Sea General list came out did the students of the martial Dao courtyard become excited. After 5 years of closed-door cultivation, senior brother Gu Yunting has come out and surpassed the Spirit Sea Gold list and entered the Spirit Sea General list. He's on par with the most outstanding talents in the past thousands of years. This is simply a miracle. Ha ha ha. No matter how arrogant Lin Sun is, he can only be the first on the Spirit Sea Gold list. Compared to senior brother Gu Yunting, he's like a pearl that's as small as a grain of rice, and he's bound to be unable to compete with the sun and moon. A single Gu Yunting had resolved the aggrieved feelings of all the students of the martial Dao courtyard, and it caused them to be overjoyed and excited. No wonder the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth descended today. So it turns out that Gu Yunting has ascended into the Spirit Sea General list. Gu Yunting with the golden body of Dao flame, he has already surpassed the current geniuses, and he's on par with the most dazzling geniuses that have appeared in the past thousands of years. Even the instructors and students of the other courtyards of Azure Deer Academy couldn't help but exclaim with admiration for Gu Yunting when they found out about this. This person was too heaven-defying. He was like a peerless genius that caused others to be unable to envy him because he was too extraordinary. Who do all of you think is stronger between Lin Sun and Gu Yunting? Of course it's Gu Yunting. Lin Sun is only the first on the Spirit Sea Gold list, whereas Gu Yunting has already surpassed and stepped foot on the Spirit Sea General list. You can't say it like that. I remember that Lin Sun is only 16 this year, whereas Gu Yunting is already over 20 years old. There's quite a big difference between the two. If Lin Sun is given a few more years, he'll absolutely be able to surpass Gu Yunting. What a joke. Young age only represents potential. In the current world, competition is a competition of cultivation. Lin Sun is inferior in the end, and it's bound to be difficult for him to catch up to Gu Yunting. In Azure Deer Academy, many people were comparing Lin Sun and Gu Yunting, and it even caused an intense discussion to arise. But no matter what, Lin Sun and Gu Yunting had become the two people that received the most attention in Azure Deer Academy today. At the same time, another piece of news spread out in Forbidden City. Lin Sun, who had vanished for 2 months, walked out from his closed-door cultivation, and on that very day, he started a massacre and annihilated all the disciples of the Lin clan's branch family, and he even domineeringly captured the two geniuses of the younger generation, Yang and Xianxia. Instantly, Forbidden City fell into an uproar. Lin Sun was familiar to everyone. He'd once done many great things that caused a great commotion, and his name shook Forbidden City. But when everyone thought that he was doomed to suffer a lot of suppression and disasters because he offended the royal family of the empire, he made a strong attack. On the first day he came out, he set off a bloody scene and killed those who dared to provoke and fight against heart-cleansing Peak in an absolute manner. Lin Sun is really cruel and merciless. Isn't he afraid of death? Even Yang and Xianxia were captured by him. Isn't he worried about the revenge from the Zhou and Qin families? I knew Lin Sun wouldn't swallow it. He even dared to force Marquis Ling Tian to kneel down and apologize in front of all the bigwigs in the imperial palace. Is there anything in the world that he doesn't dare to do? In the Forbidden City, there were discussions everywhere. After 2 months, Lin Sun returned to people's sight in a bloody and powerful manner, which surprised everyone. No one expected that he dared to do this. This was tantamount to completely offending the 3 collateral forces of Lin clan and completely offending the Zhou and Qin families. Heart-cleansing Peak is in a precarious situation now, but Lin Sun still doesn't know how to restrain himself. He is playing with fire. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. I'm afraid that Lin Sun has been driven to the end of his rope. He has to take action. Alas, his opponents are not only the Zhou and Qin families but also the royal family of the empire. I think it won't be long before Lin Sun is doomed to suffer and heart-cleansing Peak is doomed to be destroyed. Indeed, no matter how powerful he is just a young man after all. He doesn't know how terrible the forces of those superior families are. It's easier to kill him than to pinch an ant. The Forbidden City was the capital of the empire. Lin Sun attracted the attention and discussion of the whole city on the day he came out. It could be seen that Lin Sun's fame had accumulated to a level that no one could ignore, whether it was good or bad. On the same day, the news that Lin Sun entered Green Deer School, beat a group of talents and ranked first in Sea Spirit Gold list also spread to the Forbidden City. At the same time, the news that Lin Sun captured Yang and Xianxia and killed the collateral clansmen of Lin clan also spread to Green Deer School. Without exception, it caused an uproar again. All kinds of uproars and discussions made Lin Sun the most eye-catching person in the Forbidden City today. This kind of treatment was rare in the world and in the past years. After all, apart from his identity and strength, Lin Sun was only a 16-year-old boy now, but he could stir up a storm in the whole city. On this point alone, almost no one among his peers could compare with him. Lin Sun didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. He just wanted to make a scene. No matter if it was a bad reputation or a good one, as long as it was big enough. Spiritual Affairs Hall. Lin Sun came with a pile of identity nameplates. He wanted to exchange them for points and then began to prepare for the stairway assessment. When he walked out of the Spiritual Affairs Hall, Lin Sun felt a little pain in his heart. He finally understood that choosing the second method required him to pay the price of 1,000 points. No wonder so few people would choose to do it alone. 1,000 points was an astronomical figure that would make most students stop in their tracks. Fortunately, after deducting 1,000 points, Lin Sun had more than 5,000 points on his nameplate, which was enough for him to pass the stairway assessment. It was getting late. Lin Sun returned to his residence and decided to go to the Stairway Mountain tomorrow. The so-called Stairway Mountain was a forbidden place in Green Deer School. Only students with 5,000 points were qualified to set foot on it. It was said that the Stairway Mountain contained the trace of the Great Way, which was mysterious and unpredictable. Whoever could climb to the top of the stairway would reach the sky in one step and master the power of the Great Way. The word sky here also referred to the Tao Insight Realm, because only the strongmen of Tao Insight Realm could master the power of the Great Way. This was common knowledge. Late at night, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in his room, meditating quietly. Today, his cultivation had reached the unprecedented extreme of Sea Spirit Realm, which was perfect and flawless. Because of the rebirth of the spiritual veins, his originally incomparably strong cultivation became more and more tyrannical, as immeasurable as the abyss. If it was seen by other practitioners, they would be stunned because there was almost no one in sea spirit realm who had such a strong foundation like Lin Sun. In terms of soul cultivation, Lin Sun had also reached the consummation of star circulation. In his sea of consciousness, the stars shone brightly, and the dreamy starlight illuminated his soul. The next level was moon shift, which belonged to a more profound level of soul cultivation. This level was based on refining the moon of soul. When the wonderful image of the full moon in the sky was condensed, it could be regarded as consummation. Lin Sun planned to practice moon shift after breaking through the Tao insight realm. Because in sea spirit realm, his soul power had reached the limit, and it was difficult for him to transform again due to the influence of his body and cultivation. What really surprised Lin Sun was the change of his physique. After experiencing the reincarnation cycle of destruction and rebirth in the ancient Tao spirit tablet, his physique had been transformed and sublimated again and again. In the process, the Amrita Saint Pearl, a sacred tool, was also completely refined and integrated with his physical strength. Now Lin Sun suspected that he could kill a sea spirit realm practitioner with one punch only with his physical strength. My cultivation, soul, and physique have all reached the perfection realm. As the saying goes, the three realms give birth to all things. When I break through to the Tao insight realm, I'll be able to obtain achievements that far surpass other practitioners. Lin Sun was enlightened. The heavenly insight realm was a realm that was completely different from the spirit sea realm. Only by attaining this realm would one be addressed as a great cultivator, because only those at the heavenly insight realm were able to comprehend and grasp the energy of grand Tao concepts, control wind, lightning, earth, and fire, and control the world. With a raise of their hand, they were able to create storms, incinerate mountains, and boil oceans. There were many kinds of descriptions of Tao insight. Some people said that when one reached this realm, he could have insight into the Tao and reason of heaven and earth, so it was called Tao insight. Some people said that Tao insight was a manifestation of the transformation of cultivation. It was like opening up a world in one's body, building the root of grand Tao, and having the qualification to seek longevity. But in any case, Tao insight realm was indeed a mysterious realm. Since ancient times, only 1 in 10,000 people could set foot in this realm. It was too difficult, because Tao insight realm was about comprehending the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Without talent and opportunity, it was destined to be difficult to grasp in a lifetime. For example, in the big forces in the Forbidden City today, the strongman of Tao insight realm was absolutely an indispensable heavyweight, which was enough to deter one side. On Heart Cleansing Peak, Zhu Laosan and Lin Zhong were at this level. Without them, Heart Cleansing Peak would be in a more dangerous situation. From this, it could be seen how powerful the deterrent of Tao insight realm was. Today, Lin Sun was only one step away from this realm, but this step was more difficult than climbing the sky. It could not be broken through by closing the door, but it needed opportunity, tempering and seeking calmly. As far as Lin Sun knew, there were many amazing people in the world today who failed to break through and set foot in Tao insight realm in their whole life. It was not because their foundation was not strong enough, but because they lacked a chance and opportunity to break through. The same was true for Lin Sun now. He was also waiting for an opportunity to break through. The next morning. Ladder Mountain. This place was located in the depths of Green Deer School. It was a forbidden area. Almost no figure could be seen in ordinary days. Amidst the rising morning mist, a tall and handsome figure could be vaguely seen walking over. He wore a moon-white robe, and his long black hair was casually tied behind his head, revealing a handsome and warm face. His black eyes were deep and clear, and his entire person had an otherworldly aura. It was Lin Sun. It was quiet all around. The mountains were covered in the morning mist. In the distance, it was Ladder Mountain, where the celestial ladder test was about to start. "Young man, this is a forbidden area. Don't come any closer." There was a thatched cottage in the distance. In front of the cottage, an old man with unkempt hair and beard was cooking. The stove was burning fiercely, and the beast meat was being cooked in the iron pot. The aroma filled the air and made people want to eat. When he noticed Lin Sun's arrival, the old man said quickly without raising his head. He stared at the beast meat in the iron pot and smacked his lips, as if he was already hungry. "Senior, I'm here to climb the ladder to heaven," Lin Sun said casually. He was looking at the old man. He was dirty and looked very sloppy. There was no strong aura around him, so he did not look like a reclusive master. However, Lin Sun did not dare to underestimate him. Being able to guard the ladder mountain, this sloppy old man must have an extraordinary background. Oh, in the past hundreds of years, many students have come to climb the ladder to heaven, but none of them succeeded. Young man, I advise you to leave. Don't waste your points. Speaking of this, the old man suddenly laughed. In the past, 5,000 points could be exchanged for a piece of the heart of a heaven-rank monster. Unfortunately, it's hard to find such a monster now. Lin Sun was stunned. A heaven-rank monster? That was a terrifying existence comparable to the Tao Insight realm or even the reincarnation developing realm. Had this old man eaten the heart of a heaven-rank monster before? Lin Sun immediately stopped thinking and said seriously, Senior, I must climb the ladder to heaven this time. The old man seemed to be a little impatient. He waved his hand and said, You really won't give up until you hit the wall. Fine, I won't stop you. Give me your identity nameplate. Lin Sun handed over his identity nameplate and continued to walk away. The complete sea spirit realm? Hey, what a pity. If I don't have the qualification of the Supreme Master in this realm, I'm doomed to return in failure. The old man glanced at Lin Sun's back and shook his head disapprovingly. He took out a bowl and chopsticks, scooped out the beast meat in the iron pot, and began to eat heartily. Huh? Why is there another one? Suddenly, the old man was stunned. He frowned and looked into the distant morning mist. He saw a man in snow-white clothes, who was as transcendent as a banished immortal, floating towards him. Gu Yanting. Are you also here to climb the ladder to heaven? The old man chewed the beast meat and asked vaguely. He was satisfied with the food. Gu Yanting nodded and took out his identity nameplate. Then he continued to move forward without saying a word. What's wrong with you today? The old man frowned and then shook his head. He continued to eat the meat, as if the meat in the bowl was more important than the sky falling down. The ladder to heaven was like a giant halberd, piercing into the sky. The rocks were like iron, and there was not even a blade of grass growing. It gave people an unshakable momentum. Standing under it, one could clearly see that a stone path went straight up to the top of the mountain. It was steep and dangerous, just like a straight ladder. This was the ladder to heaven. It was said that every step of the stone ladder was branded with the traces of the Great Way. It was full of unpredictable power. Walking on it was more terrible than going up a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Since ancient times, very few people could set foot on the top of the ladder to heaven because it was too difficult. Even the practitioners of sea spirit realm struggled on it. However, if one could really reach the top of the ladder to heaven, he could get great benefits, which could be called a great opportunity. Lin Sun took a deep breath and stepped on it without hesitation. Before he came here, he had learned that every step on the ladder to heaven was dangerous. One careless step could lead to ruthless suppression and elimination. But in order to get the horn of one-legged ox, Lin Sun had to pass this test. When he stepped on the first stone step, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. As if the stars had moved, a raging sea of fire emerged. In the sea of fire, fierce birds were flying in the fire, emitting a terrible momentum that could incinerate everything. The brand of fire. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and judged that it was derived from the trace of the essence of fire on the ladder to heaven. Although it was not real, its power was extremely terrible. Swish, without giving Lin Sun more time to think, a ferocious bird spread its wings, wrapped in thousands of layers of fire waves, whistling over. The blazing fire waves melted the void, full of destructive power. The test began. Lin Sun did not retreat but moved forward. He ran his cultivation all over his body. His whole body was like a bright cyan sun, rushing to the sky and punching out. Boom, the fist force was like a waterfall. In an instant, the fierce bird was smashed into pieces, turned into a rain of light and disappeared. But in just a moment, fierce birds rushed out of the sea of fire one after another. They were all bathed in the monstrous fire, making harsh cries and overwhelming attacks on Lin Sun. Come on! Lin Sun's black hair was flying. He ran the 9 strikes for shaking heaven and launched a fierce fight above the sea of fire. Flames were steaming and fierce birds were flying. It was like a fiery purgatory. The power of incineration filled the universe. The scene was extremely horrible. At the same time, at the foot of the ladder to heaven, Gu Yunting in white arrived. When he saw Lin Sun standing on the first stone step in the distance, he could not help but frown slightly. Immediately, he walked over and began to climb the ladder from Lin Sun's side. The angry fire burned the sky, and the ferocious birds danced in the air. All the traces of the Tao of Fire were derived. The Tao of Fire was natural and violent. Lin Sun ran the 9 strikes for shaking heaven to fight fiercely. His whole body was covered with light cyan divine light, and his handsome figure was unshakable, flashing between the heaven and the earth. In just a moment, the sea of fire collapsed, the ferocious birds were shattered, and everything turned into a rain of fire, drifting between heaven and earth. The air was full of the breath of the Tao of Fire. Lin Sun stopped to meditate, but soon he frowned. The Tao of Fire was clearly in front of him, but it was unrestrained and untraceable. In the end, the Tao of Fire disappeared, and all the illusions were silent. It seems that it is really difficult to comprehend and master the power of the Tao without the opportunity to break through the Tao insight realm. Lin Sun frowned. Immediately, he was surprised to find that there was a figure standing on the side of the path in front of him. The figure was Gu Yunting. Did he also come to climb the ladder to heaven? Lin Sun noticed that this person had set foot on the second stone step at this time. Obviously, although he followed Lin Sun, he had caught up. Do you want to compete with me? Lin Sun shook his head. He didn't have such a competitive mind. It was not that he was afraid, but he didn't want to be distracted by such things. After truly experiencing the mystery of the celestial ladder, Lin Sun suddenly had a strong ambition in his heart. He wanted to try to comprehend and master the power of a conception in sea spirit realm. A long time ago, when he performed the Tianyuan saber play, he displayed a kind of momentum of heaven and earth with the Tao of reaching for the stars and the moon fetching style, which contained the breath of the Tao. But it was the power integrated into the saber play. Although it could be controlled, the Tao of heaven didn't belong to Lin Sun. It was just a kind of control of power. Now, the ladder to heaven was densely covered with traces of the Tao, which could derive the real essence of the Tao. Lin Sun naturally didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. If he rushed to ascend the stairway to heaven merely for the sake of competing with Gu Yunting, then he would undoubtedly miss this fortuitous encounter. Without hesitation, Lin Sun continued to step on the second stone step. Suddenly, another illusion of the Tao of heaven appeared. This was a world of green wood. Verdant trees towered into the sky, branches and leaves covered the void, steaming with incomparable vitality. Concept of wood represented life, and it was endless. It was a type of intent of the 5 elements, and it was profound and unfathomable. According to rumor, some great cultivators at the heavenly abode realm that grasped wood intent were able to possess boundless combat strength that grew and multiplied endlessly, causing them to be like an immortal body that was extremely formidable. Moreover, they could communicate with the essence of plants and absorb the vitality of the world. They were the closest to nature, so it was easier for them to cultivate compared to other cultivators. Rumble suddenly, vines as thick as buckets rushed out of the earth like dancing pythons, covering the sky and suppressing Lin Sun. Whoosh, the seemingly soft vine leaves could easily tear through the void and were filled with terrifying penetrative power. Lin Sun executed the ice strike steps. His figure was illusory as he shuttled back and forth. His fist force was like a huge dragon, shattering the heavens and shattering the earth. It charged in all directions and smashed all the vines into pieces, causing debris to fly in all directions. To everyone's surprise, the shattered vines healed as soon as they fell to the ground, and then they shot into the sky once more. This was the intent of wood. It grew and multiplied endlessly. Unless one could suppress it with absolute strength, it couldn't be killed at all. After 15 minutes, Lin Sun completely smashed the intent of wood with the superimposed threefold fist force and turned it into a colorful rain of light. He held his breath, cut off the distractions in his mind, and meditated quietly. It was a pity that he clearly felt that he could grasp the essence of the domain of wood, but he always missed it. It was like there was a world between him and it. He could only see it, but he couldn't comprehend it. But Lin Sun was not discouraged. Since ancient times, very few people could control the power of the intent of Great Way in Sea Spirit Realm. Even if there were, most of them were like legends that couldn't be proved true. It could be seen that it was not only difficult to achieve this step in sea spirit realm, but also almost hopeless. It was like a barrier in a realm. Without the qualification of heavenly abode realm, it was difficult to break this barrier in comprehending the great way. 2. Put it simply, this was a hopeless road. Many amazing cultivators had tried it in the past, but they all failed in the end. Lin Sun didn't know this, so he naturally didn't have a deep understanding of it. Perhaps his action at this time was really because the ignorant were fearless. However, this was cultivation. Only by seeking and exploring could one verify one's great way. In front of the latter mountain, the beast meat in the iron pot was completely eaten up. The sloppy old man smacked his lips with satisfaction. He lay lazily on the blue stone in front of the hut, squinting at the distance with indescribable satisfaction. "Junior brother, what do you think of those two little guys?" Suddenly, a weathered voice sounded. A skinny old man had come to the front of the hut with his hands behind his back, staring at the latter mountain in the distance. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that the skinny old man was the dean of Green Deer School. "Hey, even you are alarmed. Do you still need to ask me?" The sloppy old man took out a toothpick to pick his teeth. It seemed that he was not surprised that the dean would come in person. "I want to know your opinion," the dean asked. "That boy in the white robe should be the guy who rushed into the Sea Spirit General list yesterday. If I'm right, he is here to break through the realm and is likely to succeed." The sloppy old man's voice was lazy, as if he was talking about something very casual. "Such a young man will enter the ancient desolation realm to cultivate sooner or later." "What about the other one?" The dean looked indifferent and was not surprised, because he knew Gu Yunting's current potential better than the sloppy old man. "Well, I don't see anything mysterious." The sloppy old man's answer was very perfunctory. He seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to it. "Look again," the dean said, seeming to care about the sloppy old man's opinion. The sloppy old man was a little surprised. He glanced at the dean and said, "Is there anything special about this boy?" He originally had the opportunity to leave his name on the Sea Spirit General list, but in the end, he refused this opportunity. "In the thousands of years since I brought the ancient tablet of Tao Spirit to the school, such a thing has never happened," the dean said casually. "What?" With a whoosh, the sloppy old man sat up straight, and a trace of surprise appeared on his lazy face. "You mean, this boy has the power that the heavens pivot holy ground desperately wants?" He obviously knew some secrets. The dean nodded. "That's right, the power that can repel and isolate the ancient tablet of Tao Spirit is what the heavens pivot holy ground desires the most. I only heard that this power was brought into the Xiao Empire from the ancient desolation realm many years ago, but I never thought that it might be true." The slovenly old man's expression changed indeterminately. After a short while, he suddenly laughed and said, "In that case, do you intend to give this kid to the Heavens Pivot Sacred Grounds, or do you intend to make a move yourself and take that power from this kid for yourself?" That smile actually seemed a little sinister and horrifying. The dean said indifferently, "If it was in the past, I might do that, but now, I just want to watch from the sidelines and avoid this karma." The sloppy old man sneered, "Are you willing? Have you forgotten who forced you out of the ancient desolation realm?" The dean's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "It was I who proposed the matter back then. Otherwise, do you think I have no chance to return in these thousands of years?" The sloppy old man still didn't believe it, and he sneered, "I don't believe it. You must have other plans." The dean frowned and sighed after a while. "You don't understand. I was defeated back then, and I was convinced of my defeat. I can't blame anyone. But you're not willing. Otherwise, why would you care so much about this boy today?" The sloppy old man said word by word. As he spoke, he looked at the sky ladder mountain in the distance. He could clearly see that Lin Sun's figure was walking up one stone step after another in a slow manner. On the other side, Gu Yunting was striding as if he was flying, and he was as light as an immortal. He had already arrived halfway up the mountain, far surpassing Lin Sun. "If you plan to cultivate this boy and take back what you lost, then you'll be disappointed. Because I really don't see what's worth paying attention to this little guy." This time, the dean fell into silence, and said after a long time, "I have no such plan. This little guy has too many causes and effects. Do you still remember Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan?" The sloppy old man narrowed his eyes. The first and second place of the nation test 17 years ago? The dean nodded. Lin Wenjing's grandfather was Lin Daochen, a life-death realm king. He died on the frontier battlefield, but how he died has always been a mystery. And Luo Qingxuan is also not simple. It is said that she was born in a humble and poor family. Her parents died early, and she had no relatives or friends. But her talent is amazing and unparalleled. Moreover, she is intelligent and outstanding. At that time, you also said that it was not normal. The sloppy old man seemed to be lost in memory, and nodded after a long time. I have a deep impression of Luo Qingxuan. Judging from her aura, she can't be cultivated by the poor. Speaking of this, he couldn't help frowning, but they all died more than 10 years ago. Why do you still mention these things? The dean said indifferently. Lin's son is their child. The sloppy old man was stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face. It turned out to be this little guy. When he was born, he was accompanied by the devouring abyss spiritual vein, which shocked the whole forbidden city. But I never thought that he could still live until now after the devouring abyss spiritual vein was dug out. If Yin Qingbai of the heaven-reaching sword sect knew about it, there would be a good show. The dean said indifferently. Someone saved him at that time. The sloppy old man frowned. Who dares to save people in the hands of Yin Qingbai? Lu Boya, the dean said a name. It's him. The sloppy old man was shocked. He suddenly stood up and looked surprised. The origin of this old guy is very mysterious. The dean nodded. In this way, Lin's son has a lot of troubles. The death of his great-grandfather and parents are all involved in some terrible causes and effects, and he has a relationship with Lu Boya. It's really complicated. The sloppy old man was lost in thought. So, I can't entrust him with the things of that year. The stairway to heaven had a total of 99 steps. It contained the number of the Great Way, and it was branded with the traces of the Great Way. Walking on it, every step was filled with killing intent. Dong, the golden blades poured down from the sky, dazzling and tearing the heaven and the earth. But in just a moment, they were all smashed by a pair of fists and turned into a rain of light. Lin Sun meditated and finally sighed. Difficult. 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 The Great Way was mysterious and unfathomable, almost impossible to comprehend and control. The 39th step forced me to use 5 layers of fist energy. I'm afraid the higher I go, the more difficult it will be to climb, Lin Sun thought for a while. He glanced and saw a flash of white clothes at a very high position. It was quite eye-catching, like a flying immortal. Du Yanting had reached the 80th step. Lin Sun was stunned, then he withdrew his gaze and concentrated on the path under his feet. As time went by, he climbed up step by step, broke through layers of Great Way illusions, and saw various different Great Way concepts. There were traces of blazing and wanton fire, traces of endless vitality of wood, sharp and unparalleled Golden Way concept, and every kind of Great Way concept represented a kind of aura, blending between heaven and earth, filling the space between the earth and the sky, and it was indescribably wonderful. The changing of the 4 seasons, the changing of life and death, the rising and falling of the sun and the setting of the moon, the alternation of day and night, the rise and fall of the tide. All things had spirits. Spirits were the basis of law, and law was the rhythm of Tao. Tao was nameless and derived from all things. It went round and in order, deducing all things. In short, it was called the Great Way of Heaven, but it was easy to know and difficult to do. Seeing and knowing were one thing, and trying to comprehend and control were another. The two were like the difference between heaven and earth, completely different. Just like now, Lin Sun had been trying to comprehend and control it, and he had used all means, but so far he had gained nothing. This was still on the stairway to heaven, which was full of traces of Great Way. If it was in the outside world, the Great Way was illusory, and it would only be more difficult to perceive and find. This was also the reason why the strong of Tao Insight realm seemed so rare. The road of Great Way was vague and boundless. Since ancient times, no one knew how many practitioners had stopped here and died with regrets. The so-called Great Way buried all corpses. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. It was like a natural barrier that trapped most of the cultivators in the world, and they were unable to climb and surmount it. On the other hand, there was a limit to one's lifespan. If one was unable to break through, then one would naturally be unable to escape the pain of aging, sickness, and death. In the end, one would transform into a pile of dirt and sink into the annals of time. Boom, the surging ocean surged, condensing into spears, halberds, spirit swords, blades, and other different forms. Water glistened as it charged through the air. Lin Sun moved like lightning, using ice dragon steps, fighting fiercely above the sea. His fists were dazzling, tearing the void apart. Rumble, there were explosions everywhere, a rain of light shot out, and waves swept across. It wasn't long before the surging concept of water transformed into WYRMS, ferocious birds, Yikshaws, sea spirits, and various other terrifying living beings, and their might grew even more terrifying. This was the 63rd step of the heavenly stairway. The energy of the traces of the Grand Tao was becoming more and more terrifying, and the concept energy it developed had obviously become different as well. It possessed a copious and irresistible spirituality that was terrifying to the extreme. If it was any other sea spirit realm practitioner, his body would probably be obliterated in an instant. In fact, it was true. For thousands of years, there had been many geniuses in Green Deer School who came here to challenge the heavenly stairway, but those who could set foot here could be counted on one's fingers. The reason was that the power of the traces of the Grand Tao was like the momentum of heaven and earth, which was not something that a sea spirit realm practitioner could bear at all. At this moment, even Lin Sun felt the pressure, and he dared not take it lightly. The light cyan glow lingered around his body, like an ice dragon, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, overturning rivers and seas. After a moment, the concept of water transformed into a heavy explosion, and a rain of light fell. It's the 63rd step. I've used the 5th fist force, and nearly half of my physical strength has been consumed, Lin Sun silently perceived and analyzed his own situation. If it was just a simple challenge, Lin Sun would have already ascended, and it would be impossible to consume a lot of time and physical strength. The key was that while he was challenging the heavenly stairway, he wanted to perceive and control the power of the Grand Tao, which naturally consumed more energy and time than usual. If the other cultivators in the academy were to find out about this, they would probably take Lin Sun to be a freak. After all, even ascending the heavenly stairway was extremely difficult for them, yet Lin Sun instead took challenging the heavenly stairway as an opportunity to explore and try to grasp Grand Tao concepts. This seemed to be too abnormal, and it was embarrassing. Suddenly, when Lin Sun was perceiving with concentration, he suddenly captured a trace of vague mysterious breath in his heart. It was as misty as a cloud, but full of the charm of water. He comprehended it. Lin Sun was excited and overjoyed, but when he wanted to comprehend it carefully, this trace of vague mysterious trace disappeared again. It was like a swan claw in the snow mud, traceless. But Lin Sun was not depressed. On the contrary, his black eyes became extremely bright, and his heart was surging with excitement like a raging river. The perception just now, like a light breaking the darkness, let Lin Sun see a glimmer of hope on the way to the Grand Tao that he had been searching for so long. Perhaps in the past years, there were countless examples to prove that in the sea spirit realm, the Grand Tao was unpredictable and there was no way to find it. But what happened just now undoubtedly told Lin Sun that it was possible to comprehend and control the power of the Grand Tao in the sea spirit realm, and the barrier between the Tao insight realm and the sea spirit realm was not unbreakable. The concept of water, Lin Sun took a deep breath and recovered his calmness. All the way up the stairs, he saw many different traces of the Grand Tao, but until now, only the trace of the concept of water could be perceived. Although it was only a trace and extremely uncertain, it pointed out a way for Lin Sun and made him clear the direction to seek for the Grand Tao. Without hesitation, Lin Sun continued to climb. This time, he no longer spent energy on other traces of the Grand Tao, and began to seize the time to break through. Only when he encountered the steps with traces of water, he chose to stay, and he did not hesitate to restrain his strength and breath to prolong the time of the expedition, in order to further comprehend and control the concept of water. For a moment, Lin Sun's figure was like a rainbow, walking on the stone steps as if he was flying, and his speed was more than twice as fast as before. On the 91st stone step, Gu Yanting had just broken a terrible illusion and was taking the time to adjust his breath. After arriving here, he also felt strenuous, and his physical consumption accelerated, so he had to take a rest. Suddenly, Gu Yanting seemed to notice something, and his eyes suddenly looked down. He saw that Lin Sun had set foot on the 77th stone step, which made him frown. He still remembered that Lin Sun was far behind before, but in less than 10 minutes, Lin Sun had greatly shortened the distance between them, which seemed a little unusual. Did Lin Sun have been holding back his strength, and intended to break out at this time to catch up with him all the way? Gu Yanting withdrew his gaze, and his handsome face was as calm as an ancient well. When he climbed the mountain before, he did have the idea of competing with Lin Sun, because yesterday he also noticed that Lin Sun caused a magnificent phenomenon of heaven and earth when he broke through the golden list of spiritual sea. This made him feel a trace of surprise in his heart, so when he saw Lin Sun today, he also wanted to take this opportunity to test Lin Sun's ability. But he was soon disappointed. Lin Sun's performance was very mediocre, not as strong as he imagined at all. Originally, Gu Yanting had already begun to ignore Lin Sun, but who would have thought that Lin Sun would start to break out at this time? This also made Gu Yanting doubt whether Lin Sun wanted to use this kind of strategy to compete with him. In the face of absolute strength, strategy is after all a small way. Only exerting strength at this time is already doomed to be difficult to reverse the situation. Gu Yanting didn't think any more, and continued to walk on his stone steps. In his heart, Lin Sun might be called amazing, but he couldn't make him have the idea of competing at all. Hey, that little guy is starting to exert strength. In front of the cottage, the sloppy old man said in surprise. I said long ago, he is not worse than Gu Yanting. The dean spoke indifferently. He witnessed Lin Sun's performance on the Sea Spirit list with his own eyes yesterday, and even though he didn't leave his name in the end, Lin Sun's results at that time were even higher than Gu Yanting's. If that's the case, then this kid is extremely extraordinary, and he can be called a little monster in the ancient desolation realm. A wisp of light shot out from the sloppy old man's eyes, and it seemed as if the sun and moon were reflected within them, and they deduced the phenomenon of the great Tao that was incomparably terrifying. Senior brother, since you don't intend to interfere in this kid's matter, why don't you hand him over to me? The sloppy old man asked. No. The dean refused flatly. The sloppy old man smiled disapprovingly. Before long, the dean and the sloppy old man seemed to have sensed something, and they suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the peak of Tiandi Mountain in unison. On the 99th level, Gu Yanting's white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, and a myriad of dazzling crimson flames gushed out from his body like a divine ring of flames that enveloped his entire body and suffused with a miraculous aura. Rumble! No one knew when a dark cloud had emerged in the sky, and the sound of thunder resounded and surged between heaven and earth. In just an instant, bolts of lightning fell from the clouds, and it seemed like a twisting thunder snake that drowned Gu Yanting. He has broken through the realm. The golden body of Tao fire is indeed a famous talent in ancient times. When he was advancing, he actually caused the heavenly thunder tribulation. It's rare to see one in tens of thousands of practitioners. The sloppy old man's eyes were clear, and they emitted a divine light. This is the foundation of a real talent. Crossing the heavenly thunder tribulation and refining the Tao body, this kind of supreme opportunity is something that other practitioners can't have. The dean couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Both of them knew that as long as Gu Yanting crossed the heavenly thunder tribulation, he could become a peerless practitioner of Tao Insight realm. However, both of them didn't notice that at the same time that Gu Yanting was overcoming the tribulation and advancing, Lin Sun, who'd stepped foot on the 88th step, was silently enshrouded in circles of ripples that were like water, and they suffused through the pores of his body. He finally succeeded. Lin Sun stood there, motionless, like a pine tree rooted on the cliff bank. In his sea of consciousness, a faintly discernible blue luster flickered. As it swept past the soul stars, the originally silver soul stars were instantly dyed with a beautiful layer of aqua light, azure, and translucent. But it didn't take long for them to return to their original color. It was as if the blue luster was igniting the star lamp, but when the blue luster left, the lamp would also be extinguished. One bright and one dim, just like breathing, was extremely wonderful. This was the power of the conception of water. Even if it was merely a strand, it was still extraordinary and possessed unfathomable profundities. It was the embodiment of the Tao. At this moment, Lin Sun could clearly perceive that there was a kind of Tao belonging to water in his soul, which made him perceive a kind of power belonging to Tao. The best was like water. The big one was majestic, like a waterfall flowing straight down, destroying mountains and cracking the earth. The small one was like dripping water piercing through a stone, and the small one could see the general trend and moisten things imperceptibly. When it was soft, it was like the spring breeze and rain, and when it was hard, it was like the raging sea hitting the sky. As the saying goes, big and small have no fixed potential, and the combination of hardness and softness elaborates the mystery of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Sun finally realized the power of the conception, which was a profound understanding of the power of heaven and earth. If he could control it, he could exert incredible and terrifying power. Although it is only a wisp of Tao, it is a new understanding of Tao for me. In the future, as long as I practice and comprehend it, I can control the power of water and integrate it into my cultivation. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura in his entire body seemed to have undergone a change, and it possessed an otherworldly and transcendent aura that was clear like water. If the Dean of Green Deer School and the sloppy old man knew that Lin Sun, with the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm, had comprehended and mastered a wisp of the power of the conception of water, they would not be able to keep calm. Unfortunately, the minds of the two of them had always been locked onto Gu Yunting at this moment and were attracted by the phenomenon of the tribulation lightning he caused. Thus, they'd never noticed that the youth not far away from Gu Yunting had broken the publicly acknowledged convention of the world. He had done something that many outstanding talents in the past and present had never done. And if this was known by other practitioners in the outside world, it would be enough to cause a subversive uproar and shake the world of cultivation. At this time, Lin Sun also noticed that Gu Yunting was currently crossing a tribulation, drawing lightning from all directions to temper himself and break through. A halo that was condensed from divine flames illuminated Gu Yunting's surroundings, causing his entire body to be bathed in multicolored light. He raised his head to resist the lightning, simply like a god, his might unparalleled. This fellow is truly amazing. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel awestruck. He had been to the ancient spirit world and had seen many amazing talents, such as Bai Lingshi, Song Yi, Qi Tsongfeng, Marquis Ling Tian, and so on. But almost none of them could compare with Gu Yunting. Perhaps only young Sword King Shi Yutong and other heavenly talents of the older generation could compete with him. A Tao Insight Realm cultivator in his 20s, with a golden body of Tao fire. If this guy enters the ancient desolation realm in the future, he will definitely stand out. Lin Sun was lost in thought. He couldn't go forward at this time, because the heavenly thunder tribulation was surging and terrifying. Once he got close to it, he was bound to be affected. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun saw the heavenly thunder tribulation for the first time, which was really rare. Generally speaking, if one didn't have a heaven-defying foundation, he couldn't trigger the heavenly thunder tribulation at all. At least as far as Lin Sun knew, 90% of the Tao Insight Realm cultivators in the world today had never experienced such a thing when they broke through. From this, it could be seen how stunning Gu Yunting was. Thunder tribulation, it is said that in ancient times, only the practitioners who walked out of the heavenly thunder tribulation could be called the real strong. I don't know whether it is true or not. Lin Sun calmly felt the destructive breath in the heavenly thunder tribulation, and his thoughts were flying. After a while, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the sky became clear again. Gu Yunting sat cross-legged on the 99th stone step, bathed in flames and lightning, meditating quietly. He had just passed the tribulation and needed to temper and stabilize his cultivation. His breath had obviously become different. There seemed to be a real dragon dormant in his body, which could frighten the world and disdain the world. Lin Sun stared silently for a moment, then withdrew his eyes and walked to the next step. Having comprehended a wisp of the essence of water, he was satisfied and began to devote all his energy and strength to breaking through. It's a pity that a young man like Gu Yunting is destined not to stay in Xiao Empire. Only in the ancient desolation realm can he shine. The slovenly old man sighed lightly. He was amazed by Gu Yunting's performance today. In a world like the ancient desolation where geniuses came forth in large numbers and heroes were dazzling, perhaps it couldn't be said to be rare, but in the Xiao Empire, it could be said to be rare and second to none. I only hope that his future will not be hindered by the heavens pivot Holy Land. The dean said indifferently. The sloppy old man was in a daze, and suddenly laughed. It seems that you are still not reconciled to what happened in those days. The dean didn't comment. Tell me, how are you going to deal with Lin Sun? The sloppy old man's expression became serious. Although he has a lot of karma, he is a rare good material. Are you going to let him run his own course? The dean was silent for a moment, and then said, a hidden dragon in the abyss must suffer many hardships before he can soar to the sky. For now, I don't intend to intervene. Tempering? The sloppy old man sneered, I'm afraid that he will have too many troubles and die prematurely. The dean's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Rush, on the stairway mountain, the higher it was, the more terrible the power imprinted on the stone steps was. Lin Sun had to use all his strength to fight against it. The 91st. The 92nd. The 93rd. When he reached the 99th step, Lin Sun was also soaked in cold sweat. His breath was heavy, and his face was slightly pale. His physical consumption was so great that he almost couldn't bear it. Fortunately, all that was left was a flight of stone steps. Whoosh! At this moment, Gu Yanting, who was meditating next to Lin Sun, stood up. His whole body was overflowing with light, and his momentum soared up to the sky. At this moment, he was already a Tao Insight Realm cultivator. Every move he made used the power of heaven and earth, with a kind of majesty that could swallow mountains and rivers. But in just a moment, he restrained his momentum and became transcendent again, like an exiled immortal, plain and extraordinary. When he saw Lin Sun, who was also standing on the 99th step, Gu Yanting couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He immediately withdrew his gaze, and his expression was calm like an ancient well. He was already different from Lin Sun. He was above the sea spirit realm, and became a real Tao Insight Realm cultivator. Lin Sun was destined to look up to him. A goshawk wouldn't care about an ant on the ground, because the two were in different realms. Just like Gu Yanting's state of mind at this moment, this was not a kind of arrogance, but a kind of transcendent and overlooking attitude. Lin Sun originally wanted to greet him, but when he saw Gu Yanting's attitude of above all living beings, he suddenly smiled, ignored him, and stepped up. Almost at the same time, Gu Yanting also stepped on the last stone step. Swish, the two arrived at the same time, but they didn't look at each other, as if the other didn't exist. This is the peak of Tiandi Mountain? Lin Sun's gaze swept around, and he saw clouds and rosy clouds, old rocks with vines hanging on them, orchids emitting fragrance, and a scorching sun hanging high in the sky, sprinkling down magnificent golden light. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the scenery was picturesque, giving people a feeling of having a view of all the small mountains. However, apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Gu Yanting was even more direct. He swept his gaze around, then turned around and left. His white clothes fluttered, and he suddenly disappeared into the sky. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Lin Sun again. I only hope that if we meet in the ancient desolation realm in the future, you can still be like this, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Gu Yanting, but he suddenly remembered what the headmaster had said. He knew that as long as Gu Yanting entered the ancient desolation realm, he would definitely go to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land to cultivate, and the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was a place that would bring disaster to him. Lin Sun couldn't help but worry that if he met Gu Yanting in the future, they might become enemies, and it wouldn't be like today. Even if they ignored each other, they could live in harmony. In front of the hut, when Lin Sun arrived, the headmaster had already left. He didn't know that when he was climbing the Tiandi Mountain, the headmaster and the sloppy old man had stared at him and talked about his life experience. For more than 300 years, no one has been able to reach the peak of Tiandi Mountain. But today, you and Gu Yanting have done it together. It's really surprising. The sloppy old man said with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Little guy, you still don't have a master, do you? Do you want to consider becoming my disciple? The sloppy old man's eyes revealed a touch of enthusiasm, as if he was staring at a flawless jade. Lin Sun was surprised. Forget it, I'll think about it. After all, it's just a whim of mine, and I can't determine whether you are suitable to inherit my mantle. The sloppy old man said casually. Lin Sun almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old guy was too perfunctory. Just based on his attitude, he couldn't be his disciple. Not long after, Lin Sun took back his identity nameplate and turned to leave. Alas, what a pity. Why is this boy's life experience so special? in front of the hut, the sloppy old man sighed. In the spiritual affairs hall. As usual, it was bustling with activity. Many students of the school gathered here. Some came to exchange their points for the things they needed, and some came to get experience tasks. It was quite lively. Hey, isn't that Linsun? What? He's Linsun? He really looks too young. When Linsun arrived, he was immediately recognized, causing a lot of uproar. Since the news of what happened in Marshall Courtyard yesterday spread, Linsun could be regarded as a celebrity in Green Deer School. Everyone knew of his brutal deeds of defeating Lan Yu, Jin Zhulu, and others, and then ascending to the first place of Sea Spirit Gold List. Therefore, when Linsun appeared in the Spiritual Affairs Hall, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. What was Linsun doing here? Many people in the Spiritual Affairs Hall were curious. Linsun went straight to the area for exchanging spiritual materials, took out his identity nameplate, and handed it to an old man guarding the place. He said, "Sorry to trouble you to exchange for the horn of one-legged ox." The old man's pupils suddenly dilated. He stood up and asked incredulously, "Have you passed the celestial ladder?" "What celestial ladder?" Some students were confused. The mountain of Celestial Ladder is a mountain with traces of the Great Way. It's said that those who can climb up to it are the most powerful talents in the world. Because the Celestial Ladder is too difficult, no one has been able to set foot on it in the past hundreds of years. Soon, someone explained, which immediately aroused the exclamations of the crowd. No way. Linsun is too fierce, isn't he? It can't be false. Didn't you hear that he wants to exchange for the horn of one-legged ox? As far as I know, only those who pass the celestial ladder are qualified to exchange for this treasure. He just ranked first on the spiritual sea gold list yesterday, and today he passed the celestial ladder that no one has passed for hundreds of years. Do you think the students of our martial arts yard are going to die? There was a lot of noise in the hall. Everyone looked at Linsun with surprise and doubt as if they were looking at a monster. Indeed, it seemed absurd. Linsun, a young master of spiritual tattoos in the yard of spiritual tattoos, had such a great achievement in martial cultivation. He was just like a monster, which made people not know what standard to use to measure him. It was so rare. The most terrible thing was that he was only 16 years old this year, but he could have such outstanding achievements in both spiritual tattoos and martial arts. It was just like going against the natural order. He really passed the test. The old man checked Linsun's identity nameplate. When he confirmed that Linsun was telling the truth, he was stunned and shocked. Finally, he handed a sealed black jade box to Linsun, which contained a horn of one-legged ox. It's finally done. Linsun was completely relaxed. With the horn of one-legged ox, he had the core spiritual materials to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos. He only needed to wait for Xianxia to prepare other spiritual materials, and then he could go to the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower to start his refining. Wait a minute. As soon as Linsun walked out of the spiritual affairs hall, he was stopped. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. His soft black hair was suffused with a luster, and his bearing was extraordinary, like that of an exiled immortal. It was actually Gu Yunting. When they saw Gu Yunting, the entire area boiled over. Many students stopped and looked at Gu Yunting with fanatical gazes. Perhaps Linsun was extremely dazzling, but he wasn't a member of the martial Dao courtyard in the end. On the other hand, Gu Yunting was different. 5 years ago, his name had shaken the entire academy, and he'd become a blazing sun that was the focus of everyone's attention. But now, after 5 years of seclusion, he had appeared out of nowhere and was ranked on the legendary spiritual Sea Master list. Such an outstanding person naturally became the target of fanatical worship. What's up? Linsun was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Yunting, who had always been above all living beings, would take the initiative to appear in front of him. However, Linsun was not excited at all. He even guessed that the reason why this guy took the initiative to find him must be for something. I need the Kueox's horn. Can you give it to me? Don't worry, I can give you the same value of compensation. Gu Yunting opened his mouth with an indifferent voice. Standing there, he seemed to stand out from the crowd. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his elegant demeanor was dazzling. Lin Sun secretly thought that he had guessed right. He shook his head without thinking. Sorry, I also need the Kuei ox's horn. Gu Yanting frowned slightly. You should know that I had the chance to exchange for the Kuei ox's horn before you. Lin Sun nodded. Yes, you and I ascended the mountain of celestial ladder at the same time, but unfortunately, you were a step slower. Hearing this, all the students nearby were shocked. They realized that in recent days, not only Lin Sun had ascended the mountain of celestial ladder, but even Gu Yanting had achieved this step. Something that hadn't happened for hundreds of years actually happened today. All of a sudden, those students looked at Gu Yanting in a different way. They became more and more fanatical and admiring. He deserved to be the existence that could be on the spiritual sea master list. He didn't give Lin Sun the chance to show off at all. Gu Yanting waved his sleeve, and a bright and colorful ball of light suddenly appeared in the void. All the people present were shocked, and their eyes widened. Those were more than a dozen kinds of spiritual materials and herbs that were hard to find in the world. The value of each kind was not inferior to that of the Kuei ox's horn. For example, a blood Ganoderma that had matured in 3,000 years was bright red and glistening, gushing out brilliant clouds, dyeing the void red, and diffusing a unique fragrance, making people feel as if their souls were going to be intoxicated by it after a sniff. For example, the octagonal purple copper iron, a thumb-sized piece, was worth tens of thousands of gold and was regarded as a rare treasure in the world. But this piece in front of them was as big as a fist, so it could be imagined how shocking its value was. In addition, there were rare treasures such as Xianxia spiritual essence, Lanyu Fuling, Alcade 9-star flower, and so on, dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. From time to time, there was the sound of people gasping. Some were covetous and envious, and some were shocked and absent-minded. They didn't expect that Gu Yanting's net worth was so strong. The value of this batch of spiritual materials couldn't even be measured by money. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. As a spiritual tattooist, he naturally knew how shocking the value of these spiritual materials was. You can choose two at will. Take it as compensation for giving up the horn of one-legged ox. I believe you have seen my sincerity. Gu Yanting said casually, still with a calm look, as if he was very sure that Lin Sun couldn't refuse this temptation. Because this kind of compensation had already far exceeded the value of the horn of one-legged ox. Many people couldn't help but envy Lin Sun. This guy was really lucky. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't dare to expect to get such a generous treatment. But unexpectedly, Lin Sun's black eyes were clear and calm. Without thinking, he refused again. The horn of one-legged ox is priceless to me. No matter what you give me, I can't give it up. Everyone was stunned. He actually refused. Even Gu Yanting was slightly stunned and couldn't help but frown. Not satisfied? Well, I can let you choose 3 spiritual materials. Lin Sun also frowned at once. This guy's tone was really big. Didn't he hear that Lin Sun didn't intend to give up this thing at all? Lin Sun, be content. Senior brother Gu Yanting has shown such sincerity. If you get an inch and want a foot, it will be a little too much. Lin Sun, you should feel honored to be treated with such courtesy by senior brother Gu Yanting. Some students nearby spoke up one after another, speaking up for Gu Yanting. Lin Sun immediately smiled. His gaze swept around, and in the end, he was too lazy to speak anymore. He turned around and left. He didn't have the mood to waste time with these guys. His attitude of disregard immediately annoyed many people. But because of Lin Sun's outstanding prestige yesterday, no one dared to stop Lin Sun. Gu Yanting couldn't help but show a touch of coldness between his brows. Because he needed to smelt a weapon, he was determined to get the horn of one-legged ox. He originally thought that he had shown enough sincerity, but he never thought that Lin Sun still didn't appreciate it. This made him a little unhappy. You are Lin Sun? I hope you can give up the horn of one-legged ox. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded. A young girl came from afar. She had a delicate and beautiful appearance. Snow-white skin and jade-like bones. Her whole body was flowing with a layer of crystal radiance. Her delicate body was slender, slim and graceful, and her small waist could be grasped in one arm. The curves of her figure were perfect, without a single flaw to be found. This was a kind of dazzling beauty like that of a phoenix. Seeing her, the whole audience was immediately stirred. Princess Spirit Phoenix is here. 5 years ago, she had a close relationship with Gu Yanting. Who would have thought that just as Gu Yanting came out of seclusion, she would hear the news and come, reappearing in the academy. Princess Spirit Phoenix was the most favored daughter of the current great emperor. She had a peerless appearance, stunning talent, and incomparably amazing cultivation talent. Her identity could also be said to be incomparably famous, and she was the pearl of the current imperial family. 5 years ago, she had cultivated in the martial arts courtyard. Until Gu Yanting went into seclusion, she suddenly returned to the imperial family and never appeared in the academy again. And now, Gu Yanting had just come out of seclusion, and Princess Spirit Phoenix had also appeared in the academy. This caused many people to be unable to help but let their imaginations run wild. At this moment, she blocked Lin Sun's path. Her beautiful face was like a phoenix that had descended to the world. In fact, she was indeed like a proud phoenix. When she spoke, her sparkling and flawless chin was slightly raised, revealing her snow-white swan-like neck. She was incomparably arrogant. That's right, I'm Lin Sun. But I've already said that I don't intend to give up the one-legged ox's horn. I also hope that you won't block my way. Lin Sun said with a smile, but in fact, he was already somewhat impatient in his heart. Why was Gu Yanting the same as this Princess Spirit Phoenix? They both looked as if they had him in the bag. They really took him too seriously. Many people were shocked and secretly smacked their lips. They felt that Lin Sun was too daring. First, he refused Gu Yanting, and now even when Princess Spirit Phoenix appeared, he didn't give her any face at all. Wasn't he worried that he would offend too many people and cause endless troubles in the future? I've long heard that you, Lin Sun, are extremely daring and run amok. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. But since I'm here today, you must give up the one-legged ox's horn. Princess Spirit Phoenix frowned, and her whole body was filled with a pressing noble and proud aura. Although her voice was pleasant to the ear, her words had a domineering and commanding tone. Obviously, this was not the first time she had done this. Lin Sun completely lost his patience. He waved his hand and said, I don't care who you are. Today, it's useless even if God comes. Get out of my way. Everyone nearby couldn't help but gasp. Lin Sun was simply arrogant to the point of lawlessness. This was Princess Spirit Phoenix, the descendant of the current emperor. Who dared to talk to her like this? How dare you? How dare you offend Her Highness? Believe it or not, you will be punished today. Next to him, a young man scolded. His voice was cold and stern, and his whole body was full of a threatening momentum. Who the hell are you? Stay aside. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He didn't want to cause any trouble before refining the armor of spiritual tattoos. But he never thought that after enduring blindly, the other really took him as a soft persimmon. Everyone nearby felt a little confused. The identity of the young man was also not simple. He was the direct descendant of the Qi family, a superior aristocratic family. His name was Qi Yu. As early as last year, he had broken through the Tao Insight realm and went to the Zhenwu courtyard to cultivate. He was absolutely a talent with extremely frightening identity, status, and strength. But now, Lin Sun unceremoniously scolded Qi Yu. He was too daring. Qi Yu's body was tall and slender, he was handsome and extraordinary. His eyes shone with a golden light, incomparably terrifying. Golden pupil reflection, this was a vision unique to the direct bloodline of the Qi family. They were gifted and compatible with the Great Way. When they reached the Tao Insight realm, they could perfectly control the power of the concept of gold. It was extremely terrifying. As an influential figure of the younger generation, ever since Qi Yu stepped into the Tao Insight realm last year and was admitted to the Zhenwu courtyard to cultivate, he had attracted the attention of many influential figures. In the current Green Deer School, almost no one dared to oppose him. Even some instructors were courteous to Qi Yu. But at this time, Lin Sun rebuked Qi Yu in a rude manner. Everyone was naturally shocked and thought that Lin Sun's courage was so great that it almost broke through the sky. Qi Yu's face became cold. Golden light surged in his eyes. He glanced at Lin Sun like dazzling lightning. You dare to be rude to me? Qi Yu's voice was like a sword. His killing intent spread. Everyone's face changed. They knew that Lin Sun's words had angered Qiyu. The consequences were unimaginable. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He put his hands behind his back and squinted at Qiyu. I am teaching you a lesson. Don't you understand? As a student, you dare to offend your superiors, offend the instructor, and threaten him. You are really bold. Everyone was stunned. No one had thought that Lin Sun would use his identity as an instructor to suppress Qiyu. It was fair and square. No one could refute him. Everyone knew that Lin Sun was indeed an instructor. Even if he was only 16 years old, even if he was only an instructor of the spiritual tattoo courtyard, in Green Deer School, his identity was not something that any student could slander. Even Qiyu's expression froze. He did not expect Lin Sun to play such a trick. You were the one who disrespected Princess Spirit Phoenix first, and then slandered me. I merely wanted to tell you what was right and wrong, yet you used your status as an instructor to abuse your authority. Someone as shameless as you, do you think you're fit to lecture me? Qiyu sucked in a deep breath, his expression turning cold and severe. Oh, I didn't expect that the students these days are so arrogant. They don't even respect the instructors. When I have the chance, I will go and ask the dean if any random cat or dog that jumps out of nowhere dares to trample on the rules and disrespect the instructors. Lin Sun said slowly with a fearless look. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Not only was this fellow arrogant, he was also shameless. As soon as he saw that the situation wasn't right, he used his identity as an instructor as a shield. Qiyu was infuriated. Ever since he started cultivating, who dared to use the word Tom, Dick, or Harry to describe him? He was simply tired of living. People like you don't deserve to be an instructor. I'll personally step in and have the academy strip you of your identity as an instructor. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. On the other side, Princess Spirit Phoenix also couldn't take it anymore. She felt that Lin Sun's face was too hateful, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Everyone's hearts trembled. Princess Spirit Phoenix's identity was not ordinary. If she really did this, it was possible that the academy would react and strip Lin Sun of his teaching qualifications. However, Lin Sun didn't care at all. He sneered and said, "All right, go quickly. I'll wait for your good news." With an indifferent look, he turned around and walked away. Stop right there. Princess Spirit Phoenix was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She was the descendant of the current emperor. Her status was respected and her appearance was peerless. Wherever she went, she was respected and no one dared to go against her. Who would have thought that Lin Sun, a mere instructor, dared to look down on her? Do you still remember Marquis Ling Tian? After saying this, Lin Sun strode away without looking back. Marquis Ling Tian, who wouldn't remember? Lin Sun's words had an obvious meaning. It was a warning. However, he didn't expect that it would be better if he didn't mention Marquis Ling Tian. Once he did, Princess Spirit Phoenix was furious. This was a disgrace to the royal family of the empire. Lin Sun didn't repent and atone for his crimes, and even dared to threaten her with this matter. He was simply too arrogant. The other students present were also frightened. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would dare to mention Marquis Ling Tian in front of Princess Spirit Phoenix. What was the difference between this and courting death? Lin Sun, if you don't kneel and atone for your crimes today, don't even think about leaving. Suddenly, Qiyu shouted loudly. Golden light rose from his body and transformed into a giant hand that grabbed at Lin Sun in the distance. The giant hand rumbled and pressed down on the void. It was surrounded by blazing light and the power of the Great Way was imprinted in it. It was sharp, overbearing, and wanted to crush everything. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone nearby felt their skin prickling and their hearts trembling. This was the power of the Tao Insight realm, the embodiment of the concept of gold. No one expected that Qi would be so strong. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress Lin Sun with one strike and force him to make a fool of himself. Princess Spirit Phoenix looked proud as she looked on coldly. Lin Sun's actions just now embarrassed her. Naturally, she hoped that Qi could suppress Lin Sun with one strike. Gu Yanting didn't say anything from beginning to end. He seemed very aloof, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. Boom, the giant golden hand fell, and the void collapsed. It was boundlessly overbearing, and brilliant golden light surged. Just as Lin Sun's figure was about to be covered, Lin Sun suddenly turned around, and a trace of coldness flashed through his black eyes. A fist energy was like a python coming out of the abyss. It was suffused with a faint cyan glow, and like a cyan full moon rising, it ruthlessly smashed out. In an instant, a violent collision occurred here. It was earth-shaking, and multicolored light swept out, drowning everything. Many people's expressions changed, and they retreated one after another. To them, Qi Yu's attack was too terrifying. It displayed the power of the Tao Insight realm, and it possessed unimaginable destructive power. It could almost sweep away any sea of spirit realm existence. But to everyone's surprise, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Lin Sun wasn't suppressed. He stood there with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His whole body was enshrouded in faint cyan divine light, and he had a kind of spiritual and ethereal momentum. He actually blocked it? How is this possible? Those students were flabbergasted, and they couldn't believe their eyes. They all knew that Lin Sun was almost invincible in the sea of spirit realm, and extremely abnormal. But there was still a big gap between him and the Tao Insight realm. It was like a natural chasm that couldn't be crossed. But now, Lin Sun faced this attack head-on without dodging, and he wasn't injured at all. How could this not be shocking? Gu Yanting, who had always been aloof from the world, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and frown. Although Qi Yu had just advanced to the Tao Insight realm last year, his bloodline was ancient, and he was innately close to the Great Way of Metal. His combat strength was more outstanding than ordinary Tao Insight realm existences. But Lin Sun was able to take Qi Yu's attack head-on. This was indeed very unusual. There was a moment of absolute silence. Even Qi Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that he had used 50% of his strength in this attack. He wanted to suppress Lin Sun with one move, make him kneel on the ground, and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. But Lin Sun actually blocked it in the end. "Are you sure you want me to kneel and atone for my crimes?" Lin Sun's handsome face was indifferent. His black eyes were like lightning, as deep as the abyss. He was already enraged. His third brother had been provoked again, and even attacked him. This had already touched Lin Sun's bottom line. Even a clay figurine had some temper, let alone Lin Sun. He was someone who was never willing to suffer losses. "Qi Yu, why show mercy when dealing with such a shameless thief?" Princess Spirit Phoenix spoke, somewhat displeased. She thought that Qi Yu was holding back his strength, so she simply ignored Lin Sun's words. "Your Highness, rest assured. I will capture him right now." Qi Yu's expression turned cold. He stepped out. His figure was tall and slender, and his bearing was dignified. At this moment, he was circulating his strength, and his whole body was surrounded by a golden glow. His blood and qi were boiling, and his aura soared into the sky, causing the void to wail. Dong, he formed a seal with his hands, and a golden cloud appeared. It was as majestic as a mountain, and it pressed down. At that moment, the world seemed to collapse, unable to withstand this terrifying power. The airflow rumbled, and golden light shot out. Lin Sun smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. That smile was warm and bright, but his black eyes were cold. Those who understood Lin Sun knew that he was truly angry. "Since you are looking for a beating, I will fulfill your wish." With a calm and indifferent voice, Lin Sun used the ice drake steps and rushed forward. Almost at the same time, the spiritual sea in his body was operating at full force, like a storm awakening from silence. With a punch, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the void exploded, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes appeared. It was filled with a mighty power that could shake the world. This was the 9 strikes of shaking heaven, superimposed by Lin Sun's 7 stacks. Rumble and earth-shattering collision sounded. Everyone nearby was shaken to the point that their blood and qi churned. Their bodies trembled, and they had no choice but to retreat in shock. It was too terrifying. If this happened in the outside world, the land within a radius of thousands of feet would most likely be sunk. Fortunately, it was in Green Deer Academy, and the surrounding void was covered with a mysterious and ancient defensive power. It silently dissolved much of the destruction. Qi Yu was shocked. This blow was once again blocked by Lin Sun. The others were also shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Blocking the first blow might have been luck, but blocking the second blow, how could it be luck? But Lin Sun did not waste any words. His figure was like an ice dragon, suddenly disappearing in the void. The next moment, he had already rushed to Qiyu, his fist punching down. Too fast, Lin Sun displayed the mysteries of the ice drake steps to the fullest. Qiyu could not help but feel his heart tighten, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Kneel down first. At this time, Lin Sun's black hair was flying, and his handsome face was full of disdain. His body was like a precious cauldron, shining brilliantly. He had used all his strength. A simple and unadorned fist force rushed out, without a trace of smoke or fire. It was like a natural creation, light and gentle. Boom, Qiyu only felt pain in his arms. A copious and irresistible force pressed down on him, like a divine mountain moving horizontally. It pressed down on his body fiercely, making his head buzz, and his muscles and bones almost explode. Then, with a thud, he fell from the void. "You're courting death!" He roared angrily, the blood and qi all over his body burning. But it was already a step too late. Lin Sun had already taken the opportunity to arrive. One palm pressed on the top of Qiyu's head, and the other hand fiercely slapped on his shoulder. Everything happened too fast. From Lin Sun's counterattack to Qiyu being suppressed and kneeling on the ground, it almost ended in the blink of an eye. Some practitioners didn't even have time to react. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Qiyu, who had monstrous divine power and imposing manner, knelt on the ground. They widened their eyes and looked dull. They couldn't believe their own eyes. The direct descendant of the dignified Qi clan, a Tao Insight Realm expert of the Zhenwu side courtyard, had knelt down just like that before he could release his divine mightiness. This scene was too shocking. It might be understandable if Qiyu was suppressed by other Tao Insight Realm cultivators, but he was defeated by a Sea Spirit Realm young man. Moreover, he was suppressed in an instant without experiencing a fierce battle. This was simply too unbelievable. Looking at the whole world, from ancient to modern times, there were almost no similar examples. After all, this was crossing a great realm and defeating a stronger cultivator. With the foundation of Sea Spirit Realm, he overpowered a Tao Insight Realm cultivator. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't dare to believe it. Princess Spirit Phoenix was also stunned. Her starry eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened. She looked as if she was struck by lightning. She also didn't expect that Qiyu would lose in such a way. It was simply too humiliating. A Tao Insight Realm cultivator was suppressed and knelt on the ground by a Sea Spirit Realm cultivator. If it was spread out, his wisdom would be destroyed and he would become a laughingstock. Gu Yunting's white clothes fluttered in the wind. His figure was unique and there was an inexplicable qi circulating around him. He had just crossed the tribulation and advanced to the Tao Insight Realm. Originally, he regarded himself as an eagle and Lin Sun as an ant. They were destined to be people of two different worlds. Therefore, he didn't take Lin Sun seriously. But now, he finally realized that the young man who had ascended to the top of the stairway mountain with him actually possessed a heaven-defying combat strength. He could not help but feel surprised and shocked, and he could not maintain his previous indifference and aloofness. If they knew that Lin Sun had killed more than one Tao Insight Realm cultivator in the ancient spirit world, they wouldn't have reacted like this. At that time, Lin Sun's spiritual veins hadn't been completely transformed. Now, his cultivation, soul, and physique had all reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, in order to deal with Qiyu, Lin Sun used all his strength unexpectedly. Qiyu was unable to resist. After all, Qiyu could never imagine that Lin Sun, a practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm, could be so cruel. Qiyu roared angrily, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. His face was ashen and twisted as he struggled to get up. Since he started cultivating until now, even though he couldn't be said to be one of the top figures amongst his peers, he could still be considered to be a genius that was the center of attention. When had he ever suffered such extraordinary humiliation, being forced to kneel by a spiritual ocean-tier youngster? This was even more unbearable than being killed. It made him so mad that he almost went insane. Kneel down and repent. With a snap, Lin Sun pressed Qiyu's head with his right hand and slapped Qiyu's shoulder with his left hand, making Qiyu twitch all over and unable to exert his strength. Seeing Lin Sun being so rude, people nearby couldn't help but gasp. This guy was really cruel. As for Qiyu, he was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. He was so sullen that he was about to go crazy. He was a dignified disciple of the true martial courtyard, a proud son of the Grotto Heaven realm. Even ordinary instructors had to be courteous to him. But now, he was forced to kneel down by Lin Sun. Such humiliation made his eyes bloodshot with hatred. His expression was ferocious, and he no longer had that unique arrogant demeanor from before. Lin Sun, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will pull out your tendons, peel your skin, and grind your bones into ashes. You will never have a good death. Chiyu's voice seemed to be squeezed out from his chest, filled with endless hatred and killing intent. Everyone felt a chill. They were sure that since Qiyu dared to say so, he would definitely dare to do so. He had undoubtedly treated Lin Sun as a mortal enemy. Slap, Lin Sun slapped Chiyu's cheek. The sound was crisp and clear, leaving a red and swollen palm print, making everyone nearby feel the pain and panic. As a student, you trampled on the rules of the school and offended your superiors. Now that I asked you to kneel down and repent, you didn't repent and even dared to act violently. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? At this moment, Lin Sun's expression was serious and awe-inspiring. His black eyes were cold and deep, bursting with killing intent. Being forced to kneel on the ground and then receiving a crisp slap, Qiyu was stunned. He didn't dare to imagine that there was someone in this world who dared to treat him like this. Was he really not afraid of death? Not only Qiyu, but everyone nearby was also dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Sun dared to force Marquis Lingtianhao to kneel. This guy was originally a person who ran amok and acted recklessly. Qiyu was about to fly into a rage and leave behind some harsh words, but when he met Lin Sun's gaze, he felt as if a knife was scraping his bones. His heart was filled with a chill. He suddenly had a strong intuition that if he continued to struggle and resist, this guy in front of him would definitely not hesitate to kill him. This caused his expression to change. For the first time, he clearly felt a fatal threat. Lin Sun, you are too impudent. I'll give you a chance. Release Qiyu now. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying your talent is, you are destined to suffer today. Princess Spirit Phoenix's expression was cold and indifferent, emitting an oppressive majesty. Everyone's heart trembled. Princess Spirit Phoenix was peerless, even her voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. But at this moment, her words were full of killing intent, full of threats, making people's hearts turn cold. No one dared to doubt her words, because this was the youngest daughter of the current emperor. Her status was like the moon in the sky, indescribably noble. One word from her could decide a person's life or death, but Lin Sun was unperturbed, his tone calm. I haven't even settled the score with you, but you have already threatened me. Do you really think that just because you are a descendant of the imperial family, you can be lawless? Remember, this is Green Deer School. Your identity is a student. If you dare to behave atrociously, I will teach you how to behave. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What did it mean to run amok and have no scruples? That was it, reprimanding a pearl in the palm of the current emperor. Perhaps only Lin Sun alone dared to do so. Are you provoking me? Princess Spirit Phoenix's face was as cold as ice. It was obvious that she was completely enraged. With her current status, even the head of an aristocratic family would not dare to reprimand her. But Lin Sun had repeatedly looked down on her. This was simply the greatest blasphemy against her dignity. It's not a provocation. I just want to tell you that when I suppressed Marquis Lingtian, the current emperor and empress did not stop me. If you really want to follow in the footsteps of Marquis Lingtian, I can satisfy you today. Lin Sun's voice was calm. He stood there with his black hair draped over his shoulders. His figure was tall and slender, one hand pressed on the top of Chiyu's head. Combined with the words he said, there was a kind of power that looked down on the world. Everyone was surprised. They had to admit that no matter how arrogant and presumptuous Lin Sun was, the courage and bearing he displayed was indeed something that few could match. You, Princess Spirit Phoenix clenched her teeth, her eyes spitting fire. This was the first time she had seen such a madman like Lin Sun. He was simply a bastard and deserved to die 1,000 times. Young people, each take a step back and stop fighting. At this moment, from the spiritual affairs hall not far away, an old man walked out and spoke in a low voice. This was an old man respectfully known as Old Song Yinwing. He had an extraordinary status and had always been in charge of the spiritual affairs hall. His origin was unfathomable and his power was as vast as the sea, immeasurable. No. Princess Spirit Phoenix said resolutely. I also don't agree. Lin Sun had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality, how could he back down now? I was just unwilling to give up the horn of the Kuei ox and was repeatedly provoked and humiliated by these students. They even dared to attack me. You have to know that I am a teacher and they still dared to do this. They are simply lawless and have no regard for the rules of Green Deer Academy. His words were harsh, powerful and resonant, shaking the heavens and the earth, shocking everyone present. They realized that Lin Sun's actions obviously meant that he knew he could not be merciful and intended to make the matter even more serious. Indeed, this was Lin Sun's plan. He had no choice but to make trouble. Since he had already offended them, he did not mind making the matter even more serious. It would be best if he could make the entire Green Deer Academy know about it. What happened? In the distance, more and more people were alarmed and hurried over. Seeing this, Song Yinwing, who walked out of the spiritual affairs hall, could not help but sigh. He had been in the spiritual affairs hall the whole time and saw everything with his own eyes. Naturally, he knew the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Sun, I believe that the Academy will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter. I hope you will stop now and stop making trouble. Song Yinwing said. This time, his voice became even more dignified and had a kind of deterrent power that could directly touch the hearts of people. The audience was in an uproar. They were all surprised. It was obvious that Song Yinwing was standing on the side of the public and did not help Princess Spirit Emperor and the others. Hearing this, Princess Spirit Phoenix's face darkened and she was extremely angry. She was about to speak but was stopped by Gu Yunting, who transmitted his voice to her. Let's leave it like this for the time being. There are many important people who have already paid attention to this matter. It's not good to continue making trouble. Princess Spirit Phoenix's face was gloomy and her starry eyes were filled with anger. She stared at Lin Sun for a long time and finally snorted coldly, not saying anything more. As for Chi Yu, his face was ugly. There were more and more people who came to watch the show and he was still forced to kneel on the ground. This made him so ashamed and angry that he wanted to slit his own throat and commit suicide. Lin Sun, let's leave it like this. Since Song Yinwing has spoken, I believe he will give you a satisfactory answer. Suddenly, the voice of Shin Tua, a senior spirit tattoo master of the spirit tattoo courtyard, rang in Lin Sun's ears. Obviously, Shin Tua was also alarmed and rushed here. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, then immediately cupped his hands towards Song Yinwing and said, since Senior has spoken, how can Junior refuse? But Junior hopes that today's matter will not happen again. Otherwise, the rules of our Green Deer Academy will become a decoration. After saying this, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Chi Yu, Princess Spirit Emperor, Gu Yunting, and the others. Just you wait, I don't believe you will hide in the academy forever. Princess Spirit Phoenix was so angry that her whole body was trembling and her teeth were itching. Lin Sun, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a human. Chi Yu also roared in his heart, his eyes full of hatred and killing intent. Gu Yunting watched Lin Sun leave. His expression was as aloof as before, but there was a faint cold light overflowing in his eyes. Today's incident could be said to be a humiliation to the three of them, and everyone knew that they would definitely not swallow this humiliation. Lin Sun, how did you provoke Princess Spirit Phoenix and Chi Yu? The background of these two people is bigger than the other. There are very few people in Green Deer Academy who dare to provoke them. I didn't provoke them. They provoked me first. Alas, you are still young and impetuous. Now that you have offended them, the consequences are worrying. On the way back to Spiritual Tattoo Courtyard, Shin Tua sighed and looked worried. He was also shocked by Lin Sun's actions just now. Not only did Lin Sun dare to reprimand Princess Spirit Phoenix, he even forced Chi Yu to kneel on the ground. Lin Sun looked indifferent and relaxed. He said leisurely, Senior, I am the victim. I have been very generous not to pursue their fault. Shin Tua smiled bitterly, that's true, but, Aren't you worried about their revenge? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Do they dare to commit murder in Green Deer School? Of course not. What a joke, this is Green Deer School. Not to mention them, even the big shots of the imperial royal family dare not act recklessly. That's enough. Lin Sun said with a smile, Senior, don't worry. I have offended many people since I entered the Forbidden City. It doesn't matter if I offend a few more. Seeing Lin Sun's desperate look, Xianxia smiled bitterly again. He couldn't understand Lin Sun. He was too bold and didn't seem to know what fear was. When they returned to Spiritual Tattoo Courtyard, the two began to talk business. Xianxia told Lin Sun that he had used all his strength to exchange for the spiritual materials Lin Sun needed. In less than 3 days, all the spiritual materials would be collected. After knowing this, Lin Sun immediately decided to go to the 9th floor of the spiritual tower and start to prepare for the spiritual tattoo armor in advance. On the same day, the news that Lin Sun suppressed Qiyu and reprimanded Princess Spirit Phoenix spread throughout Green Deer School, causing a great uproar. No one expected that Lin Sun would be so unwilling to be left out. On the first day after returning to school, he made a scene in the martial arts arena of Martial Garden and defeated Lan Yu, Jin Zhulu, Shui Yun and other geniuses. On the same day, he reached the first place in Spiritual Sea Gold list, overshadowing all the disciples in Martial Garden. On the second day, he had even reprimanded Princess Spirit Phoenix under the watchful eyes of the crowd and forced Qiyu to kneel on the ground. He was simply too troublesome. Is Lin really not afraid of death? This was what everyone was wondering. They couldn't understand why he dared to act so unrestrained, as if he didn't know fear. No matter what, Lin Sun is a great young talent after all. Not only does he have unparalleled attainments in spiritual tattoos, but he can also suppress other talents in martial arts. He is a monster. There were also many people who sighed with emotion, and many voices echoed their sentiments. Indeed. I thought it was shocking enough for him to be ranked first on the Spirit Sea Gold ranking, but in just one day, he passed the Heaven Stairway test that no one has passed for hundreds of years. This is just too terrifying. Not only that, didn't you see that Qiyu was also suppressed by him? With the cultivation of the Sea of Souls realm, not only was he not defeated, but he even suppressed his opponent. Looking at the entire Green Deer Academy, how many people can do this? Alas, this guy really makes people speechless. His temperament is so cruel and arrogant, but his talent and foundation are so amazing. I can't understand it. Lin Sun was completely popular. At least in the Green Deer Academy, people were talking about his deeds everywhere, which even alarmed many big shots. However, the evaluation of him was mixed. Half of it was good and half of it was bad, and half of it was controversial. This was unavoidable. Many people were sneering and thought that Lin Sun would be killed sooner or later, because he had offended too many people and forces by now. Among the 7 top aristocratic families of the empire, the Hua family, the Song family, the Qing family, the Zhou family, the Qi family, and the Qi family. Except for the Xia family, he had offended the other 6 families. This was too shocking. Who could imagine that a 16-year-old boy who had just entered the Forbidden City for less than a year had offended so many powerful forces one after another? The most important thing was that Lin Sun had offended the imperial family more than once. The first time, he forced Marquis Ling Tianhao to kneel down, which shocked the whole world. The second time, he reprimanded Princess Ling Huang in front of her, which embarrassed her. It could be imagined how many opponents and enemies Lin Sun had now, which had reached a shocking level. Some people even joked that in the whole Forbidden City, if Lin Sun claimed to be the second in the means of offending people, no one dared to claim to be the first. Under such circumstances, many people suspected that Lin Sun would definitely suffer a lot of hostility and revenge in the future. Maybe he would be obliterated one day and die prematurely. In fact, it was true. On the second day after Lin Sun forced Qiyu to kneel down, students from Martial Arts School and Martial Arts School stood out one after another and joined forces to ask the big shots of the school to condemn Lin Sun's bad behavior. Lin Sun insulted Princess Ling Huang, desecrated the imperial family's reputation, and forced students to kneel down. Such behavior is infuriating. If Lin Sun is not punished, we will not let it go. These students were filled with righteous indignation and put on a stance that they could not live under the same sky with Lin Sun. They believed that Lin Sun had ruined the reputation of the teachers and wantonly slandered and humiliated students. His methods were cruel and outrageous. They must punish him severely, deprive him of his teaching qualification and expel him from the school as a warning to others. As soon as this storm broke out, not only did it not subside, but it became more and more intense. More and more students joined in. For a moment, Lin Sun seemed to have become an unpardonable criminal and was condemned by many students. These students gathered together and made Green Deer School restless. Later, the big shots of the school did not dare to sit back and watch and began to resolve this storm. Therefore, some big shots suggested that it would be better to deprive Lin Sun of his teaching qualification and expel him from the teaching to appease the students' anger. There were also many big shots who retorted that Lin Sun had not violated the rules of Green Deer School. If he was deprived of his teaching qualification, it would only make people feel bitterly disappointed. In short, this storm was very big and it caused a lot of uproar. In the end, all the questions revolved around whether to expel Lin Sun or not. Regarding this, some people were excited and thought that Lin Sun would receive the punishment he deserved and be expelled from Green Deer School. There were also some people who were angry and thought that all the accusations against Lin Sun were nonsense and that Lin Sun was completely framed. Of course, those with a bit of brain knew that the reason why this storm was so big was that there must be someone behind it adding fuel to the fire. Or, from the very beginning, this storm was secretly manipulated by someone. Would the school expel Lin Sun? Many students and teachers were paying close attention to this. Haha, let's see how Lin Sun can be arrogant now. In a hall, Zui Yujing laughed heartily. His figure was tall and slender, sitting cross-legged with a kind of soaring spirit. Nearby, Lan Yu, Jin Zhulu, Shui Yun, Shi Yunpeng and others all smiled. This time, we have mobilized all our forces. The momentum is great and the public is indignant. It has attracted the attention of the big shots in the school. Lin Sun is doomed to be doomed. Jin Zhulu said coldly. This is what they call the evils they bring upon themselves. Lin Sun is really arrogant to even dare to offend Her Highness Spirit Phoenix and Chiyu. Isn't he just tired of living after eating arsenic? Shi Yunpeng sneered. Lin Sun has extraordinary attainments in spiritual tattoos and extremely dazzling martial arts. What if the school is unwilling to expel him? Lan Yu frowned and asked suddenly. Impossible. Zui Yujing was full of confidence. This time, senior brother Zhao Jingguan and I invited some elders of the school to put pressure on the school. I believe the school will never offend us for Lin Sun. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that in order to completely expel Lin Sun, Zui Yujing and Zhao Jingguan invited some big shots. Immediately, they couldn't help laughing. This time, Lin Sun was really going to suffer. Not long after, a man walked in from outside the hall. He was wearing a jade robe, with starry eyes and a pair of sword-like eyebrows. Standing there with his hands behind his back, he had an awe-inspiring heroic spirit. It was Zhao Jingguan, a member of the royal family. At the same time, he was also an outstanding talent in martial school. He had occupied the first place in Spirit Sea Golden List before. But as Gu Yanting came out and Lin Sun returned to Green Deer School, his ranking was broken and now he fell to the second place. Greetings, senior brother Jingguan. Everyone dared not neglect and stood up to greet him. How's it going? Zhao Jingguan asked. Lin Sun's defeat is inevitable. The day he is expelled is the day he dies. Zui Yujing replied resolutely. Yes. Zhao Jingguan appeared very calm and unperturbed. Senior brother Jingguan, do we need to inform Her Highness of Spirit Phoenix and Chiyu? Shuiyan asked. No need. It's just Lin Sun. He's about to die. There's no need to mobilize so many people. It's okay to tell them when the matter is over. Speaking of this, Zhao Jingguan looked at Zui Yujing and said, I heard that your Zui family has a grudge against Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak. Since you decide to kill Lin Sun, will your family also deal with Heart Cleansing Peak? Zui Yujing said helplessly, now Heart Cleansing Peak has been closed and isolated from the world. I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with them in a short time. Don't worry. They can't hide in it forever. When Lin Sun dies, they are doomed to be leaderless. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Zhao Jingwen muttered. My elders think so too. Sui Yujing smiled. Senior brother Sui, bad news. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. One Mo Li Xiaofei ran in, looking flustered and exasperated. What happened? Sui Yujing frowned. The academy has already made a decision. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be expelled from the academy. Li Xiaofei said with a sad face. What? All the people's faces changed. They never expected that such a thing would happen. Was there any change? Even Zhao Jingwen was slightly stunned. It shouldn't be. I asked my uncle to come forward in person. He united more than a dozen big shots in the academy to pressure Lin Sun. Can't they do anything to Lin Sun? Zhao Jingwen's uncle, Zhao Xianxia, was a deputy dean of martial arts school. He had great power and influence. It was incredible that even Zhao Xianxia didn't change the academy's mind and expel Lin Sun. Is that true? Sui Yujing asked in a deep voice. Li Xiaofei quickly promised that it was absolutely true. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall became silent. Everyone's face was gloomy and uncertain. How could this be? They mobilized so many forces and made such a big noise, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. Soon, they found out the specific news. Lin Sun is about to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo alone. This news was like a thunderclap, and it caused Zhao Jingwen, Sui Yujing, and the others to be stunned and be thrown into disorder. If this was true, it was easy to understand why the academy didn't agree to expel Lin Sun. It was so shocking that no one dared to act recklessly. A young spiritual tattoo master who once caused the vision of 9 dragons chant was going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to hurt him, let alone expel him. Damn it. It's really hateful. Jin Zhulu and others were unwilling to accept it, and their faces were extremely gloomy. They couldn't accept such a sudden change when they were about to successfully expel Lin Sun. It's impossible. He is only a 16-year-old spiritual tattoo master. How could he be able to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo? This must be false. Lin Sun deliberately said so in order to ensure that he wouldn't be expelled from the academy. Sui Yujing took a deep breath and said coldly. Everyone also came to their senses. How old was Lin Sun? Even if his attainments in spiritual tattoos were strong, how could he refine a suit of spiritual tattoo? Good boy, in order not to be deprived of his teaching qualification, he used such a treacherous trick to deceive the big shots of the academy. What an evil heart. Jin Zhulu gnashed his teeth. No matter what, the big shots of the academy believed him. Now, even if Lin Sun couldn't do it, who would dare to expel him? Shuiyun sighed. I've heard that Lin Sun will start his closed-door training in the next few days and refine a suit of spiritual tattoo on the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower alone. In order not to let him be disturbed by the outside world, the academy has made a decision to ensure Lin Sun's safety with all its strength. And it has made it clear that anyone who dares to oppose Lin Sun at this time is against the whole academy. When they heard the news, Zhao Jingwen and Sui Yujing fell into complete silence with mixed feelings. Lin Sun escaped a disaster again. If he really succeeded in refining a suit of spiritual tattoo, it would be more and more difficult for anyone to deal with him in the future, Zhao Jingwen murmured. He was very clear about how amazing the value of a suit of spiritual tattoo was, and how noble the spiritual tattooist who could refine a suit of spiritual tattoo would be. At least in the entire Xiao Empire, almost no one would choose to oppose such a person unless they were enemies with deep-sea blood feud, not to mention killing such a person. Even if they wanted to harm him, they would encounter countless obstacles and troubles. What should we do? Jin Zhulu and others couldn't help asking, completely confused by the news. Do you think Lin Sun can succeed? Zhao Jingwen's expression returned to calmness and he asked thoughtfully. Absolutely not. The answer was surprisingly unanimous. They didn't believe Lin Sun could succeed at all. What a joke. A 16-year-old young spiritual tattooist was going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo. Nobody believed he could succeed. Throughout the ages, there wasn't a single similar example. In that case, it's easy. Let's wait for him to fail and then teach him a lesson that he can't bear. A cold light surged in Zhao Jingwen's eyes. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lin Sun. He was just a remnant of a declining clan, but he dared to blaspheme and slander the majesty of the royal family. If he was not killed, he was destined to become a stain on the royal family of the empire. Lin Sun is going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo by himself. When this news came out, it was like a thunder from the ninth heaven, making the whole Green Deer School seething and extremely sensational. A suit of spiritual tattoo, it was a kind of unparalleled treasure, mysterious and powerful. There were not many spiritual tattooists who could refine such a treasure in the whole empire. But now, Lin Sun, a 16-year-old young spiritual tattooist, announced that he was going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo. How could people not be shocked? Is it true or not? Many people were scrambling to ask. After all, this was just too shocking, and it was simply unimaginable. Lin Sun must have sensed that the situation was not good and deliberately released this news to avoid being expelled from the school. This was the opinion of many people. Because in recent days, many students and big shots were denouncing Lin Sun and wanted to deprive him of his teaching qualification and expel him from the school. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly announced that he was going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo, which would naturally make people think that it was a means of self-protection rather than a real suit of spiritual tattoo. It's hard to say. I heard that Master Xianxia also appeared and specially let Lin Sun use the ninth floor of the spiritual cultivation tower. Some people also thought that Lin Sun had an unimaginable talent in spiritual tattoos because he had once caused the 9 dragons chant. Maybe he really had a chance to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo this time. In a word, the Green Deer School was completely shocked. Both teachers and students were attracted by this news and started a heated discussion. Later, the news spread out of Green Deer School at an exaggerated speed and spread throughout the Forbidden City. Refine a suit of spiritual tattoo? Is Lin Sun crazy? If he can do it, I can eat shit. How can a 16-year-old boy refine such a peerless weapon as a suit of spiritual tattoo? He is so arrogant and ignorant. It's Lin Sun again. Why is there so much news about him these days? This guy is too good at making trouble. Unlike in the past, when they learned that Lin Sun was going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoo, almost everyone in the Forbidden City doubted it. They thought that with Lin Sun's current ability, it was almost impossible for him to do it. But there were also many people who paid close attention to it. Lin Sun was already a well-known figure in the Forbidden City. Many almost impossible things had happened to him. This time, since he dared to do this, he must have a certain degree of confidence. The golden vine was full of spiritual clouds, shining as if it was cast in gold. The patterns on it were sharp and dazzling. The crimson blood cloud astral rock floated in the air and emitted strands of scarlet light. It was beautiful and alluring. The purple copper coiling dragon iron was translucent and lustrous, surrounded by purple clouds. There seemed to be a dragon emerging inside it. The horn of the one-legged ox, half a foot long, was green and simple. However, a faint roar spread from it, shaking the void layer by layer. Dozens of rare spiritual materials appeared, all of which were the core materials for refining the armor of spiritual tattoos. Apart from that, there were also over 1,000 types of supplementary spirit materials of various colors that were dazzling and dazzling. Some were needed to smelt spirit ink, some were needed to set up formation patterns, and there were all sorts of them. Lin Sun looked ethereal and tranquil. He focused on the spiritual materials in front of him, sifting and dividing them into different categories. On the 9th floor of the spiritual refining tower, there was a tripod furnace with 3 feet and 2 handles. It had a round mouth and was marked with the breath of time. The tripod furnace was named Cyan. It was an important weapon in the art of spiritual tattoos. It was specially used to smelt spiritual materials. The dense Taoist patterns in it had incredible magical effects. When all the spiritual materials were sorted out, Lin Sun's eyes fell on the cyan tripod furnace. At this moment, his body and mind both inside and outside entered an extremely ethereal and calm state. He was spotless and had no distracting thoughts, just like the moon in the blue sea. Lin Sun had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Now he was finally going to refine his first armor of spiritual tattoos, but he was not excited at all. No worries, no joy, no sorrow. The wind and rain in the outside world, the suppressed hatred and distracting thoughts in his heart were no longer important at this moment. Let's get started. Lin Sun stepped forward and began to refine. Every step and every detail had been replayed in his mind countless times. When he started, everything seemed so natural, calm and unhurried. The tripod furnace glowed and produced a roar, which resounded in the empty ninth floor of the spiritual refining tower. Lin Sun buried himself here, smelting spiritual materials, boiling spiritual ink, washing spiritual tattoos. He was so focused and serious that he forgot everything else. In the outside world, the storm was raging, and undercurrents were surging. In these 2 days, Green Deer Academy had become the focus of attention of countless practitioners, and all the major forces had cast their eyes on it. A 16-year-old young spiritual rune master was going to forge a set of spiritual rune battle armor. For ordinary people, this matter might seem too remote and unreal. They only knew that the success of Lin's action was doomed to be slim. As for how unlikely it was, no one knew, because the spiritual tattoo armor was too rare. Because no one knew how difficult it was to refine it, people felt it was unreachable and couldn't believe that Lin Sun could succeed. But for some experienced bigwigs, they were very clear about how amazing the spiritual tattoo armor was. It was no exaggeration to say that even in an upper-class aristocratic family, if they could master a set of armor with spiritual tattoos, they would have the power to deter their enemies. If a lower-class aristocratic family had a suit of armor with spiritual tattoos, they could even change their situation and compete with the middle-class aristocratic families. This was the power and influence of the spiritual tattoo armor. It was said that if a practitioner of Tao Insight realm had a suit of armor with spiritual tattoos, he could cross a big realm and compete with the practitioners of reincarnation developing realm. Therefore, when people learned that Lin Sun wanted to refine this treasure, it attracted worldwide attention and set off an unprecedented sensation. Even if most people didn't believe that he could succeed, they still couldn't stop paying attention to this matter. The spiritual tattoo armor, having one could change the pattern of a force. Who wouldn't be moved? Green Deer Academy became the eye of the storm. Russell 9 Fire Lin beasts pulled a chariot, crushing the clouds and landing in front of the gate of Green Deer Academy. The chariot was gorgeous and colorful. A middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out with his hands behind his back. He was as majestic and unshakable as a holy mountain. When he opened and closed his eyes, lightning shot out, shocking all directions. Qin Baoji, a great practitioner at the peak of Tao Insight realm of Qi family, in the Fire Lin carriage. The practitioners who paid attention to the movement here couldn't help but be shocked. Qi Baoji, a powerful figure in the upper-class aristocratic family, was like the sun at noon. Qin Baoji entered Green Deer Academy without being stopped at all. Whoosh, a slender figure on a spirit boat floated in the sky, attracting countless people's attention. He stood straight and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Wisps of rainbow light derived from the great way appeared around him, as if he blended with heaven and earth, making people unable to see his true appearance. Marquis Baijan of Sua family. Some practitioners of the older generation were surprised and recognized the identity of the man. He was Zhou Fuguang of Baijan realm, an influential figure of Tao Insight realm in the upper-class aristocratic family of Sua family. He was a powerful figure who had won hundreds of battles and killed hundreds of dark barbarians. All his deeds were bloody and shocking. He was given the title of Marquis Baijan by the current emperor. Many practitioners were shocked that Zhou Fuguang of Baijan realm also came. This day was destined to be turbulent in Green Deer Academy. Big shots came one after another, as if they had already agreed to come. Each of them could be called a giant with great power. Obviously, they were also attracted by the spiritual tattoo armor Lin Sun was refining. Otherwise, it was impossible to see them in the past. Rumble on the horizon, there was a rumbling sound that sounded like the beating of a drum. Banners fluttered in the wind, and guards cleared the way. 16 servants dressed in palace attire crowded around a bronze carriage like stars surrounding the moon, and they were walking over. The bronze chariot was densely covered with mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. It was sacred and solemn, like the arrival of a king. As soon as this group of people appeared, all the people present fell into silence and great shock. Purple gold bronze chariot, this was the chariot of Zhao Jiuxiao, the king of Xi, the only one in the entire empire. The king of Xi was a legendary and powerful lord. It was said that he had already possessed the monstrous spiritual power of reincarnation developing realm. He presided over a region with great power. And now, the prince was here as well. The purple gold bronze chariot stopped, and a thin middle-aged man in a grey robe walked out. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was resolute and unobtrusive. But his thin body seemed to hide a volcano. Once it erupted, it was destined to burn the mountains and rivers. When these big shots came one after another, the outside world became more and more shocked and attracted unprecedented attention. Everyone speculated that they must have come for Lin Sun. In Green Deer School, the atmosphere was also unusual, especially in the spiritual tattoo yard. All the teachers and students had suspended classes, and there was no tranquility and peace in the past. Because today, big shots of the empire arrived one after another in front of the spiritual refining tower, paying attention to the same thing, Lin Sun's spiritual refining action. In front of the spiritual refining tower, seats had already been set up for those big shots. Xianxia stood alone in the distance, looking at the big shots who came uninvited on the seats one after another, and he was very worried. Before, in order to resolve the action launched by a group of students to expel Lin, Xianxia had to leak the news in advance that Lin was going to refine the spiritual tattoo armor. It was also because of this news that the school changed its attitude and helped Lin Sun to resolve an invisible blow and revenge. But Xianxia didn't expect that because of leaking the news in advance, it attracted attention from all sides and made these big shots come one after another. Even the top officials of the school were alarmed and arranged for Xianxia to deal with this matter properly. Brother Xin Yu Beidu, a senior spiritual tattoo master of the commune of spiritual tattooists, and Qingjing, a spiritual tattoo master of the Academy of Spiritual Implements, also came. You are also here. Xianxia didn't dare to let his imagination run wild and greeted them. Is Lin Sun confident in refining this time? Yu Beidu came up and asked, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. This question was the most concerned of all. You have to ask Lin Sun about this. Xianxia answered casually. He didn't know how many times he had been asked these days. He didn't answer perfunctorily, but he really didn't dare to make any clear answer. I understand. After all, it's the first time to refine a spiritual tattoo armor. No one can guarantee success. Yu Beidu nodded. Together with Qingjing and Xianxia, he had witnessed the process of Lin Sun's certification as a spiritual tattoo master and the magnificent vision of Nine Dragons chant, so he knew better than others how amazing Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos were. But when he heard that Lin Sun was going to refine a spiritual tattoo armor, he was still shocked, so he hurried here to see it with his own eyes. Something is wrong. Why are so many people here? On the other side, Qingjing frowned and said, are they all here to see Lin Sun make a fool of himself? Xianxia's heart trembled and he said vaguely, it's hard to say. In fact, he had already seen some clues. The reason why so many big shots were attracted today was definitely not just to see Lin Sun refine a spiritual weapon. At this time, there were more and more big shots in the field, each of whom had a great background. Ordinary people couldn't be qualified to attend them at all. Because this was Green Deer School, not everyone could come here as they wanted. Buzz, suddenly, a magnificent wave came from the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower, spreading out and echoing between heaven and earth like the ringing of a bell. Suddenly, all the eyes in the field were attracted to it. The cyan furnace has been activated. It seems that the boy has started to take action. Someone whispered in the seat. This man had a thin face and sharp eyes. His long gray hair was neatly combed. He was Xianxia, the vice dean of spiritual tattoo yard. In order to attack and retaliate against Lin Sun and help Chu Haidong, Xianxia had set up a trap to make Lin Sun unable to establish a foothold in spiritual tattoo yard. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun finally repaired the sword of apocalypse of the Empress, which made Xianxia extremely embarrassed. In the end, Lin Sun lost his face and had to retreat temporarily and leave spiritual tattoo yard. Unexpectedly, Xianxia also came today. If he succeeds this time, he can make amends for his mistakes, and we won't pursue him for slandering and desecrating the dignity of the royal family. If he fails, don't blame me for being rude. Next to Xianxia, a dignified old man said indifferently, with a touch of coldness flashing in his eyes. The old man was Zhao Zhanya, the vice dean of martial arts yard. He was also a big shot in the royal family. Obviously, he didn't come here just to watch Lin Sun refine spiritual weapons. Xianxia's words shocked all the people present. Obviously, the vice dean of martial arts courtyard didn't believe that Lin Sun could refine the armor with spiritual tattoos at all. He came here to take this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun. Haha, Brother Zhao is right. Although Lin Sun is talented, he is undisciplined and unscrupulous. He has a bad conduct and a bad record. Such a talent, no matter how outstanding he is destined to be a scourge. Xianxia chuckled. As the vice dean of spiritual tattoo courtyard, he completely denied Lin Sun. His intention was clear. This made many people keenly aware that Lin Sun's spiritual weapon refining operation might develop into a disaster against Lin Sun. Unless he could really refine the armor with spiritual tattoos, his situation would be worrying. That's right. Green Deer School is not a place to hide filth. A young man like Lin Sun who goes astray will become a scourge sooner or later if we don't punish and discipline him. On the other side, Qin Baoji, a great practitioner at the peak of Dongtian realm of Qin family, also spoke. His pupils were as cold as a sharp blade, and his momentum was oppressive. If he dares to deceive us, we will not spare him. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rumbled, which made all the people present change their expressions. It was Zuofuguang, the Marquis of 100 Battles. He was surrounded by the aura of the Great Way, sitting there like a king stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. For a moment, the whole place was silent. From Xianxia's words to Xianxia, Qin Baoji, and Zuofuguang's words, everyone could see that they came for Lin Sun without any concealment at all. Shen Tuo's face was gloomy. Lin Sun just began to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos, but these big shots denied and threatened him one after another, which made him feel a chill in his heart. He realized that something was wrong. What crime did Lin Sun commit? Why do you all want to teach him a lesson regardless of your status? Suddenly, a voice sounded, which surprised all the people present. On such an occasion, someone dared to refute several big shots. A handsome and dignified young man walked over with large strides. His bearing was heroic, and he had a kind of domineering aura that looked down on the mountains and rivers. Ning Meng, the grandson of the Iron Blood King. Many people recognized the identity of the young man, and they couldn't help but look surprised. Kid, what is this place? Is there a place for you to interrupt? The great cultivator of the Qin clan, Qin Baoji, grunted coldly. His gaze was like a sharp blade that tore through the sky, and it was terrifying. What a joke, this is my Green Deer Academy. Old man, you came uninvited and you dare to lecture me? Ning Meng shouted, which made everyone tremble. This guy was too strong. Did he really think that with the power of the Blood King, he dared to look down on the Qin family? Qin Baoji's face darkened. Before he could say anything, Zuofuguang, the Marquis of 100 Battles, waved his hand and said calmly, Brother Qin, don't stoop to their level. As he said, he looked at Ning Meng faintly and said, Little guy, why don't you know the rules at all? Is this how your parents teach you? Retreat quickly, don't make a mistake. Ning Meng was furious, are you saying that I have no manners? Zuofuguang frowned and said unhappily, Lad, even your father wouldn't dare to speak like this. Do you really think we won't dare to punish you? Rumble, an oppressive power spread out and pressed down on Ning Meng fiercely, trying to frighten him and force him to stop talking. Ning Meng's face changed, Old man, how dare you? Zuofuguang sneered, How dare you, young man, be so arrogant? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. I will let you know the rules. As he spoke, his power was like a mountain, pressing down fiercely. This was a Marquis of 100 Battles, who had fought in the frontier and killed hundreds of important figures of alien races. His divine power was matchless, and his hands were stained with blood. It could be imagined how terrifying his power was. It was not something that a sea spirit realm could resist. Hee, you are so powerful. Zuofuguang, we haven't seen each other for many years. How dare you teach my grandson a lesson on behalf of me? Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded, and it shook the ears of all the cultivators present, causing them to see stars, and their expressions to change abruptly. It was just a voice, but it was like a heavy hammer that made their hearts tremble. Swish, a figure like a sacred mountain appeared in the field. His white hair was messy, and his hair was like a halberd. When his eyes opened and closed, there were terrifying visions of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and stars sinking and moon falling. This was definitely a terrifying expert. With his arrival, the whole world was filled with a murderous aura. The void wailed and the wind and clouds surged. Everyone was shocked and looked incredulous. Blood Iron King Ning Bugue, a king who lived by fighting. Even if he died, he would rest his head on a mountain of corpses, lie in a sea of blood, and sleep with the sky and the earth. There were at least 800 masters who died in his hands, if not 1,000. He was definitely a king who killed his way out. His ferocity was matchless and his name shook the empire. It was even rumored that the 5 tiger generals of the empire combined would not be as powerful as the Blood Iron King. However, no one expected that such a legendary figure of the empire would return to the Forbidden City at this time and appear in Green Deer School. Ning Bugue. Why are you here? Suifugwang suddenly stood up. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and he looked a little surprised. The other big shots present were also moved. Ning Bugue had been stationed in the western border of the empire for 100 years and had not returned to the Forbidden City. Why did he return this time? What? Don't you welcome me back? Ning Bugue's voice was rough, and his words were like thunder. He did not hide his ferocity at all, and there was a terrible momentum like a tiger that could swallow thousands of miles. How dare we? Brother Ning, please take a seat. Xianxia stood up and said in a low voice. As the deputy dean of martial arts school and a big shot of the royal family, his status was quite high. Humph, you guys only know how to bully the younger generation. I don't want to sit with you. As he said, he grabbed Ning Meng and sat on the ground, which shocked all the people present. This iron-blooded king, who had long been fierce and mighty, was really as overbearing as the legend said. He treated all the big shots present as nothing and didn't give them any face. Zhao Zhanya could not help but feel a trace of haze between his eyebrows. Hey, even if you come, so what? Lin Sun has made a terrible mistake. It's not enough for you to protect him. Suifugwang sneered. He had calmed down. Not only him, but also Chu Shanhe, Qin Baoji, and some big shots who had a good relationship with them nearby thought so. Alas, Duke Daochen fought for the empire. Even though he died, his heroic spirit lives on forever, and he receives the reverence of all. I never imagined that only a few years have passed. The only child left behind by Duke Daochen has become a thorn in the side of some people. It's truly disappointing. At this time, someone let out a long sigh. Although the sound was not loud, it clearly rang in everyone's ears. An extremely fat and huge middle-aged man walked over slowly. From a distance, he looked like a hill moving horizontally, which was extremely eye-catching. The owner of Keystone Business, Fortune Godshire. All the people present opened their eyes wide. The famous Fortune Godshire was also here today, and from his tone, it was obvious that he was here to support Lin Sun. The faces of Zhao Zhanya, Chu Shanhe, Suifugwang, and Qin Baoji turned gloomy. They did not expect that not only would Ning Bugue appear out of nowhere, but another god of fortune would also appear. Brother Shi, come and sit down. It's not easy to catch you. Let's have a good talk. Ning Bugue said with a smile. Fortune Godshire suddenly laughed and was not polite. His huge body, which was like a mountain, sat down next to him. At this time, people saw Shiryu behind Fortune Godshire. The reason why they did not notice him just now was that Fortune Godshire's body was too fat, like a hill. Many people were thoughtful. They knew that Shiryu, Ning Meng and Lin Sun were friends. The appearance of Ning Bugue and Fortune Godshire today must have something to do with them. The situation was a bit delicate. Some people wanted to target Lin Sun, and some wanted to protect him. It was just a refining operation, but it set off a silent storm and a surging undercurrent. Lord Daochen was a hero who was admired by countless people in the empire. I also admire him very much. But I never thought that his descendants were so unbearable and did so many bad deeds that angered God and people. If they are not disciplined, they will only tarnish Lord Daochen's prestige and bring shame to Lin family. Zhao Zhanya said with no expression. Even if Ning Bugue and Fortune Godshire came, they could not change his mind. What do you mean by angering God and people? Why do I hear that some people have been secretly targeting and suppressing Lin Sun since he entered the Forbidden City? I think someone doesn't want Lord Daochen's bloodline to live in the world. Along with the conversation, two figures appeared in the field again. One was a middle-aged man with black hair and broad eyebrows. He was majestic and powerful. The other was a thin and short old man with a goatee and a smile on his face. He seemed amiable and didn't have any imposing aura to speak of. However, when they saw the two of them enter the arena, a wave of restlessness arose in the surroundings, and they were endlessly surprised and bewildered. That was because the middle-aged man with black hair and beard was the overlord of the East Sea, the king of the East Sea, Yi Qingtian. The other old man with a goatee was Gong Bupo, the first elder of the Tumbler family. Perhaps the young people didn't have a deep understanding of their reputations, but to the great figures present, these two were ferocious figures that caused others to fear them. They'd made a name for themselves many years ago, and they reigned supreme over an area. There was no doubt that Yi Qi and Gong Ming were following Yi Qingtian and Gong Bupo. At this point, everyone could see that Blood King Ningbu Gui, Fortune Godshur, King of Donghai Yi Qingtian and Gong Bupo were all here to protect Lin Sun. This shocked people and made them feel that the situation was getting more and more delicate. It seemed that they were incompatible and in conflict with each other. Even Zhao Xianxia and Chu Shanha frowned at this time. They felt it was a little tricky. They didn't expect that they would attract so many fierce characters just to deal with a surviving member of Lin family. The refining has just begun. Why are you so competitive? Let's observe quietly. A 16-year-old boy is going to refine a suit of spiritual tattoos. This kind of thing is rare since ancient times. Amidst this deathly silent and tense atmosphere, a light sigh resounded. A middle-aged man with a face as sharp as a knife, dressed in a grey robe, and had an oppressive and firm appearance had unknowingly appeared on the scene. He seemed inconspicuous, but everyone had an illusion that there was a volcano hidden in his thin body, which would erupt at any time and burn the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Zhao Xianxia, Chu Shanha, Ningbu Gui, Fortune Godshur, and all the big shots present stood up at the same time and didn't dare to sit there anymore. This was a kind of power that only belonged to Zhao Jiuxiao, the sea conqueror. As soon as Zhao Jiuxiao appeared, all the big shots present stood up to greet him. His power was like the sun and the moon illuminating the mountains and rivers, which shocked everyone present. At this point, the disputes in the field were silently suppressed. Zhao Xianxia and Chu Shanha all looked relaxed because Zhao Jiuxiao was also from the imperial family, which was equivalent to being in the same camp as them. But Blood King Ningbu Gui and Fortune Godshur all frowned and remained silent. In the following time, some big shots arrived one after another, such as the superior aristocratic Hua clan, Song clan, Qi clan, and so on. As soon as they arrived, they were warmly welcomed by Zhao Xianxia and Chu Shanha. Now they all knew that Lin Sun had also offended these clans. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Xianxia naturally would not miss such an opportunity to win over friends. In this regard, Ningbu Gui and Fortune Godshur still remained silent, but everyone could see that the resistance would only be greater and greater if they wanted to protect Lin Sun. In fact, the development of the situation to this point was completely beyond the expectation of most people present. Because this was the first day of Lin Sun's refining. Even if everyone thought that his chances of success this time were very slim, no one dared to be sure that Lin Sun would fail. Under such circumstances, it was very abnormal that Zhao Xianxia, Chu Shanha, Sui Fuguang and Qin Baoji took action aggressively to suppress Lin Sun. Weren't they worried that if Lin Sun succeeded, it would embarrass them, or were they absolutely sure that Lin Sun's refining operation was doomed to end in failure? This was shocking. If it was the second case, then it proved that Zhao Xianxia and others came prepared this time. This was also what Ningbu Gui and Fortune Godshur were worried about. Zhao Xianxia and others were too confident and had a posture of winning. If Lin Sun failed, the consequences would be very serious. Master Shintua, how sure do you think Lin Sun is this time? Fortune Godshur transmitted a voice to Shintua. I can't make a prediction. Shintua suddenly smiled bitterly. How could he dare to answer this question with certainty? It seems that the situation is not good. Fortune Godshur pondered. It depends on the situation. As far as I know, it will take at least 1 month to refine a piece of armor with spiritual tattoos. No matter what the final result is, I will go all out this time to save the only seedling left by Duke Daochen. Blood King Ningbu Gui's voice was firm and determined. Of course, he was sending a telepathic message to Fortune Godshur, Yiqing Tian, and Gong Bu Pa. He was not worried that others would hear him. On the other side, Xianxia also transmitted his voice. This time, we have gathered a large number of people to come here, and we have already received attention from all sides. All eyes are on us, and I do not wish for any unforeseen events to occur. Xianxia suddenly smiled, full of confidence. Brother Zhao, don't worry. Even if this boy has the means to refine spiritual tattoo armor, he is doomed to lose. Xianxia squinted at Xianxia and nodded. Then I'm relieved. Lin Sun has a special identity. We can't allow him to grow up. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for our empire. As time went by, more than 10 days had passed in a flash. In the 9th floor of the spiritual refining tower, the furnace roared constantly, and waves of fluctuation spread. From time to time, colorful and dazzling light could be seen rushing out, like a divine rainbow, which was comparable to a miracle. Such a scene also caused a lot of uproar in the field these days. There were endless discussions about it, and even some spiritual tattooists joined in to analyze and explain the scene. Look, it's the smelting stage now. To refine a piece of armor with spiritual tattoos, smelting spiritual materials is an extremely crucial step. As we all know, each spiritual material is unique and full of spirituality. It is extremely difficult to completely melt them into a furnace and turn them into a tool embryo. That's right. In history, many spiritual rune masters failed at this step. The reason was that they couldn't smelt a perfect spirit tool embryo. Many big shots listened with relish, and someone couldn't help asking, Masters, can you see whether Lin Sun can refine a perfect tool embryo this time? At present, there seems to be no problem. It depends on whether he can control the smelting step in the following time. On this point alone, Lin Sun's performance has exceeded my expectation. It was Yu Beidu, a senior spiritual tattooist from the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, who spoke, which caused a lot of exclamations in the field and increased their confidence in Lin Sun's refining this time. After all, according to Yu Beidu, it was already amazing and extremely difficult for a young spiritual tattooist like Lin Sun to achieve this step. But in this exclamation, Xianxia sneered, haha, I don't think so. If I'm right, it's impossible for Lin Sun to smelt a perfect tool embryo at this stage. This surprised all the people present. Xianxia came from the Chu family, one of the 3 major spiritual tattooist families, and he was also the deputy dean of the spiritual tattoo yard and a senior spiritual tattooist. Did he have some clues since he dared to make such a clear statement at this moment? This old guy is really mean. Ning Mei was angry. Last time Lin Sun repaired the sword of apocalypse of the Empress, which embarrassed the old guy and made him lose his face. He naturally wants Lin to fail this time. Sure, you frowned and said. This old guy needs to be taught a lesson. At that time, there was no one in the entire spiritual tattoo yard who could repair the sword of apocalypse. Only Lin Sun did this step, which was undoubtedly a great help to him. But he didn't appreciate it and deliberately targeted and suppressed Lin Sun with others. It's really disgusting. Yi Qi looked gloomy. Brother Chu, do you have any basis for this? Even Shen Tua was a little displeased and questioned Xianxia. Humph, since I dare to say so, I must have noticed something wrong. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Xianxia snorted and didn't bother to explain. He seemed to be fearless and confident, which made everyone in the field suspicious. Was Lin Sun going to fail this time in the smelting stage? This was not good. Boom, as if to confirm Xianxia's words, an explosion-like roar suddenly sounded on the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower. Soon after, the light that filled the sky dimmed, and the divine rainbows shattered, turning into a rain of light. Not long after, the entire 9th floor of the Spirit Refinement Pagoda fell into silence. There was no longer the rumbling of the cauldron, and there were no more dazzling scenes. All the people present were shocked and opened their eyes wide. How could this be? Is he really going to fail at this step? Shen Tuo's heart trembled and his face suddenly changed. Even spiritual tattoo masters like Yu Beidu and Qingjing were shocked and couldn't believe it. Did he fail? Ha ha ha, what did I say just now? Didn't it come true? Xianxia laughed. I have said that Lin Sun has no ability to refine armors with spiritual tattoos at all. All the people present looked sideways and talked about it. Many people felt sorry for Lin Sun, and some people gloated and sneered. Ning Bugui and Fortune Godshire all looked dignified. Although they knew that Lin Sun had little hope of success this time, they still couldn't believe that Lin Sun would fail at the smelting stage. Well, go and invite the big shots here. Lin Sun's defeat is inevitable. It's time to settle old scores with him. Chu Shanhe gave the order with the look of a winner. These days, some big shots left, and some big shots came. With their status, it was impossible for them to wait here bitterly. Zhao Jiuxiao, the lord of Zhenhai, and Zhao Xianxia, the vice-dean of martial arts yard, had left a few days ago. The atmosphere was dead silent for a while. Did Lin Sun fail? Ning Meng and sure you couldn't accept this result, but for those big shots who were hostile to Lin Sun, this was undoubtedly the best ending. When those bigwigs returned to the field, Lin Sun was doomed to suffer. Shen Tuo's face also became gloomy, and he murmured, how could this be? With his ability, smelting embryos is not difficult for him at all. Did some accident happen? Before long, Zhao Jiuxiao, Zhao Zhanya, Suafuguang, Qin Baoji and other big shots arrived one after another, making the atmosphere more and more mysterious. Alas, I didn't expect that he failed. Zhao Jiuxiao, the lord of Zhenhai, sighed. His attitude was the most intriguing. It seemed that he came purely to watch a refining operation without any other purpose. But as long as one thought about his identity, as a big shot in the imperial family, it was impossible for him to help Lin Sun. Zhao Zhanya, Chu Shanhe, and others all smiled. This result made them completely relieved. Next, they only needed to consider how to deal with Lin Sun. Lin Sun, since you have failed, come out and face the reality. Chu Shanhe shouted, and his voice was like thunder, resounding through the world. This damn old thing. Can't wait to deal with Lin Sun? Ning Meng was furious. Sure you and others all frowned and worried. There was no doubt that this was the worst result. If they wanted to protect Lin Sun later, there would be many twists and turns and difficulties. It could be seen from the looks of Zhao Zhanya and Chu Shanhe that they would never let go of this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun. For a while, the atmosphere in the field was tense to the extreme. Everyone had a premonition that a storm against Lin Sun was coming. Since he entered the Forbidden City, he had offended many great forces, such as Hua family, Song family, Qi family, Sua family, Qin family, Chu family, and the imperial family. Today, almost all the forces of these great forces gathered here. Obviously, they were going to settle accounts with Lin Sun together. Lin Sun was doomed. This was the hunch of everyone present. Even if Ning Bugui and Fortune Godshire tried to stop him, they might not be able to protect him. Lin Sun, are you afraid? If you don't come out, don't blame me for sending someone to invite you out. Chu Shanhe shouted with a cold look. He emphasized the word invite, which was full of threat. Damn it. Ning Meng and Shi Yu gritted their teeth secretly. Chu Shanhe had gone too far. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to stop Chu Shanhe. In this tense atmosphere, Lin Sun's calm voice sounded in the field. Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Why did Lin Sun still dare to challenge Chu Shanhe at this time? At this time, people finally saw clearly that Lin Sun was standing on the top of the spiritual refining tower. His figure was straight and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. It seemed that he was overlooking all living beings. Little guy, why don't you get down and admit your guilt? Chu Shanhe's face darkened and he shouted. These words were too impolite. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Sun and punish him. Old bastard, can you afford the consequences of delaying my refining? Lin Sun's counterattack was equally impolite. In front of so many big shots, he directly scolded Chu Shanhe as an old bastard, which shocked all the people present. They murmured in their hearts that this guy was really as bold as the legend said. Bastard, you have failed in refining, but you still don't repent. Instead, you dare to contradict me. Do you really think we dare not punish you? Chu Shanhe was so angry that his face was livid, and his eyes were murderous. Lin Sun, we won't allow you to make trouble today. Come down quickly and wait for punishment. Zhao Zhanya said coldly. His pupils were full of cold electricity, which was frightening. Young man, don't struggle anymore. You should have seen the situation clearly. Don't force us to catch you by ourselves. Zue Fuguang, Marquis of 100 Battles, said murderously. Next to him, Qin Baoji, Xianxia and others also looked unkind. They looked at Lin Sun as if he was dead. If it weren't for Green Deer School, they would have already taken action and suppressed Lin Sun. Lin Sun, you have failed. If you confess your guilt now, you may have a chance to live. Come down quickly. Some big shots from Hua family, Song family, and Qi family also shouted. For a moment, Lin Sun became a sinner condemned by thousands of people, filling the atmosphere with a sense of mutual hostility. Many people sighed in their hearts. No matter how evil Lin Sun was, he would not be able to turn this situation around today. Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and others were so angry that they gritted their teeth. These old guys were really bullies. What did they think of Lin Sun? A sinner? Guys, you are too impatient, aren't you? Your father wants to see who dares to bully Duke Daochen's descendant today. Suddenly, the Blood King, Ning Bugue, stood up. His pupils emitted cold electricity, and his iron-blooded murderous aura soared into the sky, causing many people's expressions to change. What crime did Lin Sun commit to make you dislike him so much? Fortune Godshire also sighed and stood up. His figure was huge, like a hill rising from the ground, giving people an indescribable pressure. On the other side, Yiqing Tian and Gong Bupo also rose to their feet. Their expressions were indifferent as they glanced at Zhao Xianxia, Chu Shanhe, and the others from afar. Instantly, the situation and the surroundings became even more tense. The air seemed as if it had frozen, and it caused everyone to be unable to catch their breaths. These were all great characters that could shake an entire region, and there was no lack of giant-level existences with frightening techniques. At this moment, they were confronting each other. This invisible pressure was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing everyone to shiver in fear. One side wanted to suppress Lin Sun, and the other side wanted to protect Lin Sun. The situation was very clear, and it depended on the final result. What crime? This boy's misdeeds are obvious to all in the world. He is comparable to a scourge. If we don't suppress him today, he will definitely poison the world and bring disaster to the world in the future. Zhao Xianxia snorted coldly. He was not afraid of Ning Bugue, Fortune Godshire, and the others at all. Lin Sun, since you have failed in refining spiritual weapons, hurry up and come down. It's time to put an end to what happened today. At the same time, Chu Shanhe's eyes were as sharp as a blade, coldly staring at Lin Sun. Until now, Lin Sun was still standing on the top of the spiritual cultivation tower, looking down at them. This attitude made him furious. Lin Sun, come down. Today, I will protect you at the cost of my life. Ning Bugue said indifferently, and his momentum became more and more terrifying. As a king who had fought on the battlefield for hundreds of years and trampled on the corpses of countless enemies, his resolute statement this time moved all the people present. Come down. Although I am unbearable, I will never tolerate you being wronged. Even Shen Tuo spoke out, which surprised many people. They didn't expect that Lin Sun, the only son of Lin family with little power, could get so much support. Humph. Zhao Xianxia snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with this. But no matter what, they would never let go of this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun today. They must completely kill him before he rose. At the top of the spiritual cultivation tower, Lin Sun looked down at the big shots in the field and glanced over them one by one. When he saw Ning Bugue, Fortune Godshire, and the others, he couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. He did not expect that he would be protected by these elders at this time. When his eyes swept over Zhao Xianxia, Chu Shanhe, and the others, his pupils had become indifferent and cold, without concealing his hostility. Finally, he smiled slightly, showing his snow-white teeth, and said, when I finish refining the armor with spiritual tattoos, I will stand in front of you and ask you why you punish me. His words were calm and indifferent, but it shocked all the people present. Didn't he fail in refining spiritual weapons? Why did he say so? Zhao Xianxia could not help but be stunned. He frowned slightly and transmitted his voice, Brother Chu, what's going on? Chu Shanhe was also a little surprised, and then he said flatly, it's impossible. He can't succeed. He must be bluffing and struggling at the last moment. Ning Bugue, Fortune Godshire, and Shen Tuo were also a little confused. They all saw that Lin Sun did not seem to be joking. Could it be that, as he said, the refining did not fail? Master Xianxia, do you see anything? Ning Bugui couldn't help asking. It's only been more than 10 days, and the abnormalities just now all show that there was an accident in the smelting of the embryo. I really don't understand the situation. Xianxia frowned tightly. As a senior spiritual tattooist, he still couldn't figure out the situation, which made Ning Bugui and the others more confused. What on earth did Lin Sun want to do? At this moment, everyone in the field was also confused. Lin Sun, do you still want to fool us? You should know that even if you delay, you can't change your situation. Xianxia shouted. Old man, you are a spiritual tattooist. How dare you talk so shamelessly before you figure out the situation? You really lose the face of spiritual tattooists. Lin Sun was not polite to Xianxia at all. But as soon as he said this, the spiritual tattooists in the field looked at each other. Was there really any mystery in this refining that they didn't see through? Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha, well, I'd like to see what tricks you are going to play. He was very sure in his heart that Lin Sun had no power at all, because long before Lin started to refine spiritual weapons, he had secretly done something to the Xian sky furnace on the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower. He forcibly erased a formation pattern inside the furnace. Even a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos would not be able to melt the embryo of the spiritual weapon successfully. Since he couldn't refine the embryo, how could he refine the armor with spiritual tattoos? Wishful thinking. This was where Xianxia's confidence came from. It was also because of this that he dared to invite big shots such as Zhao Zhanya, Sui Fuguang, and Qin Baoji to suppress Lin Sun. I'm afraid that even if the stove is intact, it's impossible for you, a little bastard, to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos. Xianxia sneered secretly. But in the next moment, he frowned. What is this brat doing? Not only Xianxia, but also all the people present at this time were attracted to the top of the spiritual cultivation tower. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, his black hair was flying, and his thin and handsome figure was standing there quietly with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky. Who knows what he is doing? Someone asked, but got no answer, because even the spiritual tattooists present were confused at the moment. What is he doing? He's just playing tricks. Xianxia sneered. Boom, however, before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering thunderclap suddenly resounded in the clear blue sky. It was so sudden that all the people present were shocked, especially Xianxia, who was trembling all over and his ears were buzzing. His face suddenly became surprised. What was this? In an instant, the sky was replaced by a layer of inky darkness. Thick clouds covered the sky, casting a shadow over the land. An indescribable oppressive aura also spread between heaven and earth, which made all the practitioners present change their expressions. Thunder retribution? Was Lin Sun going to cross the thunder retribution to break through the realm? This was too unexpected. Didn't he want to refine spiritual weapons? Why did he attract the thunder retribution? Boom! Suddenly, in the sky, purple lightning, like a thick chain, danced and rolled wildly. The lightning was dazzling, cutting through the sky and earth, filled with the supreme pressure of heaven and earth, shocking the world. That was a kind of destructive aura, enough to make all spirits tremble and feel despair. It was really the thunder retribution. At this moment, Ning Bugui, Fortune Godshur, Yi Qing Tian, Gong Bupo, and other famous figures couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They all saw that this thunder retribution was not a trivial matter. It was so rare that it was not like the thunder retribution of a sea spirit realm practitioner. Damn it, at this time, this little thing still, Xianxia shouted angrily. However, he had only spoken halfway when he was shocked by a shocking scene, and he stood there in a daze. Lin Sun waved his sleeves. With a buzzing sound, a silver spear as clear as snow suddenly rose into the sky and appeared in the thunder punishment in the sky. Crack! Crack! Streaks of thick, chain-like purple thunderbolts immediately struck down and blasted on the clear, snow-white silver spear, emitting an incomparably ear-piercing rumbling sound. The most shocking thing was that the silver spear seemed to be psychic. Mysterious formations rose on its surface one after another, reflecting the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, Kuenyo galloping, immortal clouds surging, and other strange phenomena, which fought against the purple thunder retribution in the sky. All of a sudden, all the practitioners present were stunned, and their hearts were drowned by an indescribable shock. It was a weapon that was crossing the thunder retribution. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They thought that Lin Sun was going to break through to the next realm because of the sudden thunder punishment, which made many people speechless. Why did Lin Sun always do something unexpected at such a critical moment? But never had they imagined that they'd all guessed wrongly. This tribulation lightning was entirely caused by the spear that was bright and clear like snow, a weapon undergoing tribulation. Who had ever seen such a shocking thing? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even those spiritual tattooists were dumbfounded at the moment, trembling all over. On the one hand, they were shocked by the horrible power of the thunder tribulation. On the other hand, it reminded them of some legendary things. It was said that when some psychic treasures were born, they would suffer from the fear of God and be killed by the thunder punishment, which prevented them from appearing in the world. However, this kind of rumor was extremely old. Until now, there were very few people who had actually personally witnessed such a rare occurrence in the world. Therefore, many spiritual tattooists had already subconsciously thought that it was a rumor after all. Maybe it was just a fantasy and could not happen at all. But now, the scene in front of them was like a blow to the head, which completely shocked these spiritual tattooists. They guessed that the so-called rumor was very likely to be true. No wonder Lin Sun is so confident. It turns out that he has been waiting for this moment. That spear is the armor with spiritual tattoos he is going to refine this time. Shintuo's eyes were shining, and his voice was full of excitement. As early as before, he had told Lin Sun that the armor with spiritual tattoos he was going to refine this time was a spear, which was specially made for an old servant on heart-cleansing peak of Lin family. At this time, a silver spear swept through the sky and fought fiercely with the purple thunder punishment. It reflected all kinds of mysterious formations and was dazzling. Wasn't it the treasure Lin Sun wanted to refine? This boy is too calm. Ning Bugui snorted coldly, but his eyes were filled with admiration. He was also shocked by the scene. He could naturally tell that a weapon that could trigger a thunder trial of heaven and earth was destined to be an extremely powerful armor with spiritual inscriptions. Fortune Godshur, Yi Qing Tian, Gong Bu Pa, and the others deeply agreed as well. This scene was too shocking and rare, causing their hearts to sway, and it was difficult for them to maintain their calm. Crack! Crack! In the sky, dazzling purple lightning surged, the sound reverberating in all directions. The destructive aura of the calamity shrouded Green Deer Academy in an incomparably oppressive atmosphere. On the other hand, amidst this terrifying tribulation lightning, the spear was imposing like a dragon and suffused with a silver radiance. The markings on its surface surged like tidewater, flickered, rumbled, and revealed various unbelievable phenomena. Everyone was stunned. Not only the people present, but the entire Green Deer Academy and all living beings within 1,000 miles were all stunned. This was a lightning tribulation. This was a catastrophe of the armors with spiritual tattoos. Throughout the world and throughout the history of the empire, who had ever seen such a phenomenon? It was a miracle. How is this possible? The corners of Chu Shanha's lips trembled, and his eyes were blank. He stood there as if he had seen a ghost. Before, he vowed to punish and suppress Lin Sun with no fear. But now, he was panicking. Everything that was happening in front of him was completely out of his expectations. It was as if something impossible was happening right in front of him. Didn't you say that this matter was foolproof? Zhao Zhanya's icy cold and gloomy voice resounded in his ears, causing Chu Shanha to shudder. He turned around and saw Zhao Zhanya's expression was extremely gloomy, and the space between his brows was filled with rage. This is absolutely impossible! Chu Shanha shouted. He was going crazy. Everything was out of his control, which made his face livid. Humph! A cold snort sounded, which made Chu Shanha notice that Sua Fuguang and Qin Baoji were also glancing at him coldly, which made Chu Shanha more and more frightened. How could this be? When Lin Sun was refining, the step of smelting the embryo of the weapon had obviously failed. When did he refine the spear? What was more, it had only been more than 10 days. In the past, even if a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos took at least a month to refine a piece of armors with spiritual tattoos, how could Lin Sun finish it in such a short time? Moreover, this spear had attracted a shocking lightning tribulation. Boom! In the sky, the lightning tribulation surged and became more and more terrible. Xianxia was so shocked that he was sweating all over, and his face was unspeakably ugly and livid as if he had eaten a dead child. You put us in a passive position. Xianxia's face was cold. Xianxia was so aggrieved that he almost coughed up blood. The most desperate thing was that he still couldn't figure out how Lin Sun could do this. In fact, not only Xianxia, but also those spiritual tattooists present were surprised and confused. In just more than 10 days, Lin Sun had refined a piece of armors with spiritual tattoos that could attract lightning tribulation, which had almost never happened in the past years of the empire. This time, it's really the right choice to come here. Zhao Zhouxiao, the king of Xi, calming in the center, sighed with emotion. His eyes were like a pair of rainbows, tearing the void and staring at the depths of the lightning tribulation. He could clearly feel how extraordinary and psychic the silver spear was. It was also the first time for him to see such a strange phenomenon, so he couldn't imagine what kind of magical weapon this treasure would transform into if it could successfully resolve this tribulation. The lightning tribulation shocked everyone present and attracted the attention of many people in the dark. They were all waiting to see whether this spear could finally resolve the tribulation and exist in the world. But in any case, this alone was enough to make Lin Sun famous and his name completely resound in the world of spiritual tattooists and be known by all the practitioners in the world. I knew that Lin Sun wouldn't suffer a loss. Ning Meng laughed and beamed with joy. It seems that we worry for nothing. Sure, you said quietly. Yiqi and Gongming looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. At this time, on the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower, Lin Sun still put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. His handsome figure was dyed with a layer of purple lightning, which made him look dreamy and mysterious. No one noticed that there was a touch of relief between his eyebrows, and no one knew how much pressure he had been under before. In the past 10 days, he almost didn't eat, drink or sleep, and devoted all his energy and efforts to refining this long spear. There were several times during the process that he almost failed at the last moment. It was extremely thrilling. In particular, the cyan cauldron lacked a key formation tattoo, which almost made him fail completely when he smelted spiritual materials and refined the embryo of the weapon. Fortunately, he finally used a secret method he learned from the flowing light spiritual tattoo and resolved the crisis. Flowing light spiritual tattoo was the first test of green cloud path in the heaven accessing place. It not only enabled Lin Sun to master the meditating magic, but also to comprehend the secret of another spiritual tattoo from the flowing light spiritual tattoo, which enabled Lin Sun to make up for the defect of the cyan cauldron at the critical moment. Otherwise, he was doomed to fail this time. It was also this accident that alerted Lin Sun. He realized that the cyan cauldron must have been sabotaged by someone who deliberately targeted him. Now, he didn't even need to guess to know that it must be Xianxia who played tricks in the dark. Only he, the deputy dean of the spiritual tattoo yard, could enter the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower without being noticed. Finally, I'm going to succeed, Master Lu. If you are still alive, you will be happy for me when you hear the news. Lin Sun looked up at the sky, with a rare touch of sadness on his handsome face. This was the first time in his life that he refined a suit of spiritual tattoos, and he used the secret method Master Lu once used, heaven-forbidden secret method. This was a secret method of refining a suit of spiritual tattoos, a taboo of seizing heaven. It was extremely obscure and terrible. It was recorded in the animal skin notes. Although the notes were long gone, the inheritance and knowledge in them had long been branded in Lin Sun's mind, and he had never forgotten any of them. It was not until now that Lin Sun realized that although he had made many dazzling achievements in spiritual tattoos, Master Lu was behind all of them. Only then did he realize that Master Lu had unknowingly given and influenced him too much. Unfortunately, since they parted that year, Master Lu's life and death were still unknown. Clang, suddenly, a dragon-like roar of a spear resounded through the sky, clear and impassioned. The silver spear shone brightly, illuminating the mountains and rivers. With a slight shake, it emitted a dazzling light, which forcibly tore apart the tribulation clouds and made them disappear. At this point, the thunder tribulation came to an end, leaving only a long spear floating in the air. The spear was about 3 meters long, translucent like ice and snow. The mysterious patterns of formations on it reflected the vision of heaven and earth, just like a spiritual miracle. That scene was too amazing. The spear glowed with an indescribable power, shocking the soul, with a sharpness that could pierce the sky. Everyone revealed expressions of infatuation, and their minds swayed. What sort of peerless precious treasure was this? The aura that flowed out from it actually caused one's mind to tremble. Clatter. The silver spear was changing, and its surface was suffused with rays of light that were like tidewater. The bright silver luster was gradually restrained, and it turned into a boundless dark gray color. It had an ancient and natural aura, and its might was even more shocking. It could be clearly seen that the void around it was collapsing inch by inch, wailing constantly, as if it could not bear the unspeakable pressure. A spear, manifested through the thunder tribulation, reflected in the world. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was shocked. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly turned around and looked down at the big shots from the top of the spiritual refining tower. Finally, his eyes fell on Xianxia. "Old guy, may I ask if I failed in refining?" His voice was indifferent and calm, and it resounded clearly amidst this deathly silent atmosphere, causing the bodies of everyone to shake and return to their senses. Xianxia's face had become extremely gloomy, aggrieved, unwilling, and frustrated. He knew that it was impossible to suppress Lin Sun today. Xianxia looked embarrassed and speechless. He was so aggrieved that his lungs were about to explode. Hearing Lin Sun's questioning, Xianxia and Xianxia didn't look any better. From the first day when Lin Sun started to refine spiritual weapons, they threatened to punish him severely and regarded him as the scourge of the empire. They mobilized a large number of people to condemn him. Today, they thought that Lin Sun was bound to fail, so they were ready to take the initiative and suppress Lin Sun in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, a set of armor with spiritual tattoos that could survive the thunder tribulation appeared out of nowhere. It disturbed the situation all of a sudden. Under such circumstances, who dared to blame Lin Sun? He was a master of spiritual tattoos who could refine a suit of spiritual tattoos. The most terrible thing was that he was only 16 years old and had infinite potential. He had achieved this step alone. No one in the world could compare with him. "Daochen, you have a successor." Blood King Ming Bugue sighed with emotion. Many people agreed with him. Today, Lin Sun was destined to shine brightly. It was hard to stop his rise. For the empire, the value of such a young master of spiritual tattoos was absolutely beyond imagination. Anyone who dared to hurt him should really think about the consequences. Shentua, Yubeidu, and Qingjing, these masters of spiritual tattoos, were even more excited. They looked at Lin Sun as if they were looking at a rare treasure, which could melt people. They wanted to know how terrifying Lin Sun's potential was. He was only 16 years old, and in less than a month, he had refined a suit of spiritual tattoos alone. In the past years of the empire, no one could be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Sun. He was absolutely unparalleled in the world and unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. The most incredible thing was that the armor with spiritual tattoos Lin Sun made for the first time attracted a thunder test. It was like a miracle, full of incredible flavor. If it weren't for the occasion, Shentua and others would have rushed up and humbly asked Lin Sun how he did it. It was amazing. Lin Sun's performance today could be recorded in the history of the empire and become the most dazzling star in the world of spiritual tattooists. The atmosphere was eerily silent. No one could calm down. They were unable to completely recover from the shock just now. In the sky, a boundless dark gray spear revolved as it floated in the air. It was simple and natural, and it was suffused with a terrifying aura that terrified the soul, causing even space to collapse from the pressure. Lin Sun's tall and handsome figure stood at the top of the spiritual cultivation tower. The long spear above his head hummed as he overlooked the big shots below. Everyone's gaze towards him had changed, and they carried a complicated expression. There was shock, fanaticism, bewilderment, and bewilderment. Indeed, no one could have imagined that such a delicate and pretty youth would actually create an unprecedented miracle today. Suddenly, a burst of applause rang out, and it was quite eye-catching in this silent atmosphere. Zhao Zhanya, the vice dean of martial arts courtyard, clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, not bad. I've already said that if you can refine a suit of spiritual tattoo this time, you can make up for your mistakes. Now it seems that you really didn't let me down." Everyone was stunned, and their expressions became strange. It should be known that it was because of Zhao Zhanya's presence that he united a group of big shots to suppress Lin Sun. wishing to kill Lin Sun on the spot. But now, he changed his attitude and praised Lin Sun as a senior, which surprised many people. There were also many people who realized that Zhao Xianxia had realized that something was wrong with the situation and changed his attitude to avoid embarrassing himself. Bah! Shameless old thing, you change your face faster than a dog. Ning Meng and Shu Yu cursed in their hearts. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He said with a faint smile, "Why do I remember that someone regarded me as a scourge and wanted to get rid of me?" Lin Sun, don't be complacent. Isn't it just refining a suit of spiritual tattoo? It's already merciful to let you make up for your mistake. Zhou Fuguang scolded coldly. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly showed a touch of coldness. Since you said so, I'd like to ask you, what crime did I commit? Who do you think you are? How dare you convict me? His voice was sonorous and shook the world, shocking all the people present. Zhou Fuguang's eyes were full of cold light and killing intent. He regarded it as a provocation to be contradicted by a junior like Lin Sun in public. What? You want to fight me if you can't say it? If I remember correctly, this is Green Deer School. How dare you, an outsider, come here and behave atrociously? Who gave you the courage? Lin Sun's counterattack was not polite. Zhou Fuguang was so angry that he almost lost control of his killing intent. Just then, Zhao Xianxia suddenly sighed. Well, that's it. I'll keep this spiritual spear for the time being. Take it as the price you have to pay for your mistake. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed towards the spear that floated in the sky. All the people present were stunned. He wanted to seize the result of Lin Sun's refining. Moreover, he was so aggressive that he didn't ask for Lin Sun's consent at all. It was extremely overbearing. How dare you? Lin Sun didn't expect that Zhao Xianxia would be so shameless. At this time, he was still thinking about the treasure he had refined. However, when Lin Sun wanted to stop him, it was too late. As the deputy dean of martial arts yard, Zhao Xianxia was a great practitioner who had already stepped into the reincarnation developing realm. Once he took action, how could Lin Sun stop him? What's more, his unexpected attack caught everyone unprepared, which was equivalent to seizing the first opportunity. Not to mention Lin Sun, even Blood King Ning Bugui and Fortune God sure had no time to stop him when they realized what was going on. In the blink of an eye, a huge hand condensed from dazzling spiritual light appeared in the sky and grabbed toward the spear. At this moment, Zhao Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Lin Sun was just a little guy who was still wet behind the ears. How ignorant and fearless he was, at the same time, he was also very excited. The long spear survived the thunder test, which was too extraordinary. Even in the ranks of spiritual tattoo armors, it could be regarded as rare, which made him extremely excited. If he didn't take this opportunity to occupy this treasure, it would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. When did the rules of Green Deer School start to be broken and trampled on by our own people? But at this moment, an old and indifferent voice rang out. Boom, the big hand that grabbed the long spear exploded like a piece of paper, and a rain of light swirled. Zhao Xianxia let out a muffled groan. His figure shook, his cheeks suddenly turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, when they heard the aged and indifferent voice, the figures of all the great figures in the surroundings stiffened while a chill ran down their spines. They felt an indescribable pressure descend upon them, and it pressed down upon them, causing them to feel almost suffocated. Immediately, all the people present were shocked. Was it a horrible old monster who took action? No one knew when a figure appeared in the field. It was an old man, thin, with eyes like a pair of deep black holes, surging with mysterious patterns of the Great Way. Standing there casually, there was no shocking momentum, but everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They didn't dare to look directly at him, as if he was not an old man, but a big sun hanging high above the ninth heaven, illuminating the mountains and rivers with immeasurable brilliance. Zhao Xianxia's face suddenly became ugly, and a touch of fear appeared between his eyebrows. It seemed that he didn't expect that the old man would be alarmed and come here today. At this time, many big shots in the field stood up in unison and saluted, "Pay respects to the dean." Their voices surged and resounded in the field. At this time everyone was shocked and hurriedly stood up, trembling. Dean, it was the dean of Green Deer School who hadn't appeared for many years. He was definitely the most unfathomable old monster in the empire. It was said that as early as 1,000 years ago, he had the power of a life-death realm challenger. He was mysterious and terrible. However, he hadn't appeared for many years, and everyone thought that he had been wandering around and had long ignored the affairs of the world. Who would have thought that on this day, this old man would appear once again? Lin Sun was also shocked, but he had seen the old man once, so he was not too surprised by his appearance today. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly put away the long spear and jumped down from the 9th floor of the spiritual cultivation tower. Since the dean was here, Lin Sun was not worried about any accidents today. I have seen everything that has happened today. At this moment, I only wish to ask everyone, where is this place? The dean's voice was still indifferent, but the meaning of his words made all the big shots present feel a chill in their hearts, realizing that the situation was a little serious. No one dared to answer because they all knew the answer. You tell me. The old man looked at Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia's face turned pale and his body stiffened. Even if he was a powerful figure in the imperial family, he had no confidence to confront the old man opposite him. Please punish me, Dean. Xianxia was decisive and immediately bowed his head to admit his mistake. Everyone gasped. Xianxia, who had a high status, was now acting like a junior and didn't even dare to defend himself, which made the dean's power even more terrifying. From now on, you are not allowed to step into Green Deer School. After a moment of silence, the dean directly deprived Xianxia of his position as the vice dean of Martial Courtyard and expelled him from the school. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. If it was spread out, Xianxia's reputation would be affected. But he didn't dare to refute at all. Instead, he bowed his head to accept his punishment as if relieved of a heavy burden. From beginning to end, he didn't show any dissatisfaction or resentment. This made everyone's heart tumble again. The dean's power was too strong. In Green Deer School, he was the only one. At this time, Chu Shanhe, Sui Fuguang, Qin Baoji, and others had already realized that something was wrong. They were stiff all over as if sitting on pins and needles. They all knew that the dean was obviously here to stand up for Lin Sun. Xianxia wanted to seize the treasure made by Lin Sun, but he was suppressed by the dean. Even his position as vice dean of Martial School was deprived, which shocked everyone present. Everyone realized that the dean must show up this time to protect Lin Sun. This made Ning Meng and Shu Yu feel very happy. Even Blood King Ning Bugui couldn't help but be moved. He secretly sighed that Lin Sun was so lucky to be taken care of by the dean, which was not a treatment that everyone could enjoy. Those big shots who had targeted Lin Sun before were all stiff as if there was a thorn in their backs, and their faces were cloudy. They didn't expect that Lin Sun could attract the attention of the dean, and he even expelled Xianxia without hesitation. This was a kind of attitude, indicating that they would stand up for Lin Sun and couldn't tolerate Lin Sun being suppressed. Since all of you are here, I'm also curious what Lin Sun did to make you come all the way to Green Deer School to denounce him. The dean spoke again, making the atmosphere more and more oppressive. Dean, this lad once forced Marquis Ling Tian to kneel in public, which desecrated the dignity of the royal family. How can we tolerate such a big crime? Finally, an important figure mustered up his courage and took a deep breath before speaking. This lad once killed people of Sui family and imprisoned Sui Yang, a descendant of Sui family. If we don't punish him severely, we won't agree. Sui Fuguang said in a low voice. Many people of Qin family have been killed by him. A few days ago, he forced Qi Yu, a direct descendant of Qi family, to kneel. He has done a lot of evil deeds and is rampant. This lad is extremely bold. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will become a big trouble in the future. Many people spoke. They were all big shots from Qin family, Qi family, Sui family, and other top aristocratic families. Naturally, they were unwilling to give up. The hearts of everyone present trembled when they heard these criticisms. These great figures represented numerous enormous powers. Audacious? Are you talking about Lin Sun or yourselves? The dean said, glancing at everyone. Wherever his eyes passed, no one dared to look at him. Senior, what are you? Someone braced himself and asked. It's very simple. Since you keep saying that you want to settle old scores, why don't we settle it today? Let's see who's the audacious one. The dean's voice was indifferent, yet it was filled with an extraordinary dignified aura. It was like the sound of the Tao piercing into the ears of everyone, and it shook the souls of everyone to the point their vital blood roiled and their souls palpitated. The surroundings were deathly silent. The headmaster's prestige was immeasurable, and even the current emperor didn't dare to offend him. Who would dare to challenge the headmaster at this time? Since you think Lin Sun is innocent, we have nothing to say. Goodbye. Zhou Fuguang spoke indifferently, and his voice carried a wisp of resentment. Humph. The dean let out a cold snort, and Zhou Fuguang's body instantly stiffened. He was intimidated on the spot, and he didn't dare to make another move. Let me ask you again, what crime did Lin Sun commit? As long as you can give me a solid reason, I will immediately ignore this matter and let your Zhou family deal with Lin Sun. The dean said calmly. Zhou Fuguang's face changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, he killed people of Zhou family a few days ago. Many people here know about it. Now Zhou Yang, the descendant of Zhou family, is detained on heart-cleansing peak of Lin family. Isn't this a crime? How dare you? The dean scolded, if it weren't for your Zhou family and Qin family to invade heart-cleansing peak, how could such a thing happen? You only have yourselves to blame for everything. These words made Lin Sun realize that the dean had already known everything. This touched him a little. He knew that the old man had begun to pay attention to him. Zhou Fuguang's face became embarrassed. When he was about to say something, the dean waved his hand and said, go away. Don't force me to go to your Zhou family in person. The dean's words were like thunder, which made Zhou Fuguang's face change greatly. Finally, he knew that the dean wanted to protect Lin Sun at all costs. Finally, Zhou Fuguang turned away without saying a word. He was a dignified marquis of 100 battles, who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield. But now he dared not say anything at all. He could only endure it and leave, which made many big shots feel cold in their hearts. I have nothing to say. Goodbye. Qin Baoji turned away with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Lin Sun was a little unwilling. But he also knew that it was impossible for the dean to suppress Zhou Fuguang and Qin Baoji no matter how much he cared for him. At this point, all the big shots present were silent. No one mentioned the grievances with Lin Sun. I heard that Lin Sun had a grudge against Hua family. I'm willing to resolve it. Is there any room for negotiation? The dean looked at a big shot of Hua family. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. His name was Hua Qingqi, and he immediately said, Dean, please understand. There is indeed some conflict, but it is just a small quarrel between the younger generation. Since Senior has spoken, this matter should be settled. He was neither humble nor arrogant, but he wisely expressed the attitude of Hua family. He didn't want to offend the dean because of Lin Sun. What do you think? The dean asked Lin Sun. Lin Sun had already known that the dean was helping him. How could he not know what was good for him? He said, it's indeed a small conflict. I don't mean to be hostile to Hua family from beginning to end. Good. The dean nodded and looked at Hua Qingqi. Go back and tell your old ancestor that he can come to the school to discuss Taoism with me when he's free. Hua Qingqi's face lit up. If he was a little unwilling before, he was absolutely overjoyed now. This was an invitation from the dean. If the old ancestor of Hua family knew about it, he would definitely be moved and wouldn't refuse this kindness. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but envy Lin Sun. What a lucky guy. Which young man could get the dean's protection and favor like him? This guy is too spoiled. Ning Meng couldn't help being stunned. If you can refine a spiritual armor born from thunder test at the age of 16, you can enjoy the same treatment. Sure, you said faintly. Forget it. I'm not that abnormal. Ning Meng shook his head. The dean continued, looking at a big shot of Song family. Did Lin Sun have a conflict with some juniors of Song family? The big shot of Song family had already seen everything that happened just now. Hearing the dean's words, he immediately said, I'm sorry. It's just a fight between the young generation. It's nothing. Strictly speaking, Xianxia and Song Chongha of Song family were both defeated by Lin Sun, and they were at fault first. This big shot of Song family couldn't go deep into it, otherwise, he would only lose face. In this case, why don't I be a witness and turn hostility into friendship? The dean looked at Lin Sun. Whatever you say, senior. Lin Sun nodded. For him, neither Song family nor Hua family had any deep hatred with him. It would be better if some conflicts could be resolved. Seeing this, everyone sighed with emotion again. As soon as the dean appeared, he helped Lin Sun clear some obstacles. It could be seen how much importance he attached to Lin Sun. From today on, who dared to offend Lin Sun rashly with the relationship of the dean? Senior, please forgive us. Qi family has a deep hatred with Lin Sun. It's destined that we can't settle it peacefully. Goodbye. Before the dean spoke again, a big shot of Qi family had already opened his mouth, which surprised people. Perhaps only Qi family, a superior aristocratic force, dared to say so. Seeing this, the dean was not annoyed. He said lightly, in this case, take care of yourself. Lin Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't intend to resolve the conflict with Qi family at all. Before he arrived at the Forbidden City for the first time, he was besieged by Qi family many times along the way. He had already formed a deep hatred with Qi family. It was impossible for him to bury the hatchet. Qi family has the same attitude. However, Qi family will not bully a junior. The affairs of the younger generation will be solved by the younger generation. On the other side, a big shot of Qi family said. The dean nodded, okay. Lin Sun couldn't help sneering when he thought of Qiyu, who was forced to kneel down by him. If it was a duel between the younger generation, he was not afraid at all. At this point, Xianxia was expelled, the Zhou and Qin families left with suppressed anger, the hatred between Hua family and Song family and Lin Sun was over. The Qi family showed that they would not give up, and the Qi family made a decision to compete with the younger generation. It could be said that the dean's action helped Lin Sun resolve a lot of disputes and let Lin Sun know who the real hostile force was. Don't look at me. I can't make any decision on behalf of the imperial family. I'm here to watch the fun. When he noticed that the dean was looking at him, Zhao Jiuxiao, Lord of Sea Garrison, immediately said aloud. He always wanted to be a bystander, and the attitude he expressed at the moment was indeed so. But soon, he changed the thread of conversation and said with a smile, of course, I'm very happy to see such a young spiritual tattoo master grow up. Everyone was stunned and felt the mystery in his words. Even if he couldn't get the understanding of all the imperial family, at least Lin Sun had won the favor and recognition of Zhao Jiuxiao, Lord of Sea Garrison. Among the people present, only Chu Shanhe felt extremely bitter in his heart. Standing there, he felt uncomfortable and anxious. He wanted to run away immediately because his allies had fallen apart one after another and were suppressed by the dean. At this moment, Chu Shanhe inadvertently noticed that Lin Sun, who was not far away, suddenly looked at him with a cold smile. This made Chu Shanhe's heart thump, and he realized that something was wrong. Lin Sun said in a deep voice, Senior, I need you to uphold justice for me. What's the matter? Asked the dean. Lin Sun looked at Chu Shanhe, which made the latter feel cold all over, stiff on his face, and scared in his heart. He vaguely realized what Lin Sun wanted to do. When I was forging this time, the azure cauldron that I used was tampered with in advance, and I almost failed on the verge of success. I hope that Senior can investigate clearly and find out who is behind the scenes and give me justice. As soon as these words came out, Chu Shanhe's head buzzed as if he had been struck by lightning. He seemed to have lost his soul. Sure enough, the matter was exposed. Someone had secretly sabotaged Lin Sun's previous refining action. Hearing this, all the people present were stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Who had such a deep hatred against Lin Sun that he would do this? This was too despicable. Is it true? Shen Tuo's face was livid, and he almost bit his teeth to pieces. It was lawless that someone dared to do this in the spiritual tattoo yard. The cyan cauldron is on the 9th floor of the spiritual tower. If you don't believe me, you can go there and have a look. Lin Sun glanced at Chu Shanhe coldly. It's you. Shen Tuo immediately reacted and asked sternly. How dare you? Don't slander me without any proof. Chu Shanhe shouted loudly while forcefully calming himself down. He would absolutely not admit this. Otherwise, not only would he lose his reputation today, he might even suffer an extremely cruel punishment. You can't prove it? Oh, Xianxia, you dare to do it but dare not admit it? If you hadn't secretly sabotaged the Cyan Cauldron and convinced me that I would fail this time, how dare you and others jump out to suppress me on the first day of my refining? Lin Sun sneered. Everyone couldn't help being surprised and looked at Xianxia. Indeed, as early as the first day of Lin Sun's refining, Xianxia's performance was too abnormal. It seemed that they had expected that Lin Sun would fail this time. They were aggressive and extremely confident. At that time, they all wondered why Xianxia and others dared to be so fearless when they had just started refining and were not sure whether they would fail or not. Whoever thought that there was a reason for this, if what Lin Sun said was true, Xianxia was too despicable. As the deputy dean of the spiritual tattoo yard, it was shameless of him to sabotage a junior's refining action. No wonder this old guy was so arrogant before. It turns out that he had secretly done something. Ning Meng was furious. Sure, you and others also looked angry. Xianxia's action almost killed Lin Sun. How could they not be angry? If Lin Sun failed this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun, if I had done something to it, how could you refine the armor with spiritual tattoos smoothly? Xianxia's face was ashen as he spoke angrily. That's not enough to prove your innocence. The only reason I succeeded was because I resolved the crisis in time. Lin Sun looked cold. But how dare you prove that I did it? Xianxia's face darkened. He insisted that Lin Sun had no evidence at all, so he dared to be so persistent. Forget it, there's no need to argue anymore. I'll go check and find out. At this moment, the dean, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly spoke. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he swiftly flashed into the nearby 9th level of the spiritual refinement pagoda. Obviously, the dean was infuriated and wanted to personally investigate the truth and drag out the mastermind in the dark. After all, this matter was too abominable. In Green Deer School, someone dared to harm a young spiritual tattoo master who could refine a spiritual tattoo armor. This was a heinous crime. No one knew what method the headmaster would use to investigate the truth, but everyone had a feeling that as long as the headmaster personally took action, he would definitely get to the bottom of the matter. Xianxia was also frightened and uneasy to the extreme. He thought that he had done it flawlessly without leaving any clues at all. But when he saw the headmaster personally take action, he felt an indescribable pressure and was almost unable to hold on. As time went by, he was stiff all over, nervous and frightened to the extreme. Like a prisoner about to be judged, he was in a bad mood. Humph, when the headmaster finds out who the mastermind is, he must be severely punished no matter what his identity is. Xianxia said coldly. He couldn't help but be afraid when he thought about it. If Lin Sun failed this time because of someone else's frame-up, it was destined to be an unpredictable tragedy. Yes, it's not a pity for such a despicable and shameless person to be cut into pieces or burned to ashes. Ning Meng shouted. Everyone had seen that Xianxia had become the biggest suspect in the field, and it was up to the headmaster to find out the truth in the end. It didn't take long for the headmaster to reappear. He looked calm and emotionless, so people didn't know whether he had found any clues just now. Even Lin Sun was a little nervous. To be honest, he didn't have enough evidence to prove that it was Xianxia who did it. If the headmaster didn't find out, there was no doubt that Xianxia had escaped a disaster, which was unacceptable to Lin. He really hated this old guy. From the first time he entered the yard of spiritual tattoos, Xianxia had deliberately made things difficult for him. Now, Xianxia united with other old guys to harm him. If he didn't teach this guy an unforgettable lesson this time, Lin Sun couldn't swallow it at all. The atmosphere was silent, and all eyes fell on the headmaster. The headmaster looked at Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia trembled imperceptibly and his face was stiff. Follow me. The headmaster didn't say much and turned away. Xianxia's face changed for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and followed the headmaster. Soon, he disappeared in the field. What's wrong? Is he the mastermind? It should be him. The headmaster called him away just to save him some face. After all, this is a scandal. If it is spread out, it will also have an impact on the reputation of Green Deer School. If that's the case, then Xianxia is completely finished. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Lin Sun also frowned. But no matter what, he believed that the headmaster would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. Congratulations, my young friend, for successfully refining a piece of spiritual tattoo armor. My young friend, may I ask whether that piece of spiritual tattoo armor will be sold? Little brother Lin Sun, can you show us the wonderful power of that spear again? As soon as the headmaster left, many big shots rushed forward, stared at Lin Sun eagerly and spoke one after another. As early as before, they were tempted and coveted the long spear which survived the thunder test. Now that the headmaster had just left, they couldn't help it anymore. Spiritual tattoo armor. One piece of spiritual tattoo armor could change the pattern of a big force. Who didn't want to have it? Originally, Ning Meng and Shi Yu were going to rush up, but when they saw Lin Sun surrounded by a group of old men, they were dumbfounded. Everyone, please listen to me. Lin Sun stopped all kinds of voices and said, 10 days later, I will hold a press conference about this piece of spiritual tattoo armor in Keystone Business. At that time I will let you know the magic of this treasure clearly. In the distance, Shi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He knew that Lin Sun did this with the intention of returning a favor. After all, even his father, Fortune Godshire, showed up today to support Lin Sun. Humph, this guy is eccentric. Why does he always think about Keystone Business? Why doesn't he think about me? Ning Meng muttered discontentedly. Crack. Iron Blood King slapped Ning Meng on the forehead and scolded him with a smile. Bastard, with Lin Sun here in the future, do you still worry about the lack of a suitable spiritual tattoo armor? Fortune Godshire, Yi Qing Tian and Gong Bupo next to him also laughed. They were pulled here to support Lin Sun, so they didn't know much about Lin Sun. However, after seeing what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel satisfied. They felt that Lin Sun, a rare talent worthy of their attention and care, was indeed a rare talent. My young friend Lin Sun, do you intend to sell this treasure on the day of the press conference? A big shot asked eagerly. I won't sell this treasure. Lin Sun answered without hesitation, which disappointed many people. But Lin Sun's next words made them excited again. However, if you can find a way to solve the problem of devil tribulation powder, I promise to refine a piece of spiritual tattoo armor for you. The whole audience was shocked. Many big shots began to think that they would try their best to find a solution to devil tribulation powder after they left. Of course, on the day of the press conference, I will also announce some matters about refining the spiritual tattoo armor. Please pay more attention to it. As soon as Lin Sun's words came out, the audience responded eagerly. Many people had secretly decided to build a good relationship with Lin Sun in any case. Such a young spiritual tattoo master who could refine a piece of spiritual tattoo armor was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. It took a long time for the crowd to disperse. Lin Sun was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Shen Tua, Yu Beidu, Qing Jing and other spiritual tattoo masters gathering here with a fanatical look. Obviously, they were going to ask about refining the spiritual tattoo armor. Lin Sun hurriedly said, Everyone, let me take a break. I'm so tired these days in order to refine the spiritual tattoo armor. My body can't hold it anymore. Shen Tua and others felt a little embarrassed and quickly nodded in agreement. They all said that they would teach Lin Sun when he was free. Lin Sun agreed readily. Have a good rest, little guy. I'll ask Shi Yu to pick you up and go to Keystone Business in a few days. I'm also looking forward to the surprises at the press conference. Fortune Godshire laughed and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. Then he left with Ning Bugue, Yi Qing Tian and Gong Bupo. Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief until he returned to the teacher's dormitory where he lived. There was a touch of unconcealable exhaustion between his eyebrows. He was really too tired and exhausted. At this moment, as soon as he relaxed, he directly fell asleep on the bed. At the same time, there was an uproar in the outside world, which shocked the Forbidden City. Lin Sun successfully refined a piece of spiritual tattoo armor today. The news swept across like a storm. It flew to every area of the Forbidden City as if it had wings, shocking every practitioner's mind. No one expected that Lin Sun, who was looked down upon by most people, actually succeeded in this step. All kinds of discussions spread out. All the details about what happened in front of the spiritual refining tower were also dug out and became the hottest topic of discussion. Lin Sun, this name, like magic, once again shocked the Forbidden City and attracted the attention of countless people. In the evening, in the setting sun, an old man led a green donkey into the Forbidden City. On the donkey sat a delicate figure in a black cloak, with the brim of the hat covering most of her face, revealing only a small part of her white chin. Her skin was as flawless as mutton fat. The city was as noisy and lively as before. It was bustling like smoke in the secular world. Lin Sun is really not simple. Who can imagine that he succeeded? What's a miracle? It's said that when that spear was born, purple thunder punishment fell from the sky, which is rare since ancient times. From now on, who can stop Lin Sun's rise? So what if he is arrogant? So what if he runs amok? He has real ability. The old man led the green donkey and paced on the bustling street. Along the way, he heard most discussions about Lin Sun. This made the old man look surprised. How long had it been since he last saw Lin Sun? Could this young man refine the armor with spiritual tattoos? The old man couldn't help but look up at the delicate figure sitting on the green donkey. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her expression clearly because her face was covered by the brim of the hat. When did Lin Sun come to the Forbidden City? Suddenly, an ethereal and tranquil voice came from under the brim of the hat. It was as clear and clean as a gurgling spring, which was indescribably pleasant to the ear. About a year. The old man said casually. Why don't I know? Even if you know, you are doomed to not see him. You have to grow up and cultivate, and he has to go his own way. It's better not to see him. The old man explained patiently. On the green donkey, the delicate figure fell into silence. This time, you may encounter more dangerous things. Miss doesn't have much time left. She hopes you can grow up as soon as possible. As the old man moved forward, he spoke in a gentle voice. When you have enough power, you can do what you want to do, and you won't be stopped by anything. You mean, after I go back this time, I won't be able to come out for a long time? On the green donkey, the sweet and clear voice sounded. The old man's expression became serious and he nodded, almost so. The little girl remained silent the entire way. When they arrived at a bustling intersection, she suddenly raised her hand and stopped the green donkey. Next to the intersection was a tea house, where many practitioners were discussing what had happened in Green Deer Academy today, spittle flying. The dean came forward and removed Xianxia from his post and expelled him from the school. Even some other big shots had to lower their heads and dare not be hostile to Lin anymore. Only the Zhua, Qin, and Qi families didn't give in. It can be seen that they didn't intend to let Lin go at all. Yes, I'm afraid that only the Zhua, Qin, and Qi families dare not to give face to the current dean. I really don't know how they will deal with Lin Sun in the future. It's really difficult to resolve this hatred. I heard that the bloody incident that happened on Heart Cleansing Peak more than 10 years ago was related to these three families. It's impossible to resolve such a deep hatred. After silently listening for a long time, the little girl suddenly said, Before I go back, I want to go to some places to take a look. The old man seemed to have guessed something, and a rare trace of helplessness appeared on his amiable face. After a long time, he said, 2 hours at most. All right. The little girl's answer was crisp. Flying Crane's Peak. This was one of the 72 peaks of aristocratic families. It was the place of Qi family. It was shaped like a flying crane, soaring into the sky. In the evening, a little girl riding a green donkey arrived in front of Flying Crane's Peak under the leadership of an old man. In front of the peak, there were some elite guards guarding the gate. After seeing the old man and the little girl, one of them came out and asked loudly, Who are you? Why do you come to my Qi family? The little girl raised her head and looked at Flying Crane's Peak quietly for a moment. Then she said, My name is Xianxia. I'm here to kill people. Her voice was ethereal like the sound of nature, but the meaning of her words was shocking. The guard was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. For so many years, who dared to come to Qi family's territory and make trouble, but it just so happened that a little girl had come today and threatened to kill someone. This seemed too strange. Kill people? The guard looked strange. Little girl, do you know where this is? Yes, Qi family. The little girl's voice was quiet. The guard was annoyed at once. How dare you come here to talk nonsense? Aren't you courting death? Get out of here, or you can't leave. Clang, the little girl stretched out a slender white hand, and there was a spear in her palm. The spear was more than 10 meters long. The whole spear was full of cold and hazy starlight, which was like a dream. She was wearing a black cloak with a hood covering her face. Her figure was delicate. Obviously, she was a little girl. But when she held the starlight spear, she seemed to be a different person. An unspeakable killing intent came like the eternal dark night, covering this area, making the world dim as if it was going to sink in the darkness. And the little girl was like an independent king in the darkness. Wherever the spear pointed, there was darkness. Puff, in an instant, the guard's throat was cut by an invisible blade before he could react. Blood burst out and he fell to the ground silently. His pupils were wide open and full of confusion. He couldn't understand why such a little girl dared to come to flying Crane's Peak of Chi family to kill people. Who was she? The old man led the green donkey and stood quietly at the side. His expression was calm, and he was as benevolent as before. However, when he looked at the little girl, a complicated expression flashed across his eyes that were difficult to understand. How dare you? How dare you kill people in the territory of Chi family? You're courting death. Some guards who guarded the mountain gate in the distance were alarmed. They roared angrily, took out their weapons and rushed to this side. Puff. Puff. Puff, the little girl stood there quietly. Her black cloak fluttered like a shadow in the darkness. Only the spear in her hand was full of dreamy starlight. She shook her wrist, and the guards who rushed up were like being swept by invisible sharp blades. Their throats were cut and they screamed and fell to the ground. This was a shocking bloody picture. The darkness was like a curtain, covering this place. There were bloody corpses lying on the ground, staining the ground. From the beginning to the end, no one saw how the little girl attacked, and no one could struggle or resist at all. It seemed that as long as they were shrouded in the deep darkness, their lives were doomed to be harvested. Hurry up and report that the enemy is coming. Someone shouted in the mountain gate. Soon, the clansmen of Chi family were alarmed and came one after another. This was the Forbidden City. As one of the 7 top aristocratic families, no one dared to offend Chi family for nearly 1,000 years. But now, someone dared to block in front of the mountain gate and kill them aboveboard. This was definitely the most serious provocation to Chi family. The little girl stood there without moving. She was quiet like an eternal night, as if she didn't know what retreat and fear were in her eyes. Puff. Puff, when groups of practitioners of Chi family rushed out, they were covered by the darkness without exception and their lives were taken away as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. From the beginning to the end, no one could struggle to escape. The setting sun was like blood, but it couldn't dispel the darkness and blood here. There were many corpses lying on the ground. The thick scarlet blood soaked the earth into blood red. This was a massacre. The little girl stood there quietly, holding a dreamy spear in her hand. She let the darkness fall and judge life and death coldly and mercilessly. Until the 4 strong men of Tao Insight Realm attacked, the little girl finally made some moves. But that movement also seemed too casual and simple. Just by waving the spear in her hand, blood-colored stars appeared in the darkness, pouring and falling in the void. However, at the same time, the 4 powerhouses at the Tao Insight stage were killed on the spot. They had just taken out their treasures, were about to use their secret methods, and were about to kill their enemies with anger. But they were killed like weeds. At this moment, the big shots of Chi family were finally alarmed. A thunderous roar sounded on the flying Crane's Peak. Dark Knight St. Hall. How dare you attack our Chi family? It's time to go. The old man who had been watching in the distance heard the words and walked to the little girl. He didn't panic but still looked kind and calm. Yes. The little girl nodded. She came to kill people, not to die. She knew that if she stayed, she would face a lot of dangers. In an instant, 2 people and a green donkey disappeared. Old sword slave. You've gone too far. I'll go to the Castle of the Night to ask for an explanation. On the flying Crane's Peak, there was an angry roar like a god venting his anger, which shook the sky and changed the color of the wind and clouds. Cloud Tractor Peak. The place where Zwa family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families, occupied. Under the setting sun, an old man, a little girl and a green donkey appeared here. My name is Summer Solstice. I'm here to kill people. When the little girl said this, the bloody killing happened again without exception. This time, there were 46 corpses and the earth was stained with blood. When the big shots of Xue family reacted, the old man and the little girl floated away again. Next, the same thing happened again in Yangtsang Peak, which was the territory of Qin family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families. When the sun went down and the night came, 1 hour was up. The little girl was silent for a moment and finally said, "One day, I'll destroy these 3 families." The old man finally couldn't calm down and smiled helplessly. Let's go. The old man led the green donkey and left with the little girl. On this night, the bloody massacre of Qi family, Xue family, and Qin family spread throughout the Forbidden City at an incredible speed, setting off a great uproar and making every practitioner feel an indescribable shock. In the past 1,000 years, who dared to provoke the top aristocratic families? That was an enormous power at the highest level of the empire, and it possessed great authority and monstrous might. Strangely, the bloody killings in the Qi family, the Xue family and the Qin family were blocked and suppressed in the next morning. It became confusing. No one dared to confirm just how many people had died in the 3 major clans last night and just what kind of intense conflict had erupted. But it was certain that all these were done by a little girl named Xia Solstice. Xia Solstice, a warm and simple name, became famous in the Forbidden City overnight. Although people didn't know her origin, everyone was shocked by it. It could be said that she was the only one who dared to launch a bloody killing with the 3 top aristocratic forces in the past 1,000 years. The most incredible thing was that all the rumors about her were described in the image of a little girl. Why did she do this? Many people speculated that it must have something to do with Lin Sun. After all practitioners in the city now knew that only Qi family, the Xue family and the Qin family were hostile to Lin Sun. It was obviously not a coincidence that Xia Solstice didn't go to other forces but the 3 families. There were different opinions in the outside world. The 3 families of Qi, Xue, and Qin chose to block the news with the toughest attitude. Naturally, they would not tolerate this scandal to continue to ferment. But it had happened. This was undoubtedly a signal to the world that there were still people who dared to challenge the top aristocratic forces. Xia Solstice, who was she? Did she know Lin Sun? This was what everyone was curious about. Only some big forces knew that the origin of this little girl was not simple, but they didn't know why she did this. The outside world was full of wind and rain, but Green Deer School had already restored its former peace. It was like a pure land, undisturbed by the outside world. 2 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. It was early in the morning. Birds were singing outside the window. A ray of morning light passed through the window lattice and sprinkled on the floor of the house. It was warm and bright. There was a fresh smell of grass and trees in the air, which made Lin Sun feel refreshed and comfortable as soon as he woke up. Lying lazily on the bed, Lin Sun thought of the things that happened before he fell asleep and couldn't help murmuring, "The armor of spiritual tattoos has been successfully refined, and even the dean has been alarmed. It should be big enough this time." After thinking silently for a while, Lin Sun got up and stretched himself. Opening the window, he saw the morning light pouring in. Ancient trees were luxuriant. Cranes were dancing in the clear sky, sprinkling a string of clear cries. In the distance, ancient buildings stood, bathed in the morning light. Occasionally, there were boys and girls passing by in 2s and 3s, leaving silhouettes of youth. Before long, Xianxia came to visit. Obviously, he heard the noise and knew that Lin Sun had woken up. "Congratulations, Master Lin. Do you know who is the most popular person in the Forbidden City now?" As soon as they met, Xianxia teased with a smile. "It seems that you are in a good mood." "It seems that you, senior." Xianxia sighed and said, "You're wrong. I'm not in a good mood." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve and withdrew a thick stack of invitations. All of them were exquisite and peerlessly beautiful, and some invitations were even polished with the best spirit jades. One could tell with a single glance that they were extraordinary. "Look, in just a few days, dozens of big and small forces have sent invitations to invite you. These invitations are selected by me." Xianxia stuffed a stack of invitations to Lin Sun. "Deal with them by yourself." The imperial royal family, the top aristocratic families, the middle aristocratic families, the headquarters of the commune of spiritual tattooists, the academy of spiritual implements. In a word, I can't afford to offend these forces. It's up to you. Lin Sun was in a trance. After thinking for a while, he understood and threw these invitations in the corner of the room like rubbish, which made Shintuo's eyes widen. Lin Sun said casually, "Senior, don't look at me like that. It's just an invitation. Even if I don't go, do they dare to regard me as their enemy?" Shintuo sighed with emotion. "Indeed, you are different from before. Naturally, no one wants to offend you easily. By the way, have you heard of Xia solstice?" Shintuo suddenly asked. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He asked, "Why do you mention this?" A strange look appeared on Shintuo's face and he said, "Just a few days ago in the evening, this mysterious little girl did a great thing." Immediately, he repeated the bloody rumor that happened in front of the gates of Qi, Sui, and Qin families. Lin Sun was in a trance. His mood fluctuated rarely and it was difficult for him to calm down. He remembered too many things. He remembered the scene when he saw Xia solstice for the first time and the days when he was with the little girl in Feiyun village. He also remembered the serious and calm words of the little girl when they separated in Donglin City. "Lin Sun, you can't die before I come back." Inexplicably, Lin Sun's heart trembled. The little girl's beautiful and tranquil face appeared in his mind. She always seemed very special, independent, tranquil and aloof from worldly affairs, as if she lived in another world. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that after 2 years, Xia solstice would appear in this way. Why didn't she want to see him? "Lin Sun, what's wrong with you?" Shintuo's voice rang in Lin Sun's ears, awakening him from his contemplation. "Nothing, senior." "Can you tell me where she is now?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked. "I don't know." Shintuo shook his head. Not to mention him, most people in the Forbidden City still didn't know where the little girl came from. "Dark Night Shrine," Lin Sun murmured. "Yes, she must be there." Shintuo suddenly thought of something and said, "You said the little girl came from Dark Night Shrine?" "No wonder, it turns out to be so." Lin Sun was in a trance and vaguely felt that Shintuo seemed to think of something. "Sure enough," Shintuo said, "if the little girl really came from Dark Night Shrine, even if you go there, you are doomed to not see her." "Why?" Lin Sun frowned. "Because yesterday, the Dark Knight Templar disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes, it disappeared with Castle of the Night. This matter is very secret. Only a few people know it. I also know it occasionally. It is said that the Queen in Castle of the Night is going to pass the first test of longevity, so she has to choose to hide from the world, so as not to be disturbed by foreign enemies." Shintuo explained patiently. Test of longevity. Lin Sun was in a trance. He had vaguely heard before that if a life-death realm king wanted to set foot on the real way of longevity, he had to go through a test of life and death. This test was also called the test of longevity. It was said that this test involved the power of the great way of heaven. It was terrifying and immeasurable. Anyone who passed it would die, even with the strength of life and death kings. They wouldn't dare to rashly go through the heavenly tribulation, because the consequences would be too terrifying. Once they failed, they would perish without a corpse left behind. They would be erased from the world by the power of the heavenly tribulation, and there wouldn't be a trace of hope for survival. The most terrible thing was that there was a rumor in the world that the road to longevity was full of killing intent and every step was a test of life and death. That was to say, it was not only a test that could lead to longevity, but also a test that could not be avoided when one set foot on the road to longevity. Dark Knight Queen is an existence that makes countless big shots in the Empire scared. But because of this, there are many enemies in the world who hate her. If she really wants to pass the test of longevity this time, I am afraid that she will also suffer many twists and turns. Shintuo sighed with emotion. Dark Knight Queen was a taboo name. Like a shadow, it had shrouded the darkness of the Empire for thousands of years and made countless big shots change their faces when talking about it. Now that she was going to pass the test of longevity, those enemies would certainly not stand by and watch. Fortunately, the power of the Dark Knight Templar has disappeared, as if it had evaporated from the world. Obviously, the Queen of the Dark Knight also knew that when she was going through the tribulation, someone would come out to destroy it, so she had made some preparations in advance. Xianxia analyzed in a soft voice. Under such circumstances, not to mention you, I'm afraid even her enemies won't be able to find her so easily. Lin was silent for a while and finally sighed softly. It suddenly occurred to him that the reason why Xianxia appeared in front of the gates of Qi family, Sui family, and Qin family in a tough manner was that she knew that she would disappear with the Dark Night Queen, so she decided to take this opportunity to do something for him. Sooner or later, I will bring you back. No matter who it is, they will never be able to take you away from me again. Lin murmured in his heart. When he thought of the scene when Xianxia was taken away by the Dark Night Queen, there was a kind of heartache in his heart. It was a performance of powerlessness, which made people desperate and helpless. Even to this day, the old man in the Dark Knight Templar had helped him a lot, but Lin still brooded over the fact that Xianxia was taken away, because the feeling of being forced to accept the fate arrangement was really unforgivable. Lin, what's wrong with you? Could it be that Xianxia is your relative? Xianxia clearly noticed that Lin seemed to be a little strange since he heard the name of Xianxia. Nothing. Lin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He said, by the way, what else do you want me to do today? Xianxia immediately knew that Lin didn't intend to mention Xianxia again. He pondered and said, there is indeed one thing that needs you to do in person. Zhao Tailai, the boss of Tianwu Arena, came yesterday and has been waiting for you in the school. He said that if he didn't see you, he wouldn't leave even if he was beaten to death. In the end, Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Obviously, he was also entangled by Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai, Lin Sun knew that the noise he made this time had attracted the attention of the big shot in the palace. Otherwise, Zhao Tailai, a cunning guy, would not take the initiative to find him. Thinking of this, Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. He came at the right time. I also have something to talk to him about. The school was quiet and full of spirit. In the early morning, many students could be seen in the school one after another. They were all young, in their prime and in high spirits. When they saw Lin Sun and Xianxia coming out together, there was a burst of cheers. Coach Lin! Coach Lin, we will always support you. Coach Lin, when will you teach us how to refine the armor with spiritual tattoos? Those students looked with heartfelt admiration and excitement, as well as the boldness and directness of young people. Some girls were even so excited that their cheeks flushed and their eyes were obsessed. It could be seen that Lin Sun's status in the hearts of these students was very high. If it weren't for Xianxia, those students would have surrounded Lin Sun. It's good to be young. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Xianxia said grumpily, how old are you? I should be the one to say that. Lin Sun listened with a smile and didn't refute. When passing by the spiritual refining tower, Lin Sun unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Xianxia, but at this time, he was holding a broom and sweeping the ground in front of the spiritual refining tower like an old servant. When he glanced at Lin Sun, Xianxia's face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with resentment, anger, fear, and disappointment, which seemed extremely complicated. Finally, he snorted coldly, turned his head, and walked into the spiritual refining tower. This is the punishment given to him by the dean. He will be deprived of his position as the deputy dean of the yard and demoted to a handyman to guard the spiritual refining tower for 100 years. Xianxia explained. Lin Sun frowned, isn't this punishment too light? Xianxia shook his head and said, you don't understand. He is a big shot in the Chu clan of spiritual tattoos and a deputy dean of the yard. How glorious he is. But now he is demoted to a handyman and loses all his power and glory. This feeling of being beaten down to the mortal world is even worse than killing him. Lin Sun thought about it and didn't say anything in the end. This was the decision of the dean, which was equivalent to giving him an explanation. How could he not be satisfied? Of course, according to Lin Sun's plan, even if he didn't kill Xianxia, he should at least disable him so that he would have no chance to retaliate in the future. Guest Hall. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun saw Zhao Tailai. As a member of the royal family, he was dressed like a merchant. He was dressed in a brocade robe and had a stout physique. With a smile, he had a natural affinity. But Lin Sun knew that this guy was the representative of craftiness. It was wishful thinking to get something out of his mouth. Oh, Master Lin finally shows up. I'm really flattered. Zhao Tailai laughed heartily as he welcomed him. Ha ha ha, I am overjoyed to be able to meet Senior here. Lin Sun also greeted them with a smile, looking very happy. Xianxia was speechless. What a pair of hypocrites. However, neither Zhao Tailai nor Lin Sun felt embarrassed at all. Instead, they warmly greeted each other as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. This caused Xianxia to be flabbergasted. Being hypocritical to such a state caused others to have no choice but to admire him. May I know why Senior has come? Lin Sun asked after a long time. Intentionally or unintentionally, he looked to the other side, where a young man in purple was sitting. He wore a feather crown on his head, a white jade belt around his waist, and a pair of green python boots on his feet. He had red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. But Lin Sun noticed that the young man's skin was too white and smooth, as flawless as fine jade. Between his eyebrows, there was a kind of refreshing charm, which seemed very unique. Well, before we get down to business, I'd like to introduce you. This is my nephew, Zhao Xian. I also want to see young Master Lin's elegant demeanor. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Nice to meet you, Taoism Pure Lin. Zhao Xian got up neatly and greeted Lin Sun with a smile, showing his white and neat teeth. His smile was as clean as a clear stream. The most special thing was that he called Lin Sun Taoism Pure. Obviously, he regarded Lin Sun as a fellow practitioner. Lin Sun also greeted him with a smile and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. The young man in purple in front of him was extremely outstanding in appearance, behavior, and speech. He was like a piece of natural clean jade, gentle and flawless, which made people feel good about him easily. Next, Xianxia consciously left, leaving the hall to Lin Sun and Zhao Tailai. He knew that they must have something important to discuss. This time, I come here to congratulate you on successfully refining the armor with spiritual tattoos, making you famous all over the world and leading the way in spiritual tattoos. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Secondly, I'm entrusted by someone with a presumptuous request. From the beginning to the end, he didn't avoid the young man in purple. Obviously, he didn't mind that some private things were overheard by the latter. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately said with a smile, what a coincidence. I happen to have something to trouble you, Senior. Zhao Tailai's lips twitched imperceptibly, and he said with a smile, why don't you say it first? Senior, you say it first. Lin Sun declined with a smile. This time, the young man in purple couldn't help but smile without saying anything. Obviously, he also saw that Zhao Tailai and Lin Sun were testing each other. Zhao Tailai coughed and said solemnly, well, in fact, my presumptuous request is very simple. I just want you to help me refine an armor with spiritual tattoos. Lin Sun was stunned and said in a low voice, this is actually easy, but I'm busy with worldly affairs now. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to spare energy. Before Lin Sun finished, Zhao Tailai interrupted him angrily, well, I know you won't agree so easily. Tell me, what's your condition? Lin Sun immediately smiled, hey, Senior, you're treating me like an outsider. But I do have something to trouble you with. Say it. Zhao Tailai didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He had seen that it was absolutely a waste of time to play Tai Chi with Lin Sun, and he wouldn't get any benefits. Since you're so straightforward, I'll come straight to the point. Lin Sun laughed heartily. I heard that there is a wheel-developing pagoda in the depths of the palace. I wonder if my friend can enter it to practice for a period of time. When he heard the name wheel-developing pagoda, Zhao Tailai's heart had already twitched. When he learned Lin Sun's real intention, he couldn't help saying, boy, isn't your request a little too much? Too much? Lin Sun was surprised. That's the forbidden area of the palace. Even the important figures of the royal family are not qualified to enter it. Do you think an outsider can go in? Zhao Tailai snorted. Lin Sun frowned. It seems that things are a little difficult. What does your friend want to do in the wheel-developing pagoda? Suddenly, the young man in purple asked. He has been at the peak of Tao Insight realm for many years, and his lifespan is on the verge of exhaustion. If he can't break through, he is doomed to have an accident. Lin Sun's words immediately made the young man in purple understand. He nodded and said, this is indeed a difficult problem. Sea Spirit Realm has a lifespan of 300 years, and Tao Insight Realm has a lifespan of 600 years. If you can't break through, you will eventually die of regret and become a pile of rotten bones on the way to Tao Insight Realm. Lin Sun deeply agreed and said with emotion, "Yes, what Brother Zhao said is exactly what I want. Unfortunately, I really don't know any other way to help my friend solve this problem except entering the wheel developing pagoda in the depths of the palace." Zhao Tailai next to him said angrily, "But your request is really a little too much. That's the forbidden area of the palace." Lin Sun said, "Then I can only go to find others for help. I don't believe that I can't solve this problem with my means of refining spiritual tattoo armor." Seeing this, Zhao Tailai suddenly became anxious. "Hey, boy, what do you mean? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Lin Sun sighed, "Senior, I dare not be disrespectful to you. But if I don't solve this problem, it will be like a block in my heart, and I won't be able to eat and sleep well." Zhao Tailai almost rolled his eyes. "You obviously did it on purpose." Before he could say more, Zhao Xian, the young man in purple next to him, had already said with a smile, "Taoism pure Lin Sun, I can promise you this thing." Lin Sun was refreshed. "Really? How can you do that?" "You can't do that." Zhao Tailai next to him shouted anxiously. "Ninth uncle, it's settled. It's just a chance to enter the wheel developing pagoda to cultivate. If I can help Taoism pure Lin Sun solve your friend's problem, it's worth it," Zhao Xian said with a smile. He was as handsome as jade, with red lips and white teeth. His smile was as clear as a clear stream, with an indescribable temperament. At this moment, Lin Sun was finally sure that Zhao Xian's identity must be extremely aloof in the royal family. Otherwise, he would not dare to agree to this matter like this. "Humph. Boy, hurry up and express your gratitude." Zhao Tailai glared at Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked serious and cupped his hands seriously. "Brother Zhao's great kindness, I will never forget it. I will repay it in the future." "You're welcome." Zhao Xian smiled, his eyes dark and bright. "Isn't it easy to repay? This time, you just need to help me refine a piece of spiritual tattoo armor that can survive the thunder test." Zhao Tailai squinted at Lin Sun. "I'll do my best." Lin Sun promised very quickly. Then he changed the topic and said thoughtfully, "I just don't know what kind of spiritual tattoo armor you want to refine, and for whom." "A tripod." It was Zhao Xian who answered. At this moment, he seemed to have become another person, with a serious appearance and an indescribable majesty. "Tripod? Yes, strictly speaking, it's called Treasure Tripod of 9 Dragons. I hope Taoism pure Lin Sun can help me refine it. With it, I can go to the ancient desolation territory to cultivate without worry." As soon as Zhao Xian said this, Lin Sun was finally sure that Zhao Tailai came here today for Zhao Xian. "Okay." After thinking for a while, Lin Sun agreed. Lin Sun would not refuse Zhao Tailai's agreement to let Zhu Laosan enter the wheel developing pagoda to cultivate. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai next to him also breathed a long sigh of relief, relaxed and smiled. However, when Zhao Tailai thought that all this would end in a satisfactory way, he saw Zhao Xian suddenly stand up, look at Lin Sun, and say with a smile. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhao Xian would make such a request. "Come on, let's have a try. It's just a martial arts competition." Zhao Xian smiled slightly. His purple clothes fluttered, and his 5 fingers drew a mysterious trajectory, as light as picking flowers. The airflow in the room suddenly buzzed and collapsed with Zhao Xian as the center, causing a terrible collapse and destruction force to suppress Lin Sun in it. As soon as an expert made a move, one would know whether he was a real expert or not. It was just a light grasp, but there was a terrible destructive power that could collapse the sky and the earth. There was no doubt that Zhao Xian had reached a terrible level in martial arts. Without thinking, Lin Sun stepped forward with ice dragon steps instead of retreating. He clenched his fists and struck out like lightning. It was simple, clean and direct, which was the weakness of Zhao Xian's grasp. With a bang, the airflow in the room burst out and swept around. "Really good." Zhao Xian's eyes brightened and he praised. His figure was like a breeze, and in an instant, his fingers had cut across Lin Sun's throat. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Without thinking, he spun like a top and flew up without touching the ground. But to Lin Sun's surprise, before he got close, Xianxia suddenly stretched out like a dragon coming out of the abyss. His fingers formed a seal and knocked on Lin Sun's fist. Bang! When the two collided, Lin Sun only felt that his bones were hit by a hammer, causing a sense of numbness. His eyes suddenly narrowed. His body was now tempered to be extremely strong and almost perfect. It was comparable to a divine weapon, which was hard to be hurt. But the power of Zhao Xian's blow could make him feel as if he was struck by lightning and produce numbness, which was too unusual. What a powerful physique. Don't tell me he's also cultivating a body refining technique? Zhao Xian's eyes were bright like stars. When he spoke, he strode forward. Every step he took, purple dragon patterns appeared on the ground, like a dragon coming back to life, which made his momentum rise steadily. Lin Sun was also aroused to fight. He displayed the 9 strikes for shaking heaven to fight with Zhao Xian. For a while, figures flew in the hall, and the wind roared. If both of them hadn't deliberately restrained their strength and breath, the hall would have been destroyed. After a while, Zhao Xian flickered and gently shot out his palm. But it was like a dragon soaring in the sky, suppressing all directions and pressing forward. Boom! Under this blow, Lin Sun took 3 steps back, and his blood was boiling, which made him look dignified. Ever since his cultivation reached the Sea of Souls realm, it was his first time encountering a powerful existence like Zhao Xian. It was also his first time feeling an unprecedented pressure. Others regarded him as a monster with heaven-defying power, but the Zhao Xian in front of him was obviously not inferior at all, and even more terrifying. Who was this guy? Why hadn't he heard of it before? It was even to the extent that he wasn't inferior to that Gu Yunting. Thinking of this, Lin Sun didn't slow down at all. He didn't dare to hold back anymore and displayed all the martial arts he had mastered. Bang, bang, bang! In the hall, Lin Sun's fist shot out fiercely. Sometimes it was like splitting mountains and seas, sometimes it was like a dragon breaking through the sky, sometimes it was like suppressing the world, and sometimes it was like devouring the sky and destroying the void. All right. Zhao Xian's robes fluttered in the wind. His purple robes seemed to be on fire. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, not concealing his admiration at all. Compared with Lin Sun, Zhao Sun was like a dragon, roaring between heaven and earth, overlooking the mountains and rivers, with a kind of brave and vigorous spirit of dominating the world. However, hearing these praises, Lin Sun felt a little awkward. Since he started his cultivation, he had always dominated among his peers, and even killed those in Tao Insight realm. He had already cultivated invincible self-confidence in his heart, so he naturally couldn't agree with this kind of praise. Boom! Without any nonsense, Lin Sun's momentum changed again, and his moves changed, simple, natural, plain, and without a trace of smoke and fire. But the power of his punches was stronger than before, implying the essence of returning to nature. However, what made Lin Sun frown was that at the same time he became stronger, Zhao Xian on the opposite side also became stronger, and didn't let Lin Sun gain any advantage at all. This guy is really a freak. Lin Sun muttered to himself. He didn't know that Zhao Xian was more surprised than him. He just wanted to test whether Lin Sun's martial power was as powerful as the rumor said. But it turned out that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was more exaggerated than the rumor. What a freak. Zhao Xian also muttered to himself. For calling Lin Sun a freak, Zhao Tailai also thought so at the moment. When he saw that Lin Sun and Zhao Xian fought evenly, he was stunned and rarely stunned. He knew very well how horrible Zhao Xian was, but Lin Sun could do this. He could only be described as a freak. Boom! When Lin Sun's attack was resolved again, Zhao Xian suddenly stopped. Don't fight? Lin Sun frowned. If we fight again, it won't be a fight. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, showing his white and neat teeth, and his smile was as bright as the sun. Boy, don't be convinced. It's very rare that you can do this. Zhao Tailai sighed. Lin Sun smiled and didn't comment. He hadn't used his real trump card, so he naturally couldn't agree with this view. You are really good. At least in the sea spirit realm, it's hard to find an opponent. Zhao Xian seemed to have approved of Lin Sun, and his tone became much gentler. He said softly, if there is a chance, I hope you can go to the ancient desolation territory. There are countless peerless figures who are as dazzling as comets. Only there can you and I really understand the meaning of the struggle for the great way. There was a faint yearning between his eyebrows. If there is a chance, I will definitely go there. Lin Sun also extinguished his inner fighting spirit and said casually. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, said no more, and left. Zhao Tailai stayed. He wanted to continue to talk with Lin Sun about refining the treasure Nine Dragon Cauldron. Watching Zhao Xian leave, Lin Sun was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Who is this girl?" Zhao Tailai was stunned and said, "Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you. She is the only child of the current emperor and empress, Princess Xianxia." Princess Xianxia, Lin Sun felt very strange about it. He only knew that Princess Linghuan was a proud and annoying girl. It's normal that you don't know Princess Xianxia. When she was born, she was sent to the ancient Desolation territory to cultivate in an ancient holy land. She returned to the empire last year and rarely showed her face. Few people in the world know her existence. Zhao Tailai sighed with emotion. But there is no doubt that Her Highness Xianxia is a peerless and outstanding figure who has inherited the bloodline of the current great emperor and empress. Since childhood, she has studied the supreme inheritance of the royal family, the imperial dragon commanding scripture, and the ancient secret scripture, the feather transformation scripture. The rarest thing is that Princess Xianxia is intelligent and unparalleled. At the age of 7, she had entered the sea spirit realm. At the age of 13, she stepped into the Tao Insight realm, which is a miracle in the ancient Desolation territory. But later, the current emperor thought that her cultivation was too smooth. Once she encountered a setback, there would be unpredictable dangers, so he personally suppressed her realm. Now, it has been 10 years. If she hadn't been suppressed for 10 years, I'm afraid that with Princess Xianxia's foundation, she would have already entered the reincarnation developing realm. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't calm down and was shocked. Sure enough, there was no shortage of geniuses in the world. If what Zhao Tailai said was true, Princess Xianxia was simply a natural talent in cultivation, with unimaginable talent and foundation. In addition, her father was the current emperor, and her mother was the current empress. Since she was a child, she had entered an ancient Pure Land in the ancient Desolation territory, which enabled her to advance bravely and unstoppably on the road of cultivation. Perhaps, such a peerless girl could be called a real genius. She was like the sun and the moon in the sky, enough to make countless practitioners feel inferior. Now, you should understand how lucky you are to get the approval of Princess Xianxia just now, right? Zhao Tailai said with emotion. She has her way, and I have my way. It makes no difference whether she approves me or not, Lin Sun said casually. As a practitioner, he should stick to his own Taoist heart, otherwise he would lose his drive and the desire to advance. Who would be the first in the struggle for the Tao? It was too early to talk about superiority or inferiority at this time. Seeing that Lin Sun was calm and unaffected, Zhao Tailai was surprised. After a while, he said with amazement, "Amazing. You are definitely the most special one among the young talents I have ever seen." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Senior, you are also the most unfathomable person I have ever seen. Let's talk about it now. Is it your idea or the idea of the big shot in the palace that Princess Xianxia came to see me this time?" Zhao Tailai laughed. "You have been appreciated by Princess Xianxia. What's the difference between asking these questions? Do you remember what I told you last time? The better you perform, the more attention you will receive from the empire. Hasn't it come true now?" Lin Sun suddenly had a headache and couldn't help but stare at him. This old guy was too slippery. It was more difficult to get a clear answer from him than to climb to the sky. "That's it. After your press conference and Keystone business is over in a few days, I will send you the spiritual materials and illustrations for refining the Nine Dragons Cauldron. At that time, you must not screw up. It's fine if you offend Marquis Ling Tian and Her Highness Spirit Phoenix, but if you make Her Highness Xianxia unhappy, then I won't be able to help you anymore." After chatting for a while, Zhao Tailai said goodbye and left in a hurry. He ran faster than anyone else like an old rabbit for fear of being asked by Lin Sun again. It seems that Princess Xianxia's status in the imperial family is really unparalleled. Even Marquis Ling Tian and Princess Spirit Phoenix can't compare with her. Lin Sun was thoughtful. He knew that Zhao Tailai must have deliberately said this to him. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He had decided to meet Lin Zhong and Zhu Laosan as soon as possible. That night, Zhu Laosan and Lin Zhong came to Green Deer School together. When Zhu Laosan heard that Lin Sun had obtained the permission of the royal family to let him enter the tower to practice, he, a silent and fierce man, couldn't help being moved. He showed a rare look of excitement, trance and excitement. "Thank you very much." When he calmed down, Zhu Laosan uttered 3 words from his lips. This might be the first time he thanked someone. His words seemed a little stiff, but Lin Sun was quite gratified. He had always been full of affection for Zhu Laosan. In order to repay kindness, Zhu Laosan could give up everything. In order to fulfill his promise, he could even disregard his life and death. People like him were the most admirable and worthy of making friends. Before long, Zhao Tailai sent someone to pick up Zhu Laosan and disappeared from Green Deer School. This was what Lin Sun and Zhao Tailai had agreed for a long time. Lin Sun believed that as long as Zhu Laosan could firmly grasp this opportunity, he should have enough hope to break through. In this way, Zhu Laosan could not only solve the problem of the exhaustion of his lifespan, but his cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds. He would enter a new realm and become a real grand practitioner of the reincarnation development realm. At that time, with Zhu Laosan in charge of Heart Cleansing Peak, he could at least play a great deterrent role in recovering the 3 collateral forces of Westbrook School, Floating Cloud School and Flying Peak School. "Young master, I didn't expect that you had really refined the armor with spiritual tattoos. Now on Heart Cleansing Peak, everyone is so excited to celebrate for you." Lin Zhong sighed with emotion. In fact, he looked quite excited. "Let's not celebrate. Now I just want to know how the 3 collateral forces of Lin family will feel after hearing these things." Lin Sun said slowly. "Them? They must be extremely terrified." Lin Zhong snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of coldness. During the 2 months when Lin Sun was in closed-door cultivation, the 3 collateral forces turned to Zhou family and Qin family. They thought they had found a backer, so they became arrogant again and often went to Heart Cleansing Peak to provoke and humiliate them. Now, Lin Sun had become a young spiritual tattooist who could refine armor with spiritual tattoos. He was famous all over the world. Moreover, he was recognized by the dean of Green Deer School. Under such circumstances, as long as the 3 collateral forces of Lin family were not stupid, they knew that it was impossible to deal with Lin Sun again. Most importantly, Lin Sun's power was strong enough to threaten the 3 collateral forces and make them feel uneasy. I gave them 3 years to think about it. Now, almost a year has passed. If they refuse to come to their senses, I won't show any mercy when the time comes. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said calmly. After saying that, he and Lin Zhong entered a secret room that Xianxia had specially prepared. The secret room was covered in dense and terrifying spirit arrays that were capable of isolating all perception and investigation. Even Xianxia could only wait outside and was unable to sense what was happening inside. But Xianxia had already guessed that Lin Sun and Lin Zhong must be testing the armor with spiritual tattoos. I wondered just how mysterious that spear is. As soon as Xianxia thought of the scene of Lin Sun refining a spiritual weapon that day, he couldn't help but feel excited. A spiritual tattoo armor that had passed the thunder test was unprecedented. It could be regarded as the first one in the empire. However, even though they had personally witnessed such a grand occasion, no one knew exactly what grade the spear belonged to, how profound it was, and how powerful it was. As a senior spiritual tattoo master, Xianxia was also eager to have a closer contact with such a precious treasure. Unfortunately, he also knew that it was impossible for Lin Sun to let others know these in the current situation. Perhaps only when the press conference held by Keystone Business begins can we know some truth and mysteries, Xianxia murmured in his heart. Immediately, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of the upcoming press conference, the Forbidden City was going crazy now. In order to get a ticket to attend the press conference, all the major forces couldn't sit still and took action one after another to participate in it at all costs. As far as Xianxia knew, a ticket to the press conference had been sold at a sky-high price of 10,000 gold coins. The most terrible thing was that it couldn't be bought even if there was a price. It could be seen from this that the armor with spiritual tattoos refined by Lin Sun caused a great sensation and influence. Fortunately, I got an admission ticket from Keystone Business in advance thanks to that boy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a place in the press conference." Xianxia laughed at himself. He was a senior spiritual tattooist in Green Deer School, but now he needed to get a ticket through Lin Sun. How could he not sigh with emotion? Suddenly, Xianxia gathered his chaotic thoughts, because he saw that the tightly shut door of the secret room had been pushed open. Lin Zhong was the first to walk out, but his expression was extremely absent-minded while his gaze still carried the remnants of surprise, shock, and disbelief. He seemed as if he'd just experienced the ravages of an unprecedented storm. "How is it?" Xianxia couldn't help asking. Lin Zhong was stunned. He took a long breath and patted Xianxia on the shoulder, saying, "You'll understand when the press conference begins." Hearing this, Xianxia felt more and more itchy in his heart. Unfortunately, Lin Zhong kept his mouth shut, which made Xianxia feel helpless. Without delay, Lin Zhong left Green Deer School at night and took away the long spear named Shattering Sorrow by Lin Sun. A spiritual tattoo armor that could survive the thunder test. "Lin Sun, what's the mystery of this spear?" Xianxia was still unwilling to give up, so he asked Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "I'm not sure. Although this spear was refined by me, its power and mystery had changed at the moment of success, which surprised me a little." Xianxia agreed with this very much. He also had extremely rich experience in refining weapons. He knew that when refining some extraordinary treasures, even the spiritual tattooist himself could not predict what kind of transformation would happen at the moment when he successfully finished refining them. But there was no doubt that this kind of transformation was definitely not bad. "Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it even more." Xianxia sighed. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile and said, "Senior, how about I give you a copy of the design blueprint of this spear?" Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a precious material whose value could not be measured by money. Because it was the crystallization of a spiritual tattooist's wisdom and painstaking efforts, imprinted with all kinds of mysteries about spiritual tattoos. "Really?" Xianxia was so excited that his voice trembled and he swallowed hard. Lin Sun took out a roll of thick animal skin paper and handed it to him, saying, "Senior, you have helped me a lot these days. Take this as a token of my appreciation. But please burn it after reading it." Xianxia nodded repeatedly and immediately swore not to leak a word. He looked as excited as a child who had got a new toy. This was a spiritual tattooist who was obsessed with spiritual tattoos. It could be imagined how excited and ecstatic he would be when he had the opportunity to see a design blueprint of a spiritual tattoo armor. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Xianxia and he were both teachers and friends. Since he entered Green Deer School, Xianxia had been taking good care of him. Even if it was just to repay the kindness, Lin Sun would never be stingy with a design blueprint. During this period, the Forbidden City was turbulent. Many practitioners in the Forbidden City were still full of excitement when recalling this period of time many years later. Keystone Business was the largest business force in the empire, and its headquarters was one of the top businesses in the Forbidden City. Perhaps only some commercial forces under the royal family could be a little better than the headquarters of Keystone Business. But during this period, the headquarters of Keystone Business dominated the market. It was like a magnet, firmly attracting the attention of the whole Forbidden City and even the whole empire. It started a few days ago. On that day, Lin Sun, as a young spiritual tattooist, refined a spiritual tattoo armor by himself and attracted the thunder punishment, which caused a sensation in all directions. Spiritual tattoo armor, even in the aristocratic families, it was a rare treasure, and its value could not be measured by money in the secular sense. It was no exaggeration to say that, except for the superior aristocratic families, some of the weaker aristocratic families didn't have any spiritual tattoo armor at all. Its rarity could be seen from this. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to say that owning a spiritual tattoo armor could change the pattern of a force. In the past, even a spiritual tattoo guru would need at least a month to refine a spiritual tattoo armor, and the success rate was not high. In the whole Forbidden City, the number of spiritual tattoo gurus could be counted with fingers, and there were no more than 10 of them. It was so difficult to refine a spiritual tattoo armor. It could be imagined how difficult it was for others to get a spiritual tattoo armor. In fact, it was true. In today's big forces, even if they had a spiritual tattoo armor, most of them were treasures inherited from their ancestors. Therefore, when it was heard that Lin Sun, alone, refined a spiritual tattoo armor in less than a month, it caused a great stir in the whole world. Not only the aristocratic families, but also many spiritual tattooists were attracted by it. They were eager to know more secrets. For example, how did Lin Sun do it? What kind of amazing power did this armor with spiritual tattoos have? And so on. The headquarters of Keystone Business naturally became the focus of attention from all sides. Because the conference of Lin Sun's spiritual tattoo armor would be held in the headquarters of Keystone Business, Lin Sun, the headquarters of Keystone Business, the auction of spiritual tattoo armor. These keywords, like a big hand, affected the Forbidden City and attracted the attention of the whole world. They became the hottest topic of discussion at the moment. Even in other territories of the empire, these news were widely spread. In front of the headquarters of Keystone Business, the sky had yet to brighten, but the huge arena was already filled with figures, forming a dense mass of people. Those who could pass through this venue and enter the headquarters of Keystone Business were either from aristocratic families or big shots. Feng Qingyu appeared in the venue. She was dressed in plain clothes, with her black hair hanging down. Her face was plain and beautiful, and her skin was delicate. Before Lin Sun rose to fame, this girl from Feng family had the title of Genius Girl, shining with dazzling light in the field of spiritual tattoos. Even now, she was still an influential figure among the young generation of spiritual tattooists, attracting much attention. Beside her, there was a beautiful woman in simple clothes with a quiet temperament. Her face was as calm as still water and as indifferent as drifting clouds. After listening for a while, Feng Qingyu wrinkled her nose and muttered, "The entrance ticket has increased by another 3,000 imperial gold coins. It seems that Lin Sun is very popular." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "After all, it's the release conference of a young spiritual tattooist. People will inevitably be curious." Feng Qingyu asked curiously, "Teacher, do you think the death of shattering is really as powerful as the rumor says?" The beautiful woman said casually, "I'll know when I see it with my own eyes." At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. Then, Yu Beidou, Qingjing and other spiritual tattooists appeared in the venue. They came from the headquarters of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists and the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. They were already the leading figures in the field of spiritual tattoos. As soon as they appeared, they immediately caused an uproar. However, when Yu Beidou and others saw the beautiful woman beside Feng Qingyu, they were all stunned, and then they all took the initiative to come forward. "Greetings, Mrs. Baohua. I didn't expect that senior would also come." Yu Beidou and others all showed a touch of respect, which shocked many people nearby. Only then did they realize that the beautiful woman was also a big shot. "Baohua, long time no see." Beside Yu Beidou and others, there was a thin old man with unkempt hair. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that the old man was Old Mo. He was a spiritual tattooist who had developed a new type of Ziying battleship in the bloodthirsty camp. Old Mo looked very excited at the moment. His eyes were shining, but he seemed a little reserved, as if he couldn't believe that he could meet the beautiful woman here. "Senior brother Mo, you are also here. I haven't heard from you for many years." The beautiful woman faintly smiled. "Sigh, back then, Old Mo heaved a deep sigh. When he was about to say something, he heard a burst of laughter from afar. It turns out that everyone has arrived. Old Mo's face darkened at once. Then he saw a dignified man with neatly trimmed hair and beard striding toward him. Seeing this dignified man, Yu Beidou and the others immediately stopped smiling and cupped their hands in greeting. "Greetings, Master Luo. Brother Luo." The beautiful woman nodded. Elder Mo snorted coldly, and his face became gloomier. He looked at the dignified man with a trace of hatred in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence today. Because of a junior's press conference, we've actually reunited. It's truly rare. Come, let's go in and have a good chat." The dignified man laughed and led everyone to the headquarters of Keystone Business. "That's Madame Baohua, the symbol of our yard of spiritual tattoos, and also a spiritual tattooist. She has been living in seclusion for more than 20 years to study spiritual tattoos. I didn't expect that she would come here today." The headquarters of the commune of spiritual tattooists was a magnificent 9-story building. At this time, Xianxia was whispering behind a window on the 9th floor. Speaking of Madame Baohua, Xianxia couldn't hide his respect. Madame Baohua was a living legend. She had refined as many as 5 pieces of armors with spiritual tattoos, each of which was a peerless treasure and famous all over the world. For example, a piece of spiritual tattoos named Regretless Proud Dragon in the hands of the current emperor was made by Madame Baohua. What's the relationship between her and old Mo? Lin Sun saw old Mo, and his heart was stirred. But he also noticed that when old Mo saw Madame Baohua, he was unusually restrained and excited, which surprised him a little. He remembered that old Mo was very eccentric and aloof. They are fellow apprentices. Xianxia said, I heard that Madame Baohua also had a lot to do with old Mo's disappearance from the Forbidden City. Did Madame Baohua force Lin Sun to leave? Lin Sun frowned. Xianxia shook his head and was about to say something. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and said, Look, Master Luo is also here. Who is he? Lin Sun looked over and saw a man with neat hair and a dignified bearing. Luo Feng, one of the few spiritual tattooists in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. He is well known all over the world and admired by many spiritual tattooists. It is said in the Forbidden City that his attainments in spiritual tattoos have reached the acme of perfection. Few people can compare with him. Xianxia's expression was a little strange. He had a lot to do with old Mo's disappearance from the Forbidden City. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, so he is the real master. Senior, do you know the hatred between him and old Mo? Xianxia said in a low voice, I only heard that it seems to be because of Madame Baohua. Because of her? Lin Sun was stunned, and a scene of 2 men fighting for a woman naturally emerged in his mind. After the press conference, you can go and ask them yourself. Xianxia also scratched his head because he didn't know much about it. Lin Sun nodded. When he was in the bloodthirsty camp, old Mo had helped him a lot. If old Mo really had a grudge against Luo Feng, Lin Sun would never sit back and do nothing. The arrival of Master Luo Feng and Madame Baohua soon spread throughout the conference and aroused a lot of discussion. It was rare for them to come to the conference in person as they were the masters of spiritual tattoos. However, almost all the people who came to participate in the press conference today were great figures who could shake a region. Thus, it did not cause too much of a commotion. Just like at this time, the big shots who came to the conference included the heads of the aristocratic families in the Forbidden City, the dignitaries in the imperial family, the generals with real power in the imperial army, and the giants from all over the empire. It could be said that each of them had enough power and influence to make the world tremble. Now, all these big shots were gathered in one place. Just this scale alone could be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion. The conference gradually quieted down, and it was time for the conference to begin. A man in formal attire walked on the platform. After coming on the platform, he first saluted to the 4 sides, and then began to speak. His name was Lian. He was handsome, elegant and charming, and his words were very infectious. Welcome to the conference of Master Lin Sun. As we all know, although Master Lin Sun is young, he has already become a famous young talent in the Forbidden City. The rarest thing is that Master Lin Sun has an unimaginable talent and understanding in spiritual tattoos. Not only did he cause the vision of 9 dragons, but he has also become a popular teacher in Green Deer School. In today's conference, we will show a piece of spiritual tattoo armor made by Master Lin Sun, Death of Broken. When he spoke up to hear, Li An's voice paused, and then he clapped his hands. Instantly, a young woman brought over a bronze box that was a meter long. Everyone, the Death of Broken is in the bronze box in front of me. Swish, countless gazes converged on the bronze box placed in front of Lian. Many people couldn't help but stretch their necks and widen their eyes. Divine light shot out from their eyes as if they could see what was inside the bronze box just by doing so. The atmosphere was also stirred up at once, and everyone was full of expectations. However, Lian smiled and said, Before I show you the armor with spiritual tattoos, please allow me to introduce the process of the birth of this treasure. Everyone immediately cursed in their hearts, wishing to strangle this guy to death. He was so good at keeping people in suspense. You must have heard that just 10 days ago, in Green Deer School, Master Lin Sun finally succeeded in refining the shatter after more than 20 days. When this treasure was born, there was a thunder retribution and an unprecedented phenomenon. This is something that has never happened before. Everyone patiently listened to Li An's long-winded rambling. In the end, Li An concluded, in short, this is destined to be a treasure different from other spiritual tattoo armors. It's a peerless weapon that can amaze the world. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating, but I can guarantee that when you see the mystery of this treasure with your own eyes, you will definitely find that the magic of this treasure is even more exaggerated than what I said. All the people in the auditorium held their breath. Li An's words completely aroused their curiosity and made them more expectant. Some hot-tempered bigwigs couldn't help but scold, "Don't keep us guessing. Will you be satisfied until I die of anxiety?" Even some of the more shrewd people found it difficult to conceal their anticipation. Li An took a deep breath, and his face suddenly turned red. He said, "Don't worry, everyone. I can tell you responsibly that today's press conference is destined to be a miracle." There was a trace of trembling and excitement in his voice, which was heard by many people, making them more curious and expectant. Most people were anxiously looking forward to it. No matter whether he was bragging or not, the fact that this spiritual tattoo armor had passed the thunder tribulation was enough to attract them. And some bigwigs of the older generation couldn't help but frown, feeling that Li An was exaggerating a little too much. Miracle? There had been spiritual tattoo armors in the past, but who dared to call it a miracle? Young people nowadays are really impatient. It's just a spiritual tattoo armor, but they make a press conference so exaggerated. It's a bit of grandstanding. Suddenly someone said indifferently. It was Luo Feng, the spiritual tattoo guru from the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, which attracted many people's attention. Unexpectedly, not long after Grandmaster Luo Feng finished his words, someone sneered. There are talents in every generation, and each of them has been outstanding for hundreds of years. I'd like to ask, what do you mean by playing to the gallery? It was old Mo who spoke. His words were direct and he questioned Luo Feng, which surprised everyone. It was rare for someone to refute Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng said calmly, "Old Mo, when you refine a suit of spiritual tattoo, you can ask me this question." In other words, you want to question me? You're not qualified. I'm just telling you that today is Lin Sun's press conference. If you don't like him, you can leave. You don't have to take advantage of your seniority. Old Mo snorted. Everyone was a little surprised. They guessed that there must be some conflict between Old Mo and Luo Feng. Otherwise, how could they oppose each other on such an occasion? Old Mo. Luo Feng's face darkened and his voice became cold. It seems that you have a problem with me. Do you want to take this opportunity to settle old scores? Why not? Old Mo was also very tough, and his eyes were full of hatred. The atmosphere immediately became tense. No one had expected that there would be people arguing before they could even see the true face of the shattered death. Please calm down. We're all here to see Master Lin's masterpiece. It's inevitable to have some doubts. On the high platform, the host Lian smiled and said, after showing the magic of broken death, I believe everyone will be happy to hear Senior Luo Feng and Old Mo's comments. At that time, I hope the two seniors in the field of spiritual tattoos will give us some advice. His words were very beautiful. He flattered them without a trace, and also hinted that even if they wanted to argue, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the spiritual tattoo suit was shown. Brother Luo, Old Mo, what do you think? At this time, Madame Baohua also spoke with a graceful temperament. Old Mo's expression softened, and he nodded, okay, I'd like to see who's playing to the gallery. Luo Feng said expressionlessly, a spiritual armor born from Thunder Doom may be extremely powerful, but I doubt whether its spirit has been wiped out in the Thunder Doom. If so, the so-called spiritual armor is just an empty shell. Of course, it's difficult for ordinary people to see these differences. His abrupt words obviously showed that he had a different view on the spiritual tattoo battle equipment made by Lin Sun. This made many people ponder. Luo Feng was the only remaining Grandmaster of Spirit Rune in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. He was famous all over the world and was respected by countless Spirit Rune masters. He was like the authority of the Spirit Rune world. Since he expressed a different view on this matter, it was not up to others to not take it seriously. Brother Luo is right. However, it's still too early to say all this. Perhaps we'll be able to get a clear answer after we see it for ourselves. Before Elder Mo could speak, Madame Baohua spoke first, apparently worried that the two would continue to quarrel. At this point, the episode came to an end. However, it was also this episode that made the audience more expectant. Before the spiritual tattoo battle equipment made by Lin Sun started to show, it had caused a dispute among the leading figures in the spirit rune world, which had never happened before. The atmosphere became quiet again, and everyone's eyes were focused on the high platform. Lian stopped talking nonsense and smiled slightly. Time is precious. Next, please witness this masterpiece from Master Lin Sun. After saying that, he turned around and walked off the high platform. At the same time, a thin figure appeared on the high platform. The man stood straight, with his cheeks as sharp as a knife. He looked a little old, and his eyebrows were full of vicissitudes. However, there was a commotion in the auditorium. Many people couldn't sit still and cried out in surprise. This seems to be the bronze charming Xin Jingluan? Gosh, it's really Xin Jingluan. I haven't heard from him for many years. I never thought that he would become so old now. It's really him. It's said that he followed the former patriarch of Lin family and concealed his identity. Now that he appeared here, he must represent Lin Sun to demonstrate the magic of shattering sorrow in person. Bronze charming Xin Jingluan, many years ago, he was a well-known figure in the Forbidden City. He was regarded as a talent of his generation, and even the current emperor had praised him. At that time, he was outstanding. He rode across the capital on a white horse and won many praises. He was regarded as a proud son with a promising future. Who could imagine that after so many years, the bronze charming Xin would reappear in the world? However, after the excitement, there was a burst of emotion. Time was like a knife cutting people's old age. Xin Jingluan was so handsome and elegant in those years, but now his face was full of hardships. How could people not sigh? So long as the geniuses that rose up with him didn't fall, then they would have become overlords of an area and shook the world with their might. However, only he transformed into an old servant and concealed his identity. He was practically forgotten by the people of the world and only left behind a few sighs. The audience was in an uproar and sighed with emotion, but Lin Zhong on the high platform seemed to be unaware of it. He silently came to the center and opened the bronze box. From the beginning to the end, he was like an unattractive old servant. No one could imagine that he was once famous in the Forbidden City and had an elegant demeanor. Buzz, a clear sound, like the sound of Taoism, immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. A dim gray luster appeared in Lin Zhong's hand. At this moment, his momentum changed abruptly as if he was a different person. If the previous Lin Zhong was an old servant with a face full of hardships, then the current him was like an unsheathed treasured sword, sharp and threatening. Many people's eyes brightened. They held their breath and concentrated. The atmosphere was terrible and silent. On the high platform, Lin Zhong didn't demonstrate immediately. He lowered his eyebrows and eyes, silent like a mountain. It seemed that he was adjusting himself. Standing casually, there was an invisible and frightening momentum spreading. Some big shots in the field had a flash of brilliance in their eyes. They could feel that Lin Zhong's momentum was rising constantly, as if a dragon dormant in his body was waking up from a deep sleep. Lin Sun opened his eyes. Clang, the wisp of boundless dark gray light in his palm suddenly transformed into a 3 m long spear. It was completely ancient and natural, yet it emanated a terrifying aura of its own, and it suppressed space to the point it wailed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Hiss, many gasps resounded in the surroundings. As soon as the spear appeared, a terrifying force of destruction swept out, and it caused goosebumps to arise all over their bodies while they faintly felt a piercing pain. It seemed that the spear had a life of its own, and there was a soul with peerless sharpness lying dormant in it. All the big shots in the field widened their eyes and spread out all kinds of perceptions to capture the breath diffusing from the spear, not letting go of any detail. At this time, Lin Zhong moved. His eyes were like swords, his eyebrows were full of vigor, and his momentum had climbed to the peak. In a trance, Tan Hua seemed to come back. With a long spear in his hand, he alone had the peerless demeanor of conquering mountains and rivers and looking down on the world. Boom, on the high platform, a copper-skinned puppet appeared. It was the best defensive puppet in Keystone business, which could resist a powerful blow of Tao Insight Realm. It was extremely valuable. However, when Lin Zhong pointed the tip of his spear at it from afar, the copper-skinned puppet was instantly destroyed and turned into powder that fluttered in the air. With the breath contained in a wisp of the spear, a puppet that could resist a full blow of Tao Insight Realm was smashed. The auditorium was in an uproar, and many big shots couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this spear was simply too horrible. Luo Feng's pupils shrank, and then he snorted, "If that's all, it's just a slightly more lethal spiritual tattoo armor at best." But just a moment later, his face stiffened, and his heart twitched fiercely. On the high platform, the dark gray spear suddenly steamed out one complex and obscure spiritual formation pattern after another. There was a vague roar of the Kuei-ox and a strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon rising and falling. This scene was like a miracle, which stunned all the people present. At this moment, the expressions of some great figures of the older generation with profound cultivations changed slightly. Because they clearly sensed a dangerous aura spreading everywhere, and it caused them to be unable to help but feel a trace of terror in their hearts. At this time, Feng Qingyu was also in a trance, and her beautiful little face was full of amazement and shock. She suddenly murmured, "Teacher, can you see how many spiritual formations are inscribed in the treasure? If I'm not mistaken, there should be 49 heaven-level spiritual formations." Madame Baohua's eyes were also full of extraordinary splendor. "The Great Way is 50, and the Heavenly Evolution is 49. One of them escaped, but all of them were obtained by a spear. This is a taboo. How did he refine it?" She couldn't keep calm, and her mind was shaken. "Teacher, what are you talking about?" Feng Qingyu was confused. At this moment, Madame Baohua seemed to be in a trance, and she didn't pay attention to Feng Qingyu. She murmured, "No wonder it attracted the thunder test. This is not tolerated by God. One of them escaped, and all of them were sealed in this spear. This is against God. But how did he do it in the end? How could he make this spear exist in the world?" Not only Madame Baohua, but also Luo Feng saw this, so his face became extremely stiff, and his pupils dilated. He still couldn't believe it. Yu Beidu, Qingjing, and old Mo could vaguely feel it, but they couldn't determine whether it was real or not, so they couldn't help feeling surprised. They were all spiritual tattooists, the leading figures in the spiritual tattoo circle. What they paid attention to were some secret methods and formation patterns of refining the spear. But for those big shots who had profound attainments in cultivation, the strange phenomenon presented by this spear made them feel an invisible sense of danger. Clang! Holding the spear, Lin Zhong stood alone with his back straight. His whole body was surrounded by obscure and gray spiritual tattoo formations. If he had a peerless sharpness before, at this moment, he had a kind of palpitating aura. This was the perfect embodiment of the armor with spiritual tattoos. It was different from the Ling weapons and treasures of the world. With a spear in hand, it could transform a Xiaoxia's power and presence into battle armor. It could transform the Xiaoxia's power and presence. That was the origin of the word armor. The whole audience was silent. The eyes of the big shots became scorching, and their faces were full of amazement. Those spiritual tattooists were also shocked and couldn't calm down. There was no doubt that this was indeed a perfect armor with spiritual tattoos. The unique aura vividly explained what was called uncanny workmanship. Whoosh, a figure appeared on the high platform, holding a spiritual sword, and rushed to Lin Zhong. This was a cold-looking man in black with the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm. He was specially arranged by Keystone Business to test the power of the armor with spiritual tattoos. The spiritual sword in the man's hand was as red as fire, and its spiritual light was burning. It was a precious heaven-rank treasure, which was also made by Keystone Business. Clatter! As soon as the man appeared, the figure of the man in black flickered, and the spiritual sword in his hand suddenly turned into a rain of fire, pouring down. Every single rain of fire was formed from a strand of peerlessly fierce sword insight, and they were filled with the energy of true fire concept. Thousands of rain of fire poured down densely, covering the sky and the earth. The momentum was so great that it almost burned the void into a hornet's nest. Ma Teng. Sword principle of fire rain. A big shot exclaimed. He recognized the identity of the man in black and the name of this attack. It was a sword method famous for its aggressiveness and fierceness. but as soon as the exclamation sounded, an unbelievable scene appeared. When the fiery rain of swords that covered the sky was about to completely envelop Lin Zhong, an expanse of boundless gray divine radiance charged out, and in an instant, the rain of swords that covered the sky was completely wiped out, like a stain on a canvas. It was easily cleaned with water, which seemed so casual and easy. Everyone was stunned. Ma Ting's strongest attack was swept away before it got close, and Lin Zhong didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. Obviously, it was the power of the armor with spiritual tattoos. Crash. Ma Ting's expression changed as he let out a roar and slashed down furiously with his sword. A sword intent that resembled a fiery dragon appeared in the sky. This attack was undoubtedly even more terrifying. It contained all of Ma Ting's strength, and it could be said to be a pinnacle attack. Many great figures of the older generation couldn't help but nod their heads in admiration. It was also at this time that Lin Zhong finally made a move. He held the long spear in his hand and lightly tapped the void. Everything came to a standstill. It was as if time had come to a standstill at this moment. The sword insight that was ferocious and fierce like a fire dragon seemed to have been grabbed by a shapeless hand and stopped there, unable to slash down. Crack! Crack! A frightening shattering sound suddenly rang out. With Lin Zhong at the center, the surrounding void collapsed inch by inch like a mirror, spreading in all directions. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out. Even the void was collapsing. What kind of terrifying power was needed to achieve such a feat? Rumble, the void collapsed more and more violently, like waves exploding in the tide. However, the waves were all derived from the broken turbulence of the void. As expected, the strand of sword insight that was like a flame dragon was like a lone boat amidst tempestuous waves, and it was instantly and soundlessly drowned, disintegrated, and vanished into nothingness. The faces of the great figures in the field changed again. Even the terrifying existences like the Iron Blood King and the Fortune God sure couldn't help but be shocked. The destructive energy contained within this strike had simply arrived at an inconceivable level. Boom! In the end, the spiritual sword in Ma Ting's hand was also smashed and turned into a rain of light. Exclamations rang out in the field. Many people couldn't sit still and suddenly stood up. Because the turbulence of the void formed by the explosion swept the high platform and was about to drown Ma Ting and rush out of the high platform, but at this moment, the long spear in Lin Zhong's hand shook, and an invisible aura emerged. The destructive explosive power that spread out suddenly quieted down and disappeared silently. The terrible scene of destruction suddenly disappeared. This feeling was so uncomfortable that it almost made people vomit blood. At this time, Ma Ting was soaked in cold sweat and his face was pale. Although he was arranged to cooperate with the test of the spiritual tattoo armor this time, he clearly felt a fatal breath of death at that moment, which made him feel desperate and helpless. He had no strength to struggle and resist at all. It was too terrible. Everyone was shocked, including Luo Feng, Madame Bao Hua, and other spiritual tattooists, as well as those great figures who had reached the peak of cultivation. There was a dead silence, so quiet that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Clang! Lin Zhong put the armor of spiritual tattoos back into the bronze box. At the same time, Lian appeared on the high platform in time and said loudly, "This spear is called Death of Shattering. Its specific power is confidential." Although this introduction was simple, it was very powerful. Death of Shattering, thinking of the shocking scenes that happened just now, the void that burst like a tide, and the destructive aura that made people's scalps numb, everyone had to admit that this was indeed a unique armor of spiritual tattoos. It was so unique that it was like a blade of destruction. Once it appeared, destruction would befall and everything would become death. After a short period of silence, the audience erupted into heated discussions. It was a scene of chaos. Every big shot who had witnessed the power of Death of Shattering couldn't stay calm at this moment. It was really rare for an armor of spiritual tattoos to show such a destructive power. They were all very sure that the power shown just now was only a small part of it. Perhaps only Lin Sun and Lin Zhong knew its real power, but even so, this treasure was peerless, at least not inferior to some of the most famous armor of spiritual tattoos in the Empire today. From now on, the Lieutenant General of the Empire has another peerless treasure. There is no doubt that the appearance of Death of Shattering is destined to make the world tremble just like its destructive power. Amazing, really amazing. Lin Sun, a young man, has already achieved the attainment of refining armor of spiritual tattoos. His future is limitless. All kinds of discussions broke out in the audience. Madame Balhua calmed down at this time. She sat there quietly, lost in thought. Compared with her calm face, her heart couldn't calm down at all. Unlike others, as a spiritual tattoo guru, she undoubtedly knew the uniqueness of Death of Shattering. It was not because of its terrifying power, but because the method of refining it was simply against the natural order. It touched the taboo but was not destroyed, and seized a trace of the power of creation. She couldn't imagine how Lin Sun did it and who taught him this kind of refining method, but she had a familiar feeling and felt a familiar aura. She was lost in thought. Sword of Apocalypse. After a while, Madame Balhua's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally remembered that the breath of Death of Shattering was very similar to that of Sword of Apocalypse in the Empress's hand. Teacher, Sword of Apocalypse has already been repaired by Lin Sun. Did you notice something? Feng Qingyu was curious. She felt that her teacher was a little unusual today. I see. Madame Balhua had vaguely guessed who Lin Sun's teacher was. And her expression couldn't help showing a touch of complexity. Qingyu, do you want to learn from Lin Sun? Madame Balhua suddenly asked. Feng Qingyu was stunned, her big black eyes opened wide, and she said, Teacher, you want me to learn from him? Madame Balhua answered absent-mindedly, You can think about it. Feng Qingyu was a little unhappy, biting her moist lips. Lin Sun was younger than her. If she learned from him, it would be so embarrassing. She also knew that Lin Sun was very powerful and she couldn't compare with him, but the pride in her heart made it difficult for her to bow her head to Lin Sun. There was a lot of discussion in the field, but none of the big shots left because they all knew that the press conference had just begun, and the highlight was waiting for Lin Sun's appearance. With their identity, each of them could be said to be all-powerful in the empire, like a king or a marquis. Why did they gather here this time? In addition to witnessing a newly born spiritual armor, it was more important to take this opportunity to fight for a chance. As for what the chance was, they would know later. Didn't someone say that Lin Sun was playing to the gallery? Now, I want to ask, is it Lin Sun playing to the gallery, or someone taking advantage of his seniority? Suddenly, old Mo opened his mouth, which attracted many people's attention, and reminded them of some disputes that happened just now. Sure enough, hearing this, Luo Feng's face suddenly darkened, but he kept his composure and said calmly, Only when there is doubt can it show the uniqueness and extraordinariness of this treasure. Old Mo, you are too narrow-minded. After a pause, he continued, What's more, as you all know, the most important thing in refining spiritual armor is luck. Lin Sun succeeded this time, but it doesn't mean that he will be successful in refining more similar treasures in the future. These words didn't reveal anything, but if one listened carefully, one could hear that Luo Feng clearly believed that Lin Sun was able to refine the Shattering Death because of luck, and he probably wouldn't be so lucky in the future. However, what Luo Feng said was true, because in the past years, there were indeed many similar examples. The reason was that the failure rate of refining Spirit Rune armors was too high. Even Spirit Rune Grandmaster level characters had failed frequently. Otherwise, armors with spiritual tattoos wouldn't be so rare and precious as they were now. But at this moment, Luo Feng's words obviously had a different meaning, which could be understood by anyone who was not a fool. Old Mo's face also darkened. In his view, Luo Feng's words were too vicious, and he was obviously cursing Lin Sun, but before old Mo opened his mouth to refute, a calm and indifferent voice sounded, So, Master Luo Feng is sure that it will be difficult for me to successfully refine spiritual armor in the future? Dressed in moon-white clothes, Lin Sun stood tall and straight. His long black hair was tied behind his head at will, revealing a delicate and warm face with clear and deep eyes. When Lin Sun appeared on the high platform, all the people present focused their eyes on him in an instant. When they saw Lin Sun with their own eyes, many people still couldn't believe it. He was too young. He was like a boy next door with a graceful bearing. At his age, most people were still working hard to cultivate and improve themselves, and they were like newborn calves. Even though they were full of youthful energy, they still needed time to make a name for themselves. But Lin Sun was different. His achievements had already surpassed his peers and shocked the whole world. Who could imagine that such a young man had already set foot on the transcendent realm of spiritual tattoos and surpassed many spiritual tattooists of the older generation? Who could imagine that this young man rose like a comet and had never been knocked down after so many trials and tribulations? What was a talent? That was it, detached from the world, talented and different from the world. At this moment, the big shots present couldn't help but think what kind of amazing brilliance such a talented young man could show in the future if he was given enough time to rise up. Only Luo Feng's eyebrows showed a touch of gloom. Lin Sun's words when he just appeared seemed a little impolite. Haha, what I said is the truth. Since ancient times, no spiritual tattooist can guarantee that he will succeed when refining the armor with spiritual tattoos. My young friend, you are so amazing that I appreciate your talent. But after all, you are still too young and it's understandable that you don't know some things about refining the armor with spiritual tattoos. Luo Feng chuckled and said lightly, showing the demeanor of a spiritual tattooist. But the second half of the sentence was obviously a warning to Lin Sun. The implication was that Lin Sun was really amazing, but he was still too young and needed to learn a lot. On the high platform, Lin Sun smiled brightly, showing his snow-white teeth. I remember you just said that old Mo was not qualified for you to explain anything. Now I also want to say that although I am young, I have refined the armor with spiritual tattoos. You want to give me some advice? Do you think you are qualified? All the people in the auditorium couldn't help but look strange. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would quarrel with Luo Feng as soon as he appeared. Who was Luo Feng? He was the only remaining Grandmaster of Spiritual Tattoos in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire and was highly respected by all spiritual tattooists in the world. It was really surprising that Lin Sun was so impolite and confronted him directly. But after thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. Now in the Forbidden City, who didn't know that Lin Sun was a reckless young man who didn't know what fear was? Even Qi family, Sui family, Qin family, and the imperial royal family dared not to put them in his eyes. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face sunk. Being questioned by a junior in front of everyone, and with such harsh words, was undoubtedly challenging his authority and dignity. Lin Sun is young and full of vigor. It's understandable for him to be arrogant. But if he thinks he can be lawless and despise the world just because he has refined a piece of armor with spiritual tattoos, then he's making a big mistake. Luo Feng said seriously, his aura was terrifying. Luo Feng, what do you mean by that? When did Lin Sun become so lawless? Don't falsely accuse him. It's you who took advantage of your seniority first. What? Lin Sun's rebuttal made you angry? Old Mo stood up and scolded angrily. He knew very well that words could sometimes destroy a person. Luo Feng's status in the spiritual tattoo circle of the Empire was extremely high. Once his words were spread out today, it would inevitably cause a lot of rumors and make many spiritual tattooists who didn't know the truth disgusted with Lin Sun. In that case, it would undoubtedly be a serious blow to Lin Sun's reputation. Old Mo, pay attention to your identity. You are still working in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. Do you really think I dare not punish you for offending your superiors? Luo Feng snorted coldly and looked more and more dignified. He was really annoyed. Today, all the people present were famous big shots, but he was repeatedly provoked by Lin Sun and Old Mo, which made him a little embarrassed. Threaten me? Old Mo's face was cloudy. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly laughed and said, I almost forgot it if you didn't remind me. But it's not too late now. Now, I officially invite Old Mo to join Heart Cleansing. Peak of Lin family. He looked solemn and serious. This was what he had wanted to do for a long time. Now that Luo Feng dared to threaten Old Mo with this, Lin Sun would not be polite. As soon as Lin Sun's words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. It was just a press conference, but now it involved a grudge with Old Mo, which was unexpected to everyone. Old Mo's lips trembled with excitement at the moment. He had already felt that the reason why Lin Sun confronted Luo Feng as soon as he appeared was obviously to help him. What a joke! Young man, you are too arrogant. How can you take away a spiritual tattooist from the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire? Luo Feng laughed. A spiritual tattooist like Old Mo, who can refine a new Ziying battleship, is of great importance to the Empire. I believe that no one will allow old Mo to leave. His words were decisive and he didn't give Lin Sun a chance at all. Everyone nodded secretly. The Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire was an extremely important place in the Empire, directly under the control of the imperial royal family and the military. It was really difficult for Lin Sun to take old Mo away. But Lin Sun said coldly, "You are wrong. The new Ziying battleship was developed by old Mo and me. In those days, old Mo was forcibly taken away by you instead of serving you willingly. If old Mo didn't protect me with all his strength at that time, I'm afraid that I would have been taken away by you. It's merciful of me not to settle accounts with you today." As soon as Lin Sun's words came out, all the people present were shocked. They didn't expect that the new Ziying battleship, which was now famous in the Empire, should be credited to Lin Sun. What was more surprising was that the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire had once taken action against Lin Sun and old Mo. If this was true, it would be too shocking. For a moment, the whole audience was silent, and all the big shots had different expressions. A mouthful of nonsense. Luo Feng shouted angrily and his hair stood on end. Whether it is true or not, you know it best. I don't want to argue with you. I will ask for a fair explanation later. Lin Sun looked calm, but his black eyes were surging with cold light. This matter had been suppressed in his heart for many years. Now that he had fallen out with old Mo, he would not be polite anymore. In order to repay old Mo's protection in those days, Lin Sun had to do this. Are you challenging the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire? Luo Feng looked cold and his eyes were full of anger. The Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire serves the Empire, not your own territory. You are not qualified to represent the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire at all. Lin Sun looked calmer and calmer. I just want to find out the murderer hiding in the dark and give justice to old Mo. Ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. Luo Feng stood up angrily, you are just a junior. Do you really think you can take old Mo away from the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire in this way? The situation had obviously become tense and was about to be out of control. Brother Luo, don't talk so much. What happened in those days only involved you, old Mo and me. Don't let others laugh at you. Suddenly, Madame Baohua sighed softly, and a touch of sadness appeared on her elegant face. Everyone was shocked again, and then they realized that there was a hidden story behind this confrontation that others could not know. Yes, it was caused by the three of us. Lin Sun, don't interfere. Let me solve it by myself. I have been a good-for-nothing for half of my life. If I don't settle this score by myself, I won't rest in peace even if I die. Old Mo gritted his teeth and said resolutely. He looked at Lin Sun with gratitude and a touch of pleading in his eyes, which made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He was stunned, and finally sighed softly and said no more. Humph. Luo Feng's face changed for a long time. Then he gave a cold snort and left in a huff. Everyone looked at each other. No one had expected that the only Grandmaster of Spiritual Tattoos of the Empire of the Academy of Spiritual Implements should be driven away by anger today. What kind of grievances existed between him, old Mo and Madame Baohua, no one knew. Even Lin Sun didn't know much about it. But there was no doubt that because of Lin Sun's involvement today, the grievances between them were picked up again. It would not take long for them to come to an end. Old Mo, no matter what, as long as you need help, I will always stand by your side. I'd like to see what Luo Feng dares to do to me. Lin Sun transmitted his voice to old Mo, and the latter's expression became complicated. He was grateful and sighed at the same time. This little episode soon passed. Although the atmosphere at this time was not as lively as before, when Lin Sun personally announced that anyone who could provide the solution to the Devil's Calamity powder would refine a suit of spiritual tattoo for him, the scene suddenly became sensational again. In fact, many people present had heard this news. But now that Lin Sun personally confirmed it, they finally dared to confirm that Lin Sun was not joking. Devil's Calamity powder. Devil's Calamity powder was a very rare poison, vicious and mysterious. It was said that it was spread from the dark alien tribe. Once poisoned, one's cultivation would be confined, as if he was disabled, and he would have to suffer the pain of heart demons all the time. All the bigwigs present began to think about it and secretly decided that after the end of this conference, they would try their best to search for the antidote to Devil's Calamity powder. Of course, when refining a piece of spiritual tattoo armor, I need to prepare the spiritual materials by myself, which I can't afford. After refining the shattering sorrow, I'm really poor now. Lin Sun shrugged. There was a burst of friendly laughter in the hall. Before long, Lin Sun walked down the high platform and handed over the matter to Li and everyone. Keystone Business has obtained the consent of Master Lin Sun. In order to seek a benefit for all of you, we will auction a special place at this auspicious time. As soon as Lian opened his mouth, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. The friend who finally gets the place will have the opportunity to refine a piece of spiritual tattoo armor for him by Master Lin Sun himself. The audience was completely boiling, and many bigwigs were refreshed. The opportunity they had been looking forward to finally came. Yes, Lin Sun's quota for refining weapons was like a lucky chance for them. Everyone, because this quota involves a lot of things, there is one thing that must be said in advance. On the high platform, Lian looked solemn. Those who are related to Qi family, Sui family, and Qing family are not allowed to participate in the auction. The whole audience suddenly became quiet. The meaning of this requirement was too obvious. It was undoubtedly telling the world clearly that Lin Sun would never provide any help for the three top aristocratic families. Similarly, after the auction, if Keystone Business finds out that this quota has fallen into the hands of those who are related to Qi family, Sui family, and Qing family, we have the right to take it back. Lian's words also showed the attitude of Keystone Business, which caused another commotion among the big shots in the field. Obviously, Keystone Business had decided to stand behind Lin Sun, and they didn't hesitate to offend the three aristocratic families. This made many people secretly sigh that Lin Sun was indeed different from before. His rise had begun to make giants like Keystone Business express their support publicly. This was a kind of change. Before long, the auction began. The base price was 30,000 gold coins, which was the price of a brand new Ziying battleship. It was amazing. However, after seeing the uniqueness of the broken sorrow, people just felt that it was reasonable. 50,000. Someone shouted. The price was raised to 50,000 for the first time, which made many people take a breath of cold air. The value of the imperial gold coins was extremely high. For a big force, 50,000 gold coins was not a small number. Just for a quota of refining armors with spiritual tattoos, there was such a crazy bidding, which made some big shots who were ready to take action a little hesitant. 60,000. It was Blood King Ning Bugui who made the bid, which made Yi Qingtian frown and whisper, "Old man, what are you doing?" Ning Bugui's rough and fierce look showed a hint of cunning, and then he became expressionless and said, "Old Yi, you know nothing. I'm helping Lin Sun earn more gold coins. There are many fat sheep here. It would be a pity if I don't take this opportunity to blackmail them." Yi Qingtian smiled and said, "Then I'll join in the fun." However, before Yi Qingtian could make a bid, someone made a sky-high bid, 100,000 gold coins. The scene went silent while the expressions of all the great figures sank, and they frowned without end. Perhaps 100,000 gold coins wasn't too much to many of them, but if it was merely for the sake of bidding for a single position, then it seemed to be rather shocking. After all, Lin Sun was not the only one who could refine armors with spiritual tattoos. A portion of the great figures immediately withdrew themselves from the bidding because they discerned that the great figure that made the bid of 100,000 was surprisingly from one of the 7 high-level clans, the Xia clan. There was no doubt that the following auction would be a stage for these colossi that stood at the apex of the world to compete, and the other forces that were slightly weaker would be unable to interfere at all. Ning Bugui and Yi Qingtian looked at each other and laughed together. They originally wanted to be the actors, but it was obvious that they were no longer needed due to the rapid changes in the situation. 110,000, 130,000, 150,000. As expected, in the following auction, almost all those who made bids were powerful forces, such as the Xia clan, the Hua clan, the Song clan, the royal forces of the empire, the military department of the empire, and the headquarters of the commune of spiritual tattooists. 200,000. The great figure of the Hua clan was a little annoyed and directly made a jaw-dropping bid, which silenced the surrounding people. The price was really terrifying. 300,000. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Wow, the scene was stirred up. For a single position, this was a shocking number, even enough to buy a large imperial battleship. What surprised people the most was that it was Madame Beauhua from the Green Deer Academy who made the bid, but after thinking about it, they understood that as a senior spiritual tattooist, Madame Beauhua didn't lack money at all. As the oldest saying in the empire said, what flowed between the fingers of a spiritual tattooist was endless golden sand. When one's status and cultivation reach a certain level, money in the secular sense has become worthless. No matter how much money you have, can you exchange it for a great inheritance? Can you exchange it for a chance to live a long life? No. Someone sighed with emotion, which aroused many echoes. So, I'm determined to get this position. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded in the field, and a bid was announced, 500,000. Sea King, it's the Sea King. Hey, this is going to be a good show. Even the great figures of the imperial family can't sit still. There was a lot of whispers in the field. The Sea King, Zhao Jiuxiao, was a legendary figure. In front of him, even big shots like Ningbu Gui and Fortune Godshire had to be polite, not because of fear, but out of respect. Madame Beauhua thought for a while and finally shook her head, withdrawing from the auction. 500,000 was a crazy number. No matter how rich she had to weigh whether it was worth it or not. 600,000. The representative of the Hua family bit the bullet, gnashed his teeth, and gave a more terrifying number. He had already thrown caution to the wind. Among the 7 aristocratic families, only the Hua family was relatively short of spiritual tattoos. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Even if there was a competition from the imperial family like Zhao Jiuxiao, they would not give in. 700,000, however, what made the representative of the Hua family feel heavy was that the price had already been reported to such a degree. Other than King Coming Si, there was actually someone else involved. It was the Xia family. Sorry, our 9th young master is about to go to the ancient desolation realm for cultivation and urgently needs a suitable armors with spiritual tattoos. We are also determined to get this position. The big shot of the Xia family said with a smile. The 9th young master of the Xia family was naturally young sword king, Shi Yutong. Haha, it seems that everyone has the same purpose. My nephew is also going to the ancient desolation realm. As an elder, I should give him a suitable treasure. Zhao Jiuxiao laughed out loud and made another bid of 800,000. This made many people unable to calm down. They realized that today's auction had obviously become fierce and bloody. It was the first time for many big shots to see such a crazy scene. It was too shocking, 900,000. The representative of the Hua family gnashed his teeth. 1 million. The representative of the Xia family was resolute. 1,100,000. Zhao Jiuxiao was even more ruthless. Crazy, hearing the shocking figures appear one after another, all the big shots present were dumbfounded. They were people who did not lack money, but they had never seen anyone fight so fiercely just for a spot. In the end, the position was bought by the Sea King at a sky-high price of 1,600,000. When the result was known, the whole audience fell into a dead silence. Even Lian on the high platform was stunned and did not come to his senses. On this day, the news that Lin Sun's position was sold at a sky-high price of 1,600,000 became the headline of the Forbidden City again. No matter where it was, there was an overwhelming discussion about the death of shattering. Everyone was discussing what kind of magic this armor with spiritual tattoos had, which had survived the Thunder Tribulation, and why so many big shots were willing to bid for a position at all costs. The true power of the death of shattering was kept a secret and had not been shown. But all the bigwigs at the conference agreed that it was a unique treasure. It was definitely more powerful than other armors with spiritual tattoos that existed in the world. This made people more and more curious. Not to mention the death of shattering, just the position won by Zhao Jiuxiao at a sky-high price of 1,600,000 gold coins, was it worth it? Worth it. It was said that this was the evaluation of Madame Beauhua of Green Deer School. It was a simple word, but it had a shocking persuasive power. With the help of this conference, Lin Sun became the only grandmaster of spiritual tattoos in the young generation that attracted the attention of the whole world. That's right. A spiritual tattoo master who could refine a suit of spiritual tattoos by himself could have the title of guru justifiably without the need for certification, and his masterpiece Death of Shattering also became another amazing treasure of the empire, which made countless spiritual tattooists crazy. Lin Sun didn't know about this. At the beginning of the auction, he and Lin Zhong had left through a secret passage under the arrangement of Keystone Business. Therefore, he didn't see the fierce auction with his own eyes, so he didn't know that he got 1,600,000 gold coins just for a position. At this time, Lin Sun was sitting in the chariot, accompanied by Lin Zhong, heading for Heart Cleansing Peak. He hadn't returned to Heart Cleansing Peak for some time. There were some things he needed to discuss with Vulture. Zhu Laosan has gone to the Tower of Developing Wheel in the depths of the Imperial Palace to cultivate. If there is no mistake, it should not take long for him to break through the realm. At this conference, the news of finding the antidote of Devil's Tribulation powder was also announced. I believe that as long as the antidote can be obtained, Vulture's pain can be solved and his original strength can be regained. Lin Sun was thinking about things all the way, frowning. Lin Zhong looked at the handsome outline of the young boy beside him, and suddenly felt pity for him. His young master was only 16 years old. Outsiders only saw his beautiful side. Who knew how much pressure and danger he had suffered behind the beautiful side? Boom! Suddenly, a terrible battle wave came from a distance, awakening Lin Sun and Lin Zhong who were meditating in the chariot. What happened? Lin Zhong asked. There are some blind people ambushing there. Don't worry. Keystone Business has sent enough forces to ensure your safety to Heart Cleansing Peak. The chariot was driven by a gray-haired old man from Keystone Business. He was arranged by Fortune Godshire to escort Lin Sun and Lin Zhong all the way. It seems that in order to kill me, they have lost their composure. At some point, a drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. It was hazy and lingering, and the air was moist. A chariot carrying Lin Sun and Lin Zhong drove along the cobweb-like street at a moderate speed. Along the way, one or two screams could be heard from time to time, and the sound of fighting like thunder could be heard. But in merely a short moment, it returned to silence as if nothing had happened. In the chariot, Lin Sun looked calm. He didn't need to guess at all. He knew that the enemies ambushing along the road must come from Qi family, Sui family, or Qin family. Or it might be the three forces joining hands. It was easy to guess that they could ambush there in advance, because everyone knew that Lin Sun would hold a press conference in Keystone Business today. In this case, as long as they ambushed on the road, they could wait for Lin Sun to show up sooner or later. But Lin Sun still didn't expect that they were so impatient. Obviously, after realizing that his rising momentum was too fast, they had already perceived the threat and could not tolerate him to continue to grow. Fortunately, Keystone Business has arranged a lot of manpower this time. Otherwise, there may be an unpredictable fierce battle along the way. Lin Sun lifted the curtain of the chariot and looked into the distance. He saw a scarlet flower blooming in the void far away. It was scarlet and beautiful. Lin Zhong reminded Lin Sun, "Young master, don't take it lightly. Since they dared to take action, they must have made full preparation." Lin Sun nodded and said, "Grandad Zhong, in the past history of the empire, have there been any upper-class aristocratic families being destroyed?" Lin Zhong shook his head, "Almost none." Immediately, he smiled bitterly, "Young master, do you forget that our Lin family was also one of the upper-class aristocratic families 500 years ago, but now?" Lin Sun was stunned and lost in thought. The chariot went forward smoothly, but both Lin Sun and Lin Zhong knew that bloody battles were taking place in places they couldn't see. Squeak! Suddenly, the chariot stopped, and the wheels rubbed against the ground violently, making a painful sound. Almost at the same time, the old man driving the chariot shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." Boom! A terrible force came, producing a destructive force. Suddenly, the chariot seemed to be in a storm and was about to be squeezed to pieces. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun and Lin Zhong rushed out. At the same time, the treasure carriage that was covered in dense spiritual inscriptions suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that flew everywhere. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. This chariot was personally arranged by Fortune Godshire of Keystone House, which could block the attack of Tao Insight Realm. But now it was easily destroyed. It was conceivable that the enemy must have the power of Reincarnation Development Realm, sure enough, an intense battle was occurring in the distance. The old man that controlled the treasured carriage was in battle with a figure that was completely enveloped in a black robe. This was a battle between cultivators at the reincarnation developing realm. The methods and secret techniques they used drew upon the power of the great path of heaven and earth. It was terrifying beyond measure. This made Lin Sun's heart sink. He realized that even if Keystone Business had arranged enough power, it still didn't expect that the enemy would send such a terrible force to kill him. A warrior of the reincarnation development realm, such an existence could be said to be a stabilizing force even amongst the low-level clans, and they wouldn't make a move easily. Whoosh, suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed across the void and came to Lin Sun. At that moment, an indescribable sense of horror and danger surged in Lin Sun's heart, making his skin tingle and his pupils shrink. Another cultivator at the reincarnation developing realm. There was more than one great practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm among the enemies who came to attack this time. You're courting death. Lin Zhong shouted and rushed to the sky. With a clang, the death of shattering appeared. The vast and gray air gushed out and covered Lin Zhong's whole body. Boom, the battle broke out. At this time, Lin Sun finally saw clearly that the owner of the dazzling sword light was also a practitioner covered in a black robe, whose appearance couldn't be seen at all. This was the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire. Although this area belonged to the edge and was quite deserted, it was still within the scope of the Forbidden City. But the enemy dared to ambush along the way, and even sent a great practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm, which could only prove that they would do anything to kill Lin Sun. If there is another great practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm, I will be in trouble today. Lin Sun stood there with a dignified look on his handsome face. As if to confirm Lin Sun's guess, this unfortunate thing was guessed correctly. Lin Sun only felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and then 4 light pillars fell from the sky. In an instant, Lin Sun's vision changed, and he appeared in a dreamland. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, surrounded by 4 stone pillars that rose to the sky and guarded the 4 poles. The stone pillar was branded with dense and ancient patterns, and it emanated a terrifying aura of restriction. Whoosh, Lin Sun tried to break out with ice-drake steps, but no matter how he moved and flashed, he couldn't get out of the blockade of the 4 stone pillars. In other words, this dreamland was like a cage, trapping Lin Sun in it. Time is precious. Little guy, it's time for us to talk. Suddenly, a figure emerged, also in a black robe, covering his whole body with wisps of black light. It was impossible to see his face clearly. Sure enough, another practitioner at the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun's heart was heavy, and he realized that the real fatal danger was coming. Don't take any chances. Under the confinement of the 4 symbols coiling dragon pillars, even a king of the life and death realm can't do anything to you within 15 minutes. The voice of the black-robed man was old, with a sense of indifference and coldness. What do you want to talk about? Lin Sun completely calmed down at this moment, knowing that the black-robed man didn't intend to attack him immediately. It's very simple. Release the power of your soul and let me add a layer of prohibition to your soul. I can not only guarantee that you will live, but also live a good life. The black-robed man put his hands behind his back. He was tall and straight, surrounded by a terrible black light, like a king coming out of hell, frightening people's souls. You want to control me? Lin Sun frowned. This is the only way for you to survive. Otherwise, do you think I will choose to talk to you at this time instead of killing you immediately? The black-robed man let out a chuckle. He seemed very conceited, with an absolute control over the situation, and didn't worry about what tricks Lin Sun could play at this moment. What if I don't agree? Lin Sun looked indifferent, with a cold light surging in his black eyes. Don't try to stall for time. Today, you can only agree. As he spoke, the black-robed man's figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Sun, grabbed Lin Sun's neck, and lifted him up. The speed was so fast that it was like teleportation, like a ghost. It vividly demonstrated the power of the reincarnation developing realm, leaving Lin Sun no chance to struggle or resist. As long as I use a little force, your life will be ended in an instant. Little guy, face the reality. Even if you have great talent, you haven't grown up yet. It's easier for me to kill you now than killing a chicken or a dog. The black-robed man spoke unhurriedly. He didn't mean to humiliate Lin Sun, but inadvertently showed a condescending attitude. Indeed, in the eyes of a great practitioner of the reincarnation developing realm, a young man of the sea spirit realm was indeed too small and unbearable. However, Lin Sun looked extremely calm at this moment. Even if his throat was grabbed and he was suffocating, he still looked extremely calm. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Crack, as soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man broke the bones of Lin Sun's left arm. Lin Sun let out a muffled groan in pain. His face turned pale and his forehead was soaked with cold sweat. There was no doubt that the black-robed man was absolutely ruthless. His threat was also the most direct. He wanted to destroy and force Lin Sun to yield by the most ruthless means. Little guy, you are indeed too young. Today, I dare to attack you here, because I have already considered all the consequences. The black-robed man chuckled. From Lin Sun's point of view, he could only see his white teeth, which looked extremely terrifying. It seems that it's useless for me to say anything today. Either die or yield, right? Lin Sun endured the pain of breaking his arm and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, you are a smart boy. I believe you will make a choice that is good for both you and me. The black-robed man nodded. Pooh. Suddenly, Lin Sun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. With a smack, the saliva fell on the black-robed man's lower jaw, leaving a line of crystal liquid on his skin. Old guy, you are dreaming. Lin Sun said word by word with a bright smile. The black-robed man was silent, which could be clearly felt that he had been irritated by the sudden spit. Perhaps, since he'd started cultivating until now, he'd never imagined that he would one day be spat on by someone, and this caused him to be utterly unable to restrain the rage in his heart. A young man who could only sit and wait for death actually dared to be so audacious and humiliate him in such a despicable way. Even if a deity came, he would be completely enraged. Bang, the next moment, Lin Sun was smashed on the ground. All his bones were almost broken. He couldn't help but let out another muffled groan. Then, the black-robed man smiled coldly, don't worry. I still have a lot of time to torture you before you yield. As he said, he stamped on Lin Sun's left hand. With a burst of cracking sounds, Lin Sun's whole left hand was crushed, and dark red blood gurgled out. Hearing the sound of broken bones and bursting blood, the black-robed man let out a satisfied groan. Then he raised his foot and stamped on Lin Sun's right hand. Lin Sun rolled on the ground and dodged to one side. The black-robed man laughed strangely. Look, it's like a maggot struggling and rolling on the ground. What a pity. If I don't vent my inner anger today, I won't stop. As he said, he stamped on Lin Sun again. He didn't use his hands, but his feet to trample Lin Sun to the ground to carry out extreme humiliation and torture. Old guy. Do you really think I dare not commit suicide? Lin Sun suddenly sat up and roared. The black-robed man was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly saw a black light shooting out of Lin Sun's hand. The black-robed man reached out his hand casually and caught the black light in his hand. Ho ho, do you still want to make a sneak attack at this time? Kid, your bones are really hard. But I hope a stubborn young man like you will feel satisfied when I torture you. The black-robed man laughed and turned over his palm. Seeing that it was just a group of insects as small as rice grains, he laughed more happily. Insects? Haha, do you think you can turn the situation around with these insects? The black-robed man said sarcastically. But Lin Sun stopped smiling and nodded seriously, definitely. The black-robed man was stunned. At this moment, the insects in his palm seemed to wake up from a deep sleep and suddenly burrowed into the flesh of his palm. The black-robed man was shocked. His years of battle experience made him keenly aware of an extreme danger, and his face changed abruptly. He madly urged his power to force these insects out. But to his surprise, he couldn't do this with his cultivation of reincarnation developing realm, which was enough to break mountains and split seas. The swarm of insects was like nothingness. Obviously, they were not real. They could penetrate everything and couldn't be stopped or confined at all. Oh no, the black-robed man's heart shook violently, and he felt an indescribable fear. What kind of insects were these? Why were they so mysterious, Before he could figure it out, he felt a sudden pain in his sea of consciousness, as if it was torn by a bolt of lightning. He couldn't help but shake and let out a shrill scream. The most terrible thing was that the pain didn't end. The insects, like sharks smelling blood, madly rushed into his sea of consciousness, constantly gnawing and tearing his divine soul. The divine soul of reincarnation developing realm was so powerful, but in the face of this kind of attack, he couldn't resist at all. No. 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 The black-robed man screamed madly, holding his head with both hands and tearing it madly. He seemed to be in extreme pain, and his body was twitching violently as if he had epilepsy. In the distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but be horrified. Those were spirit-eating insects, which he obtained from the Blood Desert forbidden area in the ancient spirit world. Later, he brought them back and had sealed and stored them in his body. But even he didn't expect that the power of the spirit-eating insects was so horrible that even a practitioner of reincarnation developing realm couldn't resist them. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. The black-robed man roared. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and his body was convulsing because of the severe pain. He looked like a mad demon. He pounced on Lin Sun. Obviously, he wanted to take Lin Sun down with him before he died. Even if the spirit of a reincarnation developing realm was seriously injured, once he went mad, he would still be extremely terrifying. Boom, the dark light was monstrous and exploded the void. The power of the Great Way contained was like the wrath of heaven, with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Sun naturally could not sit still and wait for death. He had already run Ice Dragon steps with all his strength and escaped to the distance. At this time, he was surrounded by blazing light cyan light, like a divine rainbow around his body, ethereal like an illusory light. Whoosh! 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 In this area, Lin Sun's flickering shadows were everywhere, which was a manifestation of extreme speed. Ice Dragon steps could allow one to travel in the 9th heaven, or hide in a tiny speck of dust. This was not an exaggeration. Just like now, although this illusion was imprisoned by the 4 image coiling dragon pillars and could not escape, it was about to be completely submerged by the black-robed man's attacks. But Lin Sun could always seize a narrow gap and escape. If not, he would have been killed in an instant. After all, this was the power of the reincarnation developing realm, which was a great realm higher than the Tao Insight realm. The destructive power released was not something that the Sea Spirit realm could resist. Fortunately, the black-robed man's soul had been badly damaged, and his consciousness had collapsed, which made his attacks disorderly, which gave Lin a chance to dodge. Little bastard, come out. The black-robed man let out a beast-like roar. Like a crazed demon god, he rampaged through the area. Although he was not hit by the terrifying power of the Great Way, Lin Sun still felt a chill in his heart, as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife. It was too terrifying. Even if Lin Sun had the power to go against the natural order in the Sea Spirit realm and could even kill the Tao Insight realm, he still felt a suffocating pressure when facing the power of the reincarnation developing realm. This was because of the huge gap in realm and strength. Lin Sun suspected that even if he mastered the shattering death, he could not be a match for the black-robed man. Boom, soon, Lin Sun had no time to think too much. The black-robed man's attacks were getting crazier and more terrifying, which made him more stressed. There were many times when he was struck by the strong winds while dodging, and it simply felt as if he was struck by lightning. The tendons and bones in his entire body almost broke, and his vital energy and blood roiled in disorder. There was no doubt that this was definitely the biggest crisis Lin Sun had encountered so far in his cultivation. The most terrible thing was that this area was completely blocked like an illusion. The outside world couldn't get in, and the inside world couldn't get out, so Lin Sun could only dodge with all his strength. It felt as if he was walking on the road to death, and if he made the slightest mistake, he might die on the spot. Lin Sun, do you know who am I? You can't kill me, you're killing your own family. This is treason. The black-robed man screamed crazily. His voice had already become hoarse, and his black robe was torn and messy, vaguely revealing an old, twisted, and blood-stained face. Great rebel, you mother-cur. Old bastard, you'd better close your eyes and reincarnate as soon as possible. Lin Sun sneered. The black-robed man seemed to be in more pain. He suddenly knelt on the ground, held his head with his hands, and let out a shrill roar. His body twitched constantly, and it was obvious that he couldn't bear it any longer. But Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. Without any reservation, he used all his strength on the ice drake steps. The counterattack of a reincarnation developing realm expert before death was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Lin Sun didn't want to be dragged down by the black-robed man at the last moment. Suddenly, the black-robed man raised his head, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Sun like a fierce beast, exuding endless resentment and unwillingness. "I hate you. I can't wait to kill you, unfilial descendant." The voice was like a curse, enunciated word by word, full of resentment and unrelieved regret. In the end, the black-robed man plopped down on the ground, and the violent and crazy breath all over his body disappeared, becoming deathly still. Lin Sun stood in the distance, still vigilant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before long, black lights suddenly rushed out of the black-robed man's head. They were spirit-eating insects. What made Lin Sun most speechless was that these insects rushed towards him as soon as they rushed out. What a group of untamed beasts, Lin Sun cursed in his heart, but he didn't dodge. He took a deep breath, abandoned distractions, ran meditating magic with all his strength, and visualized the star circulation. A moment later, these spirit-eating insects that rushed into the sea of consciousness were suppressed by meditating magic like last time and fell into silence. But different from last time, Lin Sun was keenly aware that these 16 spirit-eating insects were bigger than before. Their bodies were like illusory black light spots, with a kind of chilling aura that made people's heart palpitate. Can they transform and grow by themselves after devouring the power of the soul? Lin Sun thought. He carefully sealed these terrible insects born in ancient times. This time, he was able to avert the danger, thanks to the great contribution of the spirit-eating insects. They could be used as a trump card. Even a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm couldn't resist them. It could be imagined how mysterious and terrible the spirit-eating insects were. Lin Sun came to the black-robed man's corpse and pulled off the black cloth that covered his face. Then he saw clearly that this was an old man with silver hair and beard. But his hair was unkempt, and his cheeks were twisted, livid and ferocious. Even in death, there was still a touch of irresolvable resentment and unwillingness on his face. Whoosh. Seeing this, Lin Sun was completely relieved, and couldn't help kicking on the black-robed man's cheek again, as if to vent his anger. He did have a kind of unspeakable anger and hatred. This time, his life was hanging by a thread, and he almost died. How could Lin Sun not hate? Just like at this moment, his left arm was broken, and the bones of his left hand were broken and badly mutilated. All these were caused by the black-robed man. Buzz. The 4 stone pillars in this illusion suddenly fluctuated and began to become dim and blurred. Obviously, without the black-robed man's control, the so-called 4-image coiling dragon pillars also began to lose power. In the end, along with a deafening rumble, the illusory realm exploded into pieces, and it transformed into a rain of light that vanished. On the other hand, the 4 stone pillars transformed into 4 copper mirrors that fell to the ground and emitted clanking sounds. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and put away the 4 bronze mirrors. Every single copper mirror was only 9 inches long. It seemed to be made of iron, yet it wasn't. It seemed to be made of jade, yet it wasn't jade. It was extremely heavy, at least 500 kilograms. Their surface was branded with 4 pictures of ancient divine beasts. There was a green dragon roaming in the Milky Way, roaring with its head held high, a vermilion bird spreading its wings and flying in the sky, swallowing the sea of fire and purgatory, a black tortoise with the head of a dragon, the body of a turtle and the tail of a snake, sitting at the top of the sky, overlooking the universe, a white tiger trampling on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaughtering gods and demons, roaring in the world. These 4 pictures represented the 4-image mighty force, mysterious and unpredictable. Around each picture was branded with strange ancient patterns, reflecting ancient scenes such as the longitude and latitude of the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. For image coiling dragon pillars, this was a group of secret treasures. At a glance, it could be seen that this group of treasures must have existed for countless years. Many places were mottled and blurred, with a heavy aura of vicissitudes. Even a life-death realm king can't break it in 15 minutes. This is a group of great treasures. Lin Sun put them away without hesitation. He decided to find time to study and nurture them. Maybe they could be used as a treasure for self-defense. At the same time, he finally saw the scene outside. The battle outside was still going on fiercely. The old man driving the chariot restrained a black-robed man. On the other side, Lin Zhong was also fighting with another black-robed man with the broken sorrow. However, when they noticed that the 4-image coiling dragon pillars had disappeared, but Lin Sun was still alive, the two black-robed men were shocked. Mission failed. Let's go. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the two black-robed men decisively chose to escape. Their figures flickered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, they had realized that it was difficult to have a chance to kill Lin Sun today, so they chose to retreat without hesitation. The old man driving the chariot and Lin Zhong didn't chase after them. They were worried about Lin Sun's safety and were afraid that he would be lured away. Young master, it's great that you are still alive. Lin Zhong landed on the ground and was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He had gone all out in the battle and almost went crazy. He was worried about Lin Sun's safety. Now seeing Lin Sun come out alive, it could be imagined how surprised and excited he was. I'm fine. Grandad Zhong, do you know this man? Lin Sun pointed to the black-robed man's corpse on the ground not far away. At a glance, Lin Zhong's face suddenly changed as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils dilated and he cried out involuntarily, how could it be him? Lin Sun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Zhong's reaction suddenly reminded him of the crazy words of the black-robed man before his death. Whoosh, almost subconsciously, Lin Sun waved his sleeves and put away the black-robed man's corpse. Then he said in a low voice, Grandad Zhong, it's not safe to stay here for a long time. Let's go back first. Lin Zhong also seemed to wake up at this moment. He nodded heavily with a trace of trance between his eyebrows. Obviously, the identity of the black-robed man had brought him an unprecedented impact. Immediately, they flashed away and disappeared in the drizzle. On the same day that the conference ended, the news about Lin Sun's assassination spread like wildfire in the Forbidden City and set off a great wave. Many practitioners were moved and palpitated. Now Lin Sun was a famous young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. But on the same day that he released the death of shattering, he suffered a bloody attack. Who did it on earth? The answer unanimously pointed to the three top aristocratic forces, Qi family, Sui family, and Qin family. Because it was known that they had an irreconcilable hatred with Lin Sun. But no one was sure because it involved too much. The power of the top aristocratic families was enough to make any practitioner tremble with fear and not dare to talk nonsense. End of chapter 521. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.